traveling through ancient times, while others are still struggling for a pound of bran, fighting until they are covered in blood. Your family's rice never seems to run out, while others are sharing one piece of clothing among their family members. You have already started a wholesale cotton clothing business, just because when you first traveled here, you fell into the river headfirst. You only survived thanks to a little girl saving you, but she didn't want any reward, she just wanted to marry you and bring her 2 younger sisters along. It's only at this moment that you realize that it had been raining continuously here for the past 2 months. The continuous rain caused a flood, washing away her grandparents, leaving only the 3 sisters to escape to the mountains, becoming refugees. There were also a few other families who escaped to the mountains with them. Although they are the lowest class, there are still distinctions within the class system, and the distinction in class is based on how many laborers are in the family. In this era, men not only work harder, but also provide security for the family. As the eldest sister of the 3, at only 16 years old, it's already difficult for her to survive on her own, let alone taking care of 2 even younger sisters. Before dawn today, the rain that had been falling for 2 months finally stopped. She decided to go to the mountains to gather firewood while others were still asleep. Just happened to come across you floating in the river, under the moonlight, seeing you tall and robust. I had the idea of finding a man to rely on, but when I heard her say it, you held your head and felt absurd. In my past life, I was a lonely person, but unexpectedly, just as I started anew, I met a young girl who wanted to marry me, along with 2 younger sisters. No matter how I thought about it, it all seemed bizarre. Just as I was about to speak, a string of mechanics' voices sounded in my mind. Gourd Hero System successfully bound, the chaotic Ming Dynasty, is about to face nearly 50 years of natural disasters. Please, host, bravely survive. Host's first day survival reward, rice, unlimited, backpack loaded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a hidden task. Start a family and swear. Please, host, marry the young lady in front of you on the spot, and take good care of her 2 younger sisters. Completed the task and received milk powder. Unlimited special rewards, a Barrett. The voice in your mind made you ecstatic. Sure enough, the golden finger may be late, but it will never be absent. What else is there to say? After all, I am not familiar with this world. Alone and helpless, it's better to stay here for now and stabilize things first. Xuanji, you whispered to the young lady. Alright, I promise you, from now on, you are my wife. Detected that the task is completed, the reward has been issued. Upon hearing that you really want to marry her, the young lady was overjoyed. Then she blushed and tentatively called out husband. Seeing the young girl blush, you were smiling happily, finding her especially adorable. Couldn't resist pinching her cheek and teasingly said, husband, let's eat when hungry. Upon hearing your agreement, Daya felt both shy and relieved. No matter what, the house now has one more man, no longer needing to fear. Daya then took out a clay pot from the corner, filled it with some water and placed it on the fire, before bringing out the rice pot hidden under licorice. She scooped a handful of wheat bran from it and put it in. Seeing this, you were stunned. Don't tell me, just let me eat this wheat bran. In fact, it's the residue left after grinding wheat into flour. You've never eaten such a thing despite living for so long. And even if it's wheat bran, there isn't much. This meal is almost like drinking hot water. This is all we have at home. This isn't about eating less or more, it's about what humans can eat. Don't we have rice at home? In your eyes, even at the poorest, it's just a 90s mountain village. I never imagined one could be so poor here to eat wheat bran, and yet it doesn't even satisfy hunger. This has shaken your worldview. I can go without eating, you can have it. Don't look down on me, okay? Daya looked up at you, tears streaming down her face. Don't cry, please don't cry. Seeing her cry, you hurried over to wipe her tears with your sleeve. I mean, is this how you usually eat? Hearing this, Daya nodded, afraid you wouldn't believe it, and handed you the rice can she was holding in her arms. Only a thin layer of wheat bran is left in the can, probably enough for 4 or 5 handfuls. What will you eat tomorrow? Have another handful tomorrow. Daya wiped away tears, and said, we eat 1 handful a day. Today we took an extra handful to finish the food in the can. If we endure hunger for another day, we can go to the market and sell firewood for some food. You took a deep breath. Looking at the emaciated Daya with a complex expression, you must be incredibly strong to survive until now, and still have 2 younger sisters. To show respect for her, you decided not to hide it. You asked her to step aside so you could cook. Daya obediently stood up, while you sat in front of the can. You took out a portion of rice from the system space, and Daya was completely surprised. This is for you. You placed the can filled with rice in Daya's hands. Don't tell anyone. This is my secret. Daya looked at the white rice in her hands. Feels like a dream. You are a deity, and I am your husband. You teased and flirted with her, making her blush. Soon, the rice in the can was cooked, and the fragrance of rice wafted through the thatched hut. Arya, lying on licorice, was drawn by the fragrance and drowsily opened her eyes, only to see a tall male elder brother in the thatched hut. Sitting beside him, in front of the man is a pot used for cooking at home. Inside, there is a pot full of white porridge, bubbling away. Arya looks at the pot filled with white porridge and smiles. So hungry, even dreaming about eating, rumble rumble. Arya lies back on licorice to sleep again. When she sees Arya getting up, she lies back down, and Daya quickly reaches out to push her. Arya gets up to eat. Sister, don't disturb me. I was dreaming of eating porridge just now. Wait for me to finish eating before waking me up, okay? Arya says. A string of saliva drips from the corner of her mouth. Seeing her greedy look, Daya covers her mouth and smiles. It's not a dream, come and see for yourself. Arya rubs her eyes, opens them again, and finds the scene in front of her exactly like in her dream. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Before you could speak, Daya answers for you. He is sister's fiancé, and will be your brother-in-law in the future. Sister, are you getting married? Yes, come over quickly and have some porridge. Upon hearing this, Arya sits happily by the fire, waiting for sister. Meanwhile, you pick up the just awakened Xiaoya, with her small head not even as big as your palm. You are afraid of accidentally hurting her, so you hold Xiaoya without moving, while she is not afraid at all. It seems that the two sisters are not afraid of anything. Arya, although drinking porridge, but the eyes still sneak glances often, not feeling shy even when caught, still smiling and looking at her playfully, leaving little duck clueless about shyness. Extending two little hands, randomly touching you, Big Duck eats quickly, perhaps worried that you might get upset from waiting too long. After finishing eating, immediately taking Little Duck, you then have your first meal from crossing over, drinking porridge and watching the happy faces of the sisters. Your heart also feels warm, even though this world is a bit poor, but you have your cheat codes, right? And also a wife and two adorable little sisters-in-law. After eating and drinking their fill, Big Duck is still tending to the little one, feeding porridge. You ponder for a moment and take out a can of milk powder from your backpack. Opening the lid, you pass it over. You'll boil a pot of hot water later, then prepare this to soak. Feed it to the little one when the water is warm. Big Duck takes the can. Inside, there is something resembling flour, but more delightful than flour, emitting a pleasant aroma. This is for children to eat. Of course, you and Arya can also eat it. It's good for your health. You explain, while Arya carries a bamboo basket on her back, standing at the door and calling out, Sister, the rain has stopped, I'll go pick up some firewood first. Seeing her like this, you're a bit puzzled. Is this how you usually are? Big Duck nods. Sometimes we also go to the river to dig up some yellow mud to repair the house. Hearing Big Duck's words, you become interested. Normally, history books only tell stories of famous ministers and generals. You really don't know about the life of ordinary folks. Arya, wait, I'll go with you. As you said this, you turned to Daya and instructed her about the burn on her hand. Just stay at home and take care of the children. When I come back, we'll cook and eat together. Upon hearing this, Daya blushed and nodded, watching you walk away. Blushing, she softly said okay. As the husband headed towards the firewood picking path, Arya happily bounced along. She greets everyone, saying you are her sister. Before you could introduce yourself, the villagers already knew Daya had found a husband, and you didn't bother to stop them. Arya nodded at the passing villagers while sizing them up. This was your first impression of the villagers. Every villager wore thin hemp clothes, many of which were worn out and couldn't be mended, hanging loosely on their bodies. Some villagers didn't even have clothes. People were busy picking. Those with axes were cutting trees, while others were breaking branches. A few children were squatting on the ground picking pine cones. After the rain and sunny weather, the sun warmed you up. You squinted your eyes, watching the villagers work. There was no desire to move at all. It was just too comfortable. Arya didn't feel anything either, as she usually worked alone. After picking up the pine cones on the ground, Arya looked at the branches above, moving her hands and feet, preparing to climb up and break them. Just as she was about to jump, you hugged her. Why are you basking in the sun, while I gather firewood? Why hug me? Why climb the tree? What if you fall? I'm going to pick branches, it's too dangerous. But they're all like this. Arya pointed at the girl pressing the branches and said to you, and if you fall, it won't hurt after a while. But if you don't gather firewood to exchange for food, you'll go hungry. Arya doesn't like being hungry. It feels like there's a fire burning in the stomach. He ate his fill this morning. When you're full, you won't get tired working, as if you have endless energy. And winter is coming soon. If there's no firewood at home, it'll be very cold. Last year, Dad froze to death because there was no firewood at home. He went to the mountain to gather firewood. He froze to death. Thinking of this, Arya's eyes turned red, lowered her head. After hearing this, you remained silent, put her down, ready to take action. But after 2.5 minutes, you completely failed. It's been too long since you worked. After bending branches for a while, they didn't break. How embarrassing. Looking at Arya's puzzled eyes, you feel underestimated. So you decide to teach the little girl a lesson. Let me demonstrate how to fill a bamboo basket in half an hour. You looked at the villagers working, checking who had the most firewood. When you saw Xiong-er cutting trees, you brightened up. Let me help you sell these trees. How much grain can you sell? Xiong-er, alert as ever, thought you were going to steal his firewood. But Xiong-er stays vigilant. Still, he spoke up. What is different from branches, burns well and lasts long. With firewood, you can sell 1.5 caddies of grain. Mulling over his words, he pointed to the big tree on the ground and said, with firewood, 2 caddies of grain. Sell me these trees. Hearing this, Xiong-er was very skeptical. How could firewood possibly exchange for 2 caddies of grain? Don't deceive me. Seeing his disbelief, you turned around, emptied the tree branches from the bamboo basket, and took out 20 portions of rice from your backpack. Then, carrying the bamboo basket, you walked up to Xiong-er. 2 caddies of this rice for a load of firewood. If you won't exchange, I'll find someone else. Xiong-er looked at the bright white rice before him. His face filled with shock. This is rice, but firewood can only exchange for a maximum of 1.5 caddies of wheat bran. 1 caddy of rice can exchange for 5 caddies of wheat bran. This bright white rice could probably exchange for 7 or 8 caddies of wheat bran without a problem. So, he immediately put on a sly smile, bent over, and said, Sir, tell me where your home is, I'll send the trees over. Xiong-er said, pointing to the tree he had just felled. Slapping himself on the mouth, he muttered, Oh my, what a foolish mind I have. How can you stand it with such a big head? Come on, sir, have a seat. I'll chop these trees for you, then I'll help you deliver it to your house. Xiong-er cleaned the tree stump, then started chopping wood in front of you, getting more and more enthusiastic. When tired from chopping, he just needs to glance at the rice in the bamboo basket, and he'll recover in no time. Watching Xiong-er, who is eager to eat, couldn't help but admire. This guy is truly talented. Although Xiong-er is passionate, his body has limits. After chopping down a tree, he starts panting heavily and slows down. Signaled him to come over and take a break. Xiong-er leaned on the axe, panting heavily, saying, I'm fine, sir, you sit down, I'll finish chopping soon. Come here, I have something to tell you. What is it, sir? Are you the only one in your family? In my family, there's also a wife. Why don't you call your wife to help you? Xiong-er slapped his head. Oh right, how could I forget? I'll call my wife to help. Hold on, when you call people later. Also, call all the villagers on the mountain. Tell them I want to exchange food for firewood. Think about what Arya said, winter is coming. Prepare to exchange for more firewood. Although I have unlimited rice, when winter comes, we can't cook without firewood. We can't eat raw food, right? Xiong-er nodded upon hearing the instructions, calling out while looking for his wife. Luckily, she wasn't far away. After a few calls, he heard a response. Immediately ran over. Suihua, stop digging. Quickly gather the villagers from the village. What's with the fuss? Hee, Xiong-er chuckled and said, It's the man from Linjia village, the brother-in-law who suddenly appeared at Arya's house, saying he wants to exchange grain for firewood. Once firewood can be exchanged for 14 pounds of grain, the villagers at heart love to watch the excitement. Upon hearing Xiong-er's words, they all gathered around in no time. Xiong-er led them to you, sitting majestically on a tree stump with a basket full of rice beside you. Arya looked at the rice and chuckled foolishly. Just now, in front of him, you turned the large basket of rice into a full basket, leaving Arya stunned, in his eyes. Maybe only celestial beings in the sky can conjure up so much food. The brother-in-law is a celestial being, and this realization made him ecstatic. The villagers who emerged from the forest were shocked by the full basket of rice, each one gasping in amazement, Oh my goodness, so much rice. At this moment, Xiong-er ran up to you, bent over, and said, Sir, all the people who came to chop wood are here, not one missing. You chuckled as you watched the bustling villagers, not too many, just around 20 people, slightly below your expectations. It's a good thing you were worried earlier. You brought out 50 portions of rice. At that moment, an elderly lady hunched over, walked up to the rice, grabbed a handful, and sniffed it. Arya saw her approaching. Holding your sleeve, I whispered that this is San Yang. When we were fleeing, San Yang lent our family 2 caddies of bran. I have seen San Yang in Shen. San Yang squinted and smiled, saying, "Then I'll take the liberty to call you Big Brother." "Big Brother, the firewood you mentioned is like tea leaves in our family. Can we bring it over to exchange? The more, the better. It's all as you said earlier, 2 caddies of rice for a load of firewood." San Yang nodded. Turning to the villagers, she said, "Did you hear what my big brother said? The more, the better. Everyone go home, bring firewood, and exchange it for food." "Good, generous big brother." When the villagers heard San Yang's words, they believed most of it. They clamored and prepared to go home to get firewood. "Wait, hold on. You stopped them. Help me drag these trees back first, and by the way, get to know the way to my house. Then we'll exchange it at my house, so I don't have to move it back myself. I can't move it alone. Ha ha ha." The villagers burst into laughter, all delighted. Lu Lioli, a well-known figure, they are all refugees. Most of them fled because of this more than 2 months of flooding, fields submerged, houses washed away. Having nothing, they ran to the deep mountains to escape the autumn tax beast, forced to do so. They have just gathered together for 2 months. They are not very familiar with each other, can only be considered a motley crew. Without fields, they have no way to farm. They can only rely on going up the mountain to chop firewood in exchange for food. Occasionally, we can dig up some wild vegetables, pick some wild fruits to ease hunger. It's a mix of having a meal and not having one, always feeling insecure. Everyone is living numbly, anxious every day. At this moment, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, they will risk their lives for it, like 2 caddies of rice. Everyone rushes to support those 4 big trees, afraid that if they are slow, they won't be able to exchange firewood for rice. Li Chen weighed the basket of rice on the ground, weighing over 50 portions. Each portion is a caddy, so it's over 50 caddies. He had to carry it back home, pondering. Addressing Xiong'er, he began to speak, but Xiong'er saw him beckoning and quickly responded, "Sir, just call me Xiong'er." Upon hearing this name, Li Chen paused, looking at the thin Xiong'er, unable to match him with the bear on Bear Ridge, which was much stronger. "Xiong'er, come help me carry this basket of rice." "I'm coming," Xiong'er said, dropping the tree, and someone immediately took it over, smugly watching the villagers who didn't manage to grab it. With a lively expression on his face, Li Chen carried Arya on his back, leading the way. Beside him was Xiong'er carrying the rice, followed by a large group of villagers. Arya was on her brother-in-law's back, her hands around Li Chen's neck, facing the envious eyes of the other children, her face filled with pride. "Humph, this formidable person is my brother-in-law." In the past, when the family was poor, they were often bullied by the villagers, saying her father was dead, her mother had run away, and there were only 3 sisters in the family, no men, claiming their family line would end with them. They never let her gather firewood with them, always bullying her, beating her, and stealing her things. Now that she has a brother-in-law, there is a man in the house, and her brother-in-law is more powerful than all the men in your families combined. No, he's more powerful than all the men in the village put together. Let's see who dares to bully her or steal from her in the future. "Humph, if you bully me, I'll make sure my brother-in-law doesn't trade rice with your family anymore." Xiong'er followed behind Li Chen carrying the rice, feeling a sense of superiority. "Humph, when you were dragging the big trees, I was carrying rice. I even spoke to the master before any of you." Li Chen was unaware of the thoughts of Arya and Xiong'er, leading them back to the thatched hut. Arya saw the house and jumped off his back, calling out all the way, "Sister, sister, I brought my brother-in-law back." Li Chen walked into the house and saw her holding Big Ya's hand, vividly describing to her sister what had happened that day. She was so excited, dancing, and gesturing with her hands and feet. Big Ya was always busy, taking care of the little ones at home, so she tidied up the house a bit. She laid out a larger bed made of straw on the ground for Li Chen to sleep on. Her husband was tall and big, so naturally, the bed had to be bigger to accommodate him comfortably. When Li Chen entered, she lowered her head, blushing from her face to her neck, unable to look at him. Li Chen smiled, took a wooden bowl, and went outside. This was for measuring the rice. The villagers placed their firewood in front of them, craning their necks to watch Li Chen. "Come, let's exchange some first, then go home to get more firewood to exchange. Remember to bring containers to carry the rice." The first to come forward was San Yang, who had only gathered about half a load of firewood that morning, placing it in front of Li Chen. Li Chen pretended to weigh it, not knowing how many caddies it was. A load was 100 caddies, so he estimated it to be around 50 or 60 caddies. Rounded up, let's call it a load. "I don't have a scale here, so this bowl of rice will count as a caddy, and your firewood will also count as a load. Here, take 2 bowls of rice. Life is full of uncertainties." He didn't bother to calculate the 1 or 2 caddies of rice. There was more than enough in his bag. Even if he exchanged a load of firewood for a load of rice, he wouldn't feel at a loss. Not to mention the ratio of exchanging 100 caddies of firewood for just 2 caddies of rice. Li Chen didn't care, he even felt like he had made a profit. He didn't care, but the villagers did. They could clearly see this bowl of rice, estimating it to be at least 1.5 caddies. The firewood was only about half a load. Wow, what a profit. It was double what was said before. Both sides felt like they had made a good deal. So the transaction went smoothly. 20 people finished exchanging in no time, dispersing in a hurry to go home and get the remaining firewood to exchange, afraid that this good opportunity would be gone soon. Xiong'er stayed behind, planning to cut down the remaining trees. Li Chen stopped him, took out a jar from the house, filled it with rice. There's no rush to cut down the trees, no need to go home and get firewood to exchange, I have enough here. When Xiong'er heard this, he was a bit confused, standing still, looking somewhat aggrieved. No, I didn't do anything wrong, sir. Where did I go wrong? Tell me, you can't deceive me, you exchanged with them, why not with me? Cui Hua sat down on the ground and started crying, regretting questioning him earlier. What are you thinking? Li Chen handed over a jar filled with rice, weighing over 20 caddies. This is for you, consider it an exchange. Keep the firewood for yourself, he said. Mainly, I want to discuss with you. If you're free tomorrow, don't go chopping wood. Come to my house and help me repair the house. Li Chen patted Xiong'er's shoulder, feeling that the thatched cottage was too small. Moreover, it leaked everywhere, the roof leaked, and it was uncomfortable to live in. He wanted to do some repairs, but he was lazy and didn't want to work, planning to use some food to get others to help him. Xiong'er held the jar, looking at the rice inside, his eyes turned red. He trembled all over, feeling the blood rushing to his head, everything before his eyes turned red. The 2 months of wandering life had long crushed him. Every day was uncertain, with no stable meals. Suddenly, someone said he did well and then gave him rice that he might not earn even after chopping wood for months. It felt like a dream to him, and he burst into tears, kneeling on the ground. Sir, thank you, I'll follow you from now on. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it. He felt he hadn't done anything but received a jar full of rice. If he did well, how much more rice could he get? He might even have a meal of dry rice. In Xiong'er's mind, being able to have a meal of dry rice was something he wouldn't dare to dream of. Just as Li Chen finished talking about repairing the house, a task was released in his mind. Ding, hidden task unlocked. A home is essential for a family, find a shelter. Surviving in chaotic times, having a shelter is crucial. It is recommended for the host to find a house as a shelter. Reward, 99 plus blankets, special reward, the latest Confucius outfit set. Confucius outfit, heaven's protection, impervious to all laws. Attire of the Confucian sage, if heaven had not produced the Master Kong, then for a long night how would the world have had the light of culture? Ding, detected that the host has a 5 square meter shelter, task completed, reward distributed. Li Chen was currently wearing a set of pajamas. The clothes he wore before crossing were tattered. He looked like a beggar, so the villagers wouldn't find his appearance strange. Even though they were tattered, they were better than what the villagers wore, at least not as thin. Seeing the rewards in his backpack, Li Chen remained calm, still smiling as he helped Xiong'er up. Stop talking nonsense, don't keep calling me sir, sir. Just call me young master like the others. Xiong'er wiped away a tear, feeling that following him would secure his future. Alright, young master, I'll listen to you from now on. Li Chen handed the bowl to Xiong'er, asking him to take care of changing the firewood while he acted as a lazy shopkeeper, sitting on a piece of wood. A maid came out with a bowl of milk powder, timidly looking at Li Chen and said, Sir, this is for you. The maid's voice grew softer, her head lowered, and by the end, her face turned red. Feeling inadequate, she couldn't even speak, tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing her like this, Li Chen couldn't help but laugh, pinching her cheek with his fingers and saying, Why are you so cute? Sipping the milk powder and watching the blushing maid, he grew fonder of her. It reminded him of a girl. Human desires are naive. That damn Chen guy. The maid stood in front of Li Chen, shy and hesitant to leave, stealing glances at him from time to time to see if he had finished drinking. Every time their eyes met, she trembled like a little white rabbit, shaking a few times, wanting to run away. Li Chen watched the maid with interest, planning to tease her a bit, when he heard a commotion. Xiong'er, you scoundrel, how did you calculate this? This doesn't add up. Wadi Jiao pointed at Xiong'er and cursed loudly, feeling that the firewood at her house didn't match the rice she exchanged for. But she didn't know where it didn't match. She counted on her fingers for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Her family was originally among the refugees, living the best life. There were 2 men in the family, her husband and son, who could work. Although they were not wealthy, they were much better off than other villagers who sometimes went without food. The appearance of Lin's husband made her feel very uneasy. Just because she had some looks, she flirted with men everywhere. Seeing Li Chen exchanging grain for rice, she also felt that it was nothing special to have some rotten grain at home before fleeing, so what was there to be proud of? Pretending to need firewood, when the grain runs out, won't they have to go up the mountain to chop wood? Won't they go hungry? She was afraid that when the time came, she would be too weak from hunger to chop wood and would still ask our family to borrow grain. The more she thought about it, the more malicious she became, and then she happened to see Xiong exchanging grain improperly, and she started to lose her temper. Before Li Chen even walked over, she saw a little girl in a grass skirt, pressing tree branches with her body, walking out from behind Guo Dajiao. The little girl poured all the rice from Guo Dajiao's pocket back into the bamboo basket. Then she put her family's firewood back in front of her. This is a load of firewood. The little girl took away a load of firewood, then scooped 2 bowls of rice into Guo Dajiao's pocket. This is 2 loads of firewood. The little girl scooped 2 more bowls of rice. It wasn't until she exchanged load after load like this that the little girl finally spoke. Aunt Guo, do you think this matches up? Guo Dajiao saw Li Chen approaching and didn't dare to continue making a scene, shrinking behind her husband. Although she was jealous, she didn't dare to speak out, so she could only make a scene over trivial matters and bully Xiong. In front of Li Chen, she didn't dare to say a word, so she had to hide in a dark corner and maliciously speculate about others. It matches up, it matches up. Guo Dajiao's husband was more honest, hunching over and nodding and bowing to Li Chen incessantly. As he spoke, he took the grain back. Watching Guo Dajiao leave like she was fleeing, Li Chen looked at Xiong and asked him what was going on. After listening to Xiong's description, Li Chen realized that he had overestimated the villagers' intelligence. He thought that even in the Ming dynasty, the cultural level of ordinary people was at least that of a primary school student. Unexpectedly, these people's knowledge was not even as good as that of a horse's hoof. They had to count on their fingers to understand transactions within 10. Guo Dajiao's family had more firewood, about 7 loads. Xiong couldn't figure it out and gave 1 bowl of rice less. Unfortunately, neither of them could figure out how much to exchange, so they started arguing. The little girl, standing behind Guo Dajiao, probably couldn't stand it anymore, so she stepped forward to help them figure it out. Xiong kept his head down and didn't dare to speak. He felt worried that the master had entrusted him with such an important task, but he hadn't done it well, and he was afraid that the master wouldn't come to him in the future. Li Chen didn't blame him, she just looked at the little girl with interest. Can you count? Who taught you? Li Chen asked. The little girl nodded and said, I can count a little, my grandpa taught me. Okay, I'll leave the firewood exchange to you, and after you're done, I'll give you a few more pounds of rice. Li Chen handed her the bowl and said. The little girl's eyes lit up. She took the bowl from Xiong's hand and started working. Whether it was 3 loads of firewood or 6.5 loads, the little girl could always accurately scoop out the corresponding rice with just a glance. Her movements were quick, and she counted very fast. Do you know her? Li Chen asked Xiong. Xiong thought for a moment and replied, I don't know her name, I only know that she also came here as a refugee, following her grandpa, but unfortunately the old man didn't last long and died? And then she was left alone in these mountains, without even a decent piece of clothing. After listening to Xiong's words, Li Chen remained silent. He watched as the little girl swiftly exchanged all the villagers' firewood, before finally taking out his own half-load of branches. Placing the branches into the firewood pile, he scooped a bowl of rice and carefully placed it into the wooden bowl he had brought. Because the wooden bowl had a crack, some rice leaked out, and she quickly squatted down to pick them up one by one. With only half a load of firewood, she could only exchange for a bowl of rice, so she cherished every grain of food. Being so young, she couldn't chop as much firewood as others. She didn't dare pick up the branches on the ground, fearing that other children would hit her, so she had to break branches from the trees. Lacking strength, she used her body to break the branches. Although she sometimes got hurt, at least no one would fight her for the branches she broke. Her biological parents never wanted her from a young age. It was her grandfather who picked her up and raised her, but unfortunately, shortly after fleeing here, her grandfather passed away. She began to adapt to a life alone, eating grass roots and tree bark. When she was starving, she even ate yellow soil. She never thought about living a good life, she just wanted to survive. Living is not a crime. As she picked, a tall figure stood in front of her. She looked up and saw Li Chen, bathed in the twilight glow, gazing at her. What's your name? I'm Xiao Xiao. The little girl stood up, her emaciated body trembling in the cold wind. Li Chen looked at her in silence, wondering how a 5 or 6-year-old child could survive alone in the mountains. He wanted to help her, but before he could speak, he heard a sound in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a hidden mission to take in a disciple. Endowed with luck, the destined girl, still young, has experienced many hardships and needs a teacher to protect and educate her. Please accept her as your disciple, host, and help her grow up. Mission reward, 99 plus eggs. Special reward, 1 resurrection coin. Resurrection coin, hey, I'm alive, hey, I'm dead, hey, I'm alive again, come and hit me, idiot. Li Chen had intended to hire a nanny to take care of the little girl. He never expected the system to suggest that he take in a disciple. And to top it off, it even rewarded him with a resurrection coin, equivalent to having a second life. It seemed like a conscientious system. As Li Chen looked at the rewards given by the system and then at Xiao Xiao, his gaze softened. He gently said, Xiao Xiao, I see that you are naturally intelligent, and we have a connection. I would like to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? Xiao Xiao, holding the wooden bowl, stared blankly at Li Chen. The words take you as my disciple echoed in her ears. Since she could remember, she had been despised by her parents, taken to the mountains, and left to fend for herself. She cried in despair, but no one paid attention to her, and she was almost taken away by wolves. It was her grandfather who went up the mountain to chop firewood and brought her back, and the two depended on each other. Later, when the river burst its banks, her grandfather took her on a journey of escape to this place. Within a few days, her grandfather passed away, leaving her alone again. She couldn't understand why heaven was so unfair. She hadn't done anything wrong, so why was she treated this way? Bullied, hungry, firewood stolen, falling from trees, the house leaking, unable to sleep from the cold. Every time, she gritted her teeth and persevered, thinking she would have to live like this forever. She never expected someone to appear and say they wanted to take her as an apprentice. This made her stay still, afraid to move, fearing it was all a dream. If she moved, the dream would end. Seeing her lack of response, Xiong'er quickly knelt down, urging, You silly child, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and agree. Xiao Xiao knelt on the ground, her mouth quivering, and burst into tears. Woo woo, she cried softly, as if suppressing herself. Li Chen couldn't bear to see a woman cry, so he lifted her up and gently patted her back. Don't cry, be good. Woo woo, I'm willing. Ding, successful disciple acquisition detected. Task completed, reward distributed. Ha ha ha. Li Chen looked at the resurrection coins in his backpack and laughed heartily. He no longer needed to worry about safety issues. He kicked the wooden bowl on the ground with a sense of relief. Forget it. Li Chen picked up Xiao Xiao and said, You are my disciple now. By the way, what's your surname? I don't know. Xiao Xiao shook her head and said, Grandpa always called me Xiao Xiao, didn't give me a name, but I know my grandpa's surname is Su. Most commoners in the Ming dynasty did not have names, only nicknames. When they grew up, the nickname combined with the surname became their full name. No name. Li Chen thought for a moment and decided to give her a name. Then your surname is also Su, so you'll be called Su Xiao from now on. Li Chen took a stick and wrote her name on the ground. This is your name, remember it. Li Chen pointed to the characters on the ground and said to Xiao Xiao. She nodded and said, I remember, I'll be Su Xiao from now on. Li Chen thought of something and wrote a few more characters, saying, a name should have characters. I'll give you the character Pinyin, hoping for peace and safety in the future, okay? Okay. Xiao Xiao nodded, hugged Li Chen's neck, watched him write, and repeated her new name. Su Xiao, Su Pinyin. The villagers nearby saw Li Chen writing on the ground, exchanged glances, showing astonishment in their eyes. My goodness, this young man is extraordinary. He can write. Could he be a scholar? No, he must be a scholar. My goodness, no wonder there's so much food. He's a scholar. In the Ming dynasty, the identity of a scholar was highly respected. Among 10,000 people, perhaps not even one would be a seat of learning. All scholars in the Ming dynasty lived well. Not only were they exempt from taxes, but they also received subsidies from the court, receiving rice, noodles, cloth, and other items every month. Therefore, in the eyes of the villagers, scholars not only represented a noble status but also a worry-free life. Thinking of this, they looked at Li Chen with envy. They didn't expect this girl to be so fortunate, marrying a scholar as her husband. The more they looked, the more envious and even jealous they became. Even Suehua couldn't help but feel jealous and said to the girl, this girl, have hit the jackpot by marrying a scholar. Your future life will be full of blessings. The girl looked at her husband, feeling happier the more she looked. Her husband not only produced rice but also read and wrote, and didn't mind her bringing along 2 children. Unlike herself, who couldn't do anything, not even speak loudly to others, and worked slower than others. The girl was a bit worried, fearing that her husband would find her stupid and not want her anymore. Li Chen, unaware of the girl's doubts, spoke generously to the villagers. Today is the day I marry the girl and accept my first disciple, so everyone stay and have a meal today. After all, it was the first time in 2 lifetimes that he was getting married, so they had to have a feast to mark the occasion. Everyone pitch in, we'll have a full meal today. If anyone is free tomorrow, you can come help me build a new house, otherwise, it'll be too crowded for all of us to live together. Okay. Sir, you're generous. The villagers cheered at the invitation for a meal, some even inquired about the reward for building the house. Sir, will there be food for building the house? Li Chen looked at the questioner, waved his hand, and said, do I look like a stingy person to you? Food will be plentiful, and each person can also take 5 caddies of rice. SSS. All the villagers gasped in surprise. They never expected not only free meals but also 5 kilograms of rice every day. They were shocked by the price Li Chen offered. If they hadn't seen that Li Chen could write and was an educated man, they wouldn't have believed such a good deal. Master, you are generous. I'll follow you from now on, Master. Master, whatever you ask me to do in the future, I'll do it. The villagers became exceptionally warm, addressing each other as Master, even more affectionately than they did their own fathers. In their eyes, Li Chen, who could provide so much food, was even dearer than their own fathers. The villagers enthusiastically helped with the work, leaving Dia unable to assist. When she tried to light a fire, she was persuaded to stop. As San Yang put it, from now on, you are the wife of a scholar. How can you do such rough work? Let us handle these tasks, and you just take care of Master. With nothing to do, Dia could only walk up to Li Chen and stand there listening to him chat with Arya. Brother-in-law, I also want a name. Pouting, Arya held Li Chen's hand and shook it, feeling a bit jealous that her sister had a name but she didn't. Hearing this, Dia walked over, pulled Arya away, and told her not to bother her husband. You can't do this. Brother-in-law is very tired. Let him rest for a while. Arya didn't listen, twisting her body and refusing to leave. Dia couldn't use force, so she had to squat down and gently reason with Arya. Li Chen, watching the gentle Dia, couldn't help but ask, how about I give you a name? Blushing, Dia dared not look at Li Chen, lowered her head, and softly said, okay, from now on, you shall be called Yu Chu. In a world where gentleness is valued at 10 measures, Yu Chu holds 12, leaving the world indebted by 2 measures. He felt that this name suited Dia's character well, gentle yet strong-willed. Dia didn't understand the meaning behind Li Chen's poem, but she felt that he liked the name Yu Chu. Yu Chu, Lin Yu Chu. She silently repeated her name in her heart, unable to hide her happiness on her face. Glancing at Li Chen with a blush, she met his gaze, blushing even more as she lowered her head, too shy to look at him again. Seeing her sister with a name, Arya burst into tears. Wah, I want a name too, I want a name too. Li Chen watched Arya crying on the ground and, after a moment of thought, came up with a name that suited her well. Dong Dong, from now on, you shall be called Dong Dong, okay? Why Dong Dong? Arya choked out. Because Dong Dong is clever and brave. Only clever and brave children can be called Dong Dong. Li Chen had initially wanted to say foolish children, but he was afraid she would cry, so he changed his words in time. Indeed, Arya, upon hearing this, immediately smiled, patted her bottom, and began to show off to the other children. Ha, foolish children. That night, they drank thin porridge, but no one except Li Chen found fault with it. Everyone held their bowls, slurping up the porridge noisily. Master said to finish the porridge before leaving and to make sure everyone was full. He also apologized for making it too thin that day, feeling sorry for everyone. They didn't mind at all. This fragrant porridge was a rare treat for them. Something only the landlords could afford. To have a bowl of white porridge was like smoke rising from their ancestors' graves, allowing them to enjoy such a delicacy. Eating dry rice, that was something only possible if their ancestors' graves caught fire. The villagers ate and drank their fill, bid their farewells, and left. Yu Chu followed a few familiar women to help pack up. Dong Dong, the foolish one, went back with Xiaoping and to pack their belongings, ready to live with them from then on. Only Li Chen was left sitting in the room, staring at the little girl. Oh, the little girl saw Li Chen sitting still without coming to hug her, so she reached out her little hands and kept calling out, oh. Humph, usually I'm the one giving orders to others, why is it your turn, you little one, to command me, Li Chen said, picking up the little girl with disdain. He always thought of himself as lazy, lying down instead of sitting instead of standing, and having others do the work. Why should he do it himself? Thinking about it, he took out 2 blankets from his backpack, laid them on the hay, and lay down. Placing the little girl on his belly, he began to reason with her. I am your brother-in-law, you know? Oh, looks like you understand, children can be taught, so, you sleep alone at night, your sister and I will sleep, did you hear me clearly? He didn't intend to eat the little girl now, after all. How could things be handled in this 5 square meter room? Dong Dong and Ping'an were still around. He was just bored, wanting to talk. Anyway, the little girl wouldn't understand, so he started to talk nonsense. Actually, I am Ultraman, coming from the M78 Nebula, specifically to fight this little monster of yours. Come, taste my Ultraman tornado split move. Do. The little girl, annoyed by him poking her, grabbed his head and bit his nose. The child didn't have teeth yet, and Li Chen wasn't hurt by her bite, so he hugged her and fell asleep drowsily. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he remembered to take out a few more blankets and cover himself. Although not cold, it was still comforting to be covered with a blanket. It felt safer that way. When Yuchu brought the two maids into the room, she saw Li Chen holding the little girl, sound asleep, covered with a blanket, and several sets of quilts beside him. She had long been accustomed to her husband's magic, so she wasn't surprised. She gestured to Dong Dong and the others to be quiet, then quietly helped them wash up. The room was full of firewood, with only a small space to sleep, so they had to squeeze next to Li Chen and lie down carefully. Su Xiao, wrapped in a thick quilt, felt as warm as if she were dreaming. Happiness bubbled up a bit. Afraid it was a dream, she tossed and turned, reluctant to fall asleep. After a while, she whispered to Dong Dong, "There are no mosquitoes tonight." She had just noticed something missing. Oh, the annoying mosquitoes that usually buzzed around. Dong Dong, upon hearing her, also noticed the absence of the pests. The usual buzzing of mosquitoes, moths, and bugs made it hard to sleep. Tonight, the room was quiet. She looked at Li Chen, then at the blankets on her body. She whispered to Su Xiao, "Let me tell you something, don't tell anyone else." Su Xiao nodded, agreeing. "Actually, my brother-in-law is a fairy, the rice we eat and the blankets we use are all conjured by him." Su Xiao covered her mouth, her eyes wide open. Dong Dong, seeing her reaction, felt proud and continued, "Those annoying mosquitoes were all driven away by my brother-in-law. Impressive, right?" So impressive, Su Xiao showed an envious look. But then she thought, this was her master, so she could learn these things in the future too. Watching the two little maids whispering to each other, Yuchu didn't stop them. "Children, it's a normal thing." She didn't know when she fell asleep, and when she opened her eyes again, it was already bright outside. She hurried out and saw a group of villagers at the door, fixing the ground, San Yang and the others cooking. Arya and Su Xiao were squatting on the ground, drawing with sticks. "You're awake, come and eat." Lin Yuchu looked around and saw a man with rosy lips and white teeth, handsome and elegant, holding the little girl and waving at her. "Ah, you are my husband." The villagers burst into laughter upon hearing this, some even teasing, "Big miss, have you lost your mind? Don't even recognize your own husband?" In fact, it's not Young Chu's fault. Yesterday, Li Chen was wearing tattered pajamas, his face still blackened from the lightning strike, looking disheveled like a beggar. Today, Li Chen had cleaned up nicely and put on the scholar outfit rewarded by the system. Wearing a white fitted robe, he looked refined. Coupled with Li Chen's striking resemblance to Wu Yanzu, he appeared like a celestial being descending to earth. When he first stepped out, the villagers were dumbfounded, with a few women even kneeling and bowing, murmuring about a deity descending. After Li Chen explained, they believed he was yesterday's young master, not a divine being. It's not their fault for being ignorant, it's mainly because Li Chen was exceptionally good-looking, shining as if illuminated under the sun. Indeed, he was emitting a faint glow around his body, visible only upon close inspection. Perhaps his body structure changed during the crossing. Li Chen didn't mind. With all the strange occurrences these days, glowing was the least of his concerns. He gestured for Young Chu to sit down, serving her a bowl of milk powder and 2 eggs. "Eat up, specially prepared for you. You were sleeping so soundly, I didn't have the heart to wake you up," Li Chen said as he fed the little girl. "Oh." Young Chu glanced at her sister, acknowledging her with a simple sound. Looking at the breakfast in front of her, Young Chu felt it was too extravagant and pushed the eggs towards Li Chen, saying, "I'll just have a little, this is for you." "I've already eaten." Li Chen peeled the eggs and fed them to Young Chu. "Everyone gets the same, 2 eggs, a bowl of milk powder. Be good, let your husband feed you." Young Chu hesitated but eventually ate the eggs, blushing like a beetroot. I want my brother-in-law to feed me too." Lin Dongdong was indeed a silly child. Every time Li Chen tried to show affection to Young Chu, she would always disrupt. Li Chen felt the need to teach this foolish child a lesson, otherwise, she might lose her brother-in-law. "Then spin in circles. When I count to 3, I'll feed you the egg." Lin Dongdong happily started spinning in place as Li Chen began counting. 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1. Soon, Dongdong stopped, dizzy and staggering, muttering, "Brother-in-law, don't spin, wait for me, don't spin." After teasing Dongdong, he sent her back to continue practicing writing. Li Chen wrote the numbers 1 to 10 on the ground for Dongdong and Su Xiao to copy, promising to take the one who wrote the best to the city for fun. With the next market day approaching, Li Chen also wanted to visit the city to explore this world. Today's sign-in reward was 99 plus gold ingots, making him momentarily the wealthiest man in the Ming dynasty. Of course, money is meant to be spent. So, he planned to buy some things in the city during the market day. After Young Chu finished eating and took the little girl, who had eaten and drunk her fill, to bed, Li Chen sat alone on a wooden stool, basking in the sun, watching the villagers work. He called it supervision, but in reality, the villagers didn't need his oversight. They all worked diligently, even the toddlers who had just learned to walk, knew to pick up a few twigs and hand them to Li Chen to help build a new house for the young master. The temptation of 5 kilograms of rice per day brought them there before dawn, squatting at the door, waiting for him to assign tasks. Li Chen also didn't know how to build a house, so he asked Xiong'er and let him take full responsibility. For professional matters, it's best to let professionals handle them. There weren't many villagers, just over 20 adults and about 10 children. No elderly people. After all, adults are the labor force, and they can survive better when fleeing. Children are the future labor force, feed them for a few years, and they can start working. As for the elderly, Li Chen didn't delve into it. He didn't want to think about the fate of those old people. Guo Daijiao was very angry. While tidying up the ground, she intentionally dug pits all over the flat surface. When she came over in the morning, the sun had just risen, and Li Chen was standing on the hillside admiring the sunrise. Under the golden sunlight, the tall figure of Li Chen was crowned by the rising sun. She thought he was a deity descending to earth, so she knelt down and kowed out for a long time, making a bunch of wishes. She became the subject of ridicule by other villagers. Feeling humiliated, she grew to hate the Lin family even more, and her mind became somewhat twisted. It would be best if your whole family died, she said bitterly. Her son, Huadatu, was working nearby and seeing Lin Yuchu eating eggs made his mouth water. He spoke up to his mother, "Mom, I want to eat eggs too." For breakfast, the villagers only had white porridge. Only Xiong'er's family and a few from the Lin family had eggs to eat. The others didn't, as Li Chen knew that treating everyone the same would make them feel entitled. Only by treating them differently could he better control them. So her son was craving eggs, feeling itchy inside and wanting to taste them. "Eat, eat, 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 eat," Guo Daijiao scolded, her pent-up anger finding an outlet. "All you do is eat all day long. You've grown so big, what use are you? You still want to eat eggs. Do I look like an egg to you?" "No, you don't." "Mom, you're ugly, not as good-looking as an egg." Guo Datu, following his father's lead, was dull-witted. When Guo Dajiao heard this, her anger flared up, and she took off her straw shoes to start hitting the child. "You dare call me ugly, you little brat." The other villagers burst into laughter, finding the scene entertaining, saying the beating was too light since Data didn't even cry. Li Chen watched this farce and suddenly felt something was amiss. He stood up and looked around. Yu Chu was holding little Ye, supervising the two little ones writing. San Yang and the people from the Lin family were making a fire to cook. Guo Daijia was hitting her son, and the trees behind her were swaying in the wind. The other villagers were watching the spectacle. What's wrong? Li Chen felt increasingly uneasy, as if he had lost something, feeling irritable under the scorching sun. "No, there's no wind today." Li Chen suddenly looked up and shouted to the villagers watching the commotion, "Run! Roar!" Before the words had even settled, a 2-meter-long white-faced tiger leaped out of the woods. Roaring, it pounced on Guo Dajiao. Guo Dajiao turned to look, instantly sitting paralyzed on the ground, her mind blank, feeling powerless. As the tiger's gaping jaws drew closer, she could already smell the blood in its mouth. At that moment, all she could think was, "It's over, I'm done for." Bang, bang, bang. She heard a series of banging sounds behind her, like thunder. She saw flashes of fire hitting the tiger, causing blood and flesh to fly. Turning her head, she saw that the fire was coming from the hands of the Lin family's master. Damn! Li Chen was also startled. A tiger the size of a small car suddenly leaped out and pounced towards the villagers. In a moment of desperation, he took out an AK-47 from his backpack and aimed at the tiger, pulling the trigger. The AK produced by the system had no recoil. After all, it was a cheat. It also had unlimited bullets, no need to change magazines. Moreover, the tiger was too big, and he couldn't guarantee the AK's killing power and his own accuracy. So he kept his finger on the trigger, continuously hearing the system's beep until he stopped. Beep, hidden mission unlocking, first kill. Living in chaotic times, one must witness bloodshed. I suggest the host engage in hunting behavior to obtain more resources. Reward, Life Essence Pill X99, special reward, a Gatling gun that spits blue flames. Gatling gun that spits blue flames. Hey, king of the streets, I need to buy a lighter. Host detected hunting a national first-level protected animal, a northeast tiger. Mission completed. Reward has been issued. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at the tiger. It turned out that beyond 7 steps, the gun was fast, but within 7 steps, it was both fast and accurate. This saying was not a lie. At a distance of about 10 meters, with a tiger over 2 meters long, almost every shot hit the target. Moreover, the power of the AK on TV had been downplayed. Who the hell could take a dozen shots and still walk? You must be Superman. The tiger on the ground was shattered, each shot leaving a fist-sized hole. He must have fired hundreds of rounds, leaving the tiger as nothing but a frame. Bones, flesh, and skin were all blown away. Good thing it's not a German tiger, or you might really struggle. Li Chen leaned on the gun, kicked the tiger's body with his foot, and cursed. He turned to ask the villagers to deal with the tiger, only to see them all kneeling on the ground. The only one not kneeling, Guadajiao, had already been scared to the point of losing control of her bladder, emitting a foul smell. Xiong air! Li Chen shouted, startling the villagers back to their senses. Stop standing there like idiots, come help me deal with this tiger. The villagers finally snapped out of it, looking at Li Chen with fear in their eyes. Xiong air, holding an axe, slowly approached, his legs trembling like a sieve. He looked at the tiger's shattered body on the ground, then at Li Chen standing on the tiger's head, and swallowed hard. Whether he was afraid of the tiger or afraid of Li Chen killing it, no one knew. Get a few people to chop up this tiger. We're having tiger meat today. Li Chen pointed at the corpse, then glanced at Guadajiao, who had soiled herself. Have her family take her home to rest, and I'll still pay her wages as usual. He didn't know what Guadajiao was thinking, but he felt sorry for the village woman. To think she had mistaken herself for a deity early in the morning and almost been carried off by a tiger, how unlucky could one get? Li Chen glared at Xiong air with frustration. This guy, asked to chop up the tiger, dawdled around, claiming he was scared and couldn't do it. It's not like the tiger was alive, for heaven's sake, it was dead. Fuming, Li Chen had to do it himself. Coward! Rolling up his sleeves, he began to dismember the tiger's flesh. At first, he was worried about blood splattering on him, but as he chopped, he realized that the light emanating from his body was blocking the blood from reaching him. This discovery relieved him of the worry of soiling his clothes. "Yes, sir," Xiong air stuttered, addressing Li Chen. What exactly do you do?" Xiong air couldn't help but voice his doubts. He had initially thought Li Chen was a scholar, but he had never heard of a scholar killing a tiger barehanded. And now, Li Chen had conjured a stick that spewed flames, banging like thunder. Not only him, but the villagers were also discussing fervently, their eyes filled with fear rather than reverence. Li Chen looked at them and felt it necessary to explain. Otherwise, their imaginations might run wild, turning him into something he wasn't in their minds. "Don't be afraid, don't panic, come over and listen to me for a moment." Li Chen stood on the pile of firewood, calling the villagers loudly to gather in front of him. The villagers looked at him, and he looked back at them, one by one slowly surrounding him. When Li Chen saw that almost everyone had gathered, he spoke the words he had just prepared. "I know many of you are curious about what I do. What was that just now, and how did it kill the tiger?" With a flash of golden light in his hand, an AK-47 appeared. The villagers were frightened and took a few steps back, looking fearfully at the AK-47 in his hand. After all, this thing had just killed a tiger, so it was hard for them not to be afraid of it. Li Chen raised the AK-47 above his head and said loudly, "This is the magic weapon my master gave me, the Palm Thunder, used to vanquish demons and evil spirits. Originally, I was cultivating with my master on the mountain, seeking immortality and enlightenment. Later, my master said my past karma was unresolved, and that I had unfinished fate with Daya. He asked me to come down the mountain to find Daya, be husband and wife with her in this life, and then I could return to cultivate immortality. You don't need to be afraid, I won't harm you, and I have already taken on a little disciple. Today, I will let the villagers witness as I give this Palm Thunder to the little one." Li Chen called Su Xiao up and solemnly asked her to kneel down. There had to be a sense of ceremony. Li Chen looked at Su Xiao and said, "Pinyin, from now on, I will pass this magic weapon to you. This is the sacred artifact passed down through generations of our sect. Remember, this magic weapon can only vanquish demons and evil spirits, not harm innocent civilians. Do you understand?" Su Xiao, with red eyes, looked at her master and took the AK-47 from his hand, feeling like she had received not just a magic weapon, but also a legacy and a responsibility. "Yes, master." Li Chen hung the AK-47 on Su Xiao's back and looked at her, who looked like a child soldier, almost laughing out loud. As for giving away the AK-47, he didn't mind at all. Just a gesture without loading the gun, he could easily retrieve it later. The reason? Just say the master is keeping it for you, and when you grow up, he will give it to you. Besides, with Gatling guns available, who still needs an AK-47? Sure enough, when the villagers saw him give the Palm Thunder to Su Xiao, they all believed Li Chen's nonsense. Compared to this young master, Su Xiao holding the AK was not as intimidating, and they were more familiar with Su Xiao, a 7 or 8-year-old child, which made them feel more at ease. They looked at Li Chen, each revealing a look of understanding. No wonder he took a liking to Dia. Turns out they were husband and wife in their past life, and their fate continued in this life. In their minds, Li Chen suddenly transformed from a monster into a disciple of Taoism who knew spells. He was destined to achieve immortality. Li Chen looked at the villagers and decided to play his trump card. So everyone, continue to work hard. In the future, each person will not only receive 5 kilograms of rice per day but also 10 eggs. Hearing this, the villagers' suspicions completely disappeared. Which monster would provide rice and eggs like this without sacrificing children? As long as they helped him build houses every day, they could receive so many benefits. Even if he wasn't a monster, he was a good one. No, not a monster, but a great immortal. The villagers didn't have to wait until evening. They had their long-awaited eggs for lunch, 2 for each person. And the day's wages were paid in advance by the young master. 10 kilograms of rice and 10 eggs per person. The young master said the extra 5 kilograms were for mental distress compensation. After all, everyone was frightened by the sudden appearance of a tiger, so this 5 kilograms of rice was to compensate them. The villagers didn't know what mental distress compensation meant, but they roughly understood the idea. And not only did they receive it, even the little beggar kids who came for a meal got some. Brother-in-law said they also worked, giving each person 5 kilograms of rice and 5 eggs. The villagers never expected that even children would have something, bringing it over just hoping to have a meal, never even thinking about wages. They were all delighted, happily eating the dry rice, reluctant to eat the eggs, hiding them in their pockets, planning to save them for later. Li Chen saw this and scolded them, saying there would be dinner in the evening, so why hide them? He even had the cook, San Yang, stew a tiger, planning for everyone to eat tiger meat in the evening. This statement completely won over the villagers. My goodness! 3 meals of dry rice a day, and 10 kilograms of rice and 10 eggs to take. And even the little ones who struggled to pull weeds could get half of the rice and eggs. And this would happen every day. This can't be a dream. All the villagers touched the distributed rice and eggs, feeling the real texture, letting them know this wasn't a dream. At that moment, they erupted in excitement. That idiot who just said brother-in-law was a monster. Damn it, I'll give him a slap. How could this be something a monster did? Such fragrant dry rice, so much rice, such big eggs. Who dares to say brother-in-law isn't a deity? Brother-in-law must be a deity today. I'm telling you. If Li Chen hadn't stopped them, this group of people would have wanted to build a temple for him on the spot for easy worship. Li Chen finally managed to calm down this group of excited and bewitched villagers. Only then did he sit down to eat with Yu Chu and the others. When Dong Dong saw him coming over, she ran over crying and complaining, saying she didn't have a magic weapon. She never doubted her brother-in-law. She had long known her brother-in-law was a deity. Not to mention Li Chen killing a tiger. Even if her brother-in-law could fly, Dong Dong wouldn't find it strange. She was just angry, wondering why Su Xiao had a magic weapon and she didn't, thinking her brother-in-law didn't like her anymore. Li Chen had no choice but to coax her, saying that next time he went back to the mountain, he would find her a more powerful magic weapon than an AK, which finally calmed Dong Dong down. Before they could even eat a few bites, Dong Dong started asking, brother-in-law, is your master very powerful? Can he fly like a bird in the sky? Su Xiao and Yu Chu also looked at him curiously, wondering what kind of deity he was. Li Chen thought for a moment and decided to just keep lying. After all, no one knew if what he said was true or false. So he slowly began to tell the story of the Hongjun merging Tao, my master, the venerable Hongjun. Legend has it that when Pangu opened the sky and the earth, the story went on for 3 days. Every mealtime, Li Chen would tell an hour of the story. The villagers were also drawn in by the story. In this world without entertainment, they didn't have much to engage with. A village was their whole world. The farthest they had ever been was to the market. They had never heard such a magical story. Each of them was fascinated, feeling like they had heard something extraordinary. In those 3 days, the villagers even leveled the ground and built a courtyard of over 100 square meters. Inside the courtyard, a thatched house was half built, with only the roof left to be completed. Everything was made from local materials. The courtyard was surrounded by a wall made of yellow mud, and the thatched house was constructed with wooden branches, the outer layer not yet covered with yellow mud. So Li Chen's family still squeezed into the original small thatched house. After these few days of getting along, Li Chen slowly adapted to life after crossing over. He slept late, waking up around noon each time. The villagers got used to it. A disciple of a deity, surely cultivating at night. It was normal to wake up late during the day. If one day he woke up early, without looking, it was definitely because he was woken up by the little girl. Throughout the whole family, there was only the few months old little girl who didn't respect him as a disciple of a deity. She would often pick her eyes and dig her nose. Last time, she got angry with him and slapped him in the face, shouting all day long. In the whole village, Li Chen and she were the most idle. The most idle people were Li Chen and Xiaoya. And the most annoying one was the foolish child Lin Dongdong. Every time Li Chen told a story, she had the most questions. Sometimes she asked if Pango's sky-opening axe was bigger than Xiong'er's axe, sometimes she asked how Nuwa, the mother goddess, went to the toilet without legs, and sometimes she asked how the Dragon King, who lived in the water, made fire to cook. Li Chen said the Dragon King had a way to make fire in the water. She then asked how the Dragon King drank soup when eating. The Dragon King didn't need to drink soup. Does the Dragon King need to go to the toilet? What does he use to wipe his butt? Will the Dragon King drown in the water? Li Chen didn't know if the Dragon King would drown in the water, but he knew that if Dong Dong kept asking, he would drown her in the water. These damn questions people could ask. So this time when he went to the city, he didn't bring Lin Dong Dong because he found her questions too many. So he only took Su Xiao with him, along with several other villagers who were going to the city to exchange for food, to go to the city for the fair. The departure time was at noon, not in the early morning as Li Chen had thought. Because they were too far from the market, it would take 3 hours to walk, and it was more dangerous at night. So they would set off early, sleep at the foot of the city gate for the night, and go to the market the next morning to sell things for food. The market was held twice a month, on the 1st and 15th. Only on these 2 days, no road pass was needed to enter the city gate. Of course, this was only for the market area, and other places required a road pass for entry. After turning several corners along the mountain road and crossing several rivers on wooden planks, Li Chen and his group finally reached the official road. Along the official road, there were more and more refugees on the road. Everyone's appearance was almost the same. They were thin and pale, dressed in tattered clothes, with no flesh on their faces and no fat on their bodies. Some carried 3 or 4 loads of firewood, the heavy burden bending their waists into the mud. In some loads, there were 6 or 7-year-old children with grass in their hair, curiously looking at the outside world. Although the official road was wide, they walked on the sides, preferring to squeeze against each other rather than walk in the middle. Xiong'er and the others were the same. As soon as they reached the official road, they consciously avoided the middle and crowded on the side of the road. It was as if there was an invisible wall in the middle of the road blocking them. Li Chen looked at them, a little curious, and walked to the middle of the road. There was nothing there, right? He looked at Su Xiao and asked, "What are they doing? Are they sick? The road is so wide, why don't they walk in the middle and have to squeeze on the side?" Grandpa said, "The middle of the road is for the nobles to ride horses, we mudlegs, if we startle the nobles by walking in the middle, it's our own fault if we get beaten to death." Su Xiao looked at his master holding a fan, standing in the middle of the official road, and explained. The fan was a sign-in reward. Fan 99 plus, rice 99 plus, rice wine 99 plus, these were his rewards for the past 3 days of signing in. Yes, the sign-in rewards could be repeated, but Li Chen didn't have much now, so he only received rice twice. On the first day the fan arrived, he used it, wearing a long robe and holding a fan. He looked quite stylish. Li Chen heard this explanation, shook the fan, and walked leisurely in the middle of the official road. He wouldn't squeeze himself on the side. Why shouldn't he walk on such a wide road? After 9 years of compulsory education, he only learned one phrase. Whether it's kings, nobles, or generals, aren't they all just people? He didn't care about high or low status. Damn it, he was the successor of socialism, who was nobler than whom. If someone bumped into him and didn't reason with him, he would take out the Gatling gun and teach them some physics. Su Xiao saw his master walking arrogantly on the official road alone, struggled for a moment, and ran over to follow behind his master. She really liked this master, who gave her food, taught her to read and write, and even gave her powerful treasures. Oh, by the way, she noticed she had no clothes to wear, so the master's wife made her a set of clothes. The clothes on Su Xiao were made from quilt covers by Lin Yuchu. The cotton quilt rewarded by the system was the Antarctic brand from Pinduoduo for 39.9. It had 2 layers, so she took off the outer layer of the bedsheet and made a set of clothes for each family member. They were colorful and quite nice. Xiong'er also had a set made by his mother-in-law. Li Chen said his house was well built and rewarded him. This made Xiong'er so moved that he cried bitterly. Su Xiao had just followed not long when a carriage came from the official road. The servants on the carriage were waving whips to drive away the beggars on the roadside. Make way, a bunch of lowly people, don't block the way for my master." Although the official road was already wide enough for 2 carriages to pass, the servants still acted high and mighty, whipping the beggars on the roadside. Seeing the beggars being whipped to the ground, he laughed heartily, feeling very pleased with himself. The beggars dared not resist, each of them moving further away, afraid of being whipped. Sigh when the coachman saw Li Chen blocking the road, he wanted to curse, but held back. He dared to bully the ragged beggars on the roadside because his master was in the carriage, along with a dozen strong servants behind it. But he didn't dare to bully the tall and elegant Li Chen. Especially with Li Chen wearing a white Confucian robe and holding a fan, he looked either noble or wealthy. The servant stopped the carriage, alerting the steward inside. He came out of the carriage, looked at Li Chen blocking the road, and asked the coachman what was happening. After the coachman muttered something, the steward gave him a stern look, then turned to the indifferent Li Chen, neither sad nor happy. He bowed to him and said, "Excuse me, sir, could you please move aside and let us pass first?" Don't hit a smiling face. Although Li Chen didn't like the coachman's bullying behavior, he wasn't the one being bullied. Moreover, the steward spoke politely, so Li Chen didn't want to make a fuss and continued to block the road. The steward took out a string of copper coins and handed them to Li Chen, saying, "I apologize for any offense, please forgive us." He bowed and returned to the carriage. The carriage continued on its way, and this time the coachman didn't wave his whip. The steward watched the carriage move further away from Li Chen and let out a long sigh. For some reason, seeing the scholar's eyes made his heart beat faster. Giving the string of copper coins made him feel much better. It felt like he had saved a life. Li Chen watched the carriage go, sighed, regretting not having a good chat with the coachman about physics. He chuckled sarcastically as he weighed the copper coins in his hand. Those who didn't block the carriage received a few lashes. Those who did received a string of copper coins. What an ironic world. He turned back and threw the copper coins to the beggars who were whipped, saying, "This is for your injuries." The man who had been beaten caught the coins, knelt down, and thanked him repeatedly, "Thank you, sir, thank you, sir." Ignoring his gratitude, Li Chen took Su Zhao's hand and walked away. They encountered several more carriages, but none were as arrogant as the first one. Li Chen would stand aside and let them pass. He was still very reasonable. As they walked until Li Chen's feet ached, they heard the sound of a gong coming from behind. Dang, 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 officials on the move, bystanders disperse. Dang, 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 officials on the move, bystanders disperse. A group of soldiers with waste knives were driving away the refugees on the roadside. The refugees were all forced off the official road, kneeling on the ground without daring to raise their heads, afraid of offending the soldiers and being taken away for execution. Li Chen was also asked to move to the side of the road, but the soldiers in front of him did not treat him like the other refugees. Instead, they respectfully bowed and said to him, "Please make way for the officials." Seeing that they were quite polite, Li Chen did not make trouble and quietly stepped aside, standing among the refugees curiously watching them. He wanted to see what the Imperial officials looked like. The soldiers didn't mind that he didn't kneel down. After all, he was dressed like a scholar, so he must have some official status. In the Ming dynasty, scholars who passed the imperial examinations could see officials without bowing. The soldiers knew this rule, so no one reprimanded him. After the soldiers clearing the way passed, a procession followed, with a three-horse carriage at the rear. Behind the carriage were mounted soldiers, each wearing armor and looking strong. Inside the carriage sat the top scholar appointed by the current emperor, the first place in the palace examination. He lifted the curtain and looked at the refugees on the roadside, feeling pity in his heart. On his journey from the capital to the border, he had seen this scene countless times, from initial distress to now feeling somewhat numb. The Ming dynasty was facing internal and external troubles, with the border threatened by the Jurchens and barbarians, and corruption and collusion among officials in the court. There were even incidents of the border fighting while the court officials embezzled military funds. At the beginning of the year, thousands of border troops rebelled due to not receiving their pay. Although the rebellion was quelled with minimal losses, it served as a warning to the current emperor, prompting him to send the top scholar to inspect the border. Along the way, he was shocked by what he saw, never imagining that the Ming dynasty had reached such a state. The people were displaced, forced to sell their children due to harsh taxes and policies. If this continued, the Ming dynasty would face not only the Jurchens and barbarians but possibly a populace with nothing left. Zhang Jiadi sighed heavily with worry. As he prepared to lower the curtain, he noticed Li Chen. Dressed in fine scholar robes, with sharp eyes and handsome features, Li Chen stood confidently among the kneeling refugees, attracting Zhang Jiadi's attention with his aura of talent and a faint glow around him. Ah, in this world, there exists such a remarkably handsome man. Zhang Jiadi couldn't help but praise. As the carriage passed by Li Chen, Zhang Jiadi's curiosity got the better of him. He ordered the carriage to stop, adjusted his official attire, and with his attendant, approached Li Chen. "May I ask for your distinguished name, sir?" Zhang Jiadi inquired, while his attendant tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Sir, why do you always end up chatting with people?" His master was good in many ways, but his tendency to make friends with everyone was not ideal. Along the way, he had made countless friends, extending what was supposed to be a 2-week journey to a month and a half. "I am Li Chang'an, styled Haoran. May I know the name of this esteemed gentleman?" Initially, when Li Chen first became a boss, he had enrolled in some cultural classes, learning etiquette and calligraphy, and even gave himself a style name, Haoran. At that time, he thought of himself as quite cultured. It was only when he interacted with other big bosses that he realized this group was the least cultured of all. Every day is a full-body massage and bath, either at the bathhouse or on the way to the bathhouse. It wasted him several months of time. Upon hearing Li Chen's response, Zhang Jiadi spoke up, "I may be presumptuous, but I was truly impressed by Brother Haoran's extraordinary demeanor and appearance. So, I wanted to come over and get to know Brother Haoran. I hope you don't mind. No harm done. May I ask for your esteemed name?" Li Chen returned the gesture, smiling at Zhang Jiadi. Indeed, outstanding men can attract women. However, excessively outstanding men can only attract other men. "My surname is Zhang, given name Jiadi, style name Yujie." Zhang Jiadi pointed to the young servant and said, "This is my young servant, Zhang Yun, without a style name, just call him Xiaoyun." Zhang Yun, holding a stack of books, bowed to Li Chen. Li Chen nodded at him, then patted Su Xiao's head, saying, "Su Xiao, greet Uncle Zhang." Su Xiao crossed his hands and performed a respectful gesture towards Zhang Jiadi, reciting, "Su Xiao, style name Pingan, pays respects to Uncle Zhang, wishing Uncle Zhang good health." Zhang Jiadi, impressed by Su Xiao's manners even more than his own servants, couldn't help but praise, "Well done, good child, good name, Pingan, may you be safe and sound. I wonder, Brother Haoran, what is your background, and where do you come from?" For ordinary scholars, being literate and well-read is already commendable. The etiquette among literati and scholars is only taught to some aristocratic children from a young age under the guidance of their elders. Those scholars from humble origins rarely have the opportunity to learn such things. Therefore, Zhang Jiadi subconsciously categorized Li Chen as coming from a prestigious family. "Brother Yujie, you're too kind," Li Chen replied with a hand gesture. "I am just a villager from the mountains, practicing in seclusion. Today, I am taking my disciple down the mountain to visit the city, just to see what year and era it is." This. Zhang Jiadi looked at Li Chen in astonishment, finding it hard to believe that Li Chen was a villager from the mountains. If Li Chen dressed as a villager, then what was he, a nobody? As for Li Chen's claim of practicing in the mountains and not knowing the era, Zhang Jiadi observed him and felt a transcendent aura emanating from him, standing there like an exiled immortal. The more Zhang Jiadi looked at him, the more he felt that Li Chen truly resembled a deity. So, after some thought, he suggested, "Brother Haoran, since we are traveling the same road, why not ride together and chat?" Li Chen didn't mind and was actually relieved to rest his feet, so he agreed to share the ride. Leading Su Xiao, he turned to Xiong'er and said, "I'll take Pingan ahead. We'll wait for you at the city gate later." The carriage was spacious, almost as big as Lin Youchu's house. Li Chen and Su Xiao entered, not feeling crowded. There was another man inside, fair-faced, sitting with his eyes closed. Wang Zhongxian, seeing Zhang Jiadi getting off the carriage, was not surprised. This Imperial envoy was good at everything, except for his excessive friendliness. He was used to it after countless encounters along the way. Hearing someone enter, he opened his eyes and glanced. At the first sight of Li Chen, who had a touch of cleanliness, Wang Zhongxian, who was a bit of a neat freak, felt a sense of relief. This man was not only neatly dressed but also exuded a transcendent aura. His eyes held only curiosity and a calm like a clear spring. What a heavenly man among mortals! Wang Zhongxian smiled at Li Chen, nodded slightly, and shifted to make room for him to enter. Seeing Wang Zhongxian's attitude, Zhang Jiadi looked as if he had seen a ghost. This court official was usually critical of everyone, so why was he suddenly so polite today? Zhang Jiadi smiled awkwardly and introduced, "This is Wang Gongdong, the Lord Admiral of the Eastern Factory." He didn't want to elaborate much because no scholar in the world would willingly associate with the Eastern Factory. Li Chen, on the other hand, didn't mind and greeted Wang Zhongxian. He curiously observed Wang Gongdong, his first encounter with a living eunuch. He wondered if the birth pill was effective on eunuchs. The birth pill was a game item specifically for cattle and horses, designed to stimulate reproduction. A set of birth pills consisted of 2 pills, one for male and one for female, inducing immediate estrus upon consumption. As for human use, Li Chen thought it should work similarly. Birth pills, cattle could consume them, horses too, so cattle and horses surely could. Emulating Wang Gongdong, Li Chen knelt on a low stool. As the carriage began moving, he took out a fan from his bosom. "Brother Yujie, it's our first meeting, please take my master and me for a journey." A small gift, a token of respect. Li Chen believed that since they were riding in someone else's carriage, they should pay a fare. So, he pulled out a paper fan from his backpack and handed it over. The fan was nothing special, white plastic with a layer of silk fabric and a tassel hanging below, worth at most 5 coins. But in Zhang Jiadi's eyes, it was an exquisite and precious fan. The white fan bones resembled jade, cool to the touch, with a high-quality fabric surface and a crystal hanging from the tassel. Such a fan would start at 100 taels of silver in the capital. Zhang Jiadi felt it was too valuable and initially declined. However, Li Chen insisted, as if saying, "If you don't accept it, I'll get off the carriage," so Zhang Jiadi had to accept it. Opening the fan, a poem was written on it, and Zhang Jiadi softly recited, "1,000 hammers and chisels from deep mountains, fierce fires burn as if nothing. Crushed bones and shattered bodies fear not, to preserve purity in this world." Excellent, excellent poem, Zhang Jiadi couldn't help but praise, even catching Wang Gonggang's attention. Not fearing even crushed bones and shattered bodies, to preserve purity in this world. The more Zhang Jiadi read, the more he felt it resonated with him. After more than a decade of hard study, wasn't it like 1,000 hammers and chisels from deep mountains? Not fearing even crushed bones and shattered bodies, to preserve purity in this world. Wasn't this his aspiration? Haoren, who wrote this poem? It speaks directly to my heart, Zhang Jiadi asked, deeply attached to this gift. Li Chen was surprised that Zhang Jiadi didn't recognize the poem by Yu Qian, the Grand Preceptor. This was the Ming Dynasty, right? Not the Little Ice Age, right? Logically, it should be from the late Ming Dynasty, so why hadn't Yu Qian emerged yet? He couldn't have gone to smoke, drink, and perm his hair, right? Li Chen didn't dare claim the poem as his own and replied, "This was written by my ancestors. I found it beautiful and decided to inscribe it on the fan. If brother Yu Jia likes it, then I'm glad." "I really like it," Zhang Jiadi said, admiring it more and carefully storing it in his bosom. Zhang Jiadi's pageboy, seeing Li Chen's generosity, brought out some fruits and placed them on a low table, indicating for Li Chen to eat. Usually, those poor scholars wouldn't bring gifts when boarding a carriage, they would just freeload, claiming to be commoners but filled with greed. There were also many knights-errant who would ask for some money before leaving, making people sick of them. Just now, Haoren mentioned cultivating in the mountains. I wonder, what year and month is it now, and which dynasty? May I ask, Haoren, how many years have you been cultivating in the mountains? Li Chen took an orange, peeled it for Su Xiao, even removing the white threads on top. Seeing this, Zhang Jiadi was more convinced that Haoren must come from a noble background, or else why would he have such a refined habit? Eating oranges but not the white threads, such refined habits are not cultivated in humble households. Li Chen swallowed the orange in his mouth before speaking, "I don't know. I've been practicing with my master in the mountains since I was young. I was only driven out of the mountains by my master a few days ago and arrived in this world. Besides some knowledge, I don't know anything else. I hope brother Yu Jie can help me understand so I can know which year and month this is." Wang Gonggang, upon hearing this, also looked at Li Chen in surprise. The fan he gave was not cheap, and his way of speaking, along with his clothes and fair skin, all proved his extraordinary background. Yet he claimed not to know the dynasty. Could it be that he really encountered a hermit master? Zhang Jiadi thought for a moment, observing his expression, and said, "It is currently the 12th year of Jian Yuan, and our country is named Ming. The previous dynasty was Tang, followed by Sui, Jin, Wei, Han, and Qin. In the late Tang dynasty, the barbarians entered the gates, and since then, our Han people have been cut off from their luck. For 400 years, our Han people have been slaughtered. During these 400 years, Han culture was destroyed, and our spirit was crushed. The beautiful rivers and mountains were devastated, with battles every day. Han people fought against barbarians, against each other, and against the Khitans. It wasn't until 50 years ago when our Emperor Zhou Taizu emerged, leading the Han people to drive the barbarians and Khitans back to the northern grasslands, allowing our Han people to stand once again on the central plains. Unfortunately, before he could reclaim the last few pieces of land in the north, he died of illness on the battlefield. The 12th year of Jian Yuan? The Ming Emperor's surname is Zhou Taizu? This is not the great Ming from my memories." Li Chen remained composed on the surface but was in turmoil inside. "Oh no, all that history I remembered is useless. This is definitely not the original world, it seems I need to adapt." From Zhang Jiadi, he learned that the current emperor is the 4th generation of the great Ming. After the Taizu emperor's death, his incompetent son ambitiously led an expedition but was defeated, captured, and became a hostage. To save him, the great Ming was forced to cede the 16 prefectures of Yin and Yun, losing a significant barrier in the central plains. Shortly after his return, he passed away. The position was passed to his son, the 3rd generation of the great Ming emperor. Unexpectedly, each generation was worse than the last. The third emperor was inferior to his father, lacking courage and resorting to appeasement. When attacked, he didn't even have the courage to send troops into battle, constantly seeking peace and even sending several generals and ministers to apologize to the Liao people. Despite losing land and paying reparations for years, he still had to pay tribute to the Liao and Khitans annually, just to make them retreat. The main policy was to prioritize peace. The emperor's power was handed over to corrupt officials and eunuchs, while he indulged in luxury in the palace, ignoring state affairs. Unfortunately, he lived a long life, reigning for 20 years, and the once prosperous Great Ming was nearly ruined by these two rulers. Although the current emperor desired to turn the tide and was ambitious, the mess left by his predecessors persisted, and 12 years of thrift and hard work had not changed the decadent situation of the Great Ming. Li Chen was stunned after hearing all this, realizing this was a combination of the Song and Ming dynasties. It's hopeless, it's doomed. In his heart, Li Chen silently crossed out the court, calling it a worthless plaything compared to the Great Ming of his memories. At least the old Great Ming did not engage in marriages, pay tributes, cede land, or submit to others. The emperor guarded the country, and the king died for the state, a principle they upheld. Seeing the increasing disdain in Li Chen's eyes, Wang Zhongxian coughed and interrupted Zhang Jiadi's complaints. Ahem, although the late emperor in Taizong did not govern the Great Ming well, the current emperor is still very wise and martial. Yes, Zhang Jiadi sighed, ever since the emperor ascended the throne, he has gone against popular opinion, abolished all indemnity treaties, and has been diligent, frugal, and thrifty. He keeps repairing his court attire, even when the palace is falling apart, he is reluctant to fix it. Listening to their conversation, Li Chen also formed a rough impression of the Ming dynasty. It seemed to be like the end of the Ming dynasty, with the emperor resembling Chongzhen. However, it was uncertain how he compared to Chongzhen. Li Chen sighed, the rise and fall of a nation brings suffering to the people. Brother Haoran speaks the truth. It's a pity that I have the heart to save the Ming dynasty from crisis but lack the ability to save the people, Zhang Jiadi lamented, pounding the low table with his hand. Dealing with external threats and internal troubles, the deep-rooted issues accumulated by the Ming dynasty over the years cannot be resolved overnight. The top scholar need not be impatient, Wang Zhongxian reassured Zhang Jiadi. Moreover, the current emperor, wise and martial, as long as we remain loyal to his majesty, we can certainly rejuvenate the Ming dynasty. Li Chen, eating a peach, spoke up, in fact, saving the Ming dynasty is not difficult. Both Wang Zhongxian and Zhang Jiadi looked at Li Chen simultaneously. Normally, when scholars heard such words, they would complain and lament about the state of the world. Only Li Chen dared to say that saving the Ming dynasty was not difficult. Have you heard of the concept of rebounding from rock bottom? Li Chen asked. Zhang Jiadi and Wang Zhongxian exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison, indicating they had not heard of it. Li Chen took out a pot of rice wine from his bosom, and Zhang Yun promptly fetched a few sets of bowls and chopsticks from the box. He quite liked guests who brought their own drinks. Li Chen poured 4 cups and handed one to Zhang Yun, who was pleasantly surprised by the unexpected favor. When he looked hesitantly at his master and received a nod, he sat down and took a sip. The wine was sweet and mellow, with a rich aroma, leaving a peachy aftertaste in the mouth. Even someone like him, who knew little about wine, found it delicious. Wang Zhongxian and Zhang Jiadi nodded and savored the taste of the wine. Good wine, Zhang Jiadi laughed. Brother Haoran has been so generous, with gifts of fans and good wine. I am truly grateful. Brother Yujia, as long as you don't mind, that's all that matters. But please don't say that, Li Chen cleared his throat. You said we hit it off at first sight, and I, Li Haoran, feel the same way about you. Wang Zhongxian was not a drinker, but seeing them compliment each other, he interjected, enough with the mutual admiration. We are eager to hear about this rebounding from rock bottom. Li Chen didn't hesitate. Although he hadn't studied much about the history of China's 5,000 years, he still had some insights. Rebounding from rock bottom means that since the Ming dynasty is already in such a mess, we might as well flip the table, take what's left of our assets, and head out to fight the barbarians at the border. Wang Zhongxian became interested. Are you talking about destruction before rebuilding? No, Li Chen replied, we stand for righteousness, that's non-negotiable. What we need now is a victorious battle, a splendid one. As long as we don't suffer a major defeat, we can publicize it widely, change the people's perception of the court. Then we can persuade them, blaming the Liao people for any mishaps. Can't eat? It's because the Liao people are coming to bully us. Can't wear clothes? It's because the Liao people are coming to bully us. Can't grow crops? It's because the Liao people are coming to bully us. Join us in fighting the Liao people, only by fighting them can we have good days. Now that the Ming dynasty is in such a mess, already in the mud, as long as we climb up a bit, the people will believe that the Ming dynasty can still be saved, there is still hope. Then force others to take sides. Anyone who refuses to join us will be labeled as a Liao spy. When the time comes, we will force everyone to stand with us. Anyone who disagrees will be an enemy of the entire Ming dynasty. If everyone unites, the issue of the northern border will no longer be a problem. Li Chen didn't continue because the first person to use this tactic was a failed art student. Unfortunately, once he started, he couldn't stop. After hearing this, Wang Zhongxian's eyes lit up. Well, that's a good idea. But the Liao people are not easy to deal with, Zhang Jiadi said excitedly, taking a big gulp of wine. Now the Ming officials and soldiers fear the Liao like tigers, and there are rumors among the people that the Liao are invincible. It seems like it won't be easy to win this battle. Zhang Jiadi muttered to himself as he drank. His words poured cold water on Wang Zhongxian's enthusiasm. Yes, and the current Ming dynasty doesn't have the money to wage a war. Just being able to defend is already good. The two of them started sighing, each picking up a glass of wine. Li Chen joined them, and the three of them chatted as they drank. Li Chen was an old hand at drinking, having mastered the art of the wine table in his past life. After 3 glasses of wine, he started boasting and occasionally reciting poetry, expressing his views on the court. Listen to me, Lord Wang. Oh no, I should call you Brother Wang. You're a few years older than me, so I should call you Brother Wang. Li Chen raised his glass. My bad, I misspoke. Here, let me punish myself with a drink. I'll finish mine, you do as you please. And so, after a round of drinks, the three of them became like brothers. Wang Zhongxian, with red eyes, was about to find yellow paper to burn with Li Chen, drink blood wine, and become sworn brothers of different surnames. Zhang Jiadi had the lowest alcohol tolerance and had already started leaning against the window, vomiting and muttering, "Come on, damn Liao people, come and fight me to the death." Only Li Chen remained sober despite his flushed face. The sun had not yet set, casting a golden hue over the land. When the carriage stopped again, they had reached the city gate. The city walls of Lingnan City were not as majestic as the Great Wall, only as tall as 2 stories. The dusty city gate, along with the dilapidated main gate, looked somewhat worn out. The carriage stopped at the city gate for routine inspection. Zhang Yun got off the carriage, presenting the master's special token, official seal, and credentials. The startled guards hurriedly informed the city gate captain that the Imperial envoy from the capital had arrived. Imperial envoys rarely conducted undercover visits, as it could be life-threatening. In an era without surveillance cameras, one could easily run into trouble. Therefore, officials along the way were always notified in advance of their travels. Lingnan City had received the notification last month, but Zhang Jiadi had not arrived yet, leading them to believe the Imperial envoy would not come. They were caught off guard by his sudden arrival today. The city gate captain quickly arranged for a trusted aide to inform the governor, while he hurried down to receive the belated Imperial envoy. When the captain arrived at the city gate, he immediately spotted the tall figure of Li Chen, who was being led by Wang Zhongxian, saying, "Brother, remember our place. We live in the Jinui. If you have time tomorrow, remember to come find us. We'll treat you to a drink." Before Li Chen could respond, the captain bowed and asked, "May I ask which one of you is the Imperial envoy?" Ugh, Zhang Jiadi's head appeared at the window when he vomited on the ground. Li Chen pointed at Zhang Jiadi and said, "This is the Imperial envoy you're looking for." The captain was speechless. Zhang Yun, holding the credentials, explained, "My master had a few too many drinks with friends today and is unable to come out. Please check the credentials and let us pass quickly after verifying them." The captain took the token and pulled out a document from his bosom, checking it. "This is the token of the Imperial envoy. Please enter the city," he said to everyone. The captain waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to remove the horse-blocking stakes and let the carriage pass. Zhang Yun took the token but didn't rush to leave. Instead, he said to Li Chen, "Mr. Li, why don't you come with us into the city? Otherwise, when my master wakes up, he will surely blame me for not keeping you here." "There's no need. I made an appointment with the villagers at the city gate. I will definitely keep my word. You go ahead." Wang Zhongxian, seeing that Li Chen was not following them, took out a token from his bosom. "Brother, this is my token. Keep it. If anything happens, just take this token to the Jinui Yamen to find me, and my family will help you resolve it." Wang Zhongxian handed the token to Li Chen and called the captain over, saying, "Listen, this is my half-brother from another mother, and also an esteemed guest of the Imperial envoy. Serve him well, or else, we will have your head." The captain was about to speak when a token hit him on the head. He picked it up and almost wet himself. The token read, "Imperial envoy, director of the Eastern Factory, eunuch in charge." Damn, one of the 3 chief eunuchs of the Eastern Factory. The Eastern Factory was more fearsome than the Jinui of the past, with a notorious reputation for overseeing officials and protecting imperial power. Their authority was unparalleled. Even a minor city gate captain like him, or even a prefect from Lingnan City, would feel a chill down their spine upon seeing this token. The captain immediately knelt down, banging his head hard on the ground. "Yes, Your Excellency, I will serve you well." "Very well." Wang Zhongxian ordered his men to take back the token and said to Li Chen, "Brother, we will take our leave now." Li Chen waved at him as he watched the carriage slowly disappear into the city. "Get up, everyone has left." The captain kneeling on the ground heard this and dared to raise his head. The back of his official robe was damp. "Your Excellency." The captain stood up, bowing deeply to Li Chen with a pleasing expression on his face. "Don't speak for now. Find me a place to rest for a while, and also get me some food." Li Chen tossed 2 gold ingots to him and said, "Buy some good food, and if it's not enough, I'll replenish it later." He had also drunk quite a bit, and the breeze made the rice wine's effect kick in. "Yes, yes, yes, please follow me, Your Excellency." The captain, holding the gold ingots, beamed with joy, his face full of flattery. Truly a noble from the capital, generous with his spending. 1 gold ingot weighed around 1 or 2 taels, so 2 gold ingots exchanged for silver would be 20 taels. His monthly salary was only 2 taels, so this noble's gesture equaled a year's worth of his salary. TSK, TSK, TSK. The captain led Li Chen to the city tower, found a clean room for him, and said, "Your Excellency, rest here for now. Just call out if you need anything, and I will prepare food for you." After receiving a gesture from Li Chen, he exited the room, instructing his men to guard the door and not disturb the noble. Su Xiao laid out the bedding, but Li Chen gestured for her to set the blanket aside and instead took out a new bedsheet from his backpack. He preferred his own things, who knew how many people had used that blanket before. He didn't sleep but sat on the bed, closing his eyes to rest and digest the information he had received that day. While Li Chen processed the information, Wang Zhongxian sat in the Jinui Yamen, his eyes devoid of any hint of drunkenness. "Someone come. At your service." 2 tall figures emerged from the shadows. Wang Zhongxian wrote a letter, placed it in a bamboo tube, and handed it to the 2 figures. "Deliver our message to Yugongdong, and then investigate this person named Li Chen. I refuse to believe he's truly a deity." Wang Zhongxian looked up at the bright moon in the sky and thought of the wine flasks Li Chen took out on the carriage, muttering to himself, "Taking things from a distance, radiating divine light, if you are truly an immortal cultivating in the mountains, I, Wang, wouldn't just call you a brother, I might as well call you a godfather." After a while, Wang Zhongxian moved his foot, a stone flew through the window with a bang, as if hitting something. With a thud, a dark figure fell from the tree. The surrounding guards hurried forward to check, only to find a masked man in black lying motionless on the ground, a hole in his forehead leading straight to the back of his head. Wang Zhongxian felt no disturbance in his heart about killing a person at will. Over the years, there had been many who wanted to kill him in the Jianghu, and if he lacked vigilance, how could he be the 3rd manager of the Eastern Depot? Inside the post station, Zhang Jiadi was still vomiting, and Zhang Yan quickly took the spittoon, patting his master's back. After Zhang Jiadi finished vomiting, he lay on the bed muttering to himself, "Royal Uncle Wang, Brother Haoran, let's continue drinking." Ugh. Li Chen took his time digesting the information. It was his habit from his past life to quietly sit for a while after discussing matters with others, reviewing everything that happened that day. It was normal to be suspected since he had brought out too much wine. The reward rice wine was stored in pottery jars, about 2 pounds per jar. Today they had drunk 6 pounds, which was 3 jars. How could a normal person's sleeve have such a large space? Not to mention hiding 3 jars of wine in it without being noticed. However, Li Chen didn't mind. With resurrection coins in hand and Gatling for protection, as long as it wasn't the world of cultivating immortals, he remained calm. The main thing was having resurrection coins. Worst case scenario, he could start over and be more stable in the next life, changing from Li Chen to Li Changshou. Su Xiao watched her master remain silent, so she dared not speak. She had always been inconspicuous, but she was the one Li Chen took care of the most. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." The captain heard Li Chen's voice, pushed the door open, and his men behind him carried a table of good food and wine. "These are the signature dishes of Tongfu Inn. I have ordered some, please enjoy, sir." The captain lowered his head and handed over 2 gold ingots. He dared not spend this money, fearing spending it might bring bad luck. Li Chen chuckled and realized that Royal Uncle Wang's identity was extraordinary. No wonder he was so cunning, almost tricking him. Li Chen picked up a piece of pork with his chopsticks and tasted it. The flavor was decent, without the expected porky taste. It seemed that in this world, he could satisfy his culinary desires. He had few hobbies: eating, drinking, and having fun. "Alright, Jeansy, keep the gold. Consider it hard-earned money for the brothers." Li Chen hugged Su Xiao and tore a chicken leg for her. This disciple was good in every way, just too obedient. She wouldn't eat unless he asked her to join the meal. She would rather starve than take a bite. Every time Li Chen earnestly persuaded her not to worry, that he would never abandon her, no matter what happened, he would always be her master. She was a bit better now, daring to sit and eat together, instead of waiting for Li Chen to finish before daring to eat the leftovers. She still didn't dare eat too much, only half a bowl of rice even though she could finish a full bowl, afraid of being criticized for eating too much. Teaching her would take time. After hearing Li Chen finish, the captain gratefully accepted the gold ingots. I thank you on behalf of the brothers. Please eat first, and if you need anything, just command. I'll take my leave. Leaving the room, he took out a gold ingot and distributed it to his men. Exchange this for silver tomorrow, and everyone gets a share. Remember, these rewards are given by the adults inside. Make sure to widen your eyes and serve well. Otherwise, if you offend any of the adults, not only silver, but even your head might be at risk. The subordinates all smiled happily, patting their chests and guaranteeing that they would treat the adult inside like their own parents. With a table full of dishes, how could the two master and disciple finish them all? Li Chen first held Su Xiao in his arms, feeding her until she was full before slowly savoring the food himself. There was no other way, otherwise, his own disciple wouldn't dare to eat, so he had to make sure she ate her fill. Su Xiao sat in Li Chen's arms, looking very content. She didn't know what her father looked like, but she felt that Li Chen's care for her was very much like the father in her dreams. After eating and drinking their fill, Li Chen realized that it was already dark outside and wondered if Xiong and the others had arrived. With that in mind, he stood up and walked out. The two soldiers at the door saluted him. Sir, may we ask for your orders? Li Chen stood under the moonlight, looking down from the city wall. The city gate was already closed, the official road empty with no pedestrians in sight. He asked, where do the refugees who didn't enter the city usually stay? Sir, those refugees usually stay inside the nearby city god temple. Do you want me to call them over? No need, just take me to find them. I have a few fellow villagers among them. Li Chen waved his hand and said, yes, sir. One person led the way, while another ran down to call people from under the city wall. By the time Li Chen reached the city gate, a small group of soldiers was already standing on the official road, a captain holding a sword, wearing armor, bowing to him. The soldiers behind him were not armored, only wearing gray military uniforms, holding long spears in their hands, looking sluggish like a group of security guards. The captain led the way, followed by 10 soldiers and a few sturdy bodyguards. Holding torches, they walked towards the city god temple. The refugees, in piles, looked at them with awe, making way wherever they went. They were not qualified to stay inside the city god temple, so they could only lie on the open ground outside, forming a circle of villages where the villagers took turns resting, afraid that their belongings would be stolen. When Li Chen found Xiong and the others, they were lying on the outermost edge with swollen eyes, heads down, covering their faces and crying. There were a few other refugees beside them, comforting them. Let it go. They are city folks, we can't compete with them. Yes, if things are lost, they're lost. As long as we're alive, that's what matters. Listen, tomorrow at dawn, let's go back. Upon hearing this, Xiong stiffened his neck and said, no, I'll wait for my uncle. My uncle will help us seek justice. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. Every time they advised him, he would say he was waiting for his uncle. They had already fled to the mountains. What use was his uncle? Would he come over just to get beaten up together? Why don't you listen? Even if your uncle comes, what good would it do? Can he fight 10 people? Even if he can, the Laohu gang has over 20 people. What about the remaining 10? Listen, don't provoke Shin Laohu, or none of you will be able to go back. Upon hearing this, the villagers behind Xiong also felt a bit hesitant. Just as they were hesitating, a group of soldiers approached, and everyone scattered, lying on the ground without daring to move, afraid of attracting the soldiers' attention and being taken away for forced labor. Uncle, uncle, you finally came. Xiong's sharp eyes spotted Li Chen, and he ran over with a look of grievance. The villagers also raised their heads upon hearing him and looked towards their uncle. What's going on? Li Chen asked with a stern face, looking at Xiong holding onto his thigh. Who beat you all? Xiong saw the master and burst into tears and snot. Master, they bullied us, they couldn't earn rice on their own, so they robbed us. From Xiong's words, Li Chen finally understood. After he left, Xiong hurried and finally arrived at the city god temple before dark. After finding a good spot to sit down with difficulty, the rice in his pocket was seen by other refugees. Someone secretly informed the local gang here that they had rice, fine grains as white as flowers. The gang's henchmen got greedy, insisting on paying a night fee, or they wouldn't let them go. They refused, got beaten up, had their rice stolen, and were driven to the outskirts. Li Chen, with a dark expression, looked at the sergeant behind him. "Sir, the ones occupying the city god temple are the local tiger gang. We have no relation to them. Please investigate, sir." The sergeant broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the tiger gang's tribute was not to his liking, so he didn't confiscate it. Otherwise, things would have escalated. Xiong'er and the villagers finally saw the soldiers behind Li Chen. Hearing the soldiers call the master sir, they were all stunned. How did the master become an official? The other refugees who were comforting Xiong'er just now were even more shocked. What's going on? When did someone from Xiong'er's family become an official? And a high-ranking one at that, at least from what they saw, a person that even the tiger gang's leader, Chen Laohu, would fawn over. Now he was standing among the soldiers, like a little lackey. Chen's face was pale, head lowered without a trace of color, wishing he could just kill Chen Laohu right now. Damn scoundrel, usually bullying the refugees a bit, taking a little bribe, that's fine. The other soldiers, out of consideration for their own relatives, wouldn't say anything either. Unexpectedly, today they had stirred up a huge disaster. Fortunately, the sergeant didn't know that Chen Laohu was his cousin, otherwise, he would probably be the first one to lose his head. Li Chen looked at the sergeant, expressionless. His gaze made the sergeant lower his head more, body tensing up. Li Chen took out 5 gold ingots from his bosom and placed them in front of the officials. "I don't like violence, much less committing evil deeds, bullying the people for the black forces." Li Chen handed the gold ingots to the sergeant. "Here, help out, let the brothers take action. Help me capture these group of scoundrels. Consider this gold as your hard-earned reward for eradicating evil." Li Chen's voice was not loud, his tone calm, but the officials could sense the underlying anger. Not only could they hear the anger in his tone, they could also see the gold shimmering under the torchlight. Their breathing quickened, that air of indifference vanished instantly. They all looked at the sergeant's hands with anticipation, like they were heading into battle. 5 gold ingots, damn, 50 taels of silver. Their monthly salary was only 800 won, a year's salary barely over 9 taels of silver. Sometimes they didn't even get paid on time, the court would delay their rations. 50 taels of silver, even if the sergeant took the lion's share, they could still get a few taels of silver. Now, forget about the tiger gang, even if their own parents stood in front of them, they would dare to rush up and strike a few blows. Gasping for breath, they looked at the sergeant with anticipation. The sergeant looked at the gold ingots in his hand, then at the soldiers behind him, and waved his hand. Did everyone hear what the master said? Heard. Each one full of vigor, made the sergeant's teeth ache. Were these guys still under his command? Usually, they were as indifferent as old oil. How come they were so spirited now? Usually when catching a thief or a pickpocket, they would hide in the background and pretend to work hard. But now, they all seemed eager to rush into the city god temple and arrest those troublemakers. The captain didn't bother to boost their morale. With a wave of his hand, a group of soldiers charged into the temple. Inside, the members of the tiger gang were cooking a pot of white porridge. Chen Laohu proudly held a roasted chicken, taking a bite. Today, his brothers were exceptional, not only finding the hidden treasures of those scoundrels but also displaying extraordinary skills. With just a few punches and kicks, they drove away over a dozen scoundrels. Watching his men, he felt a sense of pride. As he envisioned his own growth and the rise of the tiger gang, he thought to himself, by then, it wouldn't be him bowing to his cousin's whims but his cousin bowing to him. With this in mind, he tore off a chicken leg, oil dripping from his mouth. Having heard from the second-in-command who had been in the prison, the prisoners there were well fed before their execution. His meal today was probably similar to an execution meal. Wait, why am I thinking like this? Bang! The door of the city god temple was kicked open. Chen Laohu, sitting on a chair, looked bewildered as a group of officials stormed in and dragged him away. Before he could speak, he was struck with the handle of a knife, his teeth shattered, leaving him in a bloody mess. The one who beat him was Chen De. He was the first to charge in, grabbing Chen Laohu and smashing his teeth with the knife handle. Just as Chen Laohu was about to scream, his cousin swiftly swung a knife, beheading him. His final thought before death was that he hadn't even tasted an execution meal yet. The sound of the head hitting the ground silenced the city god temple. Everyone stared at Chen De, covered in blood, thinking it was just an arrest. No one expected it to escalate to a loss of life, let alone such a shocking beheading. Some soldiers who knew the truth couldn't help but look at Chen De in horror. They never imagined he would resort to killing to keep a secret. Exchanging glances, they decided to bury this secret deep within themselves, never to reveal it to anyone. With the example of Chen Laohu's fate, the members of the tiger gang knelt without resistance, allowing the officials to beat and kick them. Li Chen stood at the door, waiting for the temple to quiet down before stepping inside. What caught his eye was the decapitated head of Chen Laohu and the bloodied figure of Chen De. Xiong'er and the villagers, seeing the bloody scene, were shocked and fell to their knees. Master, this. Xiong'er looked up at his master, who remained composed, and walked into the city god temple without a hint of emotion. Li Chen had risen from rags to riches in his past life, accumulating wealth worth billions through means other than abiding by the law. Even a dead person would feel nauseated at the sight of blood and flesh, but he was far from being scared. Sitting in the middle of the temple, wiping his hands with a cloth, he asked, "Who is in charge here?" All eyes turned to Chen De and the body at his feet. "Report to the master." Chen De knelt down, bowing. "This is the leader of the thieves. He dared to resist and was executed as an example. Please investigate, sir." He pointed at the body on the ground, his face flushed, his voice firm, fearing his deception might be discovered. "Oh, besides him, who else is in charge?" The second in command of the Tiger Gang was pushed forward, falling to his knees and pleading, please spare me. "Do you know them?" Li Chen pointed at Xiong'er, asking. The second in command, following the direction of his finger, saw Xiong'er and his group, his face contorted in bitterness as he cursed silently. "Damn it, if you had such powerful backing, why didn't you say so earlier? No wonder you were hiding rice grains on you. After beating around the bush for so long, you finally admit that someone among you holds an official position in the city. Are you guys out of your minds? If you had mentioned it earlier, who would have dared to rob your measly rice?" Right now, he wishes he could dig out the rice from his stomach and return it to Xiong'er. Second Master Chen looks pale as he gazes at Xiong'er, his face filled with bitterness. "Sir, we were blind and ignorant, please spare us," they kowtow desperately. Li Chen, seeing them begging like this, is unsure of how to proceed. He looks at the captain and asks, "For highway robbery and assaulting civilians, how do you usually handle such cases?" The captain replies, "Sir, if no lives were taken, they are thrown into the dungeon and sent to the border for hard labor." "Alright, let's go with that." Also, Li Chen tosses 2 gold ingots to Chen De, for the deceased, "Take this money to their family for funeral arrangements." "Thank you, sir, your kindness is truly admirable, I am in awe." Chen Da's face lights up with joy. "Aren't Chen Laohu's family members his own?" Li Chen watches as the members of Laohu gang are taken away, then turns to the captain and asks, "Sir, these people are from my village, do you have a place for them to stay for the night?" He is sure they have a place to stay tonight, but he can't ignore Xiong'er and the others. After all, they are all from the same village. Of course, no problem. The captain thought it was something serious, not expecting it to be such a trivial matter. There's an inn below the city gate where merchants who couldn't make it into the city stay. With a dozen or so people squeezing in, 4 or 5 rooms should be enough. Li Chen nods, not expecting Xiong'er and the others to stay in the city tower, as it's too small for them. An inn will do, at least it provides shelter from the wind and rain. Seeing his agreement, the captain calls Chen De over and instructs, "Later, take the sir's fellow villagers to the inn and arrange a few rooms, got it?" "Yes, sir." Li Chen watches Chen De and takes out 5 more gold coins from his pocket, handing them to him. "Remember to arrange some food and drinks. If this money isn't enough, come back to me for more." It's enough. Chen De dares not accept, bowing and saying, "There's no need for so much, sir. Consider it your hard work fee if there's any excess." Li Chen refuses to take it back, as he has nowhere else to spend it. He is unaware of the purchasing power of gold coins. Asking Xiong'er and the others, they mention they have never even touched silver in their lives. Gold, they have never seen in their entire lives. They have no idea what 1 or 2 gold coins can buy. But for now, this is all the money he has. "Thank you, sir, thank you." Chen De receives the gold amidst the envious gazes of the other soldiers, kneeling down and kowtowing. Li Chen can't stand the sight of people kowtowing, so he turns and leaves with Su Xiao, preparing to inform Xiong'er and the others. Seeing him leave, Chen De remains kneeling, holding all the gold coins in his hands, raising them above his head. "Sir," Chen De presents the gold to the captain, "this is today's reward, please make the decision." Several young soldiers, looking at the golden ingots offered by Chen De, can't help but curse him for being foolish. Why give away so many gold coins? It would be better to hide them. If they hid these gold coins, they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives. The city gate captain looks at the 7 gold coins in front of him, not taking all of them but only 4. "I hadn't noticed before. I do have talents like you under my command." "Alright, your matter with Chen Laohu is settled. These gold coins are not for me, they are the hard-earned fees of the others, you can handle the rest yourself. Remember, these gold coins are for the local folks of the adults to order food and wine, don't be stingy." Chen De originally felt a bit distressed when he saw 4 gold coins being taken, but upon hearing the captain's words, his face turned pale in an instant. Thank you, sir. Chen De knelt down and kowtowed, feeling a chill down his spine. I'm telling you this to let you know that I'm not taking your gold coins for nothing. The captain waved his hand indifferently, gesturing for him to rise. After settling the refugees later, if any of the gentlemen need a soldier to stand guard at the door, you'll take the post. Thank you for nurturing me, I swear to serve the sir to the death. Chen De felt a burst of joy in his heart. He knew how generous Li Chen was. Just a few dozen taels of silver were spent in one go. Tonight alone, he knew of over 100 taels spent. Such a generous big shot, serving him personally, if he served well. Just a little reward, and he would be set for life. Maybe even be appreciated by the captain and get promoted to a small flag bearer. Xiong leaned against a pillar, retching, and the villagers were not in a good state either. Sir, inside. Li Chen waved his hand, interrupting Xiong. It's already taken care of inside, there's no more tiger gang. Someone will take you to the post to rest later. I'll have them prepare food and wine for you to eat and drink your fill and rest early. Tomorrow, come with me into the city. Upon hearing this, Xiong admired the sir more and more. Such a powerful tiger gang, the sir made them disappear in just a few moves. It was a good thing they had clung to the sir's thigh at the beginning. Who are they? Li Chen pointed to the few unfamiliar faces beside Xiong and asked. Each one he pointed had knelt down in succession. They had just witnessed Chen Laohu, who was so arrogant in front of the refugees, being killed by this big shot like a chicken. And even the city gate captain, such a high-ranking official, was so obedient in front of him, so how could they dare to meet his gaze? Sir, these are originally people from our Xiong family village. When we fled, they scattered. When we were being beaten just now, they even begged for mercy. Upon hearing Xiong words, Li Chen nodded at them. All right, later I'll talk to those soldiers and have you stay at the city god temple. Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. The leader of the Xiong family village, a burly man, bowed gratefully to Li Chen. Before long, a junior officer came over and told Li Chen that everything was taken care of and asked what he would do next. Li Chen had nothing else to do. There was nothing fun to do in the Ming dynasty at night. It was all dark and gloomy everywhere. Apart from the beautiful starry sky, there wasn't even a girl showing her thighs. Boring. He led Su Xiao and followed the captain back to the city tower to rest, while Xiong and his group were taken to the post by Chen De. After they left, the people of the Xiong family village swaggered into the city god temple. The valuables inside had already been looted by the soldiers, only some firewood and bran that they didn't care for were left behind. Xiang Lao San, as the tallest man in the Xiong family village, sat on the only chair in the city god temple, closing his eyes and savoring the feeling of being high and mighty. He let out a comfortable sigh and said to the other villagers, from now on, this is our territory. Tell those refugees that the overnight fee for the tiger gang will now go to me, Xiang Lao San. If anyone dares not to pay, humph. From being meek and humble to now being arrogant and overbearing, it had only been half an hour. The people of the Xiong family village did not argue, but instead, they all rubbed their hands in anticipation and said to Xiang Lao San, yes, third master. Just now, the man who was persuading Xiong to give up, smirked at Xiang Lao San and said, San Yi, what should we call our gang from now on? Xiang Lao San thought for a moment, let's call ourselves the Tiger Gang from now on. This name sounds good, let's keep it. From now on, I'll be called Xiong Tiger, Xiong Tiger, this name is great, it's both a bear and a tiger, how powerful. The people of Xiong village all flattered Xiong Tiger. Their appearance was very much like the Tiger Gang from before. Chen Tiger may have died, but the Tiger Gang has always been around. Just like cockroaches in the corner, one batch dies, and another comes. A night of silence. Li Chen slept until dawn, having drunk a bit yesterday, plus the swaying of the carriage. He slept unusually early, so he woke up quite early. Of course, that's just how he felt. After all, when he got up, the sun hadn't even reached its peak, which was already early for him. Su Xiao in his arms had woken up early, afraid of disturbing her master's sleep, so she didn't get up. She just quietly hid in his arms, earnestly watching her master. When she saw her master open his eyes, she quickly closed hers to pretend to be asleep. Her acting skills couldn't deceive Li Chen. He patted her bottom, telling her to get up and wash together. Feudal society is not good in this aspect, there's always someone serving you. Wanting to ask for water, Chen Did directly brought a tray of hot water and some breakfast. A large meat bun, along with a few small dishes of pickles. The taste was good, especially the pickles, very appetizing. Li Chen and Su Xiao in his arms both ate until full. After eating and drinking their fill, Li Chen had Chen to take him to find Xiong and the others. The captain had been on duty all day yesterday and was still sleeping at this time, so Li Chen didn't disturb him. He instructed Chen De to leave a few gold ingots and then left. Xiong and the others were not seriously injured. After a night of rest, they were lively again. They squatted at the foot of the city wall, watching the refugees line up one by one to be searched by soldiers, searching for hidden weapons on them. When they saw Li Chen coming down, they stood up, one by one calling him young master, attracting the attention of many refugees. Some refugees near the city god temple knew a little inside information and envied Xiong'er and the others. How did their village manage to get in good graces with such a powerful figure? In the past, they all lived a hard life, sleeping outside the city god temple. How come in just a few days, you're living in the post station, enjoying good days? Seeing Xiong'er and the others living a good life, other refugees felt worse than if they were killed. Not only that, Xiong'er and the others didn't have to line up. They followed Li Chen directly, entering the city from the main gate without any soldiers stopping them. They had long known that this important figure was someone the captain would want to please, and also a god of wealth, with the rewards from yesterday still in his pocket. How could they block the path of the god of wealth? Li Chen and his group swaggered into the city, unimpeded all the way. Lingnan City was divided into inner and outer sections. The outer city was where some poor people lived, with some markets open for refugees and commoners to trade. There wasn't much to see in the outer city markets, just some low-thatched houses, with refugees selling firewood on the sides of the road, some even selling children. At the end of the market, there were a few grain and pastry shops, with hawkers at the door selling various goods. Generally, after selling something, refugees would come here to buy wheat bran and salt to take back. Li Chen took a few glances and lost interest, planning to go into the inner city to see if he could buy a cow as a means of transportation. After walking out of the market, at the entrance to the inner city, they were stopped by soldiers who wanted to check their travel permits and household registrations. Li Chen didn't have these things, but he wasn't worried. He took out the token Wang Zhongxian had given him from his pocket and handed it over. The soldier took a look at the token and was almost scared out of his wits. He quickly returned the token to Li Chen, letting him enter the inner city, keeping a safe distance from them as if avoiding the plague. Knowing they were from the Eastern Factory, he didn't dare to stop them. Everyone knew the reputation of the Eastern Factory. Crossing them meant certain death. Li Chen didn't care, as long as the token was useful. Xiong'er and the others were also entering the inner city for the first time, marveling at the cobblestone roads and adjacent lofts like country bumpkins. Li Chen felt a bit disdainful towards them. They were so cautious on the worn-out cobblestone roads when compared to the cement roads of the future. In his eyes, the bumpy cobblestone roads and the small lofts nearby were nothing to be surprised about. In his past life, some ancient cities were much better built, with flat cobblestones and beautifully decorated lofts. Unlike here, looking like it was about to be demolished. Li Chen sneered and took Xiong'er and the others on a shopping spree. It was easy to find grain and fabric stores with signs hanging outside. He checked out a few stores with the best decorations. He bought 100 bolts of fabric and several hundred pounds of grain. He thought the land in the mountains was good. He could buy some grain seeds to plant back home. As for the grain, he definitely didn't need it. He had enough rice of his own. It was all just to experience a bit of rural life. Seeing the store also sold cured meat, he bought some as well. Being such big spenders, they immediately caught the shopkeeper's attention. Esteemed guest, the items in our humble store are indeed available, but as for the payment, the shopkeeper rubbed his hands. Although Li Chen seemed wealthy, the presence of Xiong'er and the others behind him lowered his status. Could you calculate the total cost? Li Chen acted as if money was no object, making Xiong'er and the others very proud. Truly our young master, so generous. The shopkeeper calculated on the abacus and said, the fabric is the finest Suzhou silk, priced at 1,500 won per bolt, equivalent to 1.5 taels of silver. 100 bolts would be 150 taels. 5 bushels of grain at 20 won per pound, 2,000 won per bushel, 5 bushels total 10 taels of silver. 60 pounds of cured meat at 80 won per pound, 60 pounds or 5 taels and 8 mace. As for the salt, needles, and threads, we won't charge you silver for those, consider them gifts from our store. The total comes to 165 taels and 8 mace. We can waive the 8 mace, so 165 taels will do. Does that work for you? The shopkeeper appeared confident, his abacus clacking as he calculated the total. Li Chen was rolling his eyes in impatience. Damn, this guy was slow as a tortoise. I could calculate this in 10 minutes without an abacus, while you took at least 2 hours. If you did this in modern times, people would starve to death waiting for you to settle the bill. Su Xiao was faster than him, using her fingers and even toes to calculate secretly, arriving at the same total as the shopkeeper. As for Xiong'er and the others, they felt the conversation had surpassed their knowledge and entered a realm they couldn't understand. Li Chen took out a gold ingot and asked, how much silver is this gold ingot worth? The shopkeeper's eyes lit up as he carefully took the gold ingot and examined it. It's of excellent quality, bright in color. A gold ingot like this can be exchanged for at least 12 taels of silver. Regular gold would exchange for 10 taels per tael, but for a high-quality, brightly colored gold ingot, it could be exchanged for 11 taels. This gold ingot was pure gold without any other metals added, even better than the gold ingots minted by the court. That's why the shopkeeper offered a high price of 12 taels. However, the shopkeeper hesitated. "If you don't believe me, feel free to have it tested. I'll wait here for you, you can rest assured." Li Chen noticed his suspicion and spoke up. Seeing the confident look on Li Chen's face, the shopkeeper no longer probed and instead said, "It's not necessary. I've traveled far and wide, my eyesight is sharp. Let's call it 12 taels of silver." Li Chen nodded and took out 15 gold ingots from his pocket, handing them over. "This should cover your bill. Exchange the rest for silver so I can eat at the inn." The shopkeeper, looking at so much gold, couldn't help but ask, "Are you really so trusting to hand over the gold to us? Normally, it takes time to gather all the goods before receiving full payment. Usually, a deposit is made first, and the remaining balance is paid upon delivery." Li Chen's direct payment upfront was something the shopkeeper had never encountered before. Li Chen smiled and said to him, "If I have the ability to give, I have the ability to take back. You can rest assured and give it a try." Seeing Li Chen's demeanor, the shopkeeper couldn't help but wonder if he was someone important. "Just kidding, just kidding. Here's a receipt. Sir, rest assured, by evening, the items you want will be ready for you to pick up." The shopkeeper wrote a note and handed the change to Li Chen. After Li Chen left, he took the gold to the money exchange to see if he could get silver. After all, 180 taels of silver was not a small amount. The livestock market was at the cow and horse market in the west of the city. Li Chen wandered through the entire inner city, buying things as he went. His spending habits were not as conservative as Xiong'er and the others. He bought things he found interesting along the way. This dustpan was nice, this box was pretty, he had never tried these candied haws, this dark-looking thing seemed strange and interesting, so he bought one to study. Xiong'er and the others wanted to advise him, but they didn't know how to broach the subject. It was Master Li's money, and although they felt it wasn't right, they couldn't say anything. Before long, every villager was carrying a lot of things, while Su Xiao had a string of candied haws in her left hand and a large sugar figure in her right hand, looking delighted. The shopkeepers in the market looked at them with special enthusiasm. Li Chen didn't like to haggle, so he preferred shopping at supermarkets where he could pay the price asked. Who wouldn't like such a generous spender? By noon, Li Chen saw a familiar inn, the Tongfu Inn. He led Su Xiao and the others inside with interest, as they were also hungry. "What would you like to eat, sir?" The waiter was very enthusiastic, dressed in white cloth, and welcomed Li Chen and his group inside. After serving a few cups of hot tea, the waiter began to introduce, "We have West Lake vinegar fish, braised pork elbow, preserved pork with pickled vegetables, and various noodles. May I know what the gentleman would like to eat?" Li Chen glanced at the menu and couldn't be bothered to study it. "The dishes you mentioned earlier, bring one of each, and then 7 or 8 signature dishes. Rice will be served per person, 1 big bowl each." "All right, sir." The waiter shouted and turned to the counter, saying, "Shou Kai, West Lake vinegar fish, braised pork elbow, preserved pork with pickled vegetables, arrange 8 meat dishes, and serve them to the gentleman at table number 2. His voice was loud, as if afraid others wouldn't know that a table of generous guests was seated here. Indeed, upon hearing such bold ordering, many people looked over, including the arrogant coachman from yesterday. He stood on the second-floor balcony, immediately recognizing the scholar who had blocked their carriage yesterday. The coachman sneered inwardly, thinking, "That scoundrel, yesterday he got me scolded by the steward. This time, with our young master here, how can I let him show off?" He took a step forward and said to a chubby young man, "Young master, the scholar who just ordered the food is the one who extorted money from our family." The young man glanced down at Li Chen and said, "Is this the poor scholar who cheated our family out of money?" In the horseman's mouth, Li Chen turned into a poor scholar, without even a cart, walking on the official road, blocking the way, demanding a toll of 1 coin to let them pass. If it weren't for the steward being too weak, afraid to act, and giving him a coin, he would have insisted on teaching Li Chen a lesson. The young master was very angry, calling all these scholars nonsense, just a bunch of beggars. Immediately, he took a few servants and walked away. "Hey, where did this poor scholar come from, acting like a big shot here?" Before seeing the person, his voice was heard first. Li Chen looked up and saw the horseman from yesterday, following a fat man with a smug look on his face. Although the horseman saw Li Chen still dressed so gorgeously, he now had a backer and was not afraid at all, looking very arrogant. The fat man grabbed a chair, his excess flesh squeezing out from between the chair's gaps. His fat and big-eared appearance made him feel greasy even before he started eating. The guests next to Li Chen all stood up to pay their bills, a bit fearful of the fat man. "Fat man, you and your lackeys are ruining my appetite." Since the newcomer was hostile, Li Chen felt there was no need to be polite. The fat man was furious. He hated being called fat more than anything in his life. He was sturdy, not fat. "What did you say? This is my young master, the eldest son of the Gua family. His father is Mr. Gua, the city defense commander of Lingnan City. How dare you disrespect my young master?" Before the master could react, the lackey bit first. The horseman looked like he was ready to fight, but he didn't dare to step forward. Young Master Gua also sneered at Li Chen. "You lowly commoner, do you believe that with just a word from me, you and your group may not leave Lingnan City?" Hee. Li Chen casually took a sip of tea, opened his fan with a snap. "Do you know that I have 10,000 ways to make you die here?" Young Master Gua's anger was reaching his head. No one had ever dared to threaten him like this before. He immediately shouted, "Get someone." The servants behind him turned and went to call for help on the main street. Soon, a group of soldiers surrounded the Tongfu Inn, making it impossible to move. The guests in the inn hid under the tables, fearing they would be implicated. "Come!" Young Master Gua saw the soldiers behind him, his face turning fierce as he stood up and addressed Li Chen. "Let this lord see your 10,000 ways to kill this lord." The horseman also arrogantly added, "You bunch of scoundrels, you better kneel and beg for mercy from the lord. If the lord is pleased, he might spare your lives." Fat Gua sat on the chair, looking proud as he raised his head and said, "This lord is kind-hearted. As long as you kneel on the ground and crawl under my crotch, not only will this lord spare your lives, but he will also send the girl in your arms to the brothel to be a prostitute for 1,000 men." Li Chen heard this and looked at young Master Gua expressionlessly. In his eyes, this man was already a dead person. Just as Li Chen was about to pull out a Gatling gun and talk physics with Fat Gua, a cry came from the third floor, "Brother Hauran, Brother Hauran." Zhang Jiadi stood at the railing on the third floor, looking delightedly at Li Chen. Thump, thump, thump. Zhang Jiadi, holding his robe, quickly walked down, grabbed Li Chen's hand, and complained, "Brother Hauran, why did you leave without saying goodbye yesterday? I thought I would never see you again." "Brother Yujie, blame me, blame me. I promised my fellow villagers yesterday to enter the city with them." Li Chen calmly withdrew his hand. He didn't like being too intimate with another man. After Zhang Jiadi came down, a group of scholars in long robes followed. Come, my colleagues, this is the hermit master I met on the road yesterday." Zhang Jiadi pointed at Li Chen and introduced him to everyone. "Truly a talented individual, elegant and outstanding," remarked one. Indeed. "I never expected to find such a refined scholar in our Lingnan city," another added. "Truly a rare talent among men, that Limo just now has left a mark on my heart," praised a group of people, showering Li Chen with compliments. After all, the Zhang family behind Zhang Jiadi was a prestigious household that existed even before the founding of the Ming dynasty, one of the few remaining noble families of the Wen Saint lineage. Even if Zhang Jiadi brought out a dog, they would still praise it. "Oh, Hauran, have you encountered some trouble?" Zhang Jiadi noticed the guards at the door and belatedly sensed the tension in the air. Something was amiss. The stableman didn't recognize Zhang Jiadi and his group, as they were not dressed in official robes but in ordinary attire. Where did this group of poor scholars come from? Leave quickly, or you'll all be dealt with together. Gua, the young master, narrowed his eyes as he recognized a few of the scholars. They were officials sent from the capital, never getting along well with the local families in Lingnan. "Oh, it's Gua, the eldest son of the Gua family. Why, coming out to show off in broad daylight," mocked one of the scholars. The city guards paid no attention to these officials from the capital. Officials from under the emperor's feet naturally looked down on local officials. Moreover, some of them outranked Gua's father in terms of status, so why would they fear him? Gua's face alternated between pale and red as he pointed at the mocking scholar and said, "This is none of your business. I'm looking for those lowly commoners. It's better for you not to interfere." "But what if I want to interfere?" Zhang Jiadi stepped forward, standing in front of Li Chen and shielding him. "Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs?" Gua was now completely enraged, his eyes burning with anger. Being repeatedly mocked had pushed him to the brink of losing control. Zhang Jiadi turned to Zhang Yun for a signal. "Do you know who my master is? Open your eyes wide and see clearly." Zhang Yun took out an Imperial decree and a special envoy token from his bag. "Here is the Imperial decree. When His Majesty arrives, you should pay your respects." Zhang Jiadi held up the Imperial decree, looking sullenly at the crowd. "We pay our respects to His Majesty, long live the Emperor." The scholars from the capital knew Zhang Jiadi's identity as a special envoy and knelt down to pay their respects. Seeing this, the soldiers also put down their weapons and knelt. Gua, filled with humiliation, knelt on the ground, feeling his teeth grind in frustration. His menacing appearance frightened his stableman, who turned pale. "Oh no, I've hit a brick wall. When I go back this time, the young master might skin me alive." The stableman could only think of one thing. "You may act tough, but why are you following a group of refugees?" Li Chen, however, did not kneel. Holding Su Xiao, he stood upright, curiously gazing at the imperial decree in Zhang Jiadi's hand. He was eager to know if it bore the words "by the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees." Zhang Jiadi looked at the kneeling Wu and asked, "Can I intervene now?" Grinding his teeth, Wu reluctantly replied, "Fine. You officials are powerful, you can do as you please." Wu could bully others with his power, but he didn't like being bullied himself. He shot a fierce glance at Li Chen and prepared to leave. Oh, what a grand display of authority. Why is the special envoy, tasked by His Majesty to patrol the borders, meddling in the affairs of our Lingnan city? A shrill voice echoed from the doorway. The officials made way as the newcomer was greeted with reverence. "Greetings, Your Highness." Amidst the bowing crowd, a man dressed in a silk robe and a golden crown entered. He was followed by several burly men, one of whom was particularly imposing with sharp eyes exuding a strong sense of killing intent. "Guo Fatty, the more you hang around, the more you regress." The effeminate voice was sharp, giving Li Chen goosebumps. Guo Gongzi was scolded, but he showed no anger. Instead, he put on a smile and said to the effeminate voice, "Your Highness, I come from the capital with powerful backing. How could they look down on us small folks?" In the whole Lingnan region, only one person dared to call himself Your Highness, and that was Meng Xingyun, the only son of the Lingnan king Meng Sangguan. Unfortunately, Meng Xingyun was born with a physical defect that rendered him unable to engage in intimate activities, hence his effeminate appearance. Useless. Meng Xingyun also looked down on Guo Fatty, who was as fat as a pig and liked to take advantage of his father's position as the city gate commander to commit all sorts of atrocities. Every time Meng Xingyun saw him, he would give him a beating. But this time, no matter what, they were all from Lingnan. Seeing him being bullied by a group of officials from the capital, Meng Xingyun couldn't help but step forward. "TSK TSK TSK. Meng Xingyun looked at Zhang Jiadi and said, "Imperial edicts, my family also has a few. Should we, the envoys, carry them for self-defense?" Zhang Jiadi looked at Meng Xingyun with a solemn expression. As the only prince of a different surname in Ming dynasty, this title was not something that could be suppressed by just an imperial edict. Not to mention that Meng Sanguan was also the commander of the southern border with 30,000 Lingnan iron cavalry. There was even a saying in the capital that Lingnan belonged to the Meng family, not to Ming. "Your Highness, please forgive me for the jest." Zhang Jiadi put the imperial edict back in his arms and said, "The prince's status and power naturally make an imperial edict insignificant." He. Meng Xingyun did not respond. He wouldn't fall for such an obvious trap, he wasn't stupid. There had long been rumors that the Lingnan king disdained the court and intended to rebel, otherwise why would the capital send envoys to inspect the border? If he agreed with Zhang Jiadi, who knew what the capital would think if the news spread. Zhang Jiadi was about to say something but was stopped by Li Chen. "Brother, you, forget it. I'll take responsibility for my actions, you don't need to interfere." He felt that Zhang Jiadi had already been considerate enough. It was a chance encounter, and having someone speak up for him was already the epitome of kindness. The man in front of him, with a clearly high status, Li Chen felt it would be inappropriate to let Zhang Jiadi continue to help. "Effeminate one, it's my fault, just tell me if you have any issues with me, don't make things difficult for my friend." Li Chen spoke to Meng Xingyun. Ha ha ha. Meng Xingyun slapped his thigh, laughing uncontrollably. Guo Fatty didn't understand why he was being scolded but still laughed along. Smack! Meng Xingyun slapped him, knocking out a few of his teeth. "You find this amusing?" Meng Xingyun glared at Guo Fatty with a fierce expression, then turned to Li Chen with a smile. "You're the first man to call me effeminate in front of this prince. Have some courage, be a man." "Whether I have courage, I don't know, but I do know that you probably lack it." Li Chen smiled back at him, unafraid, preparing to take out a Gatling gun from his backpack to reason with him. What a sharp tongue! Meng Xingyun ordered the guard behind him, "Meng He, go give him a couple of slaps." The man behind Meng Xingyun twisted his foot and rushed towards Li Chen, reaching out to grab him. "Who dares?" A thunderous voice rang out, making the inn buzz. Before Meng He could react, a hand enlarged in front of him, and he quickly turned his claw into a fist, colliding with the hand. Bang! The tables and chairs shattered, the inn's floor cracked like a spider web, a powerful gust of wind blowing everyone off balance. Meng He comes and goes quickly, his body like a kite with a broken string, flying backwards, crashing into the wall, creating a big hole, spitting out a mouthful of blood. As everyone regained their composure, they noticed a new figure in the inn. Wang Zhongxian stood in front of Li Chen, shielding him, and said with a smile, "We'll stay right here." I'd like to see who dares to touch my brother Li. He looked at the Gatling gun in Li Chen's hand, feeling more convinced of his own thoughts. He clearly saw that golden light just now. When Li Chen's hand flashed with golden light, a strange object appeared, the art of the Taoist's universe in his sleeve. Li Chen also stared in astonishment at the scene before him. The broken tables and chairs, cracks in the floor, and the large hole in the wall were all the result of punches and kicks. Damn, this is a martial arts world. Li Chen looked at Wang Zhongxian with fiery eyes. That man didn't have a martial arts dream of leaping over rooftops. Meng Xingyun helped up his subordinate, his expression serious as he asked, "And who might you be, sir?" He, I've often heard of the Prince of Lingnan as a promising candidate for the palace. Today, I see that reputation is well deserved, Wang Zhongxian said, smiling as he twirled a flower. Our Eastern factory needs talents like you. Meng Ha stood up, his pupils contracting at the mention of the Eastern factory. May I ask, sir, which esteemed person from the Eastern factory? A master who could beat himself up like this was a rare find even in the Eastern factory. If you can take a blow from me and survive, you're someone. So, I'll tell you, my surname is Wang, and I'm Wang Zhongxian. Hiss upon hearing this name, many in the inn gasped, and Meng He's face turned pale. He clasped his hands and said, so, it's one of the 3 grandmasters of the Eastern factory, the 9,000-year-old Wang Zhongxian. I deserve that blow. The 3 grandmasters of the Eastern factory, one responsible for protecting the palace, one for gathering intelligence, and the last one for killing and silencing. 9,000-year-old Wang Zhongxian was in charge of killing and silencing. In the martial world, the name 9,000-year-old was notorious. Meng Hao whispered to Meng Xingyun, Your Highness, the situation is tricky, let's retreat. Meng Xingyun's expression changed, understanding Meng He's words. Grandmaster was the highest title for martial arts in the martial world. Next were the masters, followed by first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate experts. Most of the guards in the Lingnan prince's mansion were second-rate experts, with only a handful of first-rate experts. His personal bodyguard Manhwa was a master. In all of Lingnan, only his father's old servant was a grandmaster. When he saw that old servant, he had to address him as uncle. And now, a scholar in front of him had a grandmaster standing up for him, and not just any grandmaster, but the renowned Wang Zhongxian from the Eastern factory. With Wang Zhongxian's protection, they wouldn't be able to touch Li Chen today. Not to mention him, even his father wouldn't be able to salvage the situation in front of everyone. Meng Xingyun snorted coldly, glared at Li Chen, and said, Consider yourself lucky, we're leaving. With that, he led Guo Pangzi and the others, preparing to depart. But before they could take 2 steps, they heard Li Chen's voice. Wait. Meng Xingyun turned to look at him, his face dark. You can go, Li Chen pointed at him, but that fatty stays. Don't push it too far. Meng Xingyun felt he was being unreasonable. After all, this was Lingnan City, and he was being asked to leave one of his men behind in front of him. It was as if he didn't regard Meng Xingyun as a person. Li Chen stared coldly at Guo Pangzi and his group, saying, I said you can leave, that's fine by me. But this fatty must die today. Even God can't save him, mark my words. This sentence made everyone look at Li Chen involuntarily. So arrogant? When did such an impressive person appear in Lingnan City? Even the scholars behind Zhang Jiadi felt that Li Chen was too arrogant. Wang Gonggang, do you really intend to have an endless feud with my Meng family? Meng Xingyun felt a surge of anger. Giving in once or twice is fine, he had already given them face, but now they wanted to humiliate him like this. Did they really think his Meng family was so easily bullied? Before Wang Zhongxian could speak, Li Chen took the lead and said, This matter has nothing to do with Wang Laogu. If there's anything, just talk to me. Hearing this, Wang Zhongxian also smiled and stepped back, finding a chair to sit on. Since he had already helped, he would now see what tricks this Li brother had up his sleeve. Hearing this, Meng Xingyun calmed down when he saw Wang Zhongxian standing by idly. Oh, if the crown prince insists on protecting him today, what methods do you have to take down this fat man from my hands? Seeing his demeanor, Li Chen took out a folding fan and asked, It's not really a method, I just want to ask, Your Highness, do you really want to protect him? In any case, this fat man is from my Lingnan. How could I not protect him? Then if... Li Chen looked at Meng Xingha and slowly said, I say I have a way to make you a real man, to continue your lineage, what would you choose? Wow! Wang Zhongxian stood up from his chair, grabbing Li Chen's shoulder. Is this true? Do you really have a way for someone to continue their lineage? The crowd was in an uproar. Who didn't know that the crown prince of Lingnan was born without that thing? So being neither male nor female, speaking in a feminine manner. Now suddenly someone said they could continue their lineage. Everyone's first thought was it's impossible, Li Chen is a fraud. Boom! When Wang Zhongxian grabbed Li Chen's arm, thunder suddenly roared in the sky. The clear sky outside was flashing with lightning, and thunderbolts struck near the inn. Wang Zhongxian felt his mind go blank, a cold sweat breaking out all over his body. He felt as if there were eyes in the sky staring at him, as long as he exerted a little force. Then the next thunder and lightning might not strike near the inn. The thunder brought Wang Zhongxian back to his senses, and he quickly let go of Li Chen's hand, patting his clothes. Li brother, don't be afraid, I just got a little excited hearing that, forgive me. Wang Zhongxian felt like he had just walked back and forth through the gates of hell. He probably had already stepped into the gates of the king of hell. Li brother, do you really have a way for someone to continue their lineage? Li Chen didn't mind, since he wasn't hurt. It seemed that Wang Laoge still had some restraint. He didn't know that the grip Wang Zhongxian had just used was already at 80% strength, enough to split gold and crack stones. Wang Laoge, don't worry, I definitely have a way, otherwise why would I dare to say it? Let me deal with the current situation first, then I'll talk to you properly. Meng Xingyun also looked at him incredulously, saying, Scholar, do you know what your words mean? Of course, Li Chen said confidently. Meng Xingyun lowered his head, pondered for a while, and then said, if you really have a way to make me like a man, to continue my lineage, forget about this fat man, even if I have to kowtow and apologize to you today, Meng Xingyun will accept it. And from now on, you will be my savior, and in Lingnan, if you need anything, my Meng family will definitely help you. However, if you dare to deceive me, then my Meng family will stop at nothing. Even the royal court cannot save your life. Do you believe me or not? Believe it or not, you'll find out soon enough. Li Chen heard this but remained unruffled. He took out a pair of pills from his pocket. These are the miraculous pills passed down through generations in my sect, called the childbearing pills. The black one is for men to enhance their constitution, while the white one is for women to conceive more easily. One black and one white represent the duality of yin and yang. When taken by men and women separately, they can harmonize yin and yang within a moment, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth and balancing the two energies. This makes it effortless for women to conceive. Meng Xingyan looked at the black and white pills, then at Li Chen's confident demeanor, and suddenly felt that this thing might actually work. Crown Prince, be cautious. Is there a trick? Meng He, seeing the Crown Prince eager to try, couldn't help but warn. Li Chen, upon hearing him, remained calm and continued, if the Crown Prince is still doubtful, you can bring us to your home. In the Lingnan Royal Palace, you wouldn't worry about me deceiving you, right? Alright. Meng Xingyun was already 70 to 80% convinced and said, then please accompany me back to the mansion. Guards! Meng Xingyun commanded coldly. Detain Fatty Gua and escort him back to the mansion with this gentleman. The group proceeded grandly towards the royal mansion. Wang Zhongxian and Zhang Jiadi followed, claiming to protect Li Chen. In truth, they were curious to see if the childbearing pills truly worked. Especially Wang Zhongxian, he wasn't thinking about regrowing limbs. He looked at Li Chen, pondering about someone in the palace. The current emperor ascended the throne at the age of 12, and it had been 13 years since. Although the harem didn't have 3,000 beauties, there were still hundreds. Yet, not a single royal offspring had been born. One or two instances could be attributed to the concubines, but with hundreds of them, it seemed unlikely that all had issues. If Li Chen's childbearing pills truly worked, then. With this in mind, Wang Zhongxian's gaze towards Li Chen became even more affectionate. Our family's judgment of character is indeed exceptional. The royal mansion wasn't far, but it still required some distance to reach. Meng Xingyun walked beside Li Chen and couldn't help but ask, may I ask for the gentleman's name? I dare not claim a distinguished surname. Li Chen bowed and said, I am known in the martial world as blood-handed slaughterer, Li Chen. Meng Xingyun turned to Meng He, signaling with his eyes, do we have such a figure in Lingnan? Meng He shook his head, indicating he had never heard of this seemingly villainous martial title. Little did they know that Li Chen had heard Wang Zhongxian's 9,000-year-old title and adopted it for himself. Why does Mr. Li have a grudge against Fatty Gua, insisting on his death? Meng He's status was not low. His grandmaster-level strength meant he didn't need to be meek like other servants. Li Chen hugged Su Xiao in his arms and whispered, there's no deep-seated enmity, just a trivial matter. Even if he scolded me or beat me, it wouldn't have come to this. But that fatty said he would send my disciple to a brothel, which I didn't appreciate. Although she's my disciple, in my heart, she's like my daughter. So I want him dead. Regardless of whether he can fulfill that statement, as long as he had such a thought, he must die. I can't let anyone harm my disciple. It's my family's motto. There was no family motto, he just feared leaving potential threats unresolved. Su Xiao, looking at Li Chen's serious expression, couldn't help but tear up, burying her head in her master's chest, feeling like the luckiest disciple in the world. Meng Xingyan nodded in understanding after hearing this. If someone dared to speak like that about his child in the future, he might also go to such lengths. As they spoke, they arrived at the Wang mansion in Lingnan. A well-dressed noblewoman stood at the entrance, accompanied by a group of servants who welcomed them. "May I ask who this gentleman is, able to continue the lineage of my Meng family?" The noblewoman looked excitedly at the crowd, feeling a bit thrilled. Just now, she heard from the soldier who came back early to report that someone could help the prince continue the family line, and she didn't believe it at first. But upon hearing that the prince had brought someone back, she decided to go out and greet them. In case they really encountered a master who could continue the Meng family line, it would be disrespectful not to. As soon as Li Chen arrived at the entrance of the Wang mansion, a sound rang in his mind from the system. Ding! Hidden mission unlocked, 3 acts of unfilial piety, the greatest being childlessness. Meng Sanwan, the lord of Lingnan, devoted his life to military affairs. Unexpectedly, his son Meng Xingyu lost the ability to continue the family line from a young age, becoming neither male nor female. Worried, Meng's family had no one to carry on the lineage. It is recommended that the host resolve Meng Xingyun's hidden troubles to ensure the continuation of the Meng family line. Reward, 99 water points, special reward Emperor Summoning Device. Emperor Summoning Device, the summoner can use the device to emit the Emperor's light energy, summon the Emperor's light armor to combine, and become the armored warrior Emperor Hero. Damn! 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 Is this the conscience system? Is this my dear Tonzi brother? Is this a benefit given because it knows I don't feel safe in the martial world? Emperor's armor, damn. Li Chen's mind was filled with expletives. If it really was the Emperor's armor from his memories, wouldn't he be invincible? According to the settings of the armored warriors, this thing is the ultimate cheat among cheats, the embodiment of the heavenly way, the invincible existence in the universe. If this thing were placed in the martial world, it would be chaos. Mother, this is the gentleman who claims to have a way to continue our Meng family lineage. Meng Xinghe welcomed Li Chen, holding the noblewoman's hand. If Li Chen couldn't see and only heard their voices, he would really think they were a mother and daughter talking. Quick, please invite the gentleman into the mansion, quickly, into the mansion. The noblewoman instructed the servants to open the gates and ushered Li Chen inside. The mansion was huge. Just walking from the front gate to the living room was longer than walking from an inn to the mansion. Winding paths led through pavilions, towers, artificial hills, and lotus ponds. Passing through countless archways, they finally reached the hall. Shonair and his group were already dumbfounded. The hall alone covered several acres, adorned with carved beams and painted rafters, resplendent in gold and jade. They hesitated to enter. Li Chen noticed their hesitation and said to Meng Xingyun, "My men haven't had a chance to eat yet. Your Highness, please arrange for them to have a meal first." Perhaps due to the reward, Li Chen's tone was much more polite. Meng Xingyun was also pleased and waved his hand to have them taken downstairs. Meng He stood at the door with Guo Pingzi and a few servants, while the others followed into the hall to sit down. The noblewoman sat at the main table, instructing the servants to serve tea and snacks, then spoke, "I wonder, sir, do you have any methods that could enlighten this princess?" Li Chen tasted a pastry, overly sweet for his liking. "It's not some miraculous method." Li Chen took out the life-bearing pill from his pocket and said, "Just 2 pills, 1 male and 1 female. So, we still need a woman to cooperate with His Highness." The princess looked at the life-bearing pill in front of her and said, "This is natural. I have already summoned the prince's consort. Please begin, sir." A young maiden entered the room, dressed in flowing fairy robes with jewels adorning her head, exuding a cold demeanor. "Shoer greets the princess mother, greets the prince consort, greets the gentleman." The maiden bowed to everyone, then sat beside Meng Xingyun. Seeing her husband a bit nervous, she reached out, held his hand, and patted his back. Li Chen didn't waste any time. He took out the life-prolonging pill and had the 2 of them take it. After a while, there was still no reaction. The princess's face grew darker, suspecting that this might be another trick played by a charlatan who had deceived his way into the palace. Guo Pingzi sat pale on the ground, unable to contain his laughter. "Ha, you deceitful scholar, you are nothing but a fraud. You don't have any miraculous elixirs. Ha, you scoundrel, you scared me half to death. I didn't expect you to be a fraud." He thought to himself, now you have truly offended the Meng family, and he feared he wouldn't be able to leave the palace gates. Thinking this, he felt a sense of satisfaction, looking at Li Chen as if he were looking at a dead man. Meng Xingyun also felt a sense of relief, about to speak when suddenly he was struck by a sharp pain. "Ouch, it hurts so much, it hurts so much." He clutched his legs, fell to the ground writhing in pain, feeling like his lower abdomen was burning as if on fire. "My son, you." The princess, seeing her son in such agony, was consumed with anger, slamming the table into pieces. Pointing at Li Chen, trembling with rage, she shouted, "Guards, seize these deceivers." The soldiers drew their swords, ready to apprehend them. Wang Zhongxian stood up, shielding Zhang Jiadi and Li Chen, watching the princess warily, his expression tense. Before they could act, Meng Xingyun's voice grew louder, changing from a high-pitched tone to a deeper one. Wait, mother, look. Xiao'er covered her mouth, calling out in astonishment. Following her gaze, the princess saw Meng Xingyun's robe lifted up. This. The princess couldn't believe her eyes, tears streaming down her face. My son is here. The soldiers stopped in their tracks, looking at the crown prince. The crown prince gradually stopped howling, standing up with bloodshot eyes, his robe looking different than usual. Meng Xingyun, seeing the unexpected, felt like he was dreaming. For over 20 years, only he knew the pain he endured. While others envied him as the crown prince of Lingnan, he felt belittled even when addressed as such. Now that he finally had it, he couldn't help but speak. Sir, your great kindness, Xingyun will never forget. Please allow me to bow to you. With a thud, Meng Xingyun knelt down, his voice strong and resolute. The princess was already in tears, covering her mouth as she wept softly. Li Chen helped Meng Xingyun up, saying, Your Highness, take advantage of the medicine's effects and leave quickly, or I can't guarantee what will happen once it wears off. Upon hearing this, Meng Xingyun didn't hesitate, picking up the crown princess, apologizing, and heading towards the backyard. Before leaving, he glanced disdainfully at Guo Pengzi, instructing, Meng Yi, drag this fat man away, beat him to death with a stick to spare the gentleman's hands from getting dirty. Have mercy, your highness, have mercy. Guo Pengzi, pale and trembling, knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing. Ignoring him, Meng Xingyun carried the crown princess into the backyard. The princess was puzzled, looking at Guo Pengzi kneeling on the ground. Not understanding the situation, Meng Yi approached and whispered the whole story to her. Oh, the princess nodded, saying, Indeed, this matter should be left to the gentleman to handle. How could one act without authorization? Sir, what do you think should be done with this fool? Li Chen, looking at Guo Pengzi with his head battered from kowtowing, shook his head. After all, he is a member of the Lingnan Wang family. Let's handle it according to the crown prince's suggestion. Then drag him away and beat him to death with a stick. The princess waved her hand, signaling Meng He to take him away. Guo Pengzi couldn't help but speak up to beg for mercy from the princess. Your Highness, my father Guo is the defense commander of Lingnan City. Please spare my life for the sake of my father who has no merit but has toiled hard. When Guo Pengzi mentioned Guo's name, the princess fell into thought for a moment. I almost forgot. Manhwa, the princess pointed at Guo Pengzi and said, Guo, the defense commander of Lingnan, conspired with his son to assassinate the Imperial envoy. I now order you to immediately take people to the Guo family and execute them all. Guo Pengzi sat on the ground, stunned, upon hearing this. This can't be happening. Yes. Li Chen stopped Manhwa and said, Forget about executing them all, just punish the mastermind. The gentleman is truly merciful. The princess praised Li Chen, then, as the gentleman suggests, capture the Guo father and son, and exile the rest to the border. Yes. Guo Pengzi sat on the ground, staring blankly as Manhwa led the men away. Suddenly, he lunged at the stable boy. It's all because of you, you useless fool, you ruined my Guo family, it's all your fault. Guo Pengzi sat on the stable boy, punching and kicking him, wishing he could tear him apart. Is this what you call a poor scholar? Is this what you call a poor scholar who stops carriages on the road for a measly sum, causing trouble? What poor scholar has such skills? What poor scholar can be as close as brothers with the Imperial envoy in the capital, and chat amiably with grandmasters? All he could think of now was to go back an hour and chop this idiot stable boy into pieces. The princess, uninterested in the commotion, ordered them to be taken away. In the princess's eyes, a defense commander was no better than the turtles in the palace pond. Let them die. The most important matter for the Meng family was their precious son's illness. The princess's personal maid approached her and whispered a few words in her ear. The smile on the princess's lips never faded. The more she looked at Li Chen, the more she felt that he was a hermit with extraordinary grace and demeanor. Arrange for a grand feast today, everyone will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver. I want to express my gratitude to the gentleman. The princess clapped her hands and ordered the preparations for the feast. The dishes at the mansion were luxurious, with Li Chen spotting at least a dozen protected species on the table. This meal was truly extravagant. If this were in modern times, everyone present would be sentenced to at least 3 years, the ones serving the dishes might get life imprisonment, and those using chopsticks would face the death penalty. The princess appeared particularly majestic at the dining table, her demeanor and gestures more imposing than those of the wealthy women Li Chen had encountered. The meal lasted for 2 hours before Meng Xingyun finally arrived. He had changed his clothes and walked in with a commanding presence, his voice still deep when he spoke. Master, please accept Xingyun's bow. Meng Xingyun knelt down, his face filled with joy. Your Highness, please rise quickly. Li Chen helped him up and asked, it seems like the effects of the medicine are long-lasting. Your Highness should not have reverted back, right? No, not at all. I'm feeling better than ever now, I can sense its presence every moment. Meng Xingyun looked at Li Chen with embarrassment. I was so unreasonable before, and yet you still helped my Meng family without holding a grudge. I am truly ashamed. He firmly held Li Chen's hand, saying, if there's ever a need for Meng Xingyun's assistance in the future, just ask. I will go through fire and water for you, without hesitation. If there's any objection, I'd rather die without a burial place. In Meng Xingyun's eyes, Li Chen had saved his life. Being able to live normally like a man had always been his dream. I don't know how many times I've dreamed of my body getting better, becoming a real man, making my parents cry tears of joy. But every time I wake up, my voice is still effeminate, and there's no response down there. Meeting Li Chen this time felt like a dream, but the recent intimacy, along with the unprecedented feeling now, was truly happening. Such great kindness, Meng Xingyun felt he couldn't repay. Li Chen didn't take his words to heart. The reward he deserved had already been given by the system just now. However, he didn't mind gaining another favor, so he decided to help to the fullest, fulfilling the favor. So Li Chen pretended to calculate by pinching his fingers and said mysteriously, congratulations, Your Highness, in 10 months, you will be a father. What? Not only was the prince happy this time, but the queen was also pleasantly surprised. My son is going to be a father, I'm going to be a grandmother. Indeed, just now I calculated that you are pregnant, and Your Highness's appearance indicates great fortune, so you should have many children and blessings. Meng Xingyun hadn't expected happiness to come so suddenly and asked, this fertility elixir is so miraculous, I wonder if the sir still has any left. I won't ask for it for free, but as long as the sir speaks, my Meng family will definitely offer what you want in return. Li Chen glanced at Meng Xingyun and said, to be honest, this item is a treasure of my sect. There are only 6 pairs in the world, 3 pairs have been used over the centuries, leaving only 3 pairs. Just now, I vaguely felt that Your Highness has a connection with this item, so I took out a pair for Your Highness to use. As for the rest, I'm afraid I can't give them to Your Highness. This item is indeed extremely precious, Your Highness should not be too greedy. Wang Zhongxian, upon hearing that there were only 2 pairs left, said anxiously, he definitely wanted this thing. If the Meng family took it, what would he do? Having been a eunuch all his life, he also wanted to experience what it was like to be a man, to experience the feeling of intimacy. It was my son's impoliteness. The queen apologized and said, if the sir gifts my Meng family such a miraculous item, my Meng family should also reciprocate. Please speak up, as long as my Meng family has it, we will offer it. Li Chen declined a few times but couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the mother and son, so he said, Your Highness, I don't need any reward, but if Your Highness wants to give, you can send a few cows and some martial arts manuals to me. Upon hearing his words, the queen pondered for a moment. As for the cows, we can have dozens brought to the mansion later. As for martial arts manuals, the mansion does have some master-level techniques. I wonder if the sir would be interested. Feeling a bit petty, the queen continued, there are also grandmaster-level ones, but it will take some time. Please stay in the mansion for a few days, and I will make sure to send them to you. Thank you, Your Highness, for your hospitality. I will stay in Chang'an for a while. Li Chen didn't know the difference between grandmaster and master-level techniques, so he agreed. Since he had nothing else to do, staying for a few days and then leaving might help trigger some hidden tasks. The meal was lively, with guests and hosts enjoying themselves. Li Chen was warmly toasted by the mother and son, drank a bellyful of wine, and passed out on the table, unconscious. After a few maidservants took him to the guest room, Su Xiao asked them to leave, sat on a small chair, and watched her master by the bed. Have they all left? When the maidservants were far away, Li Chen covered his head, got up from the bed. Phew, I can really hold my liquor, it's like drinking water. Su Xiao poured a cup of hot tea for her master, laid out the blanket he had brought out, and replied, they've all left. Uncle Xiong and the others came by just now. I asked them to go to the grain store to get things and return to the village first. Alright, let them go back, it's better that way. Staying here won't be of much help, Su Xiao said as she watched her master leaning on his head, sitting on the bed holding his head, unable to resist speaking. Master, do you want to rest for a while? I can guard the door for you, Su Xiao said with a smile on her face, unable to contain her happiness. Li Chen waved his hand. No need, I'll be fine in a moment, and you don't have to guard the door. My master sleeps better when he holds you. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao couldn't hide her joyful expression. Knock knock knock. The master and disciple exchanged a glance, then Su Xiao cleared her throat and asked, who is it? My master is resting. Brotherly, it's me, Wang Zhongxian said from outside the door. Wang Dongdong, please come in. Su Xiao opened the door and let Wang Zhongxian enter. I knew you wouldn't be asleep yet, brother. I brought some hot tea to wake you up, Wang Zhongxian said with a pot of tea, smiling. Thank you, Wang Gonggang. Li Chen took the tea and asked, is there something you need, Wang Gonggang? Wang Zhongxian glanced at Su Xiao. It's nothing. This is my personal disciple. Feel free to speak if you have any requests. Wang Zhongxian looked at Su Xiao and couldn't help but think to himself, this girl is quite lucky to be noticed by Brother Li and taken as a disciple. Ha, I have a small request. Brother Li, about the elixir you promised. Oh, let me see. Li Chen took out the elixir from his pocket and said, I should have given this to Brother Wang earlier, I forgot. Excited, Wang Zhongxian took the elixir carefully and put it in his pocket, then thanked Li Chen. Brother, your kindness is immense, I have nothing to offer in return. So, if you need anything, just let me know, and I will find a way to get it for you. Touched by Wang Zhongxian's generosity, Li Chen felt a bit guilty. If Wang Zhongxian knew he had plenty of these elixirs, he might get angry, as they were meant for animals and not for humans. He decided not to give them away so easily in the future, as rare things are valuable. Don't be so polite. Speaking like that between brothers, isn't it looking down on me, Li? Li Chen pretended to be angry and shook his sleeve. It's our fault, Wang Zhongxian bowed apologetically, showing a humble appearance. If anyone from the martial world saw this, they would be shocked. This was Wang Zhongxian, the ruthless killer who was feared by both the righteous and evil factions. Li Chen poured a cup of tea and handed it to Wang Zhongxian, saying, that's more like it. What's the point of dividing between us brothers? However, Li Chen continued, I would like to ask Brother Wang, as a grandmaster, what level of martial arts realm exists in the martial world? I hope Brother Wang can enlighten me. Sitting on a chair, Wang Zhongxian looked at Li Chen and thought to himself, to ask such a question, this Li brother must really be ignorant of the world. Even those who have never entered the martial world know about the different levels. This Li brother asking such a question probably knows nothing about the world. Brother, Wang Zhongxian cleared his throat and said, in the martial world, martial arts realms are divided into 6 levels. The lowest level consists of some wandering gang members, known as the outcasts. Even a random farmer who can wield a big knife can be considered an outcast in the martial world. On the second level are the third-rate martial artists, who have some skills and are considered somewhat accomplished. They are generally regarded as third-rate martial artists, including ordinary knights-errant and disciples of sects. Next are the second-rate masters, who have reached a higher level of proficiency and are usually the backbone of their sects. Even in smaller places, they can be considered formidable figures. Then there are the first-rate knights, who are renowned figures in the martial world, each known for their exceptional skills. Above the first-rate knights are the unparalleled masters, known as grandmasters, who have reached a level where they can use a leaf as a sword and harm others from a distance. Lastly, there is the highest realm recognized in the martial world, the realm of grandmasters. These experts, numbering only a few dozen in the entire world, are generally influential figures dominating a region and are the foundation of major sects. Li Chen listened intently and couldn't help but ask, so, Brother Wang, are you not the top master in the world? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhongxian shook his head and sighed, there are always higher mountains and better people. Those in the martial world only know of the realm of grandmasters. When one truly reaches our level, they realize there are even more formidable experts, collectively known as terrestrial immortals. Terrestrial immortals. Li Chen exclaimed, are they very powerful? Can they make a sword light freeze 19 continents, or open the gates of heaven with a single strike? Can they cover the sky and earth with one hand, grasp the sun, moon, and stars, and make the world seem eternal night, with no one like me in this world? Brother, Wang Zhongxian looked at Li Chen in amazement. What you are describing are not terrestrial immortals but celestial immortals. The so-called terrestrial immortals are just self-proclaimed titles in the martial world. Grandmasters can only circulate their inner energy through their meridians and release it from their bodies. Terrestrial immortals simply have slightly denser inner energy and can perform light techniques to fly a dozen meters. The most skilled martial artist in the world, Master Zhang, can only use his inner energy to strike down someone 10 meters away with a palm. How could they possibly freeze 19 continents with a sword or hold the stars with one hand? Wang Zhongxian was astonished, realizing that his younger brother Li had a broad knowledge and even knew about these mythical figures. Li Chen felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, thinking there were immortals who could fly through the heavens and earth, hoping to find one to return to earth. Despite the system giving him an emperor's armor, the people in this world might not even be stopped by a Gatling gun. Speaking of terrestrial immortals, brother, you have seen one today, Wang Zhongxian said with a pretense of depth. Oh, I have seen one? Who is it? Li Chen curiously recalled the people he had encountered today. The coachman and Guafati could be ruled out since they were already offering incense. How could they be experts? Meng He was a grandmaster, and Meng Xingyun was unlikely. The people in the inn were possible candidates, but if there were truly someone more formidable than Wang Zhongxian, why wouldn't they reveal themselves? The Wang mansion. Li Chen suddenly looked up at Wang Zhongxian. He saw him leisurely sipping tea and slowly uttering two words. The Queen. Li Chen finally understood why a prince who could split the earth and seal a country had only one son. Even if the son was infertile, why not have more heirs? If the main line failed, couldn't they establish a branch? Even commoners understood this principle, so why didn't the king of Lingnan understand it and entrust the Meng family's lineage solely to Meng Xingyun, without marrying more women and having more children? It couldn't be that he couldn't afford to support them, right? Now it seemed that it wasn't that the king of Lingnan didn't want to establish a branch or have more children, it was highly likely that he didn't dare. At this moment, the queen they were discussing stood pale-faced in the study, gazing at the sword on the bookshelf. Meng Xingyun sat behind his mother and couldn't help but ask, "Mother, why did you call me here? What's the matter?" "Nur." The princess spoke slowly, "How much do you know about that Mr. Li?" Meng Xingyun pondered for a moment. "I only know his name is Li Chen. He should be a hermit from the mountains of Lingnan. He only recently emerged and met Lord Wang and Mr. Zhang. Oh, I remember, he mentioned his title, something like the blood-handed butcher." The princess closed her eyes, then turned and said after some thought, "Nur, from now on, you should interact with him more, try to make him favor our Meng family. When necessary, you can even try to win him over." "Why, mother?" Although Meng Xingyun was grateful to Li Chen, he was far from trying to win him over. After all, the Meng family had its own reputation and status, showing respect to hermits and experts was sufficient. The princess said, "He might not be just a hermit, but a celestial being descended from the heavens." "Ah!" Meng Xingyun exclaimed, "How is that possible? Just now, when I saw you in pain, I was angry and wanted to grab him. But as soon as I had that thought, it felt like a pair of eyes from the heavens were watching me. If I had really made a move, I would have had nowhere to be buried." The princess recalled the feeling and couldn't help but turn pale. "And have you noticed, there is a glow around him, no insects where he stands. His clothes remain spotless, untouched by dust." Hearing this, Meng Xingyun suddenly realized that it was indeed true. "Mother, I remember now, when we were drinking earlier, I saw his wine spill down his chest, but when I touched him, his chest was clean, not a drop on it." The princess sighed, her heart filled with worry. If Lord Wang hadn't met him, we could have hidden him from the capital. But since the first people he encountered were Lord Wang and Mr. Zhang, it might be impossible to keep it a secret. "Are you saying, Mr. Zhang and Lord Wang have already guessed Mr. Li's identity?" "Of course," the princess said with frustration. "Do you think the notorious 9,000 years, why would he treat him like a brother? Why would he try to please him with every word? Even if he's just a scholar, not even your father, the king of Lingnan, would make him act so humble and amiable. Do you think his reputation as a ruthless killer is just a misunderstanding?" Meng Xingyun finally understood the situation. "Think about it when you go back. You're a man now, soon you'll be a father. Use your brain more, Lingnan will eventually be in your hands, just don't ruin it all." The princess patted his head, feeling time slipping away. In just over a decade, a little bean sprout had grown so big. And she was getting old. In a few more years, she might not be able to wield a sword, to seek vengeance and justice. Although life in ancient times was not as convenient as modern times, Li Chen had experienced luxury. Every day, different maids helped him wash his face and feed him. Even when he slept at night, teenage girls helped warm his bed. Unfortunately, Li Chen was law-abiding and didn't enjoy such treatment. He preferred the Wei Wu legacy, mature and sensible women. So he gritted his teeth and refused the maid's offer to accompany him to bed. He could refuse to sleep, but he couldn't refuse to eat. Every meal was sumptuous, every dish exquisite. Li Chen enjoyed the food so much that after 3 days in the palace, he almost didn't want to leave. "Mr. Li, why not stay a few more days? Let my Meng family properly thank you," the princess couldn't help but ask. "Your Highness, it's not that I don't want to stay longer, but I've already delayed too much, and my family must be worried." Li Chen, although living comfortably, still missed the gentle and shy senior maid who wouldn't resist even when bullied, and the little maid who hummed and chirped all day long. As for Lin Dongdong, what a foolish kid. No need to think about it. Moreover, living in the Wang mansion made him somewhat uneasy. No matter what, he felt like a guest, lacking the comfort of his own little hut. Despite Meng Xingyun's repeated attempts to persuade him, Li Chen took out a package from his back and said, "This is the Grandmaster's secret technique treasured by my Meng family. I hope Mr. Li will accept it." Li Chen accepted the package, hung it on his back, and said to Meng's mother and son, "The journey ahead is long, it's enough to leave it here. Next time I come to the city, I will trouble the sun again. Then my Meng family will surely welcome the gentleman with great joy," the queen said with a bow. Li Chen didn't linger, he got on the ox cart prepared by the wine mansion and slowly disappeared from Meng's mother and son's sight. Manhwa. The queen stood in place and said, "Yes. Follow him, see where Mr. Li settles, and make sure not to be discovered." "Yes, your highness." Li Chen was unaware of the tale behind him, holding the token given by the queen, observing his surroundings. Going out once was a rough understanding of this world. He also received 2 tokens. One was from the Wang mansion, the other from the Eastern factory. When Wang Zhongxian left, he didn't take it with him but entrusted it to Li Chen. If he encountered officials' inquiries, he should show the Eastern factory token to ensure no trouble. If he encountered people from the martial world, he should hide it well. Wang Zhongxian was afraid that if the token in Li Chen's hand was discovered by people from the martial world, what was once peaceful would turn into endless trouble. The token from the Wang mansion was given by the queen. When she gave it, she said that as long as it was within Lingnan's territory, this token could be used in both the black and white paths. So Li Chen put the Eastern factory token in his backpack. He hung the Wang mansion token around his waist and sat on the ox cart, swaying back and forth. It wasn't that he didn't want to lie down, but the cart was filled with various boxes, leaving no space for him to lie down. These boxes were gifts from the Wang mansion. If Li Chen hadn't found it troublesome, he would have declined some. It was estimated that Meng Xingyun's prepared gifts would require over a dozen carts to bring back to the village. Su Xiao held a whip, driving the ox cart, very excited. In her eyes, everything in the Wang mansion belonged to others. But this ox was different. It was the Wang mansion's reward for her master, now their own possession. So she was very happy, they now had an ox at home. She remembered that her grandfather's biggest wish in his life was to have an ox. And this wish, her grandfather never fulfilled until his death. Today, she fulfilled it for her grandfather. She wanted to tell him that they now had an ox at home and could cultivate the land. Passing by the West Market, Li Chen bought a brood of chicks and, unable to resist Su Xiao's first request, bought a young calf. Handing the calf to Su Xiao to lead, the two sat on the ox cart and left Lingnan City, swaying back and forth. The city gate was bustling today, with vendors and commoners coming and going in and out of Lingnan City. Li Chen saw Chinda, who he hadn't seen in a few days, now wearing the uniform of a gate captain, having gone from a small soldier to the city gate captain. Chinda saw Li Chen and quickly got up to kneel. "I'm Chinda, paying respects to the gentleman." Li Chen helped him up, smiling and saying, "It's been a few days, how did you get promoted?" Thanks to the gentleman's blessings, a few days ago, the city's defense commander, Hua, for some unknown reason, had his house raided and lost his position. The previous gate captain then took over, and with the gentleman's recommendation, I was promoted to his position. Li Chen hadn't expected that the source of Chinda's promotion was because of himself. He never expected that blocking the official road when he arrived would lead to a series of events and affect the lives of a group of people. Chen Daxing's promotion naturally brought him some joy, prompting him to speak a few more words. "Please look, this is the Gua family's servant, who is being prepared for exile to the border due to implication." Li Chen followed his gaze and saw a group of disheveled people wearing shackles, their faces numb and lifeless as they sat on the ground. Among them was the steward he had seen that day, also sitting there in tattered clothes. Are all these people going to be exiled to the border as laborers? Li Chen had some thoughts as he looked at the steward. He still lacked someone with a bit of knowledge by his side. Xiong Er and the others were fine in the village, but they would be clueless in the city. It would be better to save the steward, keep him by his side, and avoid having to handle everything himself. With this in mind, he walked over. "Who is responsible for escorting these prisoners?" Li Chen approached and inquired. The escorting constable turned around, looking at Li Chen with suspicion. "I am in charge of this. Do you have any business here? If not, step aside and don't interfere with my work." Li Chen, hearing the unfriendly tone of the official, remained unruffled. He took out the token hanging from his waist and handed it over, saying, "I wish to take away a few people. Please cooperate." The constable was instantly angered by this request. These prisoners were specifically instructed by the Wang's residents to be handled properly. Any oversight would lead to consequences. Who did this person think he was, demanding to take away people? Just as the constable was about to get angry, he recognized the scholar in front of him and took a closer look. Damn! Wasn't this the gentleman who had ordered the execution of Gua Er's entire family? And looking at the token in his hand, Lingnan King's personal order. Damn! The constable quickly knelt down, feeling it chill down his spine. "I have seen you, sir. Please, which ones do you wish to take? I will arrange it for you." Bring him over, Li Chen pointed at the steward. The constable acted swiftly, bringing the steward over. The Guo family prisoners watched as he was taken away, looking at Li Chen expectantly. Although they didn't know who he was, it was evident that this man held significant power, enough to save people from the Meng family. They knelt on the ground, wailing, begging Li Chen to spare their lives. Some of Guo's concubines even stripped off their clothes, offering to serve Li Chen comfortably. Old sir, do you remember me? The steward looked at Li Chen, smiling bitterly as he bowed and said, Of course, I remember you, sir. From the first moment, I felt you were not an ordinary person, and indeed, I was right. Unfortunately, that foolish coachman didn't understand and brought my young master along, not knowing the consequences, leading to the destruction of the Guo family and implicating us servants. Do you hate me? Li Chen squinted and asked. I dare not. I can only blame my own misfortune. Li Chen stared at the steward, feeling a chill in his heart, before speaking. Well then, I need someone by my side. Are you willing to follow me? Upon hearing this, the steward's eyes lit up with a desire to survive, and he prostrated himself on the ground. If you don't mind, sir, I am willing to serve under you as a slave. Very well, from now on, you will follow me. Li Chen instructed the constable to remove the shackles and, looking at the pleading Guo family members, he said, Help me choose a few people who are useful. I will take them with me. Yes, sir. The steward quickly got into action, having served others for a lifetime. Some habits were deeply ingrained. In no time, he selected 2 young men and 3 young maids. Is this all? Li Chen asked, looking at the 5 trembling individuals before him. After all, there were dozens of people from the Guo family, all detained here, yet the steward only selected 5, which was somewhat unexpected to him. Afraid that the steward might worry, he continued, It's okay, you can pick more. Master, it's not that I don't want to pick more, but I feel that you don't need the others. The steward respectfully replied, These are all people from the Guo family. Even the servants usually have a domineering attitude, afraid that the master won't like it. These 5 people, on the other hand, are the most diligent workers and the most honest servants of the Guo family. They are usually bullied by others, do the most work, so the old slave thinks that the master should like them. Hearing this, Li Chen no longer hesitated and looked at the constable. The constable immediately understood, released the people chosen by the steward, and even thoughtfully provided them with a few sets of rough clothes for servants. Thank you, sir. Li Chen was always courteous, but firm. So, he took out several gold ingots from his pocket and handed them over. If anyone asks, Sir, just say that I took them away, and I will explain it later. I dare not. The constable waved his hand. How could he accept money? Let alone let Li Chen explain. The Guo Earth family was wiped out because they offended the man in front of them. Taking away a few servants from the Guo family was not a big deal. Li Chen stuffed the gold into the constable's hand, his tone brooking no refusal. As long as someone helps me, I will definitely give a reward. This is my rule, and I hope sir won't break it. Seeing how serious he was, the constable no longer refused and accepted it, thinking to himself, truly a distinguished guest that even the Wang mansion would want to befriend. Just look at this generosity. This must be at least 5 taels of gold, 50 taels of silver. After toiling as a constable for more than 10 years, he had never received such a generous reward. Li Chen left the city gate with the people, waving goodbye to Chinda. Along the way, the newly liberated servants were especially diligent. Although they were honest, they were not stupid. This noble young master in front of them would be their master in the future. Their future lives would depend on his mood, so they had to perform well. Li Chen didn't care about their thoughts. Sitting in the ox cart, holding Su Xiao, he said to the steward driving the cart, By the way, in the future, don't call me master, call me young master. The steward replied, Then how should we address you in the future, sir? In the future, all of you can call me young master. Li Chen thought for a moment. Young master sounds more in line with my temperament. All right, young master, the steward and the others replied. By the way, what are your names? I'll arrange accommodation for you later. Li Chen was a bit face-blind. These people's faces were all dirty. He thought he should ask for their names. The group looked at each other and remained silent. The steward spoke up. Back in the Guo family, we servants didn't have names. We were called whatever the master called us. Upon hearing this, Li Chen remembered that the servants in the Ming dynasty had no rights. Their lives and deaths depended on the master's wishes, and as for names, only a few trusted ones were given names by the master. What were you called in the Guo family? Li Chen asked. I'm called Lai Fu, the steward spoke, then pointed at the others. These 2 maids were just bought, so they don't have names yet. These 2 servants used to follow me. They are called Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba. Goodness. Doesn't the Guo family have a Chang Wei? Li Chen looked at the steward and asked with a smile. The young master of the Gua family's original name is Gua Changwei, the steward replied. So that fat guy's name was Changwei. Thinking of that fat guy, Li Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter while looking at the steward named Lai Fu. Does your young master know Kung Fu? Does he beat you? Lai Fu didn't know why his young master was asking such questions, but he answered honestly, Master Gua knows some martial arts. As for hitting people, Master Gua has a bad temper. Basically, all the servants of the Gua family have been hit by him. Walking and talking along the way, Li Chen didn't find it boring. The journey took a bit longer due to the ox cart. Although ox carts are faster than people on the official road, they become a burden in the mountains, especially when crossing rivers. Fortunately, with Lai Fu and the other servants, Li Chen didn't have to carry the luggage across the river. Around noon, when the sun was at its peak, Li Chen and his group finally arrived at the village entrance. The village had no name, just a group of poor people huddling together for warmth. There was no time to name the village. The village entrance was not specific. As long as you could see the houses in the village, that was considered the entrance. Lin Dongdong stood on a large rock at the village entrance, tiptoeing to look into the distance. Her powerful brother-in-law had been gone for 5 days. Uncle Xiong and the others had returned, bringing back a lot of things. They said it was bought by her brother-in-law and excitedly talked about how amazing he was. With just a wave of his hand, he captured the most ruthless gang in the city, not even caring about the 20 strong men in the gang. He just grabbed them. Moreover, the gang's leader was cut in half by her brother-in-law's men, which was terrifying. Many high-ranking officials even treated her brother-in-law like a brother, except for one fat man who argued with him. But that fat man was beaten to death. He was the biggest official in Lingnan, and his son had a good relationship with her brother-in-law, so he had the fat man killed for her brother-in-law. And the official's son even invited them to dinner. Uncle Xiong always boasted about it. He said the official's family's meal was served on a table full of dishes. The table was even bigger than the house her brother-in-law built. There were more dishes, all big fish and meat dishes. The table couldn't fit everything, so they had to serve it in several rounds. They couldn't finish it all. What a waste. After listening to Uncle Xiong's words, the villagers felt like they were hearing a fairy tale. Someone asked if the official at the city gate was as important as the official her brother-in-law knew. Uncle Xiong sneered and said the most powerful official at the city gate wouldn't dare to speak in front of her brother-in-law. Whatever her brother-in-law wanted, he got. When they entered the city, no one dared to stop them. Finally, after hearing all the villagers who went out with Li Chen say the same thing, Hua Dajiao believed it. But since Li Chen hadn't returned in the past few days, she started acting up. She spread rumors everywhere that Lin's brother-in-law was living a good life at the official's house and wouldn't return to the village. She said Li Chen didn't want them anymore, which angered Lin Dongdong so much that she gritted her teeth and wanted to go hit her. Uncle Xiong and the others were also a bit worried. After all, the official's house was so good, with people serving them. The maids inside were all prettier than the eldest maid. If it were them, they wouldn't want to go back to the hardships of the mountain. After hearing Hua Dajiao's words, the villagers began to doubt as well. Could it be that the brother-in-law really didn't plan to come back, so he had them bring things back first? The longer the time passed, the more rumors spread in the village, and many people gossiped behind their backs. They said the brother-in-law was living a good life in the city and didn't want the 3 Lin sisters anymore. Lin Dongdong would be very angry if she heard this, so she waited at the village entrance every day. From dawn till dusk, she hoped her brother-in-law would return soon. She wanted him to come back and scold them. Waiting and waiting, 3 days passed. Last night, she even saw her sister crying secretly under the covers. She knew her sister was missing her brother-in-law too. Lin Dongdong has always liked her brother-in-law. With him around, no one in the village dares to bully her family. Even the village kids all want to play with her. If her brother-in-law is not around, their home will return to its previous state. She doesn't want those pretty fabrics, she doesn't want that meat, she just wants her brother-in-law to come back. Lin Dongdong kicked a small stone in disappointment, tears falling drop by drop to the ground. She missed her brother-in-law. Mua Cao's moo made Lin Dongdong lift her tear-filled eyes in a daze. Strange, why would there be a cow mooing in the village? Through the haze, a cart approached from afar, driven by a neatly dressed old man. Lin Dongdong was curious about who would come to their village. The young man in white on the cart stood up and waved at her. Brother-in-law! Lin Dongdong shouted, jumped up, and ran towards the cart without even looking at the road ahead. Li Chen watched Dongdong run and shout, quickly signaling the cart to stop. He released Su Xiao from his arms, jumped off the cart, and went to meet her. Whoa, brother-in-law, brother-in-law, brother-in-law. Lin Dongdong hugged Li Chen, crying loudly, tears streaming everywhere, her small hands wiping them away haphazardly. Bro! Bro, brother-in-law, are you not wanting us? Lin Dongdong cried breathlessly, unable to speak, holding onto her brother-in-law tightly, afraid that if she let go, her brother-in-law would disappear. How could that be? Li Chen comforted. You are a smart and brave little kid, how could brother-in-law not want you? But they said, brother-in-law is living a good life in the city and doesn't want us anymore, Lin Dongdong replied tearfully. Seeing so many people watching her cry made her a bit embarrassed, so she buried her head in her brother-in-law's chest, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. Li Chen chuckled, probably the village women had scared Dongdong with their nonsense. No, I am your brother-in-law, I will never not want you and your sister. And Lilia, Lin Dongdong, loyal, said not to forget her sister. Even though her sister would pull her hair, she was still her sister. Li Chen smiled, alright, and Lilia, I can't bear to leave you three, I will never abandon you three, okay? Hearing this, Lin Dongdong slowly stopped crying, curiously looking at the cows behind. Whose cows are these? Are they from the official's house? Did you ride a cow back, brother-in-law? Li Chen nodded, saying, these are our cows, a gift from the official, they belong to our family now. Originally, the princess was going to prepare horses, but Li Chen felt horses were unnecessary in the village, and no one would know how to care for them, so he brought back a yellow cow instead. Hearing this, Lin Dongdong became excited. Really, we have cows at home now. Yes, including the little calf behind, and the things on the cart, they all belong to our family. What about these people? These people are also ours, they are servants at home. From now on, Dongdong, you are the young mistress, they will serve you. Lin Dongdong didn't know what a young mistress was, she only heard that everything on the cart belonged to their family, feeling so happy she could explode, feeling dizzy all over. Lin Dongdong was excited all the way. After being held by her brother-in-law for a while, she wanted to try the feeling of riding a cow, but she didn't want to let go, afraid her brother-in-law would disappear. So Lin Dongdong was very conflicted, muttering to herself, should she ride the cow or hold on to her brother-in-law? Li Chen helplessly looked at this foolish kid. But then he thought, this little one had waited for him for 3 or 4 days, so he didn't say anything. He held Lin Dongdong, helped her onto the cow, and solved Dongdong's tangled problem. Ah, brother-in-law, the big cow is so obedient. Lin Dongdong rode on the cow, holding onto its horns, directing it to move forward, excitedly shouting. Before they even entered the village, some children were drawn out by her voice. Dongdong, how come you're riding a cow? So cool, Dongdong, I want to ride too. Brother-in-law, you're back. Brother-in-law is riding a cow back. The younger girls timidly looked at the big yellow cow, somewhat afraid yet envious. Envious of Lin Dongdong riding the big cow, looking very majestic. Several boys followed the ox cart, running alongside, shouting and occasionally running in front of the yellow cow, making a fuss, looking silly. In no time, a group of little rascals followed behind the ox cart. Lin Yuchu was at home feeding milk powder to the little girl, her eyes red, she hadn't slept well these days. She often had nightmares in the middle of the night, dreaming that her husband wouldn't come back. It scared her so much that she was afraid to sleep, fearing that her dreams would come true. She was also worried that her 2 younger sisters were burdens, she wasn't diligent enough, didn't even have a house, would her husband really not want her and go enjoy himself in the city? Lost in thought, Lin Yuchu forgot to feed the little girl. The little girl became anxious, opening her mouth wide, pulling at the spoon, trying to grab it, and starting to cry. Oh, hearing the little girl's anxious voice, Yuchu finally reacted and hurriedly fed her. Little one, do you think your brother-in-law doesn't want your sister? Lin Yuchu asked softly. Unfortunately, the little girl couldn't speak, she didn't understand, she just grinned at her sister and responded with an "Oh. You have no worries, eat and sleep, but if your brother-in-law doesn't come back, you won't have your milk powder." Lin Yuchu was somewhat worried, although her husband had left plenty of food at home, if he didn't return, it wouldn't be sustainable to just eat without replenishing. Before she could think further, she heard a commotion outside the thatched hut, faintly hearing someone calling for the brother-in-law. She quickly put down the little girl and pushed open the door to look. She saw Dongdong riding a big yellow cow, proudly holding her head high, looking arrogant like the big rooster raised in the village. And the man behind her was her long-awaited husband. Lin Yuchu covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. "Brother-in-law, welcome back. Brother-in-law, you're back. Brother-in-law, did you buy this cow?" The villagers who were helping to build the house saw Li Chan and greeted him with smiles. They surrounded the ox cart, each one extremely envious. A cow! Before a famine, this was a rare sight. A village with a cow was considered prosperous. Unexpectedly, the brother-in-law brought back 2, and everyone couldn't help but praise him. Xiaomier was eager to lead the big yellow cow, showing a loyal appearance. Li Chen, seeing his demeanor, couldn't help but tease, "We're home, why are you coming up to lead? I'm helping brother-in-law look after the cow, afraid these people will scare brother-in-law's cow. Xiong'er replied foolishly. After this trip to the city, in his heart, the brother-in-law's status was even more noble. Li Chen didn't bother with him, looking at Lin Yuchu leaning forward, silently crying with her hand covering her mouth, and said, "Silly girl." He walked over, seeing Yuchu blushing and looking happy. He couldn't help but embrace her. "I'm back. Why are you crying?" Lin Yuchu blushed, covering her face and not daring to speak, delicately smelling the scent on Li Chen's body. She felt a sense of peace in her heart. "My husband, you're back, you've worked hard." Lin Yuchu silently repeated in her heart, her mouth slightly open but no words came out. The little maid in the thatched cottage turned her head, wide-eyed, watching the couple embracing each other. Oh, she greeted Li Chen with a sound, then proceeded to feed herself with a spoon. People who eat are the happiest. Li Chen waved his hand, calling Xiong'er and the steward over. "Is the new house ready to move in?" Li Chen asked Xiong'er. "Sir, it's ready, but madam doesn't want to move in without you," Xiong'er replied. Li Chen patted Yochu's head, looking at her somewhat helplessly. "Silly girl, houses are meant to be lived in, there's no need to wait for me to move in." Yuchu dared not speak, silently thinking, it would be nice to move in together when the husband returns. Lai Fu. Seeing Yuchu too shy to speak, Li Chen instructed. "Young master." Lai Fu replied, causing a stir among the villagers. "Later, move the things from the ox cart into the new house. For now, you all can stay here. Tomorrow, I will build more houses for you to live in," Li Chen arranged. "Yes, young master." Lai Fu instructed the others to start working. Although Li Chen was surprised by the living conditions, he quickly adjusted his mindset and started working. Besides, with his connections to the Wang family, there was no way he would continue living in such a place. The laborers and maids didn't think much either. Being able to save their lives was good enough, so they didn't dare to be picky. Moreover, the village was similar to their childhood homes, so they had no complaints living there. Seeing the people Li Chen brought, Xiong'er suddenly felt a sense of crisis. "Sir, who are these people?" "Oh," Li Chen explained to him, "these are the servants I hired. Lai Fu is the steward, and those maids are specifically hired to take care of the little maid in Dongdong." Li Chen looked at Yuchu and said, "Now you don't have to work so hard, just tell them what needs to be done in the future." Li Chen's words surprised the villagers. Although they knew the young master was like a deity and heard from Xiong'er how powerful he was in the city, it was all hearsay. But when the young master actually brought a few more servants back from the city, they found it quite extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, the young master had become a wealthy landlord. The house had just been built, and the servants were already settled in. As they thought about it, they looked enviously at Dongdong and Yuchu. The Lin family's maid had truly risen from the ashes. Under Lai Fu's command, the servants placed the boxes one by one in the new house. The old house had to be vacated for them to live in. Yuchu was reluctant to part with anything, wanting to take everything with her. Li Chen didn't let her do the work. Instead, he asked the villagers to help pack up and promised to treat them to dinner in the evening. In reality, there wasn't much, just a few broken pots and a few blankets. The grains and fabrics bought in the city had long been placed in the new house. Firewood was stored in the courtyard, but Yuchu always felt it was unsafe, afraid someone might steal it, so she secretly took some into the house behind Li Chen's back. When caught, she looked like she had done something wrong, lowering her head and fiddling with her fingers, too scared to speak. Seeing her like this, Li Chen couldn't bear to scold her, knowing she hadn't realized they had enough firewood at home. Seeing her hoarding things like a little hamster, he couldn't help but find it amusing. She was so adorable, he could only spoil her. So he directed the remaining villagers to quickly set up 2 sheds while it was still noon. One shed for firewood and chicks, the other for the 2 cows. When the black cloth covering the chicken coop was removed, the fluffy little chicks inside caught Yochu's attention. She watched the chicks wandering around the shed carefully, a hint of girlish excitement on her face. Dongdong and Su Xiao preferred the 2 yellow cows, so they were outside the cowshed feeding them hay. The village children were mostly moving between the 2 sheds, sometimes petting the big cows, sometimes playing with the chicks. They were having a great time. Xiaoya was in Li Chen's arms, stretching her neck to see the commotion, making excited noises. She wanted her brother-in-law to come closer so she could see too. Li Chen walked over and saw Lin Yuchu holding 2 wooden bowls, one with water and the other with some bran to feed the chickens. Seeing the bowl with bran only having a little, he made a quick gesture, and a few pounds of rice slipped from his hand, falling next to the wooden bowl. The chicks swarmed over to eat the rice, chirping happily, making Xiaoya giggle. Lin Yuchu felt a pang of heartache seeing Li Chen feeding the chickens with rice, not wanting to waste food. Li Chen caught a chick and handed it to Xiaoya to play with. Unexpectedly, Xiaoya grabbed the chick and tried to stuff it into her mouth, causing Lin Yuchu to intervene quickly and rescue the poor chick. She held Xiaoya, giving her husband a resentful look. Xiaoya didn't know any better, and her husband was quite daring. Li Chen couldn't help but burst into laughter seeing Xiaoya with feathers all over her face, finding children so adorable. Of course, the most adorable was the blushing eldest sister. Dinner was prepared by San Yang as usual, this time using a large iron pot and more stir-fried dishes. Li Chen bought some cured meat from the grain store and received some food and pastries from the Wang family. There was fish, meat, chicken, and duck, a table full of dishes spread across 2 large tables. The women and children squatted on the ground, holding bowls bigger than their heads to eat. The rice was overflowing, with bits of meat and vegetables mixed in, the broth soaking the rice, occasionally finding a piece of meat, a satisfying feeling. Damn, it was amazing. The table was full of men, the sound of them eating filling the air. They felt that Xiong Er's meal at the official's house should be like this. Hua Dajiao didn't sit at the table. In the conservative Ming society, male chauvinism prevailed. No matter how domineering she was at home, she couldn't sit at the table outside. The Guo father and son sat at the table. Hua Dada choked on the meat and wanted some vegetables to clear his throat. His father slapped his head, saying, "Why eat vegetables? Don't you know you should eat more meat? Haven't you had enough wild vegetables at home?" Then, he picked up a chicken leg and said, "Eat more meat. After this meal, who knows when you'll have oily dishes again." Guo Dadu opened his mouth but didn't retort, quietly gnawing on the chicken leg. Dinner proceeded as usual, finishing relatively early. The sun was setting on the mountain, so they had dinner around 5 o'clock. When they finished, the sun hadn't set yet. Everyone was stuffed, sitting or lying down, panting and looking at the leftovers on the table, feeling a bit regretful. They couldn't waste food, even if they were full. A few villagers almost vomited due to their vigorous movements, covering their mouths and staying still. Li Chen didn't eat much, as this meal wasn't very appealing. Not a single protected animal was served. San Yang's cooking skills were not as good as the Wang family's chef, so he only took a few bites before stopping. When everyone was full and satisfied, he tapped the table to get their attention. "Fellow villagers," he said, and the villagers turned to him, wondering what this young master had to say. Li Chen looked at the villagers and spoke out the idea he had been contemplating for a long time. "Fellow villagers, as you all know, I haven't been here for long, but I already consider myself a part of the village. After all, Yuchu is my wife, and we plan to settle down here. So, I have a proposal to share with you all." Li Chen glanced at the shy Yuchu, cleared his throat, and continued, "Although we all came from different places as refugees, we have been together for quite some time now. I thought, why not form a village of our own?" Upon hearing this, the villagers started discussing among themselves. No one objected, they were indifferent, except for Xiong Er who asked, "Sir, what shall we name our village then?" Li Chen pondered for a moment. "Our village is located to the west of Lingnan City, with several small streams running through it. Let's just call it Qingxi Village." "Great! From now on, we shall be known as Qingxi Village." Although the villagers didn't understand the meaning of this name, it didn't hinder their enthusiasm. After all, their master was wealthy. Li Chen waved his hand to silence the villagers and said, "Now that we have a village, we need a means of livelihood. I have purchased some seeds in the city and I propose that we clear some land near the village before the snow falls, and plant crops next spring. What do you think?" The villagers began to feel hesitant upon hearing this. It wasn't that they were lazy, but there was an old saying in the Ming dynasty, 1 acre of good land is worth a life. This meant that turning barren land into fields was essentially risking one's life. In ancient times, commoners barely had enough to eat throughout the year. Without sufficient nutrition, working was already strenuous, let alone clearing land. Moreover, without oxen, they had to rely on human strength to plow the fields. It was essentially a matter of risking their lives. After clearing the land, they wouldn't survive for long. Therefore, although there was plenty of land in the Ming dynasty, the common people lacked the ability to cultivate new land. The fields they had were obtained through sacrifices made by their ancestors, and each acre of land was their most precious wealth. Li Chen understood their concerns and continued, "Once the land is cleared and crops are harvested, the produce will belong to everyone. Those who are unwilling to participate, I won't force them. But for those who are willing to follow my instructions, not only will I provide 3 meals a day, but also 20 when daily." Wow! The villagers were astonished by the generosity of their master. Each of them looked at Li Chen in disbelief. San Yang directly asked, "Sir, is it true that we will receive 20 when daily, and will we continue to eat dry meals 3 times a day as before?" Li Chen smiled at them and said, "Not only will you have 3 meals a day, but also 2 extra eggs in the morning, sweet soup to drink at noon and in the afternoon. Those who work well will even have meat to eat every day." Sweet soup was a kind of milk powder that the villagers had tasted before. It was sweet and refreshing, and after drinking a bowl, they wouldn't feel tired even after a day's work. The villagers were thrilled upon hearing this. The reason why people died while clearing land before was due to lack of nutrition and insufficient food. If everyone could eat their fill every day, the land in the Ming dynasty would be cultivated in no time. Not to mention rice, even eating wheat bran to satisfaction would increase the productivity of the land several times over. Now, the master was offering not only 3 meals a day but also eggs, sweet soup, meat for those who worked well, and even payment. My goodness, this work had to be done. Were they out of their minds not to accept? They rushed forward, crying and shouting to work for the master. Some villagers were afraid they wouldn't get the opportunity and were willing to work for food alone. Li Chen looked at the almost frenzied villagers, somewhat surprised. The price he had offered was already the lowest he could offer. He had also researched the prices in this world. A bundle of firewood costs 21, a caddy of wheat bran costs 10 won. Normal grains cost 31 per caddy, while fine grains, such as rice, cost 51 per caddy, something only the landlord's household can afford. A regular worker earns around 500 to 1,000 won per month. At a price of 21 and including meals, that was already the lowest offer he could think of. He was afraid no one would come to work if it was any lower, but he could gradually increase it later. In business, no one starts by offering the highest price. However, he never expected that this offer would make the villagers envious, fearing they wouldn't be hired. Don't you all think the wages are too low? At the end of the day, the wages earned couldn't even buy a caddy of rice. Don't any of you have any objections? If modern cattle and horses heard about these wages, eating plain rice all day with just 2 eggs, they would be shocked. With a monthly wage, they could only buy a little over 10 caddies of rice. He was afraid that as soon as he mentioned this offer, he would be hung on a lamppost. Alright, I'll take everyone, Li Chen waved to the excited villagers, saying, you can go back now. If you want to come tomorrow, just come here. The villagers felt relieved hearing the young master's words. They happily left, making sure to leave the place clean. Some villagers couldn't get work, so they knelt down and kowtowed to Li Chen. Lai Fu, do you think the treatment I offer is good? Li Chen was puzzled by the villagers' enthusiasm. Lai Fu respectfully replied, young master, it's not just good, it's too good. What do you mean? What's your usual treatment at the Gua family? Lai Fu explained, I'm considered well off at the Gua family, earning 10 guan a year, having 2 meals a day, mostly bean rice with little white rice. Meat is only served on special occasions. And what about you? Li Chen couldn't believe it, looking at Lai Fu in surprise, then turning to Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba. Xiao Qi, a shy teenager, hesitated before saying, I don't get paid. The Gua family bought me for 3 guan. I eat leftovers and rarely get full. Occasionally during festivals, there might be some oily dishes left, but most of it is eaten by other servants, and Xiao Ba and I can only have some meat soup. Li Chen fell silent. How much grain can you save from farming all year round? Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba dared not speak, feeling that the young master was angry. Lai Fu respectfully said, in poor families, even with 3 to 4 mu of land, they can only harvest around 300 caddies of grain per mu. With 4 mu of land, they can save around 1,200 caddies a year. After deducting various taxes, they can save about 40%, leaving around 500 caddies. Saving for next year's planting, they might have around 400 caddies, barely enough for a family of 5 or 6 to get by for a year. After hearing Lai Fu's words, Li Chen stood still, speechless for a long time. A family of 5 or 6, with 400 caddies of grain for a year. And this was considered well off for a farming household. With the heavy taxes of the Ming dynasty and the hardships faced by Su Xiao and Yu Chu's family, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. No wonder Yu Chu was so reluctant to waste anything, like a hamster hoarding food. Whenever she fed the chickens with white rice, there was a hint of bitterness on her gentle face. No wonder Su Xiao always secretly saved some grain, unwilling to eat it, swallowing it with plain water when it went bad. No wonder these villagers abandoned their fields and became refugees in the mountains. With such heavy taxes, any natural disasters or misfortunes would reduce their harvest by a significant amount. I'm afraid all the grain in the fields won't be enough to pay the taxes. If these taxes were imposed in modern times, even a tax rate of 5 out of 10 would likely lead to rebellion. If the people here knew about the treatment in future generations, even that of the poorest, they would go mad. Eating white rice every day until they're sick of it, refusing to eat without side dishes. They waste more food every day than they consume. Even when they're tired of feasting on fish and meat, no one wants the fat and mostly ends up spitting it out. If you were to tell the villagers about this kind of life, I doubt anyone would believe it. Go down, don't let anyone disturb me, let me sit alone for a while. Li Chen waved his hand, signaling Lai Fu to step back. Lai Fu stepped aside, watching the young master sitting under the setting sun, wondering why he, with his great abilities, suddenly felt depressed. Perhaps even important figures have their own troubles. But since the young master was in a bad mood, he wouldn't approach him to ask. He had no business meddling in the affairs of important figures. He could only watch to prevent anyone from disturbing the young master. Li Chen looked up at the sky, squinting as he muttered to himself, "Did you send me to this world hoping I would save them?" He watched the sun slowly set and asked the sky. In ancient times, there was no nightlife. Before it even got dark, the villagers would already be home sleeping. Yu Chu dared not disturb the Lord as he sat lost in thought under the setting sun. Taking a few blankets, she began to make beds for the servants at home so they could rest. The 3 maidservants wouldn't let her do the work, quickly taking it from Yu Chu's hands. Xiaoqi and Xiaoba slept in the old thatched house, while the 3 maidservants stayed in the new house. Lai Fu went to stay at Xiong'er's house. With nothing to do, Yu Chu carried Xiaoya and walked out. Lin Dongdong had been following Li Chen around all day, and seeing her brother-in-law lost in thought, she sat beside him playing with the chicks. Su Xiao led the little calf, watching her master. Yu Chu walked over and saw the Lord with his eyes closed, murmuring softly, not knowing what he was saying. She sat not far away, holding Xiaoya and watching the sun slowly disappear behind the mountain. The world was peaceful, and the moon and stars appeared without anyone noticing. Xiaoya was already fast asleep. There were no mosquitoes around Li Chen, so Xiaoya slept especially soundly. Looking at Xiaoya in her arms and Lin Dongdong playing with the chicks beside her, Lin Yuchu felt inexplicably happy. She hoped to live like this for the rest of her life, with her husband earning money outside, her taking care of the house, helping with the children, cooking and cleaning. The 2 of them living together like this forever. And then having 2 chubby children, with Dongdong growing up to help with the children. How wonderful! Aren't you going to sleep? While Yu Chu was lost in thought, Li Chen, who knows when, sat beside her, his voice waking her up. Yu Chu looked at the handsome lord and blushed, shaking her head, "Not sleepy, just want to sit with you for a while. Let's go back, it's windy outside." Li Chen took Xiaoya, holding her with one hand and leading Lin Yu Chu back to the courtyard. Lin Dongdong and Su Xiao followed behind, leading the little yellow calf into the cowshed. The chicks were barely breathing from being played with. Li Chen glanced at them, thinking they could offer incense to them tomorrow morning. The new house had a front hall, a kitchen, and 4 rooms. The 3 maidservants shared one room. Su Xiao and Dongdong each had their own. There was one more room, which was definitely. Li Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited. After being married for so long, finally, they could be alone together in a room. Li Chen walked into the hall, clearing his throat and said to the 2 maids, "Go wash up, and go back to your own rooms to sleep at night. You're all grown up now, you should learn to sleep alone." Lin Dongdong scratched her head, not understanding what her brother-in-law meant. Su Xiao widened her eyes, looking a bit dazed at her master. Li Chen led Lin Yuchu into the room and closed the door behind them. Tonight, a moment of spring night was worth 1,000 gold. How could he let these 2 little troublemakers ruin his good time? He walked towards Yuchu with a restless heart. Just as Yuchu had put the little girl on the small bed, Li Chen embraced her from behind. "Ah!" She couldn't help but exclaim, then covered her mouth, afraid of waking the little girl. She could hear Li Chen's breathing by her ear. "Let's sleep." "But I haven't washed up yet." "Forget about washing up, let's sleep first." "Oh." Yuchu trembled all over, feeling a bit strange about her husband just now, and she was alone with her husband in a room for the first time, feeling somewhat scared for no reason. Yuchu lowered her head, not daring to look at Li Chen. She just felt uneasy about the smile on her husband's face. Li Chen lifted Yuchu horizontally, placed her on the bed, and couldn't help but kiss her. Yuchu widened her eyes, looking at her husband, not knowing what he was doing. "No, can you respond to me? We are going to sleep, won't you respond to me?" Li Chen let go of Yuchu, only to see her tense all over, looking at him with curiosity in her eyes. Hearing the reproachful tone from her husband, Yuchu's eyes turned red as she lowered her head, starting to twist her fingers, and softly said, "Sleep, why did you kiss me?" "No, don't you understand what I mean?" Li Chen continued, "No, I mean, we are going to sleep, to have a baby. Do you know how to have a baby?" "I know." Yuchu nodded. "It's sleeping together, then there will be a baby. But husband, why did you kiss me?" "No, hasn't anyone taught you what husband and wife should do?" Yuchu innocently shook her head. "Just sleeping is enough. That's how father and mother are too." Li Chen fell silent. He looked at Yuchu's slender figure, feeling her soft bones, and couldn't help but ask, "You, how old are you?" "I'm 10 years older than Dongdong." Dongdong was 7 years old, the little girl was 4 months old. Damn it! Li Chen was speechless. Yuchu was quite tall, considered tall among the villagers. making him think that Yu Chu was already 20. Let's sleep, go wash up. Li Chen didn't choose to start from scratch for 3 years, death penalty is not a loss. He still had his limits. Letting go of Lin Yuchu, Li Chen lay on the bed, doubting life. In a daze, he heard someone climbing onto the bed, turned his head and saw Lin Dongdong staring at him with big eyes. Brother-in-law, why aren't you sleeping? Li Chen already had a headache, and seeing her made it worse. He didn't bother to answer her, turned his head to the other side. Then he saw Su Xiao looking at him timidly. Master, I can't sleep, I want to talk to you. Damn it! Lin Yuchu held hot water, looking at the room door in fear. Although she wasn't very smart, she was particularly sensitive to other people's emotions. The way her husband looked just now was clearly disappointed. She didn't know why her husband was disappointed, but she felt a bit uncomfortable. She always felt it had something to do with her. Taking a deep breath, she walked into the room. She saw Li Chen holding 3 girls and unpacking. The little girl didn't know when she woke up, riding on her brother-in-law's neck. She was biting a string of pearl necklace, pointing at the things in the box and making noises. The 2 little girls were dressed in new clothes, covered in gold jewelry. Wow, husband, where did these come from? Yuchu looked at the bed full of things and couldn't help but ask. These are from the royal palace. I treated the prince of the palace, and they gave this as a reward. Li Chen replied as he rummaged through the box. Really damn poor, always giving some fancy stuff. With great effort, Li Chen found a package of pastries and shared some with a few young maids, keeping a piece for himself. He hadn't eaten much earlier, but now he was feeling a bit hungry. Come help out, let's see what the Wang mansion has given us. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Yuchu felt his tone was not as gloomy as before and even smiled a bit, stepping forward to assist. As long as the master is happy. Among the dozen boxes, aside from some clothes, there were bronze mirrors, jewelry, and some money. The largest box contained 2 pairs of Mandarin duck quilts. They looked quite thick, so Li Chen took out the quilts to use tonight. The thick cotton quilts were large enough to accommodate 5 people comfortably. Li Chen slept in the middle, with Dongdong and Su Xiao beside him, while Yuchu slept with the young maid on the outer side. Just like before, Li Chen told stories to the 2 maids as he drifted off to sleep. He was awakened at noon by the young maid as usual. She was picking at his eyelids. Sitting on Li Chen's stomach, she reached out her little fingers to pry open his eyes. When she couldn't, she got annoyed and started patting his face with her small hands. Seeing Li Chen open his eyes, she giggled mischievously. You naughty man, you. Li Chen lightly patted her bottom, then carried the young maid out. Under Lai Fu's direction, the villagers had already started working. Today, they were building a house next to the courtyard for a few servants to live in. Before dawn, the villagers were already waiting at the door to start working. Li Chen had already instructed Lai Fu on what to do today, so everything was in order on site, with the ground being cleared and clay being dug up. Xiaoqi and Xiaoba knew that this would be their future room, so they worked especially hard. Yuchu had prepared breakfast early, knowing her husband liked to sleep in and didn't dare to wake him. Only when the sun was high did she send the young maid over, and then her husband would wake up. After eating and drinking their fill, Li Chen clocked in on time, signing in daily. Today's reward was a wooden board. During the 3 days at the Wang mansion, he had received rice for 3 consecutive days. Indeed, the village had good things to offer. With a flash of gold on his hand, a rectangular wooden board measuring 1.5 meters appeared before him. The texture was good, with beautiful wood grain, and the board was cut from the center of the wood. It was perfect for writing. Without hesitation, Li Chen took out the 4 treasures of the study given by the Wang mansion. After grinding the ink, dipping the brush, he wrote the 3 characters of Chengxi village on the wooden board. Xiong'er. Master, did you call me? Xiong'er walked up to the master and found him holding a brush and a fan, looking quite handsome. Stick this wooden board at the village entrance, make sure it's straight and won't be blown away by the wind. What are you drawing? It looks pretty good. Xiong'er couldn't read, but he thought the master's strokes were oddly beautiful. Chengxi village, this is the name of our village. Hurry and go put it up, there will be meat to eat once you're done. Li Chen waved his hand, shooing Xiong'er away, then continued writing and drawing. Xiaoqi, Xiaba, come here. Li Chen divided the wooden board into several small plaques, writing a name on each one, and called Lai Fu and several servants from the Guo mansion over. As for you, I don't care what you were called at the Guo mansion before, these are the names I've given you now. Take your plaques. The group took the plaques, looking puzzled at the names written on them. Lai Fu recognized the characters, but he was also surprised at how neat and beautiful the master's handwriting was. Lai Fu, you'll still be called Lai Fu, Xiaoqi will be called Lai Kai, Xiaoba will be called Lai Yun, you 3 girls will be Chuanxiang, Xiaoxiang, Xiuxiang. Next time I go to the city, I'll bring back another maid named Dongxiang. Li Chen was quite satisfied with the names he had given them, so he waved his hand and let them go back to work. Then he stood with his hands on his hips, feeling like he had finished his work for the day and needed to rest for a while. He leveled the cart, took out 2 quilts, a mattress, and a blanket from his backpack, and lay down to bask in the sun. Lin Dongdong saw his brother-in-law coming out, grabbed a little chicken, and started playing next to him. Ding, hidden task unlocked, establish your own power. In turbulent times, it is obvious that it is not good to survive alone. It is recommended that the host build their own power to increase the chances of survival. Reward, feed 99+, special reward, a large clock. Big clock, ding dong dong, it's time to get up for work. Detected that the host has established the organization Xingxi Village, the task is completed, rewards are being distributed. Wow, he just returned to the village and completed a hidden task, impressive. Li Chen also lost his sleepiness, stood up to find a place to put the big clock. Lin Dongdong followed Li Chen, not knowing what his brother-in-law was looking for. The location was quickly determined, right next to San Yang cooking. Facing the courtyard, this way. When the door opened, he could see what time it was. Li Chen had the ground cleaned up, a golden light flashed in his hand, and a clock over 3 meters high appeared in front of everyone. The villagers were already used to it. Is the brother-in-law a fairy? It's normal to know some spells. Lai Fu and the others stared wide-eyed, pointing at the big clock, unable to say a word. They wanted the villagers to see that the young master had conjured up something big. But they saw the villagers with a very normal expression. No, didn't you see the golden light in the young master's hand? Didn't you see this suddenly appearing big thing? Didn't you notice the golden light in the young master's hand, and then a big thing as high as a city wall appeared on the ground? Xiong'er looked at Lai Fu with disdain, sneered, rare things are strange. The brother-in-law has many abilities, what's so special about this? He couldn't be bothered to explain to these city folks. Does the brother-in-law need to tell you about things like using palm thunder to kill tigers? Xiaoya in Lin Yuchu's arms looked very interested in the suddenly appearing clock. She reached out and patted the base, making a banging sound that startled her. Pointing at the clock and her brother-in-law, indicating that this bad thing scared her. Li Chen ignored her, watching the clock's hands automatically adjust the time, finally realizing that it was 11:30 in the morning. Still early, usually at this time, he hadn't even gotten out of bed yet. With this clock, he wouldn't have to guess when to sleep or wake up in the future. No more living in a daze every day, not knowing what time it was when he woke up. Sometimes it's clearly afternoon, but he wakes up thinking it's morning. He called Lai Fu and Su Xiao over, taught them how to tell time, and then told them that work hours were from 7 in the morning to 6 in the evening. Mealtimes were at 9 for breakfast, 12 for lunch, and 5 for dinner, an hour for each meal. This way, the villagers only needed to work 8 hours a day. Better than the 996 work schedule. Li Chen thought to himself, I am indeed a kind capitalist. Lai Fu looked at this miraculous thing, his mouth agape in astonishment. Is this thing for recording time? It's too big. He looked at Li Chen, feeling a bit confused. What kind of master have I followed? No wonder the Wang family treats him as an honored guest. The young master is probably a fairy descended to earth. This thing called a clock is probably a treasure used by heavenly immortals, a magical tool specifically for controlling time. Li Chen felt that he had already exceeded his workload for the day and needed a good rest. He dragged the cart under the clock and continued to sleep and sunbathe. For lunch, they had cured meat, just steamed. The villagers had fried eggs with rice and a bowl of milk powder. The eggs were fried in lard, and they tasted delicious with the fragrant aroma of the lard combined with the flavor of the eggs. Every villager cherished the fried eggs, savoring them slowly only after finishing their white rice. Only Xiong'er and San Yang had preserved meat, 2 pieces each. In front of Li Chen were the dead chicks from yesterday, along with 2 pieces of preserved meat and a plate of fried eggs. The meager dishes were transformed into delicious delicacies by Lin Dongdong's cooking. After the meal, Li Chen assigned duties to the villagers. Xiong'er was in charge of managing the construction of houses, paid monthly with a consistent salary that allowed him to eat meat at every meal. San Yang was responsible for managing the cooking, with the same treatment as Xiong'er. The others were ordinary laborers, paid daily with 21, having meals of just white rice and eggs. Lai Fu was the overseer, responsible for paying wages, managing the villagers' work, and coordinating personnel. In Li Chen's absence, Lai Fu held the highest authority. The few servants received the same treatment as the villagers. The villagers had no objections to Li Chen's arrangements, except for Xiong'er, who felt a bit aggrieved. Despite being the earliest follower of the master, he was now being overshadowed by a newcomer. However, upon discovering Lai Fu's literacy skills and learning about his past as a steward for an official in the city, Xiong'er let go of his grievances. He silently vowed to work harder and become the best servant for the master. Li Chen lay on the ox cart, watching Lai Fu efficiently organize the personnel, which allowed him to relax and slack off. The gentle autumn breeze and perfect sunlight made it a great day for laziness. Before long, Li Chen drifted off to sleep. With nothing else to do, Lin Yuchu took some cloth bought in the city and started making clothes, with the newly named maidservants assisting her. Her sister, husband, and husband's apprentice were all occupied, leaving Lin Yuchu feeling empty without a task. Li Chen didn't stop her, letting her engage in some light work. San Yang approached, as it was still early for lunch, and with nothing else to do, she sat down to chat with Lin Yuchu. Girl, San Yang affectionately patted Lin Yuchu's head, her palms covered in cracks from years of hard work. The cracks were a result of long hours of labor, causing pain during work and even more so at night. However, she had grown accustomed to it. San Yang, Lin Yuchu greeted her obediently, standing up to offer her seat to San Yang. You sit. San Yang stopped Lin Yuchu's gesture, saying, silly girl, you are living a good life now. Once you become a lady, you won't need to offer us your seat. San Yang looked kindly at Lin Yuchu, tears glistening in her eyes. They were once a family. Both from the same village, her husband was the third brother of Lin Yuchu's father. After her husband went off to serve in the military and disappeared for years, she remarried into another family. She married a cripple from the Lin family village and had 2 children. However, a storm took away both children, leaving her and the cripple to rely on each other. Fortunately, her husband treated her well, allowing her to lend 2 pounds of bran to Lin Yuchu. Initially, San Yang had lost hope in life. But unexpectedly, her niece found a miraculous husband from somewhere. The villagers not only had enough to eat but also enjoyed white rice and eggs every day. They even had meat to eat. It was said that they would receive a consistent salary every month. This reignited San Yang's hope for life. With a consistent salary each month, it would amount to 12 coins a year. Her husband could save up 6 or 7 coins. In a year, they could buy a cow. Still young, she could have 2 more chubby children, making their lives prosperous. San Yang is very satisfied with her current life, although she envies Lin Yuchu for having a fairy-like husband who hires maids to take care of her, allowing her to avoid chores every day and wear luxurious silk clothes. However, San Yang understands that everyone has their own destiny. Yuchu was born with a life of wealth and nobility that she cannot compare to. When Yuchu heard this, her face blushed instantly. She stole a glance at Li Chen, who was sleeping, and whispered, "This is the blessing of a husband." San Yang shook her head and said, Everyone knows that the master loves and cares for you, as well as the 2 maids. He takes care of these 2 girls every day without any complaints. If it were another man, he would have taken you away and left those 2 maids behind. It's just that the master likes you and cares for you." After hearing this, Yuchu blushed even more and remained silent with her head down. This made the maids giggle. The madam has a really good temper, nothing like the several big madams of the Guo family. She would scold and even beat them every day, not even giving them food. The young miss and the 2 young madams also have good temperaments. Only the youngest young madam is a bit mischievous, but most of the time, she is either sleeping or being watched by the master and madam, so they don't have to worry about her. The eldest young madam and the young miss never order them to do chores. They prepare their own meals and wash up, study and write after eating, and then go to the cowshed to tend to the cows. Such a master's family was something they never dared to dream of before. Although the place they lived in was not big, the master was building a new house for them to live in. Thinking about this, they also felt very happy. If it weren't for the master saving them, they might be serving a general at the border now. If luck wasn't on their side, becoming military prostitutes was also a possibility. Autumn Fragrance and the others were also sewing clothes, but they were making quilted clothes. According to the master, these clothes were work clothes, 2 for each person in the future, to avoid looking untidy and uncomfortable. Looking at the cotton fabric in her hands, Autumn Fragrance couldn't help but caress it. This fabric was warm and beautiful. The warm quilt from yesterday made them oversleep. They thought they would be scolded or even beaten, but the madam didn't say anything and even left them food. Thinking about the breakfast and being able to wear such good fabric in the future, Autumn Fragrance couldn't help but cry. "What's wrong?" Lin Yuchu saw Autumn Fragrance crying with her hand covering her mouth and patted her back to comfort her, saying, "Are you homesick? Don't cry, if you miss home, you can go back and take a look." Autumn Fragrance shook her head, held Yuchu's hand, and said, "Madam, Autumn Fragrance has no home, this place is Autumn Fragrance's home." Autumn Fragrance cries because she feels like she's dreaming, and she wants to take care of the madam for the rest of her life. When Xuanxiang and Xiuxiang heard this, they couldn't help but cry softly too. In their whole lives, no one had been so kind to them. Seeing the maids crying, Yuchu, the madam, awkwardly started to comfort them. It was just those few words over and over again. Don't cry, from now on, this is your home. Don't cry. Li Chen was further away from them and couldn't hear the crying. However, in her drowsy state, she felt like someone was watching her. Squinting, she saw her beloved disciple watching her sleep beside the cart. She reached out, picked her up, and hugged her close. The 5 or 6-year-old child was small, like a cloth doll. What's wrong? Have you finished writing? Su Xiao nodded and replied, I finished writing. Dong Dong hasn't finished, she's bullying Wang Kai. Wang Kai was the little calf, and this was the name Su Xiao begged her master to give it. She felt that a name given by her master would bring good luck. Then why are you here with me instead of playing with the master's wife? Over there, those maids are crying. I don't want to go over. Li Chen didn't pay much attention. As long as it wasn't Yuchu crying, he didn't care about the others. Women's matters were troublesome, especially when they cried. Su Xiao looked at her master, feeling a sense of peace in her heart. Since returning to the village, her master no longer liked to hold her, which disappointed her. Her master had explained that it was dangerous outside, and they were unfamiliar with the place, so he often held her to protect her, fearing something might happen to her. Otherwise, if something happened to her, her master would regret it for a lifetime. 5.5-year-old Su Xiao didn't understand these words. She only knew that her master was the best in the world. When he woke up, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Li Chen had slept too long and felt a bit groggy. The big clock ticked away as he sat there in a daze. The feeling of emptying his mind was very comfortable. Not thinking about anything, not doing anything, swaying back and forth, like being drunk. He really liked the feeling of being out of body when he just woke up. Suddenly standing up, he grabbed a pottery jar filled with water and gulped it down. Ugh, he burped. Li Chen finally came to his senses. Looking at the busy crowd and the freshly cooked rice, Li Chen suddenly realized that he had woken up and had nothing to do. He couldn't sleep anymore, or he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. There was nothing to do on his phone, nowhere to go. Li Chen felt a bit bored. Entertainment in ancient times was too scarce, except for the little things at night, there didn't seem to be much fun. He thought for a moment and clapped his hands. He almost forgot about the armor. After some thought, Li Chen called his disciples and the 3 sisters, including Yu Chu. As they left, they saw Lai Fu and Xiong Er supervising, so he took them along too. Following the mysterious Li Chen, the group arrived at the pine forest where they chopped wood. There was no longer any wood chopping in the village, as the wooden boards in their backpacks had filled up half of the courtyard, so no one came to the pine forest. Yu Chu held Littleya and watched her husband's excited look, not knowing what he was up to. Step back a bit, don't get hurt later. Li Chen stood in the middle of the pine forest, addressing Yu Chu and the others. Although they were puzzled, they were obedient. They all stepped back 10 paces, watching him curiously, not knowing what he was going to do. A golden belt appeared on Li Chen's body with a flash of golden light, surprising Lai Fu. He had asked the villagers before, and they said their young master was a celestial being from the heavens, capable of magic, so he could conjure up things. Despite being mentally prepared, every time he saw the young master emitting golden light from his hands and conjuring things, he was still shocked. Li Chen held the Tai Chi 5 Elements disc in his hand and inserted it into the buckle on the belt. After a while, the cool armor Li Chen had imagined did not appear. Only a few crows cawed at him mockingly. Littleya, on the other hand, was very supportive, pointing at the voice changer on his waist and making an O sound, indicating she wanted to play too. Wait, why didn't it transform? Li Chen touched the belt, searching everywhere for buttons or something. After feeling around for a while, besides 2 wheels on either side that could be turned, there was nothing else that could move. Could it be broken? Li Chen felt a bit anxious, regretting getting so excited, only to have the system give him junk. Damn it, Emperor Armor, you piece of junk. Buzz the belt lit up for a moment, then returned to its original state. Damn it. Li Chen thought of a possibility and felt like cursing. He took out the Tai Chi 5 Elements disc again, then reinserted it, shamefully chanting, Emperor Armor, Combine. This time, the light emitted by the belt was brighter, enveloping Li Chen's whole body. But then it slowly dimmed, as if the energy was insufficient. Li Chen was thoroughly frustrated and felt like cursing. Damn it, no wonder in the TV dramas I watched as a kid, those people had to shout out when transforming. Emotions are indeed a part of transformation. Dong Dong looked at his brother-in-law shining brightly and happily clapped his hands. Brother-in-law, are you doing magic tricks? Xiaolia was also a playful person. Seeing someone clapping, she followed suit. Then a group of people started applauding, although Lai Fu and Xiong Er didn't know what the master was doing, but the glowing appearance looked impressive. Like fireflies. Li Chen looked at their foolish appearance and felt he should keep his distance from Dong Dong in the future, so as not to be influenced. Emperor Armor, Combine. Li Chen raised the Tai Chi 5 elements plate high, pointed it towards the sun, then firmly inserted it into his belt, struck a pose, and loudly shouted the slogan. The group of youngsters were startled by his serious and juvenile appearance, just about to say something. Suddenly, with a bang, a beam of light struck down from the sky. The sun shot out a beam of light directly, enveloping Li Chen in the middle, a wave of heat rippling around. Lai Fu felt a pressure controlling him, unable to move, speaking was difficult, feeling like being in a storm. The beam of light lasted for over a minute before slowly dissipating. What appeared in front of Lai Fu and the others was a golden armor. Sharp edges, mighty and extraordinary. The steel emitted a cold light, tightly wrapped in leather. Lai Fu had never seen such a mighty armor before, not even on the strongest riders in Lingnan. The armor on the master looked better and more imposing. Li Chen looked at the youngsters through his visor. It was no different from wearing a helmet, just feeling much stronger. He felt like he could knock out an ox. Li Chen clenched his fist and punched a pine tree. Boom! Lai Fu stared in astonishment as the master's punch created a clearing. A single punch, a gentle punch from the master. Then a fan-shaped clearing appeared, the trees on it all shattered. Yes, shattered, not blown away. They dispersed like sand. A fan-shaped trench appeared on the ground, about 20 meters away. Not only Lai Fu and the others were dumbfounded, Li Chen was also shocked by the power of his casual punch. Damn! What's going on? He was a bit afraid to move recklessly, fearing that a wave of his hand might accidentally harm Dong Dong and the others. That would be disastrous. You guys step back. Yuchu obediently held Xiaoya, leading Dong Dong and Su Xiao to run back. They ran about 100 meters before stopping. Li Chen turned his back to them and began to test the power of the Emperor armor. The right wheel was for weapons, with options like Aurora Sword, Aurora Shield, and Emperor's Spear. Li Chen first took out the Aurora Sword and swung it twice. Very good. Trees within 10 meters were basically cut in half. It seemed that a casual swing would release a sword energy. The left wheel was for skills. Li Chen chose a familiar name. 5 Elements Aurora Slash. He swiped the Tai Chi 5 Elements plate onto the Aurora plate, and the Aurora Sword emitted 5 kinds of light. Then Li Chen aimed at the opposite hill, from bottom to top, swung forcefully, and a golden dragon appeared behind him, flying out in the direction of the sword. Roar! The golden dragon roared and dissipated along with the sword energy in the air. Li Chen looked at the unchanged mountain and couldn't help but scratch his head. This power wasn't much. Buzzing damn, run! Li Chen watched the ground splitting beneath his feet and couldn't help but shout back. Lai Fu and the others were already scared silly. They watched as the ground in front of Li Chen split, all the way to the mountains several hundred meters away. Splitting all the way. The mountains slowly split in half, then collapsed. Boom! What does it feel like when the sky collapses and the earth splits? Before, Xiong'er thought that the Great Flood was like the end of the world. Now, as he watched the massive mountain split in half before collapsing, he truly understood the meaning of the end of the world. The earth kept shaking, dust and debris rose hundreds of meters high, then came crashing down like a deluge. Aurora Shield. 5 Elements Barrier. Fortunately, Li Chen raised the Aurora Shield and used his teleportation skill, appearing in front of them with a swish, blocking the flying debris. Beneath the shield, Xiong'er and his companions watched as stones larger than houses fell like rain, hurtling towards them. Just as they reached above their heads, it was as if they were stopped by a transparent cloth, rolling down and creating craters on the ground. The stone rain lasted for half an hour before finally ceasing. Li Chen deactivated his armored state and stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Chengxi village lay at the foot of the mountain, with this pine forest on the other side of the mountain, halfway up its slope. Across from them was a 300 to 400 meter mountain, now split in half. The mountaintop was gone, collapsed. From a distance, it seemed like 2 large mountain mounds, with half their height directly fallen. The forest between the mountains was now filled with rocks. A canyon appeared within the forest, narrowing to widening. The cut of the canyon was smooth, without any protrusions, widening to tens of meters at its end. The narrowest point was right where Li Chen stood moments ago. Only a crack, the width of a palm. Lai Fu looked at the scene before him, then at the young master. His head kept turning, filled with questions he couldn't voice. I know what you want to ask, but hold on for now, let me catch my breath. Li Chen extended his palm, gesturing for everyone to quiet down, then sat on a rock with a wry smile. He had held back his power just now, not unleashing his full strength. Yet, the level of destruction still exceeded his imagination. Looking at his belt, he felt that this item might be a bit overpowered for this world. According to Wang Zhongxian, the highest personal combat strength here was merely shattering rocks with a palm. Probably the standard of a martial arts world like the legend of the Condor heroes. The Emperor's armor, even in a low-level cultivation world, would be the mark of a strong individual. Here, it was like a heavenly soldier descending to earth. And he couldn't control such immense power well, he would need more practice in the future. Xiong watched as the master sat on a rock, silent and deep in thought, and dared not speak. Perhaps the master was contemplating something significant. He had no idea how the village was faring amidst this catastrophe. After a while, the sound of scattered footsteps approached. San Yang led a group of villagers, cautiously making their way over. Seeing Xiong San Yang couldn't help but ask, "Xiong from the Xiong family, there was an earthquake just now, the mountain collapsed. Did you see the master and his family?" Xiong was about to speak but was stopped by Li Chen. "It's alright, both Yuchu and I are fine. How is the village? There was a sudden earthquake, were there any injuries in the village?" Li Chen took over the conversation. San Yang looked at the master's family unharmed and sighed in relief, then complained, "No one was injured, but the heavens are restless. Just after the flood, the mountain shook with an earthquake. We could see the mountain collapse from afar, splitting in half. Several children were so scared they couldn't even cry. Luckily, there's a mountain between us and the village, so not many rocks came flying over. Just some sand and debris caused damage to a few less sturdy houses." San Yang seemed to be in shock, incessantly describing the recent events. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief after hearing her account. Thank goodness. There were no casualties, otherwise, he would have felt unbearable guilt. Lai Fu is indeed clever, knowing that the young master doesn't want the villagers to know that the earthquake just now was caused by him. He quickly went up to comfort everyone and asked them to go back to work. Li Chen watched the villagers leave with Lai Fu and gave Xiong a look. "Xiong, keep this matter to yourself. If you dare tell anyone, don't blame me for not being sentimental." Xiong covered his mouth in fear, nodded, indicating that he would keep silent from now on. "The rest of you are also not allowed to speak. This is the life-saving thing of my brother-in-law, don't let others know, got it?" Li Chen's tone towards Yu Chu and the others was gentler. "Yes, master, we won't say anything. Dong Dong won't either. Dong Dong is very obedient. Dong Dong is a smart and brave kid." Smart and brave Lin Dong Dong raised his hand to swear that he wouldn't let other kids know. Yu Chu looked tenderly at her husband, nodded, her eyes full of trust. Li Chen was very satisfied with their responses, waved his hand, and took them back. Next time he had free time, he would hide alone and test the power of the Emperor's armor. The 5 elements Aurora Slash just now was just a small skill. He wondered how powerful the ultimate move, the endless 5 elements Aurora Slash, would be. As Li Chen walked, memories of armored warriors filled his mind. Little did he know, Meng he was sitting pale on a tree branch tens of meters away from him. After Li Chen walked far away, Meng he cautiously walked to where he had swung his sword. He had seen all the scenes just now. Although he couldn't hear anything, he could see the power of the Emperor's armor clearly. That magical armor, if he wasn't mistaken, descended from the sun, and that beam of light was dazzling to the eyes. When the beam of light hit the ground, the temperature in the forest noticeably rose, feeling like a furnace. After the light dissipated, the brand new armor looked majestic and extraordinary, nothing like anything earthly. Especially the bright gems on the armor and the ruby on the face mask. How much would they be worth? The whole set of armor had no seams or traces of assembly, as if it were a piece of iron naturally shaped this way. If the appearance of the armor had surprised him, its power had frightened him. The moment Li Chen used his skill, Meng he felt his mind go blank, with only one thought. My goodness, has a deity descended to earth? Looking at the cracks in front of him and the mountain split in half, Meng he felt everything was so unreal. Over the years, he had been in the martial world and had seen various experts, but only the deities spoken of by storytellers could cause such great destruction. He looked down at the bottomless crack on the ground, unable to help shivering. That day at the inn, he had almost fought with the gentleman. Thinking back to that scene, a chill ran down his spine. Fortunately, he had been slapped by Wang Zhongxian, otherwise, he would probably have passed away today. Meng Yi silently thanked Wang Zhongxian in his heart, feeling that the title of 9,000 years was not that intimidating. After all, he was his lifesaver, he should be more polite to 9,000 years in the future. Li Chen didn't know if the villagers believed it or not. Anyway, he believed it. Following behind the villagers with a righteous air, he acted as if it had nothing to do with him, as if he didn't know anything. Xiong couldn't help but be amazed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, that the earthquake was caused by the young master, he probably wouldn't have suspected that it was him who caused the commotion just now. Li Chen glanced at him disdainfully, joking, if you don't even have this bit of cunning, how can you be a capitalist? In the previous life, when doing business with someone, the person sitting across was none other than a billionaire. Yet, he was still dumbfounded by his own bluffs. Using a few million in assets, he managed to leverage several billion in cash for financing and going public. Later, when a certain leader came to inspect, jokingly remarked that this factory also had its own contribution. This scared him into action, immediately digging through resumes to find a distant relative of that unreachable leader. He arranged a nominal position for her, with annual stock dividends amounting to millions. Thinking about this, Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. He remembered the evaluations his grandfather and father had of him in the previous life. His grandfather had calculated his fate, saying he was destined for turbulence and concealed danger. The old man who had been a teacher all his life said that deep down, he was restless, and if not disciplined properly, he would likely engage in illegal activities in the future. When he was young, he thought those two old men were just rambling. It wasn't until he grew up that he understood those elders. They were truly insightful. In the previous life, he wandered aimlessly, not even completing 9 years of compulsory education. Venturing out on his own, within a few short years, he amassed wealth that others couldn't earn in a lifetime. Some of it wasn't hard-earned money. After becoming successful, he walked a fine line between right and wrong. Sometimes he didn't even know if he was a good person or a bad one. He had morals, but not many. He preferred to do things his way, following his heart's desires, acting as he pleased. He met many women but never committed. He spent his life chasing novelty. To seek excitement, he used all his assets as chips and took a gamble. Unfortunately, he still couldn't break his own limits. He didn't exploit workers' wages, nor did he dishonestly empty his company. And when he lost, the company remained, but he bore all the debts. When he returned home, he thought his old man would scold him. To his surprise, the old man burst into laughter. He said, "If it weren't for the strict upbringing and teachings since childhood, you would have met a bad end long ago. At least now you have some bottom line, even though bankrupt, your humanity remains." Li Chen didn't know how mischievous he was as a child to warrant such a negative evaluation from the old man. But he knew his inner desires. Li Chen always had two wishes: world peace and global nuclear annihilation. Fast forward to a world without order, that was the world he liked. Dinner tonight was a bit late because the stove collapsed, so they had to cook again. The rice wasn't ready yet, and the villagers didn't stop their work. The tasks assigned by the uncle weren't demanding, even easier than chopping wood. Today, they leveled the ground, tomorrow they would make adobe bricks. The uncle always had it planned out. Once they finished, the uncle wouldn't let them continue working, but the villagers felt uneasy doing so little work for the money the uncle paid, so they always did a bit more. The uncle got angry a few times over this. He said they were destined for a life of toil, never to enjoy luxuries. Seeing the uncle scold them, they weren't upset. Instead, they were quite happy. At least the uncle treated them like humans. After a few scoldings, Li Chen stopped bothering with them. Let them work as much as they wanted. After all, it was just their wages. As night fell, the rice was ready. The villagers lined up with their bowls to get their share. Some sharp-eyed ones noticed the uncle sitting in front of the stove, surrounded by many quilts and a pile of cotton cloth. "What datu? What kind of name is that? Who named you that?" Li Chen looked at the name on the roster, then at the young man in front of him, puzzled and asked. "My mother named me that," she said. Big head, never worry about rain." "You're nuts." Li Chen cursed and handed over 2 sets of quilts and 2 bed covers. "Today is the first day of the village's establishment. This is a benefit for every villager. Take it. These 2 pieces of fabric are for making clothes for you. In the future, wear this to work, or else you won't get paid. Do you understand?" Guodata looked at the rice in the bowl, then at the quilt and cotton cloth in the master's hands, feeling a bit incredulous. "Take it. Why are you standing there foolishly?" "Woo woo." Guodata held the bowl, suddenly choked up, tears streaming down his face as he wiped them away with his hands. Master, I. Li Chen looked at San Yang, not understanding why this young man was crying. Only upon looking closer did he see San Yang also wiping tears with her sleeves, her eyes red. "It's windy, got sand in my eyes," San Yang said tearfully. Take it. You're all grown up, why cry?" Guodata carefully took the quilt, new and warm. He had never imagined in his life that he could have such a quilt, nor had he ever thought he could wear clothes made of such new fabric. He placed the items beside him, knelt down to kowtow to the master a few times, wiping his tears before preparing to leave. Wait. Li Chen thought this young man was a bit silly. Just a few quilts, why kowtow? Your wages. Li Chen took out 21 and placed it on Guodata's quilt, waving him off. Each villager behind also received a quilt and cotton cloth. Each person got 2 quilts, 2 pieces of cotton cloth, to make clothes at home. Everyone squatted on the ground to eat, occasionally touching the copper coins in their pockets and looking at the quilts beside them. No one spoke. Amidst the sounds of eating, occasional sobs could be heard. Li Chen had not expected that distributing these 2 quilts would have such an effect. Yu Chu looked at his own eyes, feeling itchy inside. Several maids looked at him in admiration, their eyes seeming to shine. Lai Fu couldn't help but sigh. The young master was really good at winning people's hearts. Now, even if the young master said he wanted to rebel, the villagers would probably follow him. Amidst the touched crowd, Wu Dajia was a bit skeptical. She looked at Suehua beside her and couldn't help but ask, Xiong'er's family, what is the master up to, giving out quilts and money again? Wu Dajia felt that these days were a bit unbelievable. Such trivial tasks, yet they received rice, ate white rice and meat. Today they even received money and quilts, 2 pieces of cotton cloth each, and the master said that from now on, they would receive 2 pieces of cotton cloth every month specifically for work clothes. Wu Dajia had lived for 30 years and had never seen such a thing. Not to mention seeing it, she had never even heard of it. So she really couldn't understand. Which of these Lin family maids deserved these things? What was the master up to? Suehua glanced at Wu Dajia, knowing this woman was restless, always gossiping about the master in the village. She replied impatiently, what's he up to? He's up to you, Wu Dajia. It's just that the master sees us pitiful, sees us as suffering people like the eldest maid, and wants to help us. Listening to Tsuewa's words, Wu Dajia felt she was just flattering the master. No wonder Xiong'er could become the master's lackey, he must have flattered his way up. She couldn't help but retort, yes, you're so amazing, Suehua Xiong. You're so clever. I just don't believe it. Who in this world is so kind? The master must have some ulterior motive, otherwise how could he give us these things? Suehua didn't want to bother with her, so she walked away a bit, so as not to hear her annoying chatter. Wu Dajia, on the other hand, was relentless, following her, looking around and noticing there weren't many people around. She whispered in Suewa's ear, Xiong's family, let me tell you, the master is not actually a deity, he's actually a monster. He tricks us into working for him, then fattens us up, and then eats us all. Upon hearing this, Suehua suddenly turned around, her teeth grinding loudly. With a loud bang, Suehua flung the bowl at Wu Dajia's face, followed by a punch as she cursed, you despicable thing, can't even shut your mouth after eating. I'll mess with your ancestors' graves, you despicable thing. How did your family produce such a worthless being like you? I'll mess with your whole family until they're all gone. Suehua felt her whole body trembling with anger. Just when she finally started living a heavenly life, this scum appeared out of nowhere, spouting nonsense everywhere. How dare you call the master a monster? Who has ever seen such a good monster, providing food and clothing? You've been eating this white rice like crazy, and that greasy pork, you enjoyed it too. What's wrong? A few days of good meals and you start cursing people. You look more like a monster to me, resembling a toad, just like a toad spirit. Suehua kept hitting and cursing. If the master found out that someone was eating and drinking his provisions and badmouthing him behind his back, what would happen? The master would be angry. Thinking about a life without the master, Suehua put even more strength into her blows. She wished she could just kill Wu Dajia on the spot. Hearing the commotion, villagers rushed to intervene, not knowing what had happened. But since they were all from the same village, why fight each other? What's going on? Why are you two fighting? Li Chen walked over with a stern face, asking, you were eating peacefully, why fight? It was the first day of the village's establishment, and a fight broke out, putting him in a bad mood. Suehua was held back by Xiong'er, still furious, waving her arms and legs, wanting to rush over and hit someone. When she saw the master approaching, Xiong'er let go of her, standing still, trembling with anger. Master, this scum here eats your food, wears your clothes, and even dares to call you a monster behind your back. As Suehua spoke, the villagers' gazes towards Wu Dajia changed. Some villagers who were trying to stop the fight regretted their actions. Why stop it? Just let them fight it out. Wu Dajia sat on the ground, crying with a stiff neck. Upon hearing Suewa's words, her heart sank. She wanted to retort, but seeing the cold gazes of all the villagers, including her husband and son, she felt a sudden fear creeping in. Under the bright moonlight, all the villagers looked at her coldly, sending shivers down her spine. At that moment, fear was all she felt. If given a choice, she would rather be beaten by Suehua than be in such a hostile environment. A cold wind blew, and Wu Dajia's mouth was open, teeth chattering, muscles uncontrollably trembling. Li Chen sighed, never expecting a fight over such a trivial matter. In his mind, it was just a small issue. Despite repeatedly claiming he wasn't a monster, the ability to conjure things at will, even in modern times, was quite miraculous. Moreover, in an era with average prenatal education, suspicion was normal. He covered Wu Dajia with a blanket, picking up the scattered copper coins in her arms, one by one. These coins were given by the royal family, 2 full boxes. A total of 1,000 guan of copper coins, enough to pay the village's wages for a long time. Placing the coins in Wu Dajia's hands, he reassured her, don't be afraid. It's normal to doubt me, and I don't expect you to fully trust me. If one day you truly fear me and think I'm a bad person, you can take your things and leave, I won't stop you. And if I were really a monster, I would have dealt with you long ago, why bother raising you all? Isn't that just foolish? No matter how powerful you are, can you be as formidable as a tiger? Ha ha! Upon hearing the master's words, the villagers burst into laughter. They didn't think they could withstand the power of the master's magical weapon. Even tigers couldn't resist that thing, so what chance did they have with their own bodies? Let's eat quickly and head home after. It's getting dark, and if we stay out any later, we won't be able to find our way back. Upon hearing this, the villagers dispersed, discussing among themselves. They all said Guadatu's mother must have eaten too much, always coming up with nonsense. If the master were a monster, he definitely wouldn't eat someone as foolish as her. Eating would make one stupid. This remark elicited hearty laughter from the villagers. Guadatu also forced a few unnatural smiles, looking more pitiful than if she were crying. After eating and drinking their fill, the villagers returned home with their blankets. The temperature difference between day and night in the mountains was significant. It was scorching during the day like a furnace, but chilly at night. With houses leaking cold air, it was freezing at night. Now with warm new blankets, they no longer had to sleep on haystacks or fear freezing at night. Once they covered themselves with the blankets, not even the wind could penetrate their warm nests. And there were 2 blankets per person. With 2 couples covering themselves with 4 blankets, they wouldn't fear snow. Guadatu silently followed behind Gua's father and son, holding her blanket, back to their home. Their house was decent, with a roof that barely leaked. However, the wooden walls couldn't block the wind. Guadatu's father laid out the blankets, placed the copper coins from their pockets on the table, and instructed his son and Guadatu to do the same. 60 copper coins were stacked on the table. He took a straw rope and threaded the coins together, counting slowly. This is our family's wages for today, 60 coins. I calculated that it's roughly 1.5 guan per month, which amounts to 20 guan a year. Pausing, he looked coldly at Guadatu, sending shivers down her spine. She had never seen her honest husband look so stern. Guadatu curled up in her chair, possibly hearing her own heartbeat in the quiet room. 20 guan can buy a cow, 2 acres of land, help our son find a wife, live a good life. It can even fund his education and career. Guadatu watched her husband, who grew louder as he spoke, finally slamming the table with a fierce look in his eyes. If he can provide all this for our family, even if he's not a monster, I'd say he's a deity. Anyone who dares to ruin our family's good fortune, our son's future, I'll make them pay. Do you understand? Tonight, it wasn't just the Gua family counting money. Other villagers did the same. They laid the blankets on haystacks, covered themselves with one, and hid the extras. With the weather not too cold, 1 blanket was sufficient. The spare blankets were kept for future generations. They planned to use 1 blanket for 3 generations, where people may pass but the blankets remain. Sitting on the blankets, they took out their copper coins, counting and recounting to ensure accuracy. As for Guadatu claiming the master was a monster, who would believe that? Which monster pays a monthly wage equivalent to a year's income? Which monster makes working feel like play? Which monster provides them with food every day, even including cured meat? Even if he were a monster, he was a good one. After counting several times, they hid the copper coins under the rice jar. Lying in their warm beds, they occasionally checked to see if they were well hidden, fearing discovery. Despite the wind seeping through the cracks, they didn't feel cold but rather warmer as they slept. Indeed, the master was generous, providing new thick blankets that were not only warm but also sturdy. The wind couldn't penetrate them at all. It was cozy and comfortable. They would have to start work early tomorrow, even though the master said work wouldn't begin until 7. But the villagers were not used to it. By then, it was already mid-morning. Only the laziest of the lazy in the village would get up at that time to work. They were not lazy, they wanted to earn the wages their master gave them. They usually started working at the crack of dawn. Today, the master had given them too much, so they decided to start even earlier. Li Chen was half asleep tonight, feeling a bit urgent to pee in the middle of the night. Squinting, he took a few unsteady steps. Suddenly, something felt off. He turned around to see a lush green area, with dozens of eyes shining. Holy crap! Li Chen was startled, almost unable to hold his pee. By the moonlight, he could see the villagers secretly working. He looked at the big clock, rubbed his eyes. Are you guys crazy? It's 3 in the morning, and you're out here working. Are you out of your minds? Li Chen couldn't hold back and started scolding them. Don't you sleep? Why are you working now? Haven't you done enough during the day? Master, we can't sleep. We want to do more work. Yes, if we finish early, the master saves a day's wages. Li Chen chuckled at their words. Do you think I'm that stupid? Go back and let me sleep. "Master, please let us work, we beg you." "Yes, master, you go rest, don't tire yourself out, we'll manage these tasks ourselves." Li Chen tried to persuade them, but no one moved. Instead, they worked even harder, full of energy, carrying yellow mud swiftly. He wanted to say something more but heard Xiong Er say, "Master, please go back and rest, you've been working hard these days. I, Li Chen, a capitalist, sleep and eat every day, with a few maids massaging my legs, rubbing my shoulders, taking turns to serve me. The most tiring task is picking up food with chopsticks. And you, a bunch of laborers, work hard every day, then worry that I'm working too hard? Listen to yourselves, is this even human language?" He looked at the diligent workers and felt that he might not quite fit into this society. Who works so diligently as a laborer? Not only do they not slack off, they even work overtime, helping the boss save money. If the capitalists of the future saw this, they would laugh their heads off. Li Chen sighed, feeling that his ways as a capitalist were somewhat unscientific. Maybe it's not him but the people in this world. It's too fantastical. Just as Li Chen was troubled by the villagers' excessive diligence, in the secret chamber of the royal palace, Meng He knelt on one knee, reporting to the queen on what had happened following Li Chen that day. "Mr. Li lives in the mountains, with over 20 households of refugees. He's already married, and his wife is also a refugee. They dress modestly, appearing quite poor, even impoverished. The villagers are also ragged, each one looking emaciated. It's unlikely they belong to any hidden sect, they should just be a group of refugees." The queen nodded lightly, closing her eyes, indicating for him to continue. "Following your orders, I watched all day and found that Mr. Li might indeed be extraordinary. Explain." From a distance, nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but the next day, I saw Mr. Li's hands emitting golden light, and each time it happened, something would materialize out of thin air. The most absurd thing was when Mr. Li conjured a tower-like structure, over 3 meters tall, even taller than the city walls. Meng He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over. On the paper was a charcoal sketch of a clock tower. The queen couldn't quite understand what it was, but it looked like a tower. Meng He continued, "However, upon observation, I noticed that the iron rods on top would rotate, completing a full circle every half hour. It should be a timekeeping treasure, but I don't know why it's made so big." The ancients also had timekeeping devices like water clocks, but none were as large as a systematic clock. A 3-meter-tall object just for timekeeping was a bit difficult for the princess to understand. Manhwa continued, "Later, Mr. Li took a nap, and when he woke up, he took a few children to the mountains. I followed behind, using tree branches to shield myself. Then I saw Mr. Li produce a shiny gold belt and hold something like a compass in his hand. He was shouting something about an emperor and merging. Then a several-meter-wide column of light fell from the sun and hit Mr. Li. After the light dispersed, Mr. Li was wearing a suit of armor. Upon hearing the words emperor, the princess opened her eyes, feeling like Mengha's words were akin to fairy tales told by storytellers. A column of light falling from the sun? The princess asked, "What happened next?" "Next is the power of that suit of armor," Mengha said, recalling the scene he witnessed. "I saw Mr. Li lightly punch, turning trees within 10 meters into dust. Then he took out a sword, swung it lightly, and the sword energy cut down hundreds of trees. Finally, Mr. Li used a technique I've never seen before, and a golden dragon appeared behind him, flying towards the direction of the sword swing, that strike." Manhwa lowered his head, remembering the power of that strike, still trembling slightly. That strike caused mountains to crumble and split a mountain 100 meters away into 2 halves, creating a bottomless crevice on the ground. If the princess doesn't believe it, she can send someone to check if there's a mountain split into a gorge and a crack over 100 meters long on the ground. The princess shook her head and said, "Since you've said it, I'll believe you. Such things can't be faked." She continued, "Moreover, that Mr. Li is unfathomable and capable of such wonders. I believe it. You may withdraw and go back to rest." Manhwa bowed and left the dark room. "It seems that this Mr. Li is truly a celestial being descended to earth," the princess said slowly towards the shadow. "After seeing that strike, I also believe that ordinary people are definitely not that powerful." A figure emerged from the shadow, dressed in black robes. This was one of the 4 grandmasters raised in the royal palace, codenamed A, B, C, and D. The figure was just half a step away from the realm of terrestrial immortals. The appearance of such a divine figure in the Ming dynasty, I wonder if it's good or bad for my Ming family, the princess sighed and ordered, get rid of everything related to the Liao people in the Ming family. "Yes, your highness, I will obey." I bowed and disappeared into the shadows. For the next 10 days, the villagers were spurred on by the promise of wages. They would sneak out to work in the middle of the night, trying not to make too much noise, lest they be scolded by the young master. Whenever Qiu Xiang saw the young master scolding them as lazy bones, she would stifle a laugh. Where was there a reason for the master's family not to work? Other households would rather have the workers toil day and night, and if they dared to take a break, the whip would come down on them. Unlike the young master, who tried every means to let them rest while still paying their wages. He even set a rule that after meals, they must rest for an hour before working, or else they wouldn't get paid. At the hottest time of the day, they had to rest for 2 hours, or their wages would be deducted. The disciplined villagers even received an extra 10 coins. The villagers were forced to take breaks. Now, each villager could earn 30 coins a day, while the maids could earn 50 coins. Chun Xiang and Xia Xiang would count their wages several times every night, getting excited each time they finished counting. The young master built 2 courtyards. A mansion for Lai Fu, the steward, and Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba to live in. One is for the 3 maids. Every time Qiu Xiang thinks about having her own separate large room, she wants to cry. Growing up, it's the first time she has something of her own. She tidied up the room spotlessly, with 2 beds, and a few new clothes. Although it can't compare to the Gua family's grand estate, she is already very content. Here, there is no need to endure beatings, hunger, or fear. Everyone is kind and friendly, especially the lady, who is like a bodhisattva. In Qiu Xiang's eyes, this is a happy life. In Li Chen's eyes, this life is a bit dull. It's just eating and sleeping every day. Bored, he takes his own disciples hunting in the mountains every day. Every morning, he rides the big yellow ox from home, taking Su Xiao and Xiong Er into the mountains. Also, to hone his marksmanship. The mountains are difficult to traverse, full of weeds and thickets. But Li Chen doesn't mind. Summoning the Emperor's armor, wielding the Aurora sword, wherever there's an obstacle, he strikes it down. If there's a rock blocking the way, he uses the tiger cannon on his shoulder to blast it away. Rocks, rivers, thorns, all are equal under his strike. After these days of familiarization, Li Chen gradually becomes accustomed to the Emperor's armor. He no longer exerts excessive force. In the beginning, there were hardly any prey those days. Either Su Zhao's marksmanship was poor, or Li Chen's tiger cannon was too powerful, turning the prey to ashes with one shot. No remains left. It's only these past few days that they've slowly started to catch prey. Li Chen isn't in the habit of storing things. Whatever they catch each day is dealt with on the same day and finished by the next. With around 30 villagers, even if there's excess meat, it's all consumed. No wastage. The Yuchu family loves fatty meat, while Li Chen prefers bone broth and lean meat. It's a perfect match. The villagers are also very satisfied with their current life. Occasionally, they have a meaty meal, and they receive real copper coins every day. The work is light, just building houses every day. And the most important wood for building houses is readily available, provided directly by the master. Perhaps the system knew that he needed to build houses. The rewards for signing in included extra wood, nails, saws, and hoes. These items are now in abundance. They are useful for leveling the ground and digging yellow clay by the river. The speed has increased significantly. Li Chen decides to demolish all the dilapidated thatched houses in the village and replace them with neat adobe houses. The villagers work even harder. They are building houses with the master's money. What a great opportunity. Let the master scold if he wants. With so many benefits from the master, what's wrong with a few scoldings? What's wrong? Meanwhile, in Qingxi village, there is a bustling atmosphere as the village undergoes major development. However, Lingnan Wangfu is in a state of tension. The princess looks serious as she listens to the soldier reporting to her. Are you saying that the prince and the imperial envoy are surrounded? The soldier, covered in bloodstains, exuding a murderous aura, kneels and replies, reporting to Her Highness, the prince was welcoming the imperial envoy at Jiayang Pass when suddenly Liao assassins appeared. The guards by the prince's side were caught off guard. The imperial envoy was injured and is now unconscious. The granary at Jiayang Pass was also burnt down by the thieves. The general guarding Jinhai Pass had long ago defected to Liao, hiding 60,000 Liao soldiers in the city. When the assassins struck, they advanced straight to Jiayang Pass, surrounding the prince and the imperial envoy there. The Liao dogs are spreading rumors that the prince plotted to murder the imperial envoy and has defected to them. In other border areas, there are large Liao forces pressing in, and no one dares to send reinforcements. Please make a decision, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Meng Xingyun couldn't help but slam the table. Mother, the Liao people have gone too far. Let's gather our troops and go rescue father. The princess remains silent, waving her hand to dismiss the guards. Yuner, it's not like that, she said bitterly with her eyes closed. Although Lingnan is known for its 30,000-strong army, the truth is far from it. Over the years, the court has been reducing our provisions, soldiers at the borders deserting. As a result, the 30,000-strong army has long been a mere facade. In reality, across the 6 cities of Lingnan's borders, there are only a total of 100,000 troops. In the rear, we have only 50,000 cavalry and auxiliary troops, totaling around 50,000 people. Your father took away 30,000 troops, leaving only 20,000 capable riders in the city. The rest of the auxiliaries and laborers, once on the battlefield, are no different from being sent to their deaths. Upon hearing this, Meng Xingyun couldn't help but ask, how did it come to this? Why not withdraw troops from the border to save father and seek aid from the court? The princess looked at her son with a bitter smile, realizing she had sheltered him too well all these years. The court sees Lingnan as barbarians. Over the years, apart from exiled criminals sent here, no one in the court truly considers Lingnan a part of Ming. Your ancestors joined Ming because Lingnan's vast land couldn't sustain its sparse population. There was no way the harvest could feed so many people. So they surrendered to Ming, helped guard the borders in exchange for some relief. Now, Ming itself is struggling to survive. How can they provide relief for us? As for saving your father, it may only happen when Lingnan's resources are depleted, and your father perishes at Jiayang Pass. Only then will the court send troops to take over Lingnan. Meng Xingyun slumped in his chair, always thinking his father could handle anything with a smile. Now he realized the Meng family had long been in decline, barely maintaining a facade of prosperity. The princess closed her eyes, lost in thought for a long while. Restless, Meng Xingyun blurted out, "This won't work, that won't work. Are we just going to watch father die at Jiayang Pass?" The princess suddenly opened her eyes, fixed on Meng Xingyun. "Yuner, take this military token, gather 3,000 riders from the Dauphin camp, bring 10,000 auxiliaries, prepare supplies, and go save your father at Jiayang Pass." Upon hearing this, Meng Xingyun stood up and bowed. The princess continued, "Remember, don't go directly to Jiayang Pass. First head to the west of Lingnan City, take a stroll, then take a detour to save your father." "Why?" Meng Xingyun asked. The princess took a deep breath. "Mother has a plan. Just go, and it's best to bring Lord Wang and his entourage." Meng Xingyun was puzzled, but seeing his mother silent with closed eyes, he left. After he departed, the princess instructed, "Jia, summon Menghe, I have something to tell him." Once the presence behind her left, the princess gazed into the distance, murmuring to herself, "Yuner, whether the Meng family can survive this crisis depends on your relationship with Mr. Li, how deep it truly is. In 2 days, it would be market day. Although Li Chen could enter the city at any time, he preferred not to walk. Waking up in the afternoon, having a meal, taking a nap, the day would soon turn into night. He complained daily about the lack of excitement in life but didn't want to make a move, just passing the time. Only at a certain point in time would he suddenly become active. That time was market day. Li Chen consoled himself, thinking there was no point in going before, as it wouldn't be lively. It would only be bustling on market day, so he would go then. He didn't like planning his time, he preferred time to dictate to him. For instance, now he was lounging in the pine forest with Su Xiao. Finding a clean rock, they lay down to bask in the sun. Why not sunbathe in the village? Because the villagers were too diligent, and seeing them occasionally made him feel ashamed. To avoid feeling ashamed, he ran a little further, planning to return at mealtime, looking very tired. Yuchu always felt sorry for him when she saw him like this, wiping his sweat every time. Su Xiao was thoughtful, helping his master by fetching water, picking wild fruits, washing them, and placing them beside him whenever he saw him slacking off. Then he would go hunting alone. The mountains were vast, not overly developed like in later years. Just the two of them, master and disciple, hunted for almost half a month without driving the protected animals in the mountains to extinction. Every time they took a stroll, they could find traces of wild animals. While they were hunting, a group of people and horses arrived at the village entrance. A small team of auxiliary soldiers lazily patrolled the mountains. The leader, a junior flag officer, accompanied by 10 subordinates with knives and guns, grumbled incessantly. "That damn general, using chicken feathers as arrows. We've barely left the city, and he's already arranged patrols around us. We're near Lingnan City, and there's a bunch of liaos here. They're just playing us for fools." His lackeys chimed in, "Exactly, can't even eat our fill every day. Last time, a few refugees were killed for fun, and we got punished." Remembering that punishment, the junior flag officer's buttocks throbbed faintly. The lackey continued, "It's a shame about that little girl, couldn't handle it after a round with the brothers. What a waste." Hearing this, the soldiers behind them also showed lecherous smiles, savoring the memory of the little girl's screams. The junior flag officer smirked, "I'll search thoroughly later. If we see any refugees, don't go killing with bloodlust like last time, keep them for some fun. Last time, these animals only saw money, got carried away with killing, and left only a little girl. If they encounter one this time, haha, One of the junior flag officer's lackeys spotted a small path, likely made by people. "Sir, look, there's a small path here." Everyone went over, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the path. It was clearly deliberately cleared, indicating human habitation ahead. The junior flag officer smirked, a lecherous smile on his face, waved his hand, and ordered his men to search for people along the path. Behind them, two figures stood on a tree. Jia looked at the small group of flag soldiers with a murderous intent in her eyes. "I never expected to find such despicable ruffians in Lingnan." Menghe smiled and said, "They're Guerrer's men, these despicable auxiliary soldiers. It took me a lot of effort to find a team to send them to their deaths. It's a fitting end for them." As a woman, Jia naturally wanted to kill them all with a sword, but thinking of the queen's plan, she held back. "Remember, make sure to protect the villagers in the master's village. If there's a crisis, act immediately. It's better to seek the master's help than offend any other master." "Yes." The soldiers followed the trail and arrived at Qingxi village. Seeing the wooden sign at the village entrance and the smoke rising, they couldn't help but smile. "Brothers, looks like we'll have some fun today." The lackey also chuckled along. "Let's stay alert, don't draw your swords at every little thing, let the boss have his fun first." "Got it." They chuckled lasciviously, weapons in hand, and entered the village. As they passed the village entrance, the junior flag officer saw the three characters of Qingxi village on the wooden sign and kicked it over with one foot. "What nonsense is this? I can't read." Li Chen, who was sleeping on a big rock, suddenly heard a beep from the system. "Gathering point detected under attack. Host, please return immediately to protect the safety of the villagers." Li Chen got up abruptly and walked towards Su Shao. "Let's go, back to the village, trouble is coming." Su Shao watched his master's serious face and followed behind. Watching Li Chen's demeanor, Su Shao always felt that although his master looked serious, he could sense a hint of excitement. In the village, a few little rascals saw the auxiliary soldiers entering the village and ran crying to Master Gu's house. Their voices attracted the villagers who were working nearby, and they asked what was happening. Unfortunately, the children were too scared to explain clearly. It wasn't until they saw the group of auxiliary soldiers that they became alert. There is a saying in the Ming dynasty, "Treat thieves like combing hair, and soldiers like combing straw." It means that when bandits come, they might only steal things without killing. But when soldiers and ruffians come, it means everyone in the village will be wiped out, sparing no one, not even chickens or dogs. Because they fear the villagers reporting them, the soldiers and ruffians usually don't leave anyone alive. Lai Fu straightened his clothes and approached the junior flag officer, asking, "Sir, what brings you to our village?" The junior flag officer looked at Lai Fu and then at the villagers, all neatly dressed, and couldn't help but smile. "Very good, very spirited. You seem to be doing well, so you must have some wealth. We are following the orders of the king of Lingnan to go to the border to fight. We are passing through your village and would like to borrow some food," the lackey shouted. Jia, hiding behind a big tree, was furious upon hearing this. These scoundrels, no wonder the reputation of the royal court is not good among the common people. It's all because of these scum that tarnish the reputation of the royal court. Lai Fu looked at them and cautiously said, "We don't have much food in our village. If you need it, we can gather some for you. We can't exactly lend it, but consider it our contribution to the border." When the junior flag officer heard this, he chuckled, "All right, since you were so willing, I won't ask for much. 500 bushels of grain, 1,000 caddies of pork, and a few hundred taels of silver should suffice." "Goodness, you really dare to ask for so much." Upon hearing this, Lai Fu knew that these auxiliary soldiers were deliberately causing trouble. There were only 30 villagers in total, plus about 10 little rascals. To ask for 500 bushels of grain, 1,000 caddies of pork, and several hundred taels of silver. Not to mention Qingxi village, even some wealthy households couldn't come up with so much. Lai Fu couldn't help but speak up, "Sir, our small village doesn't have that much food. Please show us mercy and let us off the hook." The junior flag officer's face darkened. "You dare to play tricks on me? You just said you wanted to help the border, and now you can't provide what I ask for. Do you think we are easy to bully?" Lai Fu quickly waved his hand. "No, sir, our young master also knows people from the king's mansion in Lingnan, and even knows the crown prince. Why don't you wait a moment for our young master to return, and then we can discuss this again." Hearing this, the junior flag officer burst into laughter, and the auxiliary soldiers behind him laughed heartily as well. "Did you hear that?" the junior flag officer said to the lackey. "He said their young master knows the crown prince." The lackey laughed until tears welled up. "These lowly commoners know the crown prince? I might as well have slept with the queen." The junior flag officer lost interest in playing along, drew his sword, and said menacingly, "You have a lot of guts to deceive me. I suspect you are spies for the Liao. Seize them and search this village thoroughly to see if they are hiding Liao people. If facing the Liao people directly, the junior flag officer wouldn't dare. But facing this group of refugees, he had the courage, and quite a lot of it. Who dares? Lai Fu looked at them and couldn't help but shout. The auxiliary soldiers sneered and raised their weapons, ready to kill a few leaders to intimidate the rest. This tactic never failed. As long as they killed a few leaders, the rest would not dare to resist and would let them do as they pleased. As the auxiliary soldiers closed in, the villagers exchanged glances and no one dared to step forward. They slowly retreated, with the young and innocent holding onto the little ones, being pushed back by the crowd. One of them tripped and fell. Several maids hurried forward to help the lady up. The auxiliary soldiers saw the maids and young girls hiding at the back, all with lascivious smiles on their faces. All right. The junior flag officer pointed his knife at the young girl and said, "Looks like you're hiding a few young ladies here." After some time of recuperation, the young girl had gained some flesh on her body, no longer as thin as before. She looked a bit plump now, coupled with her natural beauty, making her quite eye-catching among the villagers. Upon hearing this, several maids quickly stood in front of the young girl, glaring fiercely at the junior flag officer. "Hand over these young ladies, and I'll let you all go, deal?" The junior flag officer looked at the villagers with a playful expression in his eyes as he spoke. The villagers, looking at the young girl, suddenly stopped and did not retreat. Guo Daijiao, holding a hoe, looked at her husband, her son, and then at the neatly dressed Lin Yuchu, gritted her teeth, and stepped forward. "Sir, if we hand over these people, will you let us go?" Guo Daijiao walked over, smiling obsequiously. The junior flag officer looked at her with disdain and said, "Seems like there's a clever one among you. If you hand over these young ladies, I'll pretend I was never here." Guo Daijiao, holding a hoe, bowed and walked up to the junior flag officer. "Sir, in fact, this is the wealthiest family in our village. They have a lot of food hidden at home. Let me tell you where they hide their food." The villagers looked at Guo Daijiao, their eyes filled with anger. They never expected this treacherous person to betray them just to survive. The junior flag officer smiled and thought to himself as he looked at the ignorant village woman. Naive, thinking that by handing them over, you can survive. He approached, wanting to hear from Guo Daijiao where the food was hidden. "Let me tell you, you son of a bitch." Guo Daijiao swung the hoe, hitting the junior flag officer on the head, then kicked him away. "You damn bastard, Guo, are you even a man? You dare to bully us to this extent, and you still hide?" Guo Daijiao shouted at the villagers angrily, "You call yourselves men, the master gives you food, gives you money, and now that there's trouble, you all hide behind. Guo, when are you going to show me your courage? All talk and no action. Who doesn't know how to fight?" Guo Daijiao felt powerful, wielding the hoe, charging at the auxiliary soldiers. "Whoever takes a step forward, I'll kill you." Guo Daijiao's father, seeing his wife and child at the forefront, also clenched his hoe and walked over. The villagers exchanged glances. "Let's go, a bunch of cowards." Xiong Er roared and stepped forward. "For the master! For the master! For the master!" About 20 villagers picked up their weapons and stood in front of Lin Yuchu, glaring fiercely at the auxiliary soldiers. The junior flag officer took a hoe blow, then was kicked away, holding his head as he stood up, furious. "Attack them!" The lackeys remained silent, holding their weapons, looking at the villagers in front of them, their legs trembling. "Sir, these people, something's not right." The auxiliary soldiers behind them also dared not approach. They were only 10 against at least 20 on the other side. If a fight broke out, they might not necessarily win. The junior flag officer gritted his teeth, drew his sword, and confronted the villagers. "Who the hell dares to cause trouble in my Qingxi village? Don't you know this place is under my protection?" Hearing the voice, everyone turned to see Li Chen walking slowly with a thick stick in hand. "Master, you're here. Master! Master!" Seeing Li Chen approaching, the villagers regained their backbone, each gaining more confidence, glaring fiercely at the auxiliary soldiers. "What's going on?" Li Chen walked up to the villagers and asked. "Young master." Lai Fu saw him coming back and was no longer afraid. He pointed at the small flag official and said, "They are here to collect food, asking for 500 dan of grain, 1,000 catties of meat, and several hundred taels of silver." He. Upon hearing this, Li Chen couldn't help but sneer at the small flag official. "Are you kidding me? If they have so much food, would they need to hide in the mountains?" The small flag official looked at Li Chen, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Judging by his appearance, he was also a young master from a wealthy family. Although it was unclear why he was hiding in the mountains, he was obviously the leader of these refugees. With someone taking the lead, the gathered refugees were not like the disorganized crowds elsewhere. A few people could easily intimidate them. It seemed they had encountered a tough nut to crack. He covered his head and said coldly, "You lowly people, just wait. Wait until my army comes from behind, then see how you will die." Li Chen rubbed his ear, realizing he was about to run. When he turned around, he noticed the pale-faced Yu Chu standing at the back. She was a bit dirty, probably from falling down. Dong Dong was teary-eyed, biting her lip, holding back her tears. Li Chen felt a surge of anger. "You scoundrel, I wouldn't even dare to bully Yu Chu. How dare you touch my wife? If you leave, how can I face others?" Turning to Lai Fu, he scolded, "You damn fool, were you raised eating shit? With so many people, you still let the lady get hurt." Seeing her husband reprimanding Lai Fu, Yu Chu couldn't help but whisper, "It's not Lai Fu's fault, I tripped." Dong Dong couldn't hold back her tears. "Brother-in-law, they are bad people, they want to take sister away. It was Bigfoot Ant who helped us fight them." Li Chen glared coldly at Lai Fu, his tone icy. "If this happens again, find a place to die on your own, don't embarrass us here." He glanced at the trembling Bigfoot. "You called me a monster before, I don't blame you. You did well today. Now take Yu Chu and Dong Dong back to the room, and don't let them out." "Yes, sir." Bigfoot seemed drunk, his face turning red, hands and feet trembling with excitement. He led Dong Dong and Yu Chu back to the room. Yu Chu hesitated, looking at her husband. It wasn't until Li Chen nodded that she turned and went inside. Watching them leave, Li Chen glared menacingly at the small flag official. "Now, let's talk about our business." The small flag official felt intimidated by his gaze and couldn't help but want to run. "I have nothing to say, I surrender, let's go." He turned to leave. "Did I say you could go?" Li Chen aimed the Gatling gun at them, his tone cold. "What do you want then?" The lackey, seeing his demeanor, legs trembling, asked with his head raised. Seeing his pretentious behavior, Li Chen chuckled. "What do I want? I am a man of culture, I don't like using knives and guns. Let's talk reasonably." Hearing this, the lackey's courage grew. Talking reasonably was acceptable. "Since we don't understand the reasoning of scholars, after you finish speaking, we'll ask for mercy, that's all. When we return to the army, we'll call the others, and then we'll talk about the principles of being a soldier with you." The small flag official couldn't help but smile. It seemed this wealthy young master was also an educated man. This made things easier. "Then tell me your reasoning." Li Chen smiled and said, "My reasoning is simple, in the next life, choose a better fate." Drip bang bang bang, he pulled the trigger, the Gatling gun spun, the continuous bangs echoed. The gun muzzle emitted a blue light, bullets hitting the small flag official directly, tearing him into two pieces. This was why Li Chen wanted to rush Yu Chu back into the house. He didn't want her to witness such a bloody scene. The lackey widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at Li Chen, with only one thought in his mind. "You attacked without honor." That was his final thought as the barrel moved, and he was also cut into two. The villagers covered their ears, watching Li Chen shiver. "Namo Amitba Buddha, one breath, 3,600 turns, great compassion to save the world." It wasn't until there was nothing standing in front of him that Li Chen released the trigger. Looking at the bloody mess of the junior officers, Li Chen felt no disgust, only a sense of contentment. This was his first kill in this world. It felt good, but unfortunately, it was too few. "Pa!" Li Chen spat on the ground, then turned to see the villagers trembling. He clasped his hands together, looking compassionate. "Amitba, do not fear. Just now, the Buddha could not bear to see them do wrong, so he let me send them to meet the Buddha for salvation." The villagers saw the gentleman's appearance but did not understand what he was saying. "Li, is that you?" Wang Zhongxian's voice came from behind him. Li Chen turned to see Wang Zhongxian on horseback, followed by a large group of cavalry not far behind. The villagers, seeing so many soldiers and horses, sat pale-faced on the ground. "It's over." The gentleman had just killed a few auxiliary soldiers, and now they were coming for revenge. This was what the villagers thought. In the face of the army, those soldiers who killed them would surely seek revenge. Li Chen was indifferent. If they wanted revenge, then they shouldn't blame him for summoning the emperor's armor to show them what it meant to be unrivaled in the world, to show them what it meant for a god to walk among men, to show them that he, Li Chen, could be invincible without cheating. "Brother Wang, are you here to help them seek revenge?" Wang Zhongxian heard this and couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Li, my friend, you're joking. We only heard thunder rolling, couldn't see any lightning in the sky, so we followed the sound." As he spoke, he turned to look at Manhwa. "No wonder the crown prince led the army this way. Jiang Pass is in the north, yet they insisted on leaving through the west gate. No wonder the queen only allowed the crown prince to take 3,000 iron riders to rescue people at Jiang Pass. So the backup was here. The queen was clever, but aren't you afraid of Li finding out and feeling unhappy? Xingyun has met Mr. Li. Forgive Xingyun for not being able to bow to you with armor on." Meng Xingyun took off his helmet and bowed to Li Chen. "Your Highness, no need for such formality. Why have you come here with so many troops? Are you here to cause trouble for me, Li?" Li Chen noticed Meng Xingyun and Manhwa in the group. There was also a middle-aged woman with a fierce and formidable presence. She looked like trouble. Manhwa, looking at the bloody scene before him, couldn't help but smirk. He felt more and more like he had been given a second chance at life. Thinking this, he smiled kindly at Wang Zhongxian. Wang Zhongxian awkwardly twitched his mouth, returning the gesture. These past few days, for some reason, the master of the Meng family had been acting so grateful. We didn't even know him before. Sir, you're joking. How could Xingyun possibly bring people here to cause trouble for you? Meng Xingyun saw Li Chen, then glanced at Manhwa beside him, understanding his mother's plan. They had to find a way to drag Li down with them. Then why did a few soldiers come to my village to rob money and food, even trying to take my wife? Li Chen said in a harsh tone. The villagers, upon hearing his words, felt their legs that they had just managed to control start trembling again. Sir, with so many soldiers and horses, don't be so arrogant in your speech. What if they get upset? Can you beat them? Even if the leader is acquainted with you, speaking like this, what if they take offense? They have no idea that it's not Li Chen worrying about upsetting the Meng family now, but the Meng family worrying about upsetting him. Meng Xingyun heard his words and couldn't help but take a deep breath, thinking to himself that mother is taking too much of a risk. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the general sent by mother. Jia, speak up. Oh, is that so? Meng He, take a look at these soldiers, whose troops are they under? Meng He heard this and couldn't help but roll his eyes. These damn soldiers are all smashed to pieces, who knows whose subordinates they are? General, these are auxiliary soldiers under the Gua Mansion, who previously followed Lord Gua and are now under the command of the auxiliary battalion. Jia looked at the scattered corpses on the ground and shouted, bring down the leader of this squad's banner, behead him as a warning, and also control the families of these soldiers, send them to the border. Yes. Meng He responded and left with the orders. I wonder if the gentleman is satisfied. Li Chen looked strangely at this middle-aged woman, clearly a woman, yet giving orders beyond the crown prince and being addressed as a general. Everyone present thought it was normal, even Wang Zhongxian looked as if it was to be expected. But since they were giving face, he couldn't say anything. After all, the relationship with the Wang Mansion was not bad, and the village was under the jurisdiction of the Wang Mansion. So Li Chen clasped his hands and bowed to the woman. Since the Wang Mansion is unaware, Li is willing to let it go. After all, with so many troops under the Wang Mansion, it's inevitable to have a few bad apples. The woman smiled and said, I must thank the gentleman for helping to rid our Wang Mansion of some pests. Xingyun, why haven't you thanked the gentleman yet? Yes, aunt. Meng Xingyun bowed and said, thank you, sir. Hearing Meng Xingyun's words, Li Chen finally understood. No wonder this woman could give orders. She turned out to be a relative of the Wang Mansion, and she seemed to have a high status and martial arts skills. Otherwise, Wang Zhongxian wouldn't have acted as if she was so formidable. If it were someone else, he would have started mocking him long ago. Brother Wang, you didn't come to find me, so what are all these people here for? Wang Zhongxian made up his mind not to get involved in the queen's plan, so he casually said, we don't know either. We were living well in the city and were brought here. Meng Xingyun heard the ambiguous tone of Wang Gonggang and couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Li, it's like this. A few days ago, the Liao troops invaded. My father and Lord Zhang were inspecting Jiayang Pass. Unexpectedly someone leaked the information. The Liao sent someone to assassinate Lord Zhang and sent 60,000 troops to surround them at Jiayang Pass. Now Jiayang Pass is in dire straits, so I asked Wang Gonggang for help, wanting to go to Jiayang Pass to see if we can save my father and Lord Zhang. Upon hearing this news, Li Chen rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Ding, hidden mission unlocked. Good brother, I'm here. Host's good buddy, Zhang Jiadi is besieged at Jiayang Pass, life and death unknown. Please go to Jiayang Pass, rescue Zhang Jiadi, and deal with the Liao troops at Jiayang Pass. The mission is too difficult and has been split into a main mission. Main mission 1, join the Dauphin camp. Mission rewards labor protection shoes 99+, special reward GPS satellite navigation system. GPS satellite navigation system, global positioning system, consisting of 24 artificial Earth satellites, monitors any location worldwide 24/7, precise navigation within meters, high definition, precise positioning. You deserve to have it. Completing main mission 1 unlocks the next mission. Holy crap, isn't this a bit over the top? You're not bringing all the modern satellites over here, are you? Li Chen looked up at the sky. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't believe that this era could produce satellites. GPS, this thing, if placed in the world of cultivating immortals, would also be quite impressive. Just as he was pondering how to join the Great Wind Camp, Jia saw Li Chen remaining silent, thought for a moment, and waved to have a messenger come over. It's getting late. It's not suitable for marching tonight. Let's set up camp here. The messenger looked at the sun just above their heads and fell silent. Are you serious? It's late? Do you think I'm blind? We've barely walked less than 10 miles, and you want to set up camp already? Why aren't you going? Jia saw the messenger daydreaming and couldn't help but speak up. Yes. The messenger was confused, carrying the token, and passed on the order. The commanding officers along the way were also puzzled. What's going on? But since they had the royal token, they stopped and began setting up camp. Little did they know, it was a death order given to Jia by the princess. As long as Li Chen didn't go to rescue the people, the blame would fall on Shengxi village, no matter what excuses were made. Otherwise, with 3,000 Great Wind Iron Cavalry and another 10,000 auxiliary troops, it would be a suicide mission. The villagers, seeing a dense group of soldiers camped on the outskirts of the village, felt a bit at a loss. They didn't know if they should continue working. Li Chen asked them to stop first and start a fire to cook. Meng Xingyun, Jia, and the royal eunuch dismounted to rest, looking around and marveling at the large clock, not knowing what it was for. Jia was thinking about how to get Li Chen to join them. Li Chen explained the purpose of the large clock to them while also pondering how to join them. 13,000 people were working methodically, some making fires, others feeding horses, and some setting up tents. Li Chen looked at them, thought for a moment, and said, "This large clock is actually used to tell time, but it's our sex method of timekeeping, dividing the day into 24 hours, nothing special to see. But I see that your army is quite skilled at setting up camp, can we visit?" Jia smiled at the suggestion, fearing that Li Chen might not be interested in them. "Why not, sir? As a disciple of a master, our Lingnan army still needs your guidance. Please come with me." Jia and Meng Xingyan led the way, with Li Chen following behind Wang Zhongxian. "Brother Wang, who is this Miss Meng from the Meng family? Why does a woman have such high prestige in the army?" "Brother Li, you are unaware," Wang Zhongxian whispered. "This Miss Meng, whose real name is Meng Xian, is the princess's personal sword slave. Before the princess got married, she was a famous female demon in the martial world, wielding the clear wind and gentle rain sword technique, terrifying the orthodox sects. Later, for some reason, she disappeared for a while, and when she reappeared, she became the chief instructor of the Lingnan army, the main general of the Meng family's Great Wind Camp, leading the Great Wind Camp in battles against the Liao people. Those soldiers from Lingnan have all been taught by her, so her reputation surpasses that of the prince. Officially, the prince leads the troops, but in reality, the military seal is in her hands." Here, Wang Zhongxian couldn't help but add a few more words. "This woman's martial arts are profound and unfathomable, probably close to the realm of land immortals. Our family can't defeat her, so we were forced to come here. Judging by her appearance, she seems to be here for you. Brother Li, you should be careful." "Here for me?" Li Chen was taken aback when he heard this. "Why would she be coming for me? Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? But I don't even know her?" Li Chen thought for a moment, then suddenly looked ahead at the large army. "Could it be that she wants me to go rescue someone? Isn't that a coincidence?" Meng Xian also overheard Wang Zhongxian and Li Chen's whispered conversation, but she didn't mind. It was better to clarify the topic early so she could speak up. No need to beat around the bush, it's troublesome. As they walked, the soldiers around them saluted. The looks they gave Li Chen were filled with curiosity. What kind of person could make Aunt Meng and His Royal Highness so polite? Wang Zhongxian, notorious for his cruelty, was following him like a lackey. Could he be someone from the palace? The soldiers of the Dauphin camp were fine, all clad in armor, looking resolute. Even when setting up camp, they carried weapons with them, ready to mount and fight at any time. The auxiliary soldiers, on the other hand, looked emaciated, showing signs of malnutrition. They moved lazily, appearing indifferent and apathetic. Before long, they arrived at the kitchen. Hundreds of large pots were simmering on the stove. A simple stove made of stones was used as a base. The pots were bubbling with porridge, some thicker with meat shreds. Several soldiers were adding lard to the porridge. "Are you guys really eating this?" Li Chen couldn't help but ask, pointing at the watery porridge in the pot. Not that he was surprised, but they were soldiers of the royal mansion after all. Even if they couldn't have lavish meals, they shouldn't be eating such meager food. The porridge was made of coarse rice, aged yellow rice mixed with soybeans, green beans, and wheat flour. The resulting concoction was sticky with a few beans on top. In the pots of the auxiliary soldiers, there was no wheat flour or meat shreds, only soybeans, green beans, and aged rice. The resulting mixture was watery and looked no different from slop. Hearing Li Chen's words, Meng Xingyun felt a twinge of shame. Life in the Ming dynasty is tough now, especially in Lingnan where resources are scarce. So, the soldiers' food may not be great, but at least we can ensure they won't go hungry to battle. Li Chen was speechless after hearing this. Wasn't it a bit insulting to make these men fight for such meager rations? Li Chen's disdainful attitude and the way he looked down on the food made the nearby soldier angry. "Humph, This is how people from the palace are. They don't even know their own surname without eating lavish meals. Do they think all the common people in the world live as carefreely as they do? The soldier grumbled, Sir, the food in our Dauphin camp is already good. We eat decently on regular days, get meat during wartime, and receive military pay after winning battles. Sir, you can go and ask around. Besides our Lingnan army, do other soldiers enjoy such treatment? What right do you have to speak here? Speaking out of turn, go and receive 30 lashes. Aunt Meng scolded the soldier sternly. If you ruin the queen's affairs, you'll be feeding horses for me. Yes. The soldier responded and prepared to receive the punishment. Wait. Li Chen stopped the soldier and asked, Are you saying that what you usually eat is not much better than this? The soldier glanced at Aunt Meng, who nodded, before replying, Normally, what we eat is similar to what the auxiliary soldiers are having now. Only during special occasions like New Year or festivals do we get better food. May I ask for the general's name and position? I dare not claim any nobility. I am Chang Hu, the commander of the Xuanwu cavalry in the Dauphin camp. The Dauphin camp consisted of 20,000 iron riders, Xinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. Each had 3,000 iron riders, along with 8,000 Dauphin light cavalry. It was the result of Meng Sanguan's efforts, using all the resources of Lingnan to create 20,000 cavalry. They were recognized as the only cavalry that could match the Liao soldiers one-on-one in the world. Therefore, Chang Hu took pride in the Dauphin camp. Now, a young man had come and claimed that the food in the Dauphin camp was not good. He was a bit angry because even if the food was not great, it was still better than what other soldiers had. At least they didn't have to fight on an empty stomach. Li Chen respectfully saluted Chang Hu. Since he was young, he had always respected these strong men who could ride horses. Greetings, General Chang. May I ask how much silver you receive in a month? The Xuanwu cavalry receives 2.5 guan per person each month. However, the court is always in arrears with payments. It's the king of Lingnan who doesn't want to see us, these soldiers, suffer. He scrapes together money from various sources to give each of us 1 guan per month. At this point, Chang Hu, a tall man standing at 1.8 meters, with red eyes, continued, If it weren't for the king of Lingnan, how could we, these soldiers, receive our military pay? Even if we die in battle, we won't receive any pension. Who knows, after we die, our widows might be bullied. Li Chen looked at Wang Gonggang and asked, Is that true? Wang Zhongxian coughed a few times and said in a muffled voice, The court is also in a difficult situation. Natural disasters and man-made calamities are constant, and tax revenues from various regions are insufficient. The border is at war every year, and His Majesty hasn't changed his clothes for several years, just patching them up repeatedly. It breaks our hearts to see. Hearing this, Chang Hu opened his mouth but said nothing, just slapped his hand on the firewood. Ah, the damn world, the damn Liao people. He knew that the Ming dynasty had been facing difficulties in the past 2 years. He knew that since the current emperor ascended the throne, efforts had been made to pay the military regularly. But he still resented the fact that his soldiers couldn't eat well, and that even after dying in battle, they couldn't afford a pension to buy a cow. Everyone present fell silent. If only the soldiers of the Ming dynasty could eat and drink well, receive their full military pay, and have excellent equipment, then those damn Liao people wouldn't dare to rampage on the border. Li Chen looked at their somber expressions and closed his eyes to think for a moment. Your Highness, this lady, please ask the soldiers to make some space. Meng Xingyan looked curiously at Li Chen, wondering what he was up to. Meng Xian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. She had secretly followed this gentleman and naturally knew that Li Chen was no ordinary person. Which ordinary person could split a mountain with a sword? Meng Gugu gestured for Chang Hu and Meng He to clear his space. The other soldiers looked on curiously, not understanding why their well-organized camp was being dismantled. Shortly after, Meng He returned to report that the space was ready. Li Chen followed him and saw that Chang Hu had cleared the camp, with a group of soldiers surrounding the area. Meng Xian scolded them to go back to work, but Li Chen stopped her. Since you all are speculating about my identity, why not let the soldiers witness and see for yourselves who I am? Li Chen looked mischievously at Meng Gugu and Wang Zhongxian. Upon hearing his words, both of them were shocked. They exchanged a glance but remained silent. Meng Xingyan looked at Li Chen in amazement. Sir, do you already know that we investigated you? There's no need to guess. With this aura around me, who wouldn't have doubts? Indeed, sir, you are no ordinary person. Meng Gugu bowed and introduced herself. I am Meng Xian, the princess's personal guard, and I have seen immortals before. I am Wang Zhongxian from the Eastern Depot, and I have seen immortals before. Both of them bowed, leaving Chang Hu utterly confused. What's going on? Immortals? Are they joking? He felt like he was having a hallucination. The chief instructor of the Doffing camp and the eunuch from the palace were bowing to a young man, calling him an immortal. He stared at Li Chen for a long time but couldn't see any resemblance to the legendary cloud-riding immortals. Apart from being good-looking, there was nothing special about him. Ha, since you all called me an immortal, I must live up to that title. Li Chen waved his hand, and golden light sparkled. Under Changhu's astonished gaze, rice grains fell from the sky onto the ground. Before anyone could react, there was a loud bang. A mountain of rice descended from the sky, landing on the ground and scattering in all directions. Some soldiers nearby were pushed down and buried in the rice pile. Damn, seems like I overdid it. Li Chen couldn't stop in time and turned to the soldiers, shouting, "Back off, quickly." Before they could react, 2 rice mountains descended from the sky. With a loud bang, the 2 rice mountains crashed onto the previous pile of rice, creating a splash of rice waves that scattered everywhere. The soldiers nearby were buried deep under the rice. Those further away stood frozen in shock. Changhu stared at the rice covering his thighs, his mouth agape in disbelief. What is this? Changhu grabbed a handful of rice and chewed slowly. Good lord, this is fine rice. He looked at Li Chen buried under the rice and couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap, a god. The pretense wasn't very successful. Li Chen lost control and released 15,000 tons of rice in one go. That's 300 million caddies of rice, 3 million dan. How big would all this rice be when put together? Within a radius of 500 meters, it was all rice as far as the eye could see. At the highest point, it was probably over 10 meters tall, about the height of a 3-story building. The area covered by the rice was as large as 6 or 7 football fields. It would take up a large open space in Qingxi village to accommodate this much rice. Some of it had already flowed into the woods. All the soldiers, upon seeing this rice, stood motionless as if their brains had paused. Wang Zhongxian was the first to react. Seeing Li Chen climb out of the rice pile, he immediately knelt down and shouted, Great Ming Wang Zhongxian, I pay my respects to the celestial being. Lingnan Meng Xian, I pay my respects to the celestial being. Doffing Camp Changhu, I pay my respects to the celestial being. Meng family Meng Xingyun, I pay my respects to the celestial being. I pay my respects to the celestial being. Kneeling sounds echoed towards the sky. The villagers of Qingxi village also knelt on the ground, their excited legs shaking. Xiong'er couldn't close his mouth. How much rice was this? Was he still dreaming? The amount of rice made him feel like he could fill the river to the west of Qingxi village. In his mind, he saw the scene of filling the river with rice with a wave of his hand. Then, with another wave, the whole world, except for Qingxi village, was filled with rice and eggs. When hungry, one could dig up a bowl of rice at the village entrance and cook it at home. No need to do anything else, just white rice and eggs every day, saving leftovers for the evening. Such a life might be even better than that of an emperor. Guodajio was trembling all over, unable to contain his excitement, muttering to himself, I bet right, my Gua family is going to prosper. Lin Yuchu looked at her husband and felt that he stood among the crowd, shining brightly. Dong Dong was excited, hugging Su Xiao and shouting, brother-in-law, this is my brother-in-law. Hey Tu-Wei. Li Chen spat out a mouthful of rice, shook himself off, and said, stop kneeling, hurry up and save people, they're almost drowning. Upon hearing him, everyone realized there were still people in the rice pile. Fortunately, the soldiers were not standing in the middle of the open space but at the edges, so they weren't buried too deep. They were pulled out with a helping hand. A few unlucky ones were knocked unconscious by the impact of the rice. Light some firewood, today I'll treat you all to a hearty meal. Li Chen waved his hand, and golden light flashed again. Tens of thousands of eggs appeared next to the rice pile, along with a pile of jars filled with lard. Rice mixed with lard, boiled eggs with water, everyone, let's have a good meal today. The soldiers looked at the miracle before them, feeling like they were dreaming. So much food, and eggs too. How could they finish all this? Even the former landlords couldn't have had this much rice. It was almost reaching the sky, with white lard and eggs to spare. My heavens, this immortal being must be a god in charge of food up in the sky. Li Chen didn't care about what others thought. If he wanted to, he could bury the entire Ming dynasty in rice. He could fill all the rivers and seas in the world with eggs. The concept of unlimited resources, even in modern times, is a terrifying thing. Fire up and start cooking again. Changhu roared, instructing the cooks to start a fire and cook. Meng Xian then ordered her subordinates to inform the palace and have the queen send people to take away the rice. She couldn't care less about the fate of Meng Sanguan now. All she wanted was to establish a good relationship with Li Chen. Others didn't know how much rice was here, but she estimated using Han Xian's method. There were approximately 3 million dan. To put it into perspective, that's the annual tax revenue of the entire Lingnan region, which is only about 400,000 Dan, under normal conditions with stable borders. In a good year, it's only 200,000 Dan. And in the entire Ming dynasty, there are only 11 such fiefdoms like Lingnan. 3 million Dan is the tax revenue of Lingnan for 10 years, or the entire Ming dynasty's tax revenue for 1 year. With just a few gestures, Li Chen produced so much grain, and it was even fine grain. If he continued, Lingnan could probably go 100 years without taxes. By then, Meng Xian imagined the queen announcing a tax exemption for 100 years in Lingnan. She guessed that in the morning the queen announced it, in the afternoon someone would be draping the dragon robe over the queen. As for Meng Sanguan, dead and gone. With so much grain, how long could it feed all the people in Lingnan? How many armies could it support? Even if Meng Sanguan died, as long as the palace had Li Chen's help, Lingnan city could expand its army limitlessly. By then, with a command from the queen, who wouldn't dare seek revenge? Perhaps at that time, the Ming dynasty, the Manchus, the Khitans, all of them would be nothing. Meng Xian looked in the direction of Jiayan Pass and couldn't help but light 3 incense sticks in her heart for the king of Lingnan. I can't control you anymore, brother-in-law. Rest in peace, I will take care of my sister. Li Chen found a place to sit down, looking at the crowd approaching, and with a flattering expression on his face, he spoke. Alright, it's just a few hundred caddies of rice, is there a need to act like this? Immortal, you are unaware, Meng Xian was the first to speak, no longer displaying her previous aloof demeanor, but rather acting like a young girl, leaving Cheng Hu dumbfounded. Was this still the female demon head from the Dafan camp, or the ruthless Meng instructor? We lack food in Lingnan. There are 300,000 households in Lingnan, and throughout the year, the output from the fields is only about 1,200,000 Dan. This is only when the heavens are in a good mood to grant such yields. If the weather is bad, with floods or droughts, the annual harvest may not even reach 1 million Dan. The palace can collect at most 400,000 Dan in taxes. How can they support the soldiers at the borders? Meng Xian sat on the ground, no longer carrying the air of a grandmaster, but calculating Lingnan's accounts with Li Chen like a peasant woman. You are a celestial being, you don't know the suffering of us mortals. When I roamed the Jianghu, I saw countless people starve to death on the roadside, and many refugees were killed by famine. The noble families and martial arts sects lived in luxury, while the common people suffered. Out of anger, I started robbing the rich to help the poor, targeting those sects that oppressed the people. As a result, I became a notorious female demon head in the martial arts world, hunted by the so-called righteous sects. When I had no way out and was being chased, the queen took me in. I stayed in Lingnan because at least here, unlike other places, there were no corpses littering the streets and no widespread hunger. Upon hearing her words, Li Chen couldn't help but salute and say, I have underestimated General Meng. General Meng can truly be called a heroine. Meng Xian smiled bitterly, I am just a woman who was taken in by the Meng family, became the chief instructor of the Lingnan army, recognized as a younger sister by the princess. It can be considered as reaping what I sowed. Unfortunately, my abilities are lacking. I cannot change the dire situation of the people of Ming dynasty. What kind of nonsense female knight am I? Ah. Wang Zhongxian also sighed, disregarding the dirt on the ground and sat down. Yes, since the founding of the Ming dynasty, there have been constant internal and external troubles. But with the arrival of the master, our Ming dynasty has hope. Meng Xian and he exchanged a glance, surprised that this eunuch, known for his fierceness, also had a compassionate side. I, Meng Xian, plead for the immortal to come forth and save the lives of 10,000 soldiers trapped in Jiang Pass. Meng Xian knelt before Li Chen, saying, if the immortal does not despise me, I am willing to work like an ox or horse to repay the immortal. Wang Zhongxian also knelt beside her. Wang Zhongxian of Ming dynasty, although a eunuch, also pleads for the immortal to save our Ming dynasty. Li Chen looked at the two kneeling before him without speaking. As an immortal, he could live up to the title. After all, being called an immortal was quite normal after gaining supernatural powers. Moreover, his actions just now were carefully considered. He couldn't stay hidden in the mountains forever, he would have to interact with the outside world. Being nameless and without a guide made it inconvenient to go anywhere. In order to better connect with this world, he decided to adopt the identity of an immortal. This way, traveling the world would be much easier. With the Emperor's armor, a GPS navigation system, and the guise of an immortal, he could solve most of the world's problems. Alright, Zhang is my friend. Now that he is in danger, how can I stand by and do nothing? Li Chen did not refuse, considering the rewards promised by Tong Ziyage were quite tempting. However, I need to make arrangements for my wife first. Li Chen stood up, feeling that no matter what, he needed to discuss this matter with his wife. Although it was just a formality, he still needed to show some respect. Besides, he truly liked Yuchu's character. She was the kind of immortal girl one could only dream of. Wang Zhongxian, with nothing else to do, followed along, curious to see the woman who had captured an immortal's heart. Meng Xian and the crown prince were not to be left behind. If Wang Zhongxian wanted to see, they wanted to see too. Cheng Hu also prepared to follow but was glared at by Aunt Meng. Get lost. Have you forgotten about the 30 strokes? Cheng Hu grinned, rubbing the back of his head. No, I'll go get the strokes now. Watching Aunt Meng walk away, he could only squat on the ground, feeling wronged. Why can't you be gentle with me like you are with the master? Li Chen returned to the courtyard, where the villagers were cooking. Seeing the soldiers behind him and the splendid Wang Zhongxian, they all lowered their heads, afraid to meet their eyes, fearing their appearance would dirty the eyes of these important figures. Seeing the villagers who seemed as timid as quails, Li Chen sighed. Centuries of class-based thinking couldn't be changed with just a few meals. Lin Yuchu and her family were already waiting for the officials. When they saw Wang Zhongxian and the others, they nervously twisted their fingers, and as they entered the courtyard, they immediately knelt down. Damn! Wang Zhongxian, seeing her actions, felt his heart skip a beat. Reacting quickly, he couldn't stop himself, and in an instant, he made the best response. Thump! Wang Zhongxian prostrated himself, kneeling before Lin Yuchu. I, Wang Zhongxian, pay my respects to the immortal madam and the immortal disciple. Meng Xian, seeing Lin Yuchu kneel before her, was momentarily stunned. The realm of a grandmaster made her body react faster than her mind. Following Wang Zhongxian, she knelt down, pulling Meng Xingyun down with her. Li Chen quickly helped Yuchu up and stopped Dong Dong and the others from kneeling. Why kneel? Pinyin, remember this, under my discipleship, kneel to your parents, not to heaven and earth, got it? Su Xiao looked at the serious expression of her master and nodded. Understood, master. Wang Zhongxian and the others who were kneeling behind, upon hearing the words not to kneel to heaven and earth, suddenly showed reverence. TSK. Who is this immortal descending from the heavens? Just by the tone of his words, refusing to bow to heaven and earth, sounds impressive. Li Chen looked at Guodajiao kneeling on the ground, walked over and stood in front of her, and said, You saved Yuchu today, I owe you a favor, what do you want? Guodajiao looked at the young master in front of her, feeling too excited to speak, she shook her head, indicating she didn't want anything. I must repay those who have helped me, or I won't feel at ease, Li Chen said. How about this? From now on, you are responsible for protecting Yuchu. I will give you 10 taels of silver each month and a cow for your family. He then looked at Guodatu and his son, knowing they were a family. Is this your son? In the future, let him learn to read and write with Pinyin and Dong Dong. Once he learns, I will arrange for him to go to school. When he reaches the age, I will take care of his marriage and children. Finally, I will do my best to help him become an official. What do you think? Guodajiao's head was buzzing. She understood each word the young master said, but when put together, she felt a bit confused. I just saw that soldier bullying someone, so I hit him. It's not that serious, young master, it's not. Guodajiao was truly shocked by Li Chen's words. How could hitting someone lead to receiving so much in return from the young master? 10 taels of silver a month, my goodness. How many taels in a year? Her brain felt like it was shrinking. How was this calculated? Besides the cow, there's the son's education, becoming an official, getting married. My goodness. The villagers around, upon hearing Li Chen's words, had tears in their eyes. Xiong Suihua even clenched her teeth until they shattered. This is outrageous. If they had known about these benefits earlier, they would have grabbed their hoes and rushed out to fight those soldiers, instead of Guodajiao reaping all these rewards. Seeing her silent and kneeling on the ground with a blank expression, Li Chen said, Alright, let's leave it at that for now. If you have any other requests in the future, you can tell me. Consider this my debt to you. Upon hearing his words, Guodajiao snapped out of her confusion. Trembling, she kowtowed to the ground. Thank you, young master. I, Guodajiao, swear to the heavens, as long as I live, I will never let Madame Yuchu be harmed. If I break this oath, may I be struck by lightning and never reincarnate. Boom! The heavens were gracious. A lightning bolt struck beside her, narrowly missing her. Li Chen was also startled by the lightning. To cover his embarrassment, he immediately said, Alright, even the heavens heard your words. If you dare to let anyone harm Yuchu, that lightning won't miss you next time. Guodajiao nodded solemnly, her eyes firm and fierce as she glared at the villagers. Anyone who dared to approach Yuchu would taste her wrath. She looked around fiercely and happened to see Xiong'er kneeling a few meters away from Yuchu. She strode over and pointed at his nose, shouting, Get lost, don't come near madam. Xiong'er shrank his neck and scurried away from them. Li Chen, seeing her performance, nodded in satisfaction. He asked her to guard the entrance while he and Wang Zhongxian entered the house. Without tea, each person made a cup of powdered milk, considering it as tea. As they sipped on the milk, Li Chen felt increasingly uneasy. Everyone present was a prominent figure in Lingnan. Sitting with powdered milk, discussing the matter of tens of thousands of soldiers, no matter how you look at it, it just doesn't seem right. It's a bit like those top 10 people on the rich list, talking about hundreds of billions of funds during meetings, looking pleased with themselves, and sucking on lollipops. Wang Zhongxian and the others didn't seem to find anything wrong with it. This white tea they were drinking was sweet, with a milky fragrance, truly delightful. The crown prince was even nodding and swaying, saying, "Good tea, good tea." Li Chen, watching him, felt a bit uncomfortable. Looking at Yu Chu, he habitually thought about what kind of excuse to come up with for this trip. "Yu Chu, I'm going out with them this time to save people." Yu Chu sat on the chair, looking a bit restless. The people sitting beside her looked like important figures, and the large group of soldiers were all under their command. Now, these important figures were sitting on chairs, smiling kindly at her, bowing to her just a moment ago. This made Yu Chu, who came from humble beginnings, feel a bit uneasy. She always felt like she should kneel and listen to them. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, she didn't think much of it. "Husband, go ahead, I'll take care of things at home." In her eyes, men go out to work, and women stay at home to do chores. It's only natural. And women shouldn't inquire about what men do outside. If they ask too much, men get annoyed, and hitting women is considered normal. Everyone would just say that the woman deserved it. Why ask so many questions? She didn't understand why her husband had to tell her. Besides, her husband had never hit her before. She found it a bit strange. What man doesn't hit a woman? Li Chen also didn't think much of it. Yu Chu didn't ask, and he agreed directly. This isn't right. In his past life, no matter where he went on business trips, the women around him would dig deep for information. "You don't even ask. Are you so confident in me?" He never saw himself as an ancient person. In Li Chen's mind, marriage was sacred and exclusive. Since he had chosen Lin Yu Chu, he had to respect her. 9 years of compulsory education, coupled with the books he had been forced to read by his grandfather over the years, gave him a moral compass. How would he know that in Yu Chu's mind, it was normal for a husband to go out and have fun with other women? Even if he brought back a few concubines, Yu Chu wouldn't be surprised. After all, for a man of his status, having a few concubines was quite normal. As for playing around with women outside, in ancient times, visiting brothels was legal. Li Chen made a sound, suddenly at a loss for words. All the reasons and excuses he had thought of earlier were useless. This made him very uncomfortable. He turned to Meng Xian. "General Meng, after I leave, I'm worried that thieves might harm my wife. Could you please arrange for several teams of soldiers to camp nearby to protect my wife?" Meng Xian replied, "Of course, I will arrange for guards to set up camp nearby. And I will have a few personal guards ready to serve Lady Shangxian. Rest assured, my personal guards are all skilled women." After hearing this, Li Chen nodded and said nothing more. Dinner was eaten within the army. Meng Xingyun warmly invited him, insisting that he come over to eat. He had already prepared a table of good wine and dishes. Li Chen didn't refuse. After eating preserved meat and eggs for over 10 days, he was starting to miss those protected animals from the royal palace. Such lovely animals, the meat looked so fragrant. Li Chen held the little girl, picked up a piece of tiger meat, took a bite, and felt the fragrance pass directly through his mouth, rushing to his brain. Yu Chu and the others were also at the table. Although the soldiers felt strange about having a few women and a child at the table, seeing that divine figure present, they didn't dare to comment on them. Those 15,000 tons of rice were still sitting on the ground. The eggs in the bowl were mixed with lard and rice. It's all made up by others. Don't mention bringing the lady to the table for a meal. Even if a dog is eating on the table, no one dares to say anything. Lilia saw her brother-in-law eating so deliciously, and her mouth watered. The powdered milk in her hands suddenly didn't taste good. She reached out, wanting to grab the meat on her brother-in-law's chopsticks, but Li Chen stopped her. "Good girl, the meat is for me, you eat the egg." Li Chen peeled an egg for her to play with, knowing she had no teeth, a round egg that she couldn't fit in her mouth, so she wouldn't choke. Lilia held the egg, opened her mouth wide, and took a bite. The egg was fine, not even cracked. Apart from a layer of saliva, there was no difference from before she bit it. Lilia smacked her lips, savoring the taste of the egg in her mouth. Excited, she danced and started shaking her body. Yu Chu wanted to take Lilia from her husband's arms several times, so she wouldn't disturb him while eating. Unfortunately, Li Chen didn't allow it and even pressed her to eat at the table. This made Yu Chu feel uneasy. How could a woman eat at the table, especially in front of so many people? Li Chen didn't mind at all. In his eyes, Yu Chu was his wife, so if someone invited him to eat, his wife should sit beside him. Dong Dong wasn't afraid at all. She was already immersed in the world of food. It was as if there was a barrier around her, isolating her from everything. All she could think about was eating. Eating is the best thing in the world. Meng Xian looked at the family, envy in her eyes. She saw Li Chen's respect for Yu Chu. In a society dominated by male chauvinism like the Ming dynasty, Li Chen's modern marriage ideas were simply unbelievable. Where would you find a man who looks at his wife with such respect? Helping with the children, feeding them, serving food to his wife, even helping her eat. It was like something out of a fantasy. Even in her eyes, the most loving Mang Sangguan couple couldn't reach this level. Usually, it was the princess serving the prince, waiting for him to finish eating and drinking before she could eat. As for helping the princess with her food or serving her dishes, even a princess from the land of immortals wouldn't dare to think of that. But what Li Chen did was so natural, as if it was meant to be that way from the beginning. Such a good man, almost like a heavenly immortal. How lucky Dong Dong was to marry such a husband. Li Chen didn't know that some of his actions were already miraculous in this era. In his eyes, a man who loves and respects his wife is a successful man. It has nothing to do with money or career. No matter how tough things are outside, if he can make his wife and children worry-free, well-fed, and take care of the family, then he is a hero. After eating and drinking, Li Chen patted his butt ready to leave. He didn't pat his own but little Yuz. This naughty child took advantage of Li Chen's distraction, crushed the egg, and played with it in her hand. When Li Chen patted her, she thought he wanted to play too. Oh! Little Ya reached out, showing him the mess of egg foam in her hand. So dirty, you silly child. Oh! Seeing her brother-in-law didn't want it, she got a little angry, slapped him on the face, then grabbed Li Chen's clothes and tried to bite his nose. TSK, you. Li Chen was speechless. In this world, the most common thing he endured was Little Ya's various moves. Pulling hair, poking eyes, picking noses, slapping faces, biting noses. Although it didn't hurt, it was relentless every day. So Li Chen started playing with her again. Take my heavenly feathered dragon dance. Li Chen spun Little Ya around, making her giggle. Every time Yu Chu saw this scene, she felt especially warm in her heart. The husband said he disliked the little maid, but in reality, he held on to her every day. The first thing he did in the morning was to see where the little maid was, then he would start his day taking care of the child. Except for going hunting, to avoid hurting the little maid, he was the one taking care of her all the time. He would play with the little maid in a teasing manner, and when he made her angry, he would start fooling around with her like a child. Dong Dong followed closely behind, watching her brother-in-law spinning around with the little maid, envious to death. I want to play too, brother-in-law, I want to. You want everything, you silly little friend, catch me first. Li Chen carried the little maid and rushed home, with Dong Dong running behind, swinging her little short legs. Occasionally, Li Chen would stop to play with Dong Dong, urging her to go faster. Yu Chu watched the two sisters, feeling closer to Li Chen, and her heart was filled with sweetness. Master, let's hurry, Master is running far ahead. Su Xiao followed beside the master, watching the master run far ahead and couldn't help but speak. Yu Chu looked at the disciple her husband had taken in, seeing her eager to play but too shy to say it, looking like a very sensible child. Unable to help but feel sorry for her, she patted her head. Then let's go after your master, okay? Okay. Su Xiao's eyes sparkled, looking eager to try. Early the next morning, Li Chen got up from bed. Without bringing anything, he took Su Xiao and Xiong Er, ready to follow the troops to Jiayang Pass to rescue people. He looked at the villagers who came to see them off and waved to them. I'm going on a long journey, take care of the village, if there's anything, ask Lai Fu, if Lai Fu can't decide, ask Yu Chu, got it? Got it, sir. Sir, when will you be back? Sir, take care of yourself. Li Chen looked at the reluctant Yu Chu and couldn't help but advise her, take care of yourself, don't always compete with the maids, eat more, don't get too thin. If others see you thin, they might think I can't afford to support you. Yu Chu blushed, lowered her head, nodded, but didn't speak. Li Chen continued, if you have any problems, ask San Niang for help, if that doesn't work, let the princesses take you to the palace, understand? Seeing Yu Chu silent, he turned to the princess who had arrived overnight and said, Princess, I entrust my wife to you. The princess bowed to Li Chen, Sir, please rest assured, I guarantee with my life that when you return, your wife will be safe and sound. The princess now, in front of him, had no airs of a noble immortal. The mountain of rice piled up yesterday really scared her. She thought that in her years as a princess, she had seen all kinds of scenes, but she had never seen anything like this. Roughly estimating, there were millions of bushels of rice piled up haphazardly on the ground. There was no protection at all. If it rained and got wet, it would be ruined. She would be heartbroken. This wasn't just food, it was life. How many people in Lingnan could this feed? The steward who had come with her last night was still excited. He wanted to take all this food back to Lingnan and store it in the warehouse. Li Chen nodded and whispered to her, "As long as the lady is safe, even if I owe the palace a favor." "I dare not ask for a favor, sir. You are going to save my husband. I am already very grateful. How can I accept this?" The princess also saw the mountain split open by Li Chen's sword last night, and she felt a chill. If this gentleman came back and saw Ling Yuchu injured, her whole family might be in danger. She didn't think that this gentleman, who had opened a bloody path, could be stopped by anyone in Lingnan City. Li Chen patted Yuchu's head and looked at Dong Dong, who was crying uncontrollably, saying, "Don't cry, don't cry. Brother-in-law will come back. Why cry? It's not auspicious." Dong Dong wiped her tears, resembling the left-behind children whose parents went out to work, looking at him with a pitiful expression. "Brother-in-law, when will you come back?" Li Chen thought for a moment. It was early October now, and they said it would take 10 days to reach Jiayang Pass from here. Round trip would be more than 20 days, plus fighting and rescue missions. It would probably take about a month and a half. He wanted to say December, but afraid Dong Dong wouldn't understand, Li Chen used a different approach. "As long as it starts snowing or you learn 100 big characters, brother-in-law will come back. Do you understand? During the Little Ice Age, it gets cold quickly." According to his estimation, it should snow in December. As for learning 100 big characters, Li Chen thought of Dong Dong falling asleep at the sight of words. He felt it was impossible. Dong Dong hugged Li Chen's thigh and looked up at him. "Then I will obediently learn to write, brother-in-law must come back." Li Chen hugged her, handed her to Yuchu, then turned and left, standing among the auxiliary soldiers. To facilitate the mission, he specifically requested the Wang Mansion to give him an official position. The Wang Fei originally wanted him to lead the army as the commander of this group of soldiers and horses, but Li Chen refused. Fighting was fine, but commanding over 10,000 troops to battle was risking lives. So he only asked for a position in logistics and paperwork, responsible for recording the logistics of the army, whether it was sufficient. He felt capable of this position. Anyway, there was plenty of food, and he was too lazy to keep records. If the army ran out of food, he could just take some from his backpack. 13,000 troops, plus the 2,000 iron riders brought by the Wang Fei. A total of 15,000 people stood at the village entrance, looking solemnly at the Wang Fei. "Gentlemen, the Liao people have violated our borders, killing our Han people, burning, killing, and looting within the territory of Great Ming, committing all sorts of atrocities. I ask you all, for the people of Great Ming, for the people of Lingnan, for the Han people, to drink to victory." The Wang Fei raised her sword, boosting the soldiers' morale and making final preparations before the battle. "Wind! Strong wind! Strong wind!" The soldiers brandished their weapons, roaring along. Li Chen scratched his ear, feeling it was all useless. Looking at the auxiliary soldiers beside him, who seemed clueless, he could tell they didn't understand what the Wang Fei was saying. The other auxiliary soldiers were the same, mindlessly shouting along with the rest. A group of soldiers fighting without knowing why, what a joke. Thinking a few words could make them fight like crazy. Ridiculous. And the Wang Fei's words were not as motivating as those of the bandit hunters. Old Go at least knew how to appeal to emotions, unlike her dry words. Oh well, a poor performance. Li Chen shook his head and followed the army as they set off. When the army departed, the system made a beep, notifying him that the main task 1 had been completed. The reward was already in his backpack. Li Chen looked at the GPS positioning system in his backpack, feeling a bit itchy to take it out and study it right away. But considering the crowd around him, he resisted the urge. He would wait until he fully understood it before showing it off. Watching Li Chen slowly move away with the army, Yuchu couldn't help but cover her mouth, choking back tears. Although she knew her husband was not an ordinary person, she still worried as he went to battle with the army. What if her husband got hurt? What would she do then? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but want to cry. "Husband, you must come back." In the midst of the army, Li Chen rode a tall horse, holding Su Xiao in his arms, moving forward slowly. Xiong Er was also in armor, leading the horse ahead. Because the auxiliary soldiers and porters were all on foot, carrying supplies and baggage, their pace was not fast. Xiong Er kept looking back, making Li Chen feel puzzled. Why does this guy keep looking back with such strange eyes? "Xiong Er, why do you keep staring at me?" Li Chen, feeling a bit impatient with his gaze, couldn't help but ask. Xiong Er spoke in a low voice, "Young master, I'm just curious. You're going to battle, why bring along the little lady Ping'an?" Li Chen was taken aback by this. He looked down at Su Xiao in his arms and suddenly realized, why did I bring her out? Ping'an is so young, why bring her to battle? This isn't a picnic, is it? He hadn't felt anything amiss before, just found it convenient to bring her along. It was only now, upon Xiong'er's reminder, that he suddenly woke up. Su Xiao was also lying on the horse, looking up at her master, wondering why he was staring at her. Li Chen looked at Su Xiao in his arms, lost in thought. He remembered when he took her as his disciple, the system said she was the destined one. Could it be related to this? Just like when they entered the city, he naturally brought Su Xiao along and never left her side. It was as if something was interfering, and no one found it strange. Perhaps going to battle this time felt too awkward, prompting Xiong'er's comment. Li Chen looked at Su Xiao and asked in confusion, "Little Pinyin, aren't you afraid to go to battle with your master?" "Not afraid, as long as I'm with my master, I'm not afraid of anything, wherever we go." Su Xiao looked earnestly at her master, full of reliance. Being with her master, feeling his presence, was truly comforting. Normally, her master would hold the little ones, leaving her hesitant to compete with them. Only when alone with her master could she be held. "No, what were you thinking just now, following me to battle?" Su Xiao tilted her head, pondering. "I just wanted to be with my master, didn't want to be apart from him for too long. What if my master doesn't want me anymore? What would I do? What about when we went to the city? I thought the same, and then you took me to the city to play. Damn it, figured it out. This guy transferred all her luck onto me." Li Chen rubbed his head, somewhat helpless. It wasn't practical to send her back now. Oh well, since she's here, might as well. It's a good day. She's still a child. Don't cling to your master like this next time, understand? Oh. Su Xiao, hearing this, her eyes reddened, lowered her head, pursed her lips, and remained silent. Li Chen patted her head, explaining, "I am your master, essentially your father. I see you as my daughter. You are younger, understand. Although you may not understand now, your master is giving you a heads up. You grew up lonely, suddenly someone cares for you, you might develop emotional dependence, but remember, I am your master, like your father, and when you grow up, get married, live with someone else. You can't rely on your master like this, understand?" Su Xiao remained silent, and Li Chen felt a drop of water on his hand, cold. Lifting his disciple's face, he noticed she was quietly shedding tears. She dared not cry out loud. This silly child. Why cry? Be good, don't cry. Li Chen couldn't stand seeing girls cry. He wiped her tears gently, comforting her in a soft voice. He was afraid because Su Xiao's usual behavior was too mature. Not like a child, carefree and innocent. People with overly sharp minds tend to overthink. He didn't want to wait 10 years and end up with a little devil. So he decided to address Su Xiao's mental health issues first. "Master, don't you like me anymore?" Su Xiao looked up at Li Chen, her eyes misty with tears. "Of course I do. You are my disciple, my only disciple, the top disciple. If the master doesn't have children in the future, you will be the master's only child. Then why don't you let me follow you? Because you have your own life. Your life is not just about the master, you will have a future husband, your own children, your own disciples. You will become a better person than the master. I don't want that. I want the master. Be good, don't talk back to the master." "Oh, but master, I haven't married yet. Can I stick with you?" Alright, as long as you're not married, you can stick with the master, okay?" Li Chen couldn't bear to see his disciple looking so aggrieved, so he decided not to educate her further. Hopefully, they wouldn't raise a strange girl in the future. The group didn't walk fast. They set off in the morning, didn't stop for lunch, and kept walking until the sun was about to set before finding a flat ground to camp. Because they were still in Lingnan territory, there were fixed positions for each march. This route had been explored over decades to avoid the hassle of finding suitable camping spots every time. Li Chen rode a horse all day, which was bearable except for a sore bottom. Learning to ride horses at the ranch in his past life was just for fun, but riding a horse for dozens of miles made his bottom numb. When they reached the camp, he quickly got off and stretched his legs. Dressed in white, Li Chen stood out awkwardly among the soldiers who were busy setting up camp and cooking. He was with Su Xiao in the tent, studying the GPS. The GPS positioning navigation system was intangible, without any physical tools. Li Chen found that he could project a light screen in front of him just by thinking about it. The blue arrow represented his position, and the rest of the map looked similar to a phone map. The red dots should be other people. When he zoomed out, he could see the world, which was spherical like Earth, mostly covered in water. But there were differences in many places. He couldn't pinpoint the specific distinctions, as he couldn't remember the shapes of Earth's continents clearly. By zooming in, he could see his position, the tent, and what the surrounding soldiers were doing. Although the image wasn't very clear, he could make out the figures. Li Chen became interested and traced back along the mountain road on the map. He located Chengxi village and enlarged its shape. He could see people working in the village, while soldiers patrolled the surroundings. When he tried to zoom in further, he could only see human shapes but couldn't distinguish individuals. Su Xiao widened her eyes, looking at the screen. The village displayed on the screen was clearly their own village. She could even identify where she used to live, where she chopped wood, and where Xiong Er's house was. She suddenly pointed at a small figure and said to Li Chen, "Master, look, this is Dong Dong squatting on the ground writing." Li Chen moved the screen over and saw a small figure squatting and drawing on the ground. Although he couldn't see the face clearly, this person not working and being alone in the yard should be Dong Dong. Curiously, Su Xiao asked, "Master, what is this? How can we see Dong Dong in the village from above when we are so far away from the village?" This is called a GPS positioning navigation system. If someone asks you what it is, just say it's the Haotian mirror. Li Chen didn't intend to hide it from Su Xiao, and also taught her how to explain this thing to others. In the sky, there are 24 satellites watching over the world. This thing can connect to the satellites in the sky, and through it, you can see what's happening anywhere in the world. Su Xiao didn't understand what a chicken skin loving stone was, and the Haotian mirror didn't make much sense to her either. Master means, can this be used to see what's happening in the mortal world like the heavens? You can say that. Li Chen felt that Su Xiao's explanation was more straightforward and decided to use his disciple's way of speaking to deceive others in the future. Wow, Master, that's amazing. Can you give this to me in the future? Ha? Why do you say that? Li Chen was surprised to hear Su Xiao asking for something. This was the second time his disciple had asked for something. The first time was the little yellow cow, who stared at Wang Kai for a long time, unwilling to leave or speak up. He could only look at him with a pitiful expression, and in the end, Li Chen couldn't resist that pitiful look and bought Wang Kai. Su Xiao felt a bit embarrassed and hesitantly said, "Because this way, I can see Master every day." Li Chen chuckled, "You silly child, why are you so cute?" He had never had children, but he instinctively felt that Su Xiao's dependence on him was a bit off. In the following days, Li Chen continued to explore this world through the light screen. Apart from different geographical locations, everything else was more or less the same. The closest to Ming dynasty were Liao and Manchuria, followed by the territory of the Mongols, then the Ottoman Empire, and next to it was the Persian Empire. The Portuguese were on the other side of the sea, and further away was the territory of the Indians. There were also many other large and small countries scattered throughout this world. Li Chen would sometimes check out the territory of the Liao people, and other times curiously look at the appearance of the Imperial palace in the capital. Not finding the emperor left him somewhat disappointed. After all, on the map, people were just red dots, and he didn't know which specific red dot was the emperor. And so, he spent the whole night studying the GPS, feeling as excited and curious as a child with a new toy. In his past life, there were such things too, but he never even glanced at them. Losing those modern conveniences in this life made him realize how fun this thing really was. By the time he came back to his senses, the sky was already slightly bright. The soldiers had started bustling around, packing up and getting ready to depart. Li Chen felt a wave of dizziness and fatigue wash over him, realizing he had been playing all night without realizing it. Right now, all he wanted to do was sleep. He decided not to ride the horse. Instead, he emptied a grain cart and laid down with a blanket. The soldiers who were loading the carts looked towards the chief logistics officer who truly managed the army's supplies. They were unsure whether to stop Li Chen's actions. "Immortal, I can arrange a carriage for you to rest, would that be acceptable?" Li Chen, with his head covered by the blanket, casually tossed 10 gold ingots to the logistics officer upon hearing his words. "Shut up, there's not enough food, I'll replenish it later. Right now, I just want to sleep, no need for a carriage." He didn't feel like talking anymore, not even if the sky were to fall, he couldn't be bothered to move. Looking at the surrounding soldiers, he took out a few gold ingots from his pocket and handed one to each of them. "Keep the cart steady, if someone comes, tell them I'm sleeping and to wait until I wake up. This is your hard-earned money." The auxiliary soldiers looked at the gold in their hands, then at Li Chen lying on the flatbed cart. Their eyes began to shine. Damn! Truly an immortal. Generous with his actions. 1 or 2 gold pieces. Damn it! It's just a few pieces of silver for a Liao person's head. This nobleman can easily take the lives of several Liao soldiers with one move. What's there to hesitate about? The laborers pulling the cart immediately put the reins around their necks and stepped steadily on the ground, afraid of making a misstep. Their movements woke up the nobleman on the cart. Li Chen, a tall man of 1.8 meters, only weighs a little over 100 pounds. A normal grain cart weighs between 800 to 1,000 pounds. Naturally, it's easier to pull Li Chen. But the logistics commander looked at the 10 taels of gold in his hand, waved and called a few auxiliary soldiers over. About 10 auxiliary soldiers forcibly lifted the grain cart and followed the army step by step. None of the auxiliary soldiers felt tired, they only felt it was their honor. Being able to carry a deity was their blessing. And the deity was generous. Just a little gift would be enough for them to live comfortably. Being chosen meant their ancestors were looking out for them. Other auxiliary soldiers saw this and their eyes turned red. They gritted their teeth in frustration. Why weren't they chosen by the deity? Su Xiao was still in good spirits. She had dozed off yesterday but was clear-headed today. Riding a rodeo horse, she followed beside her master. In case her master woke up and had any orders, she could attend to him immediately. While Li Chen was sleeping, Wang Zhongxian came over several times wanting to see him. But upon hearing he was resting, he didn't dare to disturb him. He instructed a team to take over the grain cart. He told them to carry the sedan chair steadily so as not to startle his dear brother Li. Li Chen woke up naturally from his sleep. Lying on the grain cart, he opened his eyes and didn't feel like moving. He gazed at the glaring sun shining on him, his mind wandering elsewhere. He didn't know what he was thinking, but his mind was completely empty. After a daze for a while, he turned to look at his disciple. "What time is it?" Su Xiao, seeing her master finally coming to his senses, replied, "It's noon. I'm not sure of the exact time, there's no big clock." The auxiliary soldier who saw the immortal wake up and ask for the time, boldly said, "Sir, it's already noon. In another 2 hours, we can set up camp." Li Chen asked the auxiliary soldier to put him down, noticing that he seemed different from before. He couldn't be bothered and handed out another gold ingot. "Bring me something to eat," Li Chen said to the auxiliary soldier who spoke earlier. "Yes, sir." The speaking auxiliary soldier immediately went to the back and brought Li Chen 2 large cakes and dried meat. They were dry and not very tasty. Li Chen nibbled on the cakes, saving the water in his system, chewed a few times haphazardly, and swallowed. Feeling something in his stomach, he finally felt alive. "What's your name?" "I'm Zhao Hu, from the capital, following General Zhang all the way to Lingnan. Later, I was in charge of taking care of well-known officials and didn't go with them to Jiayang Pass. When the well-known official saw that the general had no attendance, he sent us over to serve the general." "Oh." Li Chen looked at Zhao Hu and the others, thought for a moment, and didn't ask them to return to Wang Zhongxian's side. Having a few attendants with him was also good. After walking for 7 or 8 days, they finally left the territory of Lingnan City and headed towards Jiayang Pass. Li Chen followed the road during the day and studied the map displayed on the GPS at night. Because there were no place names marked, he didn't know exactly where they were. He just knew they were getting close. After all, in the past few days, he could clearly feel the atmosphere in the army becoming more tense. The number of scouts sent out also increased. Many of them returned injured. Li Chen couldn't treat injuries, so he didn't meddle. But he was interested in the military doctor's medicine. During these days of marching, he would occasionally go to the military doctor to learn some medical knowledge. The entire army knew there was an immortal in white robes among them. After all, the overwhelming amount of rice that day was seen by everyone. Although some people didn't know the details, rumors had already spread throughout the army in recent days that the rice was conjured by a white-robed immortal. Therefore, Li Chen was basically free to do as he pleased in the army. No one would stop him no matter where he wanted to go. The rules of some military units were not to be disregarded, but no one would enforce them upon him. Isn't it unnecessary to announce when someone enters the tent of the army's main general? Li Chen was listening to the military doctor brag. He talked about how his ancestors discovered a certain herb, dried it, ground it into powder, added ash from plants, and could then stop bleeding and resolve stasis. Li Chen nodded frequently, although he didn't quite understand. But it was much better than the boredom of marching. The auxiliary soldiers dared not speak to him at all, while Zhao Hu and the others only knew how to flatter. Only this white-bearded military doctor dared to talk endlessly in front of him. Occasionally, he would also tell some legends of the martial world. The reason Li Chen approached was mainly to listen to those martial world legends. It was definitely not because the white-bearded old military doctor claimed to have a family secret recipe that could treat kidney deficiency. So even after inquiring for several days, Li Chen still hadn't pried out that ancestral secret recipe. Just as he was getting a bit impatient and thinking of using money to exchange for the recipe, the GPS in his mind suddenly transmitted an artificial intelligence voice. "Beep, there may be ambushes and accidents ahead, please prepare for defense, host." Upon hearing this, Li Chen's expression turned serious. He mounted his horse and galloped to the front of the army. Only when he saw Meng Xian and the others did he pull the reins and stop. Before Meng Xingyun could speak, he heard Li Chen shout loudly at them. "Halt the entire army immediately, wait in place, there's an ambush ahead." Meng Xian raised her hand into a fist, signaling the soldiers beside her to stop, and ordered, "Spread my command, prepare the army for battle." "Yes." After the soldier on horseback shouted the command all the way, stopping the troops, she asked Li Chen, "Sir, do you know something?" Without further ado, Li Chen directly projected the GPS. On it, a blue arrow surrounded by red dots was visible, with a nearby area filled with red circles, occupying a large portion of the map. Wang Zhongxian looked in amazement at the screen in front of him, reaching out to touch it, but his hand went through it. What is this? This is the Haotian mirror. My master knew I was going to battle, so he specially sent this treasure to me, Li Chen explained. These days, Wang Zhongxian and the others had been inquiring about his background, so Li Chen simply recounted the previous story to them. His master was the primordial heavenly ancestor, and he was the primordial heavenly ancestor's disciple. Due to unresolved karma, he descended to the mortal realm and married Lin Yuchu. After settling this life's emotional ties, he would return to the heavens to continue cultivating with his master. Wang Zhongxian and Meng Xingyun exchanged a glance, curiously asking, "What miraculous uses does this Haotian mirror have? Please tell us, Mr. Li." Without delay, Li Chen enlarged the image. Wang Zhongxian couldn't help but be surprised when he saw himself in the image. Turning to Meng Xian and the others, he saw his image in the screen turning as well. The Haotian mirror can see everything on Earth from the heavens, so there's no need to panic, Li Chen reassured them. How could Meng Xian and the others not be astonished? Such a treasure was only heard of in myths and legends. Its sudden appearance left them somewhat bewildered. Let's put that aside for now. Look at who's ambushing us over there. Li Chen moved the image to the nearby red dot. A group of soldiers dressed in black armor could be seen, hiding on both sides of a hill. As the camera moved, it finally settled on a young man dressed in splendid attire. Wang Zhongxian and the others couldn't help but gasp in shock when they saw this group of soldiers and the young man. This is the Black Wolf Iron Cavalry of the Liao dynasty, along with the second prince of Liao, Tuole. Meng Xian's expression darkened, her demeanor turning serious. The Black Wolf Iron Cavalry? Second Prince Tuole? What is their background? Li Chen noticed the drastic change in the expressions of Wang Zhongxian and the others, unable to hold back from asking. Wang Zhongxian, seeing his confusion, explained, "The Black Wolf Iron Cavalry is a renowned cavalry of the Liao dynasty. The second prince Yelu Tuole is the son of the Liao Emperor Yelu Hongji, skilled in both literary and martial arts since childhood. In the Battle of Mingyi Fort last year, he led 50,000 cavalry and took only 3 days to breach the fort, committing arson, slaughter, and looting within the city, massacring 150,000 Han people, earning a notorious reputation." Meng Xian continued, "Thanks to the reminder, otherwise if we had fallen into their ambush, our losses would have been disastrous." After speaking, she instructed Chang Hu to send scouts ahead for reconnaissance. After a while, Chang Hu returned to report. Seeing his hesitant and evasive manner, Meng Xian scolded, "Just spit it out. Stop beating around the bush like a woman." "General, the scouts ahead reported that they did not see any Liao troops." Meng Xian looked at Li Chen, her eyes filled with doubt. "The Haotian mirror is definitely correct, just wait a moment." Li Chen zoomed in the lens and discovered red dots representing scouts surrounding them not far away. "How far did you send the scouts out?" "Sir, about 10 miles away." Li Chen measured the distance and realized that the Liao army was over 50 miles away from them. Chang Hu, being a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, could easily interpret the map and quickly calculated the distance. "I see, it seems the Liao troops are some distance away from us." Seeing Wang Zhongxian and the others still puzzled, he continued, "Minister Wang, according to this artifact, the Liao army should be over 50 miles away from us, so there's no need to panic." While he was explaining it to Minister Wang, it was also a way to clarify things for Meng Xingyun, who clearly didn't understand. One was a grandmaster but had never led troops in battle, and the other was a useless noble. Apart from his prestigious status and good fortune, he was of no use. The others couldn't comprehend Li Chen's Haotian mirror, but found it incredibly mystical. To be able to see all corners of the world, wasn't this the legendary thousand-mile eye? They couldn't understand the route map marked on the GPS, so they had to compare it with the military map. "This is Luofeng Slope, oh." Chang Hu couldn't help but gasp when he compared it, and the surrounding officers also looked shocked. "What's going on?" Meng Xingyun was puzzled, feeling dizzy from the journey they had taken so far. He had always thought leading troops into battle was simple, just lead the men to fight. It was only when he followed the army that he realized there were so many intricacies involved. Even just looking at the map left him confused. The others ignored him, as the big battle was imminent, and no one had time to explain to him. Li Chen, on the other hand, compared it with the GPS and understood their current location on the map. "We are here now, if all goes well, we will pass through Luofeng Slope by nightfall today." Meng Xian pointed to the location on the map and asked, "Now that we know the enemy is Tuole and the Black Wolf Iron Cavalry lying in ambush at Luofeng Slope, what should we do?" The officers began discussing among themselves, some suggesting taking a detour, but this plan was vetoed by Chan Hu. We should head to Jiayang Pass. Luofeng Slope is a must-pass route. If we detour, we would have to go to the north of the mountains, which would take at least 2 months round trip. What can we achieve in such a long time, and we don't have enough provisions either. Some suggested using auxiliary troops as bait to lure the enemy out and then quickly rush past. No. Meng Xian shook her head. Let's not even talk about the combat power of the Black Wolf Iron Cavalry. Just by their numbers alone, it seems like they outnumber us. How many auxiliary troops can we send to lure them out? Sending 10,000 over, I'm afraid they won't even need to mobilize half of their forces to devour these 10,000 auxiliary troops. The generals heard that neither this nor that would work, and all showed a difficult expression. Isn't that so? Li Chen knocked on the table and slowly said to them, we already know about their ambush, can't we still attack them? Everyone looked at this disciple of the immortal in disbelief and shook their heads involuntarily. Immortal, we can't win. Even if we know in advance that they have an ambush, we can't win even if we go for a surprise attack. Chang Hu explained, we may have 15,000 men, but facing the Black Wolf Iron Cavalry on full strength, they have at least 20,000 cavalry, not to mention the auxiliary troops, which are at least around 30,000. We only have 5,000 Xuanwu Iron Cavalry who can fight, isn't it just sending them to their deaths? The generals of the Ming dynasty liked to exaggerate, daring to claim that 10,000 troops were actually a 100,000 strong army. Adding auxiliary troops, laborers, and peasants, they could boast of having a 500,000 strong army to the outside world. The Liao people didn't have this mindset, they would state the actual number, just tens of thousands. When the late emperor was still alive, there was a certain general who claimed to lead a 500,000 strong army to reclaim lost territories. However, when they crossed the border, they were defeated by a 20,000 light cavalry and captured alive. When the Liao generals counted the prisoners, they couldn't match the numbers. How could a 500,000 strong army be reduced to just 20,000 captives? Later, it was revealed that he only had 5,000 cavalry, 10,000 auxiliary troops, and 20,000 laborers and peasants, but publicly claimed to have a 500,000 strong army. The enraged Liao general cursed, saying if he had known about the actual numbers, he wouldn't have bothered to come personally. It became a joke in the Liao country, mocking the Ming generals for their empty boasts. Li Chen rubbed his chin, looking at the fearful generals, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. It seemed they couldn't be relied upon, they had to depend on themselves. Everyone, stop and listen to me. The generals stopped and looked at Li Chen, hoping this immortal could perform some miracle. You, gather the army, prepare for battle, and set off normally. When the time comes, let the soldiers see me in action. Li Chen didn't expect much from them, but he could make use of their soldiers. The generals heard this and also looked at Meng Xian. Have you all heard the gentleman's words? Gather the army, prepare for battle, and then set off normally. Meng Xian didn't hesitate. This rescue mission relied entirely on Li Chen, otherwise, with just these few people going over, besides dying, what use would it be? Although the generals didn't understand, since the commander had given the order, they had no choice but to follow. They only hoped that this white-robed immortal could perform some miraculous feat to deceive the enemy and slip away from under the Black Wolf Cavalry's noses. As for the rest, they didn't dare to think about it. After all, besides conjuring up tens of thousands of tons of rice, Li Chen hadn't shown any other miraculous abilities these days, except for looking good. After they left, Meng Xian bowed to Li Chen. Sir, I entrust the lives of 15,000 people in Lingnan City to you. I hope sir can save my Lingnan. Don't worry, without a few tricks up my sleeve, I wouldn't come to rescue people. Li Chen reassured her, then turned to find his young disciples. After a while, he found Su Xiao and Zhao Hu in the auxiliary camp. Ping'an, come here. Master, where did you go? Su Xiao saw her master and ran over, arriving in front of him. Li Chen held her hand, squatted down, and instructed her, later, I'll give you your gun, keep it safe. If a stranger approaches, shoot and kill him, understand? Yes, I understand. Su Xiao accepted the AK-47 given by Li Chen and nodded earnestly. Normally, this gun was of little use, except for hunting, it was kept in the backpack at all other times. Li Chen stood up and instructed Xiong Er, Zhao Hu, and others, we will be going to battle soon. You will stay in the rear and protect the young lady. If anyone dares to harm her, you will have to deal with the consequences yourselves. Yes, we will definitely protect the safety of the young lady. Zhao Hu responded loudly, his face resolute. Xiong Er also patted his chest, indicating that he would ensure her safety. Li Chen then gave some instructions to Su Xiao before mounting his horse and heading to a secluded forest. Taking out a belt, he raised the Tai Chi 5 Elements disc. Looking around and seeing no one, he finally relaxed, shouting towards the sky, Emperor's armor, assemble. Bang! A beam of light descended from the sky, catching the attention of the marching crowd. Changhu was about to send someone to check it out but was stopped by Meng Xian. She had followed Li Chen that day and naturally knew what was happening. Wang Zhongxian, on the other hand, was puzzled, observing Meng Xian's confident demeanor and muttering to himself. It seemed that the Wang family had discovered quite a lot in secret. This commotion was probably caused by Li's actions. Li Chen transformed in the cover of the trees. His main concern was being seen in his somewhat childish appearance. He always felt that shouting slogans during transformation was a bit ridiculous. This might be cool for college students, but for someone like him who only finished primary school, it seemed too immature. After the transformation, he rode out on horseback feeling strangely peculiar. There was a sense of martial energy emanating from the horse. The soldiers were startled to see the golden armor, until Meng Xian stepped forward, bowing to the armor and asking, "Is it Li Chen, Mr. Li?" "Yes, it's me." Li Chen, clad in the emperor's armor, walked ahead of the army, attracting countless gazes. Only Xiong'er and Su Xiao remained unfazed. They had seen this armor many times during hunting trips with their master. They were already familiar with it. Watching the soldiers' amazed expressions, Xiong'er sneered, "A bunch of bumpkins." Wang Zhongxian also looked on curiously, especially at the gemstones on the armor sparkling under the sun. It left him speechless. Not to mention the majestic armor, just the rubies on the faceplate were priceless treasures. As for the other materials on the armor, Wang Zhongxian believed each of them held considerable value. "Is this the celestial armor from the heavens?" Meng Xingyun gazed at the armor with eyes gleaming, asking. Li Chen, walking ahead cautiously so as not to harm the horse beneath him, replied in a muffled voice, "This is the armor of light, the armor of the sun god, the king of the golden crow. It is a divine weapon from the heavens, entrusted to me by my master for protection. When we encounter Thor and the others later, I will confront them first, and then you can charge in." Changhu couldn't help but feel excited after hearing the origin of the armor. The king of the golden crow's armor, a treasure from the divine realm. No wonder it looked so formidable. He suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps they could really rescue the prince from the Liao people. The reason Li Chen didn't mention the emperor's armor was mainly to prevent these people from jumping to conclusions. These days, he had been feeding them eggs and rice every day. He was afraid that one morning he would wake up with a yellow robe draped over him, surrounded by soldiers telling him, "It's cold, Your Majesty, please wear an extra layer." Then he would have to decide whether to say, "I won't wear it or you guys are causing me trouble." In fact, Li Chen didn't want to be the emperor either. In his eyes, it was a thankless job. He would be busy all day managing tens of millions of people and resolving conflicts among them. Just the thought of it gave him a headache. Managing a large factory with tens of thousands of people in his past life had already exhausted him. Thinking about managing tens of millions of people made his head ache. Balancing conflicts among various factions was another headache. Just thinking about it made Li Chen's head throb. In his past life, there were people willing to help him, lend him money to start anew, but he simply didn't want to. He preferred to eat and sleep, indulging in pleasures every day. He enjoyed researching his family's traditional crafts, living like a waste. That was what he called enjoying life. The army moved slowly, sending scouts ahead every now and then. The farthest scout was already 30 miles away. By the time the sun set, a scout returned with news. They were close to Falling Phoenix Slope, 10 miles away, with the Liao army ambushed on the hillside. Meng Xian ordered her men to unsheath their swords, assemble the crossbows, and advance slowly. An hour later, the Lingnan army reached Falling Phoenix Slope, halted before the hill, and Meng Xian rode forward, drew her sword, exerted her internal energy, and shouted, "Meng Xian, commander of the Lingnan Great Wind Camp, is here. Why doesn't the second prince come out for a meeting?" "Ha, the Lingnan Iron Cavalry lives up to its reputation, as does the Iron Lady Meng Xian. My carefully planned ambush has been seen through at a glance. Admirable." With those words, a young man in black armor appeared on the hill riding a horse. Behind him, a dense formation of cavalry followed. Seeing this display, the auxiliary troops began to panic, some even thinking of retreating before the battle began. If not for the sight of the military officer patrolling with a sword behind the army, they might have turned and fled. Li Chen shook his head at their behavior. No wonder they were bullied. With such a second-rate army, what fighting power could they have? Meng Xian immediately raised her sword and said to Tuolei, "Second prince, you've quite the setup here. 20,000 Black Wolf cavalry have been brought along. Meng is truly honored." Tuolei looked at the Lingnan army and felt it was a waste of his preparations for such a small force. "General Meng is mistaken. This prince is not here for you." This prince thought the princess consort would come, along with the entire Lingnan Great Wind Camp. That's why the Black Wolf cavalry was brought here, specifically to welcome the princess consort. Tuolei pointed to his attendants and said, "Look, for the princess consort, I even invited the top swordsman of the Liao kingdom to consult on the princess consort's great Ming dragon Sparrow." This war was meticulously planned by Tuolei and his uncle, Yelu Chutsai. They colluded with the Manchu to first use gold and silver to persuade the general guarding Jinhai Pass to surrender. Then, they had the Manchu send troops to pressure other cities in Lingnan, preventing them from easily sending reinforcements. Finally, they surrounded Jiayang Pass with 60,000 men, ambushing 20,000 Black Wolf cavalry and 30,000 infantry quietly at Falling Phoenix Slope, waiting for the princess consort of Lingnan to come to the rescue. They were prepared to defeat the Meng couple in one fell swoop. Their son, Tuolei, was not even worth considering. A eunuch by birth, what reputation did he have to make the Lingnan army fight for him? When the time came, taking advantage of the chaos in Lingnan, they would directly conquer it and then feast on the Ming dynasty, a piece of meat at their doorstep. If the plan succeeded, Tuolei would be the prince with the greatest merit and the largest number of troops in the Liao kingdom. By then, he would ascend to the position of crown prince, and who would dare to object? As for Yelu Chutsai, it was all for the princess consort of Lingnan. The whole Liao kingdom knew about his uncle's virtuous wife, especially those noble wives. If it weren't for his uncle's affair with the late emperor's consort back then, Yelu Hongji might not have ascended to the position of the Liao emperor. When he parted ways with his uncle, Yelu Chutsai specifically instructed him to capture the princess of Lingnan alive. He wanted to enjoy the princess of Lingnan in front of Meng Sangwan and the two armies. They would attack Meng Sangwan on one side and his wife on the other. How splendid! Thinking of this, Tuolei felt disappointed. He didn't expect the princess of Lingnan to be so timid, not daring to come to the rescue, sending only a handful of troops to their doom. Nevertheless, Meng Xian, although not as beautiful as a princess, was still a prominent figure in Lingnan. Capturing her would be a consolation for his uncle. Seeing Tuolei's entourage, Meng Xian couldn't help but gasp in shock. She now realized that perhaps the siege of Jiayang Pass wasn't their goal. They wanted the elite troops of Lingnan City to come out and fight them. After eliminating the soldiers of Lingnan City, they could easily take over Lingnan and then proceed to take down several cities on the border. If the princess didn't send troops to rescue them, Meng Sangwan would fall, and the princess would be branded as indifferent to saving lives. By then, the morale of the Lingnan army would naturally be in chaos, and they wouldn't be able to hold out for long against the invading forces. Tuolei looked at the large Lingnan army on the hillside and felt somewhat bored. Waving his hand, the Black Wolf cavalry drew their swords, ready to charge down and end this seemingly predictable war. Among the Lingnan army, Li Chen wore a black robe, hiding his armor underneath. Beside him were Wang Zhongxian and Shang Hu. Wang Zhongxian pointed to the swordsman next to Tuolei and said, "This is the top swordsman of the Liao kingdom, Morong Hongxue, a master of the divine realm on land, unparalleled in swordsmanship. The other three are also renowned grandmasters of the Liao kingdom. Brother Li, are you confident?" Chang Hu looked at the group of people on the hillside, nervously sweating in his palms. If the master's plan failed, he had no confidence in this battle. Li Chen's plan was to let Meng Xian take the field, lure out the second Prince Tuolei, and then teleport over. Taking advantage of their ignorance of the armor's existence, they would capture the thief first, then deal with the prince. As for what came next, it all depended on the power of the emperor's armor. Li Chen memorized the positions of the grandmasters and the divine realm experts. Quietly turning the wheel, he drew the Aurora sword. Then he selected the ultimate move of the Emperor's armor, the Taiji 5 Elements Extreme Aurora Annihilation Slash. Li Chen wielded the Taiji 5 Elements disc across the Aurora sword. Behind the Aurora sword, an Aurora shield appeared, merging the two into the Emperor's war halberd. The dazzling multicolored lights resembled the cheap toys sold on the street, glowing and making sounds. Li Chen felt embarrassed, while Wang Zhongxian and the others were speechless, their mouths wide enough to hold an egg. Before the sword was even swung, they felt a wave of pressure, as if everything in the world was about to be severed. The sky was covered in dark clouds, completely obscuring the golden sunset. Tuolei watched the lightning and thunder in the sky, feeling the tension of an imminent battle. This was the prelude to a great war. He wasted no more words, drew his waist knife, and shouted, "Men, follow me." "What the hell is this?" Before he could finish his sentence, a golden suit of armor appeared above them, a huge golden dragon circling in the sky. Li Chen teleported above Tuolei's head, rotated the wheel on his waist, and selected his skill, Taiji 5 Elements Extreme Aurora Annihilation Slash. Afraid that the skill might not be powerful enough, Li Chen swung his sword while loudly shouting the name of the skill. He felt like a mediocre college student, but in the eyes of Tuolei and the other soldiers, Li Chen was like a god descending to earth. As the golden dragon grew larger, with Li Chen's voice, everything seemed to freeze, as if the world had come to a standstill. Only a flash of sword light headed straight for Tuolei and his men. Morong Hongshue desperately tried to control his body to move backward as he saw the sword light. In his eyes, this was not just a sword light, it was a divine punishment. Fortunately, at the last moment, he broke through himself, stomped his feet, and dashed backward. At that moment, he had no time to care about Tuolei and the others. All he wanted was to go home and never come out again in his life. The sword light flashed and landed on Tuolei. He felt nothing unusual. Just as he was about to speak, everything spun around him. He saw a headless figure appearing before him. It looked so familiar. This was Tuolei's final thought. Boom! The earth shook violently, and on Luofeng slope, soil flew up over 100 meters high, sand and stones rolled, dust filled the air. The ground cracked open directly, all the way to Meng Xian's feet. In the smoke, Liao soldiers fell to the ground, and Li Chen landed in the midst of the Liao army from the sky. Without explanation, he pulled out a Gatling gun and aimed at the Liao soldiers, pulling the trigger. Drip bang bang bang. Li Chen held the blazing Gatling gun, firing indiscriminately around him from the highest rock. Along the way, soldiers were cut in half, with body parts scattered everywhere. At that moment, in the eyes of others, he was like a demon-slaying deity descending from the heavens, truly a god of the mortal world. Some soldiers further away shot at him with giant crossbows. Li Chen saw many long spears coming towards him, unable to dodge, only able to pray that his armor could withstand the attack. An arrow from a giant crossbow hit the armor, and the system made a sound. Drip, armor detected attack, due to weak attack, immunity granted. With the system's voice, arrows shot densely at the armor, shattering and turning into splinters. Li Chen listened to the continuous dripping sound of the system. He felt a string of mist symbols appearing above his head. Despite being hit by hundreds of arrows, not a drop of his armor's over 10,000 health points was lost. He was even ambushed midway, taking a blow to the armor. Sparks flew on the armor, but not a drop of blood was shed. Before the opponent could react, he was obliterated by Li Chen's cannon. Morong Hongshue watched Li Chen, resembling a god, and felt his legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to hold back the urge to urinate. Who the hell said there were invincible land immortals in the world? Oh, no, this guy fell from the sky. He was an enemy from the heavens. Slap! Morong Hongshue slapped himself, realizing it was no time for idle thoughts. He glanced deeply at Li Chen, then turned and ran away. As for notifying Yelv Chukai, he didn't even consider it. Escaping was the priority. The soldiers from Lingnan watched as Li Chen stood on Luofeng slope. No, it should be Luofeng Gully. Li Chen stood on Luofeng Gully, holding a Gatling gun in one hand and the Aurora sword in the other, unleashing a massacre. Giant crossbow bolts hit him, but he didn't even flinch. Someone tried to sneak up on him with a knife, but he didn't bother to look back. With sparks and lightning, he charged into the Liao army, unstoppable. It was as easy as strolling down the street for him, as if those soldiers were just roadside flowers. With one strike of his sword, a large number of them fell. Meng Xian and the others were completely dumbfounded. They had no idea what to do, just watching Li Chen's solo performance. Wang Zhongxian rode forward, shouting at the Lingnan army several times, but no one responded. Frustrated, he went up and slapped Meng Xian, leaving his face swollen. Meng Xian covered her face, mouth agape, staring blankly at Wang Zhongxian, feeling her mind go blank. All she could think of was the magnificence of Li Chen's sword. Meng Xian didn't know how to describe this sword. The once lush Phoenix slope now resembled a gully. The Liao soldiers on both sides were either petrified or madly attacking Li Chen. With Tuolei dead, they couldn't return to Liao. If they died in battle, their families back home would be safe. They would be heroes. But surrender would endanger their loved ones. So they gritted their teeth and charged towards Li Chen. Wang Zhongxian, seeing no response from Meng Xian and the others, stomped his feet in frustration. Li Laodi was surrounded, seemingly safe, but Wang had to ensure Li Laodi's matters were settled, or he'd be in danger. He didn't think he could withstand that earth-shattering sword. Spotting a bronze gong, he hurriedly brought it to Meng Xian's ear, striking it with all his might. Clang! Meng Xian shuddered, goosebumps running from head to toe. Finally coming to her senses, she remembered they were in battle. Wang Zhongxian, seeing her awaken, grabbed the gong, banging it loudly while shouting, "By order of the great Ming Immortal, whoever joins the battle and kills a Liao soldier will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver and 10 loads of grain." Seeing Meng Xian and the others still dazed, he scolded, "What are you standing there for? Join in the shouting." Cheng Hu, hearing Wang's words, quickly roared, "By order of the great Ming Immortal, whoever joins the battle and kills a Liao soldier will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver and 10 loads of grain." As more people woke up, the shouts grew louder. The auxiliary soldiers also joined in the roar. Watching Li Chen single-handedly scatter the Liao soldiers, leaving only a few hundred able to besiege the immortal, they looked at their intact force of 15,000. 15,000 against a few hundred still capable Liao soldiers, with an immortal on their side. This battle seemed winnable even by a stray dog. Each soldier gained confidence in the battle. Everyone shouted about the immortal's orders: kill a Liao soldier, get 10 taels of silver and 10 loads of grain. My goodness, that's a lot. No one doubted the truth of these words or feared Li Chen reneging. Everyone knew the immortal's touch turned everything into abundance. Even if the immortal lacked silver, more grain would suffice. The auxiliary soldiers, eyes red, saw the panicking Liao soldiers as mere food and money. 10 taels for a head could buy a cow and some cloth. The grain could feed them for years. Not participating in this was sheer foolishness. Armed soldiers readied themselves, some with knives, others with sticks and stones. Their readiness frightened the main general. When did these lowly laborers become so fierce? Weren't they supposed to run and get their heads chopped off by the military officials? He turned to the adjutant to discuss but saw the usually timid man holding a sword, eyes bloodshot, glaring at the Liao soldiers, ready to charge and seize heads upon the general's command. Meng Xian didn't disappoint them, waving her hand. Full attack. Boom! The sound of hooves thundered as Chang Hu led the Xuanwu cavalry charging into the Liao army formation. Kill them, damn Liao soldiers! Brothers, charge quickly, don't let those Liao dogs escape. Reward of 10 taels, let's go. Chang Hu heard a loud shout behind him and turned to look. He saw the group of auxiliary soldiers and laborers running faster than horses. The 60-year-old military doctor was leading the charge with a broadsword in hand. Some clerks, frail and panting after a few steps, were also among them. Now, with a fierce determination, they were ready to fight the Liao enemies with all they had. The marshal behind the main army stared in astonishment at the auxiliary troops running faster than horses. Wait, when did you ever run this fast when escaping for your lives? The head of the marshals woke up from his surprise and shouted, "Brothers, hurry and charge, or there will be no heads left." The youngest marshal asked, "Aren't we supposed to stay in the rear to supervise for deserters?" The other marshals looked at him as if he were a fool. Are you daft? They've all charged to the front. If we delay, we'll be the deserters. It dawned on him that there were no deserters left. By the time the marshals reached the battlefield, the battle was over. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the setting sun. Li Chen sat on the highest rock, clad in golden armor, with the setting sun behind him, resembling a deity. No one dared to disturb him, not even Meng Xian, who watched Li Chen with awe. The Liao soldiers either fled or surrendered, dropping their weapons and kneeling on the ground. Su Xiao, witnessing the rivers of blood, remained unfazed. She felt like she had seen this scene countless times in her dreams. Su Xiao walked to her master's side and crouched down cautiously. The two figures, one large and one small, were exceptionally serene under the setting sun. Li Chen, looking at the bloody battlefield, felt his hands trembling with excitement. His heart was pounding with exhilaration. If not for his remaining sanity, he would have wanted to take out his Gatling gun and eliminate everyone. Seeing Su Xiao approaching, his heart gradually calmed down. Are you scared? Li Chen didn't remove his armor, fearing his excitement might frighten his disciple. Su Xiao shook her head. As long as you're here, I'm not afraid. You'll protect me, master. Li Chen smiled bitterly, feeling a twinge of guilt. He reached out to touch her head but hesitated, afraid he might hurt her. Just as Li Chen was about to retract his hand, he saw Xiao Pingyan place her head in his palm, like a small cat, allowing him to pat her head. Ah, you've been through a lot. Li Chen felt sorry for the young child who had witnessed such a bloody scene on the battlefield. He worried about any psychological impact it might have on her. I'm sorry you had to see this, Pingyan. It's okay, Pingyan isn't scared. He sat next to his disciple, removing his armor. Quietly, they watched the sunset on the battlefield filled with blood. A notification sounded in his mind. Hidden mission unlocked. Good brother, I'm here. Host's best friend, Zhang Jiadi, is besieged at Jiayang Pass, his life hanging by a thread. Please go to Jiayang Pass, rescue Zhang Jiadi, and eliminate the Liao soldiers there. The mission has escalated to a main task. Main Task 1, joining the Great Wind Camp, completed. Unlocking Main Task 2, eliminate the ambush. The siege at Jiayang Pass is just a ploy by the Liao Kingdom. Their real aim is to ambush the Great Wind Camp coming for the rescue. Please eliminate the ambush. Reward, 99 plus blankets. Special reward, a one-time light stick with a BGM. A one-time light stick with a BGM valid for 24 hours. Can transform into Ultraman, with only one BGM during transformation. To chat with Ultraman, you only need to learn the words drink. Cheers. Host has eliminated the ambush, mission completed, rewards distributed. Holy cow! What the heck? Holy cow! Tonzi, are you going a bit overboard? Ultraman? No, it's Ultraman Tiga. This is a world of martial arts, not the world of classic of mountains and seas. Isn't it a bit too much to bring this out? Looking at the godly rod in the backpack, counting down for 24 hours, Li Chen suddenly stood up. This thing has a time limit, it needs to be used quickly. He turned to look at Luophong Gully, found Meng Xian and others, and walked over. How far is it from Luophong Slope to Jiayang Pass? Meng Xian was cleaning up the battlefield, counting the captives. Hearing Li Chen's words, she involuntarily spoke. It's about 100 miles from Luophong Slope to Jiayang Pass. If you hurry, it will take another day and a half. What about cavalry? Cavalry, without waiting for the auxiliary troops, can arrive in just half a day. Li Chen thought for a moment and decided to rest for the night. 24 hours, go to bed early tonight, set off before dawn tomorrow, there's plenty of time. Generals, at your service. All the generals saluted, looking at Li Chen, ready to listen to his orders. Although the tiger talisman is in Meng Xian's hands, the one truly giving orders now is Li Chen. At 4 in the morning tomorrow, have the soldiers prepare for battle lightly, without the auxiliary troops, go directly to Jiayang Pass for a long-distance raid. Yes. Meng Xian led the generals to retreat one after another, conveying the orders to the entire army. Wang Zhongxian then approached, his mouth slightly open, not knowing what to say. Seeing his appearance, Li Chen spoke. What's wrong, Brother Wang, do you have something on your mind? Wang Zhongxian dryly laughed. I dare not, I didn't know my place before, but now seeing the means of the master, how can I dare to call you brother? Li Chen didn't mind, he put his arm around Wang Zhongxian's shoulder. You're being too polite, I, Li, am new to this world, I don't understand anything. It's you, Brother Wang, who has taken notice of me. Why do you feel distant now? Hearing this, Wang Zhongxian was somewhat moved. This relationship wasn't in vain. Then let me be bold and ask, Brother Li, do you have any plans to go to the capital? Hearing this, Li Chen paused. After a while, Wang Zhongxian heard him speak. Let's talk about it after this battle is over. Then I will report to His Majesty. Master, what do you think? Is it feasible? Good. Hearing this, Wang Zhongxian happily went to the carriage to write a secret letter. Su Shao watched him go, holding his master's hand, and asked, Are we going to the capital? Yes. Li Chen watched the sun completely set, his eyes softened. But the village is nice, why go to the capital? Because. Li Chen rubbed his disciple's head and whispered. Because the master wants all the people in this world to have food, so we must go to the capital. Only in the capital can the master leverage official power to distribute food to every person in Ming Dynasty, to ensure that everyone in this world has enough to eat. The master is lazy, doesn't want to bother with those things, so he wants to take the easy way out. When everyone in the world is well fed, the master will teach them. Teach them how to be true individuals. Teach them what it means to be nobles and officials. Is there any difference? Su Shao enjoyed the warmth of his master's big hand, looking comfortable. Although he didn't understand what the master was saying, he felt that the master was planning something big. Extra meal for dinner. Everyone ate rice with a large piece of horse meat. Li Chen specifically instructed that everyone must eat their fill. As soon as someone said they were hungry, the Firehead army would go get military rations. Now the entire army no longer recognizes the crown prince and the king of Lingnan. They only recognize Li Chen. His tent has become the center of the army. Documents, maps, and such things are still in Meng Xian's tent, but all the generals' residences are pitched near Li Chen's tent. The soldiers of the Great Ming are very practical. Whoever can feed them well, whoever can lead them to victory, is the boss. Li Chen is also a night owl. After eating and drinking his fill, the sky completely darkens. Unable to sleep, he decides to pay the soldiers 10 taels of silver per person, 10 loads of grain. That's what he said. He doesn't like to owe wages. Not in this life, nor in the previous one. Even on holidays. He only pays in advance, no delays. Li Chen orders Zhao Hu to bring him tables and chairs. The military officials are calculating military merits. Su Shaoan sits quietly next to his master, with boxes of gold behind him, shining brightly under the torchlight. The soldiers in line can't take their eyes off the gold. My goodness! What is this? Is this gold? So dazzling. So lovely. The military officials forcibly turn their heads away, trying not to look at the gold ingots. Repeating in their minds, I am here to maintain order, I am here to maintain order. Because they are responsible for supervising deserters, they lag behind. So not a single official manages to claim any heads. Yes, claim. All the auxiliary soldiers have gone mad. The Liao people sit like dogs, paralyzed on the ground, offering no resistance, allowing themselves to be slaughtered. If it weren't for the stark differences in attire and accessories between the Liao and Han people, they would probably cut off their comrades' heads to exchange for military merits. Although the soldiers' eyes are blinded by the gold, their minds are still clear. They look at the young man in white robes floating at the table. Although he now looks idle, if anyone dares to try and steal the gold, their head might roll before they even touch the gold. Thinking of his invincible appearance on the battlefield, all the soldiers suppress their greed and line up obediently. Zhang Dainyu? Why is it Zhang Dainyu again? Li Chen has heard this name many times. One must say, ancient people really didn't know how to name people. If not Dainyu, then Erniu. The chief clerk smiles and says, if the Lord doesn't like this name, I can have them change it. Zhang Dainyu also nods, indicating he is willing to change his name. Forget it, just feel like there are too many people with this name. Li Chen looks at the military merit book and says to Su Xiao, Zhang Dainyu, 2 beheadings, 20 taels of silver, 20 loads of grain. Su Xiao nods and hands over 4 gold ingots from the box. My master said 20 loads of grain. If you can't carry it, we've exchanged it for gold for you to keep. Zhang Dainyu looks bewildered at the gold ingots in front of him, rubbing his hands on his body a few times. He carefully takes them. Thank you, immortal, thank you, immortal disciple. He kneels down, kowtows 3 times to Li Chen and Su Xiao with tears in his eyes, then steps back. Holding the heavy gold ingots in his hands, he feels it's so unreal. Like cutting melons and vegetables, the immortal rushes in and scatters the Liao people. Then he charges to the front and picks up 2 heads. That's 4 taels of gold, 40 guan of silver. That's like 40 loads of grain. Even if he buys cows, he could get 2 and still have plenty left. He squints his eyes, repeatedly calculating this money into grain in his mind, feeling delighted. After the battle, he plans to buy a cow, renovate his house, get some fabric, and propose to the prettiest girl in the village. When the house is fixed, with chickens in the yard, the girl cooking, and himself plowing the land with the cow. No, can't tire out the cow. He decided to work the fields himself and let the ox rest. When he had 2 chubby sons, he would bring his parents over to take care of the children. Once the children grew up, he would send them to study and take the Imperial exams. When they became officials, Zhang Dainyu would be the father of an official. Thinking this way, he felt that the money in his hands might not be enough. He turned around and looked at the gold behind Li Chen. He silently vowed that next time he followed the immortal to battle, he would definitely charge at the forefront. Cut off more Liao heads. By then, Zhang Dainyu's children would have the means to study. Out of the 15,000 troops, only a little over 10,000 had military achievements. The rest did not get any heads. The main reason was that the military officials rushed over and did not allow them to kill the kneeling surrendering Liao soldiers. The soldiers who did not get any heads looked at the captives with red eyes. They wished they could release them and fight another battle. The over 10,000 captives shivered as they looked at the Ming army surrounding them. They felt that everyone's gaze towards them was fierce and malevolent. Their eyes were bloodshot, wishing they could kill them all. Many captives were seasoned veterans who had been on several battlefields. They had fought against the Ming army numerous times. They had never seen the Ming soldiers so ferocious before. The pay was distributed quickly, mainly because Li Chen did not mind. He even counted some unclear military achievements. After all, some claimed they had cut off the heads, but then their heads were taken by others. He couldn't be bothered to listen to their arguments. Those who took heads counted as a Liao soldier, those who took hands counted as half. After everything was distributed, he realized he still had several large boxes of gold left. Li Chen had calculated that with 40,000 Liao soldiers, each receiving 2 gold ingots, he had taken out 80,000 taels of gold. However, only 30,000 taels were distributed, and the rest could not be distributed. Looking at the remaining gold, he didn't want to take it back. Whether he took it back or not, gold was gold. What was the point? He waved his hand and said to the generals beside him, "Give the remaining gold to the cavalry of the Dauphin camp. We need to get up early tomorrow and arrive at Jiayan Pass before sunset. Consider this gold as hard-earned money." The generals were delighted to hear this. The Ming dynasty was in dire need of gold. The standard ratio of gold to silver was 1:10, but no one was foolish enough to exchange it. After all, gold was always a valuable and easily transportable commodity. Therefore, the market ratio had risen to 1:11, and in some places, it was even 1:12. Seeing their behavior, Li Chen reminded them, "Don't just think about stuffing your pockets, remember to distribute some to your soldiers. If I hear that any of you have embezzled, don't blame me for not taking you along on the next good opportunity." The generals all patted their chests, claiming to be brothers in arms and promising to distribute the gold. After hearing their assurances, Li Chen turned and went back to his tent to rest. Once he left, Meng Xian looked at the 50,000 taels of gold on the ground and said, "The Wang family will take half, and you can handle the rest yourselves." The generals were not dissatisfied and were somewhat happy. They knew they were all supported by the Wang family, and they understood that the Wang family would take the lion's share. Taking only half was already beyond their expectations. The remaining 25,000 taels were to be distributed by Chang Hu. Each of the 5,000 cavalry soldiers would receive 3 taels of gold. 2 extra taels would be given to the fallen soldiers, and 1 tael as compensation for the wounded. The remaining 8,000 taels would be evenly divided among the subordinate officers. Everyone was delighted, taking their share and returning to their tents. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Whether generals or soldiers, everyone was counting their gold. Zhang Dania lay on a pile of hay, occasionally taking out the gold to look at it. Rubbing the gold in his hand, he secretly put it in his mouth and took a bite. There were teeth marks, and it was also golden inside. This was real. Seeing his appearance, the fellow villager beside him couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Dania, you've left teeth marks all over the gold. People won't accept it like that. Bullshit, even if this gold falls into a cesspit, the pawnshops in the market will still fight to take it. Zhang Daniu cursed. Who didn't know the value of gold in the market? The pawnshops were eager to accept it, so there was no need to worry about no one wanting it. The fellow villagers heard this and didn't get angry. They just chuckled and leaned in. Zhang Daniu, how many chitons did you kill? Zhang Daniu looked at him warily, hiding the gold in his arms. 2, what's the matter? Seeing his cautious look, the fellow villager shook his head and proudly said, I got 3. He held up 3 fingers, causing a gasp from the surrounding crowd. Impressive, young man. 3 heads, that's 60 taels of silver. My goodness, you're going to be rich in one go. A group of people gathered around, looking at him enviously. The military officer also saw it but couldn't be bothered. They had won a battle today, and everyone received rewards. In the evening at the camp, the soldier couldn't sleep. They were all whispering. The officer didn't bother to intervene. It was a rare big victory, let them talk for a while. Zhang Daniu also looked enviously at the fellow villager and said, you'll live a comfortable life from now on with so much silver. How will you spend it all? Can't spend it all, maybe marry a few more wives? Ha ha ha. The laborers laughed at his words. The fellow villager heard them and retorted, that's far from the truth. After speaking, he lay down, muttering, hurry up and sleep, we have work tomorrow. Everyone dispersed, discussing how much money they had received and what they would do with it. When no one was paying attention, he quietly approached Zhang Dania, looked around to ensure no one was nearby, then lowered his head, covered his mouth with his hand, and whispered, I heard that the immortal lives in the mountains outside Lingnan City. He has built a village in the mountains and needs people to cultivate the land. After the war, we'll all go our separate ways. I was thinking, when the time comes, ask one of the immortal's attendants if there's a chance to work under the immortal. Wow. Zhang Dania took a deep breath, looked around cautiously, and asked in a low voice, is this true? Why would I lie to you? We're fellow villagers from Zhang village. Tomorrow, I'll take you to find the immortal's attendant, and you'll see for yourself. Zhang Dania thought about it and agreed. In the past few days, this fellow villager had been getting close to the immortal's attendants. Who knew, there might be a way to work under the immortal. The entire camp knew that the immortal was powerful. Not only was he formidable, but he could also conjure food in gold. Moreover, he was generous, giving away tens of thousands of taels of gold without batting an eye. If there was a chance to work under the immortal, it would be like striking gold. Zhang Dania looked at the fellow villager and couldn't help but say, you have to take me with you. We're both from the same village. When we make money, I'll share some with you. The fellow villager scratched his head and waved his hand, saying, no need, no need. Why would I want your money? You don't want money, really? Zhang Dania looked at the fellow villager suspiciously. If he didn't want his money, why was he taking him along? The fellow villager blushed slightly and whispered, just introduce me to your sister, that's all. You. Zhang Daniu grabbed the fellow villager's collar, ready to punch him. But after some thought, he didn't go through with it. You need to handle this matter first. When you work under the immortal, I will introduce my sister to you. Although this fellow villager was usually a complete lazybones in the village, his family was poor, and his mother was blind. But if he really had connections and worked under the immortal, how could their future days be poor? When his sister marries over there, it would be like falling into a nest of blessings. The soldiers were so excited that they didn't sleep until late at night. At the 4th watch, the soldiers on night patrol in the army began to wake them up for breakfast. They were preparing to set off on a long journey to Jiayang Pass. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, and put on their gear, they realized that Li Chen was still sleeping in the tent. The generals looked at each other, then finally turned their gaze to Chang Hu. No, why don't you go wake him up? Why are you all looking at me? Meng Xian stared at Chang Hu with a fierce look. Hurry up and go ask when the master will set off. Chang Hu, with a sullen face, walked over to inquire. The generals behind him chuckled, their shoulders shaking one by one. The whole camp knew that the Black Tortoise Cavalry, led by General Chang Hu, had a liking for the drill master, but they didn't dare say it. Normally, in front of the soldiers, he was a tough guy with a strong arm and a trustworthy person. But in front of the drill master, he became a coward. Several times, other generals joked behind his back, saying that Chang Hu as the leader of the Black Tortoise Cavalry was quite fitting. Shrinking back, he was nothing but a big coward. Meng Xian glanced back at them. Are you feeling spirited? After the battle, I'll give you a good lesson. The generals couldn't laugh anymore, each with a bitter face, feeling their legs trembling. Seeing their appearance, Meng Xian turned coldly and looked back at Chang Hu. Seeing the tall man looking timid, she couldn't help but smile slightly. This fool, why is he so foolish? Xiong'er stood at the door, heard Chang Hu asking him to wake up the master, and walked in. He saw the master sleeping in a sprawled position, with the young lady sitting at the head of the bed, watching the master sleep. Miss Ping'an, the general at the door, said the master asked them to set off now. Should I wake the master up? Su Xiao looked at Xiong'er, her eyes calm, but her deep gaze made him feel uneasy. After a while, her eyes cleared, gently shaking the master's head. Master, wake up. Wu Lichen stretched lazily, making a ghostly howling sound in his mouth, as if he had touched an electric wire, his whole body twitching, like a zombie emerging from its cage. After being crazy for a while, he slowly opened his eyes a crack. What time is it? Let me sleep a little longer. Master, you said yesterday that you were going to set off for Jiayang Pass. Don't sleep, they are waiting for you at the door. Hearing this, Li Chen slowly came to his senses. Taking a deep breath, he sat up with a thud. Damn it, next time I must sleep until I naturally wake up. Li Chen stretched lazily and got out of bed directly. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his master's attire automatically appeared. This outfit was great. Not only did he not need to change, but it could appear at will. It saved the trouble of putting on and taking off clothes. Su Xiao saw the master stretch lazily, and his clothes and hair were already neatly dressed. She hurried out, brought 2 big pancakes for the master, and a cup of prepared milk powder. Tell them to wait for me. Li Chen mumbled a few times while chewing, instructing Xiong'er to go out and inform them. Su Xiao also tidied herself up neatly. Since the last time Li Chen felt something was off, he had let his disciple sleep alone. But every time he opened his eyes, she was sitting beside him. Several times, he felt that Su Xiao's eyes were strange, like a stagnant pool of water. No emotions, just calm. He felt uneasy watching, but in the blink of an eye, his own disciple turned into a well-behaved and sensible person. As time passed, Li Chen stopped investigating. Anyway, the system said she was the chosen one, with some special qualities, which he could understand. After eating and drinking his fill, Li Chen prepared to set off. Su Xiao followed behind him. He turned to look at his disciple, crouched down, and said, Be good, stay here with Uncle Xiong, and Master will go out for a while. I don't want to, I want to go with Master. Su Xiao shook her head, clutching Li Chen's sleeve and refusing to let go. Be good, listen to me, or else Master won't like you. Master, take me with you, please. As Su Xiao spoke, he felt like something was spinning between heaven and earth. Suddenly, he had the idea of taking his disciple with him. Li Chen bit his tongue, a sharp pain shot to his brain, waking him up. He looked at his disciple's pitiful appearance, coldly telling her, in the future, don't behave like this towards Master, do you hear me? Su Xiao, seeing his serious expression, couldn't help but lower her head. Thinking that Master didn't like her disobedience, she choked out, I'm sorry, Master, I will behave. Unable to see the girl cry, Li Chen wiped her tears with his hand, saying, Be good, you can stay with Uncle Xiong and find Master, don't worry. Su Xiao nodded, reaching out to hug her master, I will behave. Silly child. Li Chen patted her head, then turned and walked out of the tent. Mounting his horse, he looked back at the 3,000 cavalry behind him and waved his hand. Destination, Jiayang Pass, full speed ahead. Facing the sunrise, the group charged towards Jiayang Pass in a grand manner. Inside the tent, Su Xiao peeked through a crack, watching her master slowly disappear from view. Her gaze shifted from dependence to deep calmness. With auxiliary troops, it would take a day and a half to travel 100 miles. However, the cavalry marched at full speed, taking only half the time. They set out at midnight and arrived near Jiayang Pass at dawn. Scouts along the way reported that the Liaojuan's main camp was 20 miles ahead. The group dismounted to rest, refraining from making a fire, eating flatbread with water they had. Li Chen wasn't fond of flatbread. The damn Huobi army's technique was subpar. The bread was burnt and sandy. Looking at the GPS map, he began to plan. As usual, we will rush over, General Meng will provoke, find the enemy general's position. Then I will charge through, and after they scatter, you guys can go pick up the heads. Tricks don't have to be new, they just need to work. The generals did not object. 3,000 against 60,000, the odds seemed impossible. But if Mr. Lee could really launch a surprise attack, kill the enemy general first, and then wreak havoc in the enemy army, breaking the morale of the Liujuan, the rest would be much simpler. There was only one foolish general who spoke up. Sir, will the Liujuan's heads also be worth 2 taels of gold? Meng Xian and the others looked at him coldly, their eyes filled with disappointment. It was already good enough that he was willing to help, now he wanted them to pay. Meng Xian was about to speak when she heard Li Chen chuckle lightly. Same deal, Li, keep my word. Before the battle is over, 1 Liujuan head is worth 2 taels of gold. The crowd rejoiced at his words. They had been with this gentleman for 8 or 9 days. Naturally, they knew that this godlike figure was generous. He said 2 taels of gold, but the reward he gave in the end was likely much more. The generals had been secretly taking some bribes and embezzling funds. But after so many years of greed, they hadn't received half of last night's reward. Taking bribes, embezzling funds, and the risk of losing their heads. Following this gentleman into battle. That's picking up money with a sack. No risk at all. Who wouldn't like such a good thing? Meng Xian was also delighted. The Wang mansion would make a profit again. This trip was worthwhile. Food, we have food. Money, we have money. The casualties of our soldiers can be almost ignored. 15,000 troops, following this immortal, causing chaos. The immortal was responsible for the chaos. They were responsible for the killing. She had never encountered such a good thing in her life. Indeed, having immortals in the team was enjoyable. After eating and drinking their fill, Meng Xian gathered the troops. She was preparing to boost morale with some pre-battle thoughts. Li Chen asked her to step back, then rode his horse and stopped in front of the troops. The soldiers looked at this ethereal figure in white, wondering what he was up to. Li Chen cleared his throat and shouted, "A strong wind rises, clouds fly, how can valiant warriors guard the 4 corners? Liao people, we must fight at all times, it's non-negotiable. Think about it, you with your wives in the city, eating, singing. Suddenly, the Liao people attack, they take your wives, defile them in front of you. They plunder all the food in your house. Your son is taken as a slave, your daughter becomes a military prostitute. Your parents are killed in front of you, chopped into pieces. Your whole family is taken to Liao territory, enslaved, hungry, eating food made from your parents' flesh. Are you willing?" The soldiers' faces turned red, each imagining such a scenario, roaring, "Not willing. Your voices are too soft, I can't hear." Li Chen said coldly, looking at them. "Not willing, not willing, not willing. Alright, I heard you, but the Liao people won't hear it. Brothers, follow me, use your knives to hold at the Liao people's necks, let them know. In this world, we only bully others, no one can bully us. Now, all troops, listen to my command. Yes. Behead 1 Liao soldier, reward 10 silver coins, 10 loads of food. Remember, whether you go back to drink porridge or eat meat, it's up to your abilities." After Li Chen finished speaking, he looked towards Jiayang Pass. Taking a deep breath, he shouted angrily, "Men are born between heaven and earth, when it's time to die, we die." The generals drew their long knives, roaring, "Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" 3,000 iron riders charged mightily towards Jiayang Pass. Inside the Liao army camp, Yellow Chucai lay on a large bed, surrounded by a white expanse. Sounds of screams came from the tent. Outside the tent, several Ming soldiers were pinned to the ground, their eyes filled with rage. Yellow Chucai lay on the bed, enjoying the scene before him, a look of satisfaction on his face. The Ming general lying on the ground with severed limbs was none other than Yuan Dahai, the defender of Shanhai Pass. The women inside the tent screaming in agony were his family, all the females. Outside the tent, the Liao people lined up to enter. His son was held down, watching the scene with wide eyes. "Father, we shouldn't have surrendered, we shouldn't have." Yuan Dahai buried his head in the sand, wishing he could die immediately. Yelu Chucai burst into laughter. "General Yuan, why stop watching now? When Shanhai Pass was wide open that day, these torture methods were your idea. So, today, when your wife and women serve my men, you're not willing?" Yuan Dahai raised his head, looking at Yelu Chucai, wishing he could swallow him whole. "Liao dog, you will have a bad end, how can you treat me like this?" Yelu Chucai laughed heartily at his words, tears almost coming out from laughing so hard. "That day at Zhenhaiguan, many generals who refused to surrender to you probably cursed you in the same way. General Yuan must have forgotten, right? This torturous method was also taught by you." Yelu Chucai walked up to General Yuan Dahai, squatted down, covered his eyes with his hand, and ruthlessly pinched them. "I don't like the look in your eyes. Yuan Dahai lay on the ground wailing, feeling that death would be a relief. My Liao dynasty doesn't need useless people like you. Even if you surrender, it won't change the fact that you are useless. Yelu Chucai glanced at him with disdain, then turned to look towards Jiao Yangwen. A smug smile appeared on his face. 60,000 troops, along with 30,000 surrendered soldiers. 90,000 surrounding a solitary city with only 40,000 troops inside, and the city had long run out of supplies. If it weren't for the ambush awaiting reinforcements, they would have already stormed the city, pillaging and burning. Thinking of Meng Sangwen inside Jiao Yangwen, Yelu Chucai's smile gradually turned sinister. He had heard that the princess of Lingnan was a top beauty in the world. He wondered if he would have a chance this time to taste the princess of Lingnan in front of the king of Lingnan. Many readers have sent me gifts, which moved me so much that I couldn't sleep. I quickly finished 4 chapters after work to thank my handsome readers. I feel sorry for the parts that are not well written, but my skills are limited. Apologies to all my readers. However, I still hope that those readers who like it can bookmark it. I bow to you all here. Just as Yelu Chucai's expression gradually turned sinister, a scout hurried over. Report, General Yelu, 3,000 Ming troops were spotted 10 miles away, heading towards our direction. Oh. Yelu Chucai looked somewhat surprised. Wasn't his nephew supposed to be ambushing the Ming troops with 50,000 troops at Lefengpo? How did 3,000 troops manage to slip under his nose and approach the camp? He asked, who is the enemy's main general? Have you identified the troops? It looks like the Dothan camp's Xuanwu cavalry, but I couldn't see the main general clearly, although it seems to be a female general. A female general? Yelu Chucai's face revealed a wicked smile. It must be his nephew who knew he had been longing for the princess for a long time. He deliberately brought the princess of Lingnan here so that he could have the opportunity to capture her in front of Meng Sangwen. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Good, good, good. Truly my most beloved nephew, you truly understand my heart. Yelu Chucai waved his hand, summon the troops, prepare for battle. Also, have those few martial artists in the army come over. Although he had longed for the beauty of the princess of Lingnan, he also knew that a master of the land immortal realm could not be captured with just a group of soldiers. But with a few martial arts experts added, the princess would have no chance to escape. Soon, the soldiers in the camp were ready. Yelu Chucai mounted his horse with a big belly, and a few close guards followed behind him. The soldiers at Jiao Yangwen thought the Liao troops were going to attack the city and quickly sounded the drums of war. Meng Sangwen, wearing armor, followed his subordinates and went up the city wall. They thought they were going to face a tough battle, but found that the Liao troops were just waving flags and shouting, showing no intention of attacking the city. Yelu Chucai's vanguard stood in a single line at the back, as if waiting for someone. My lord, could it be that reinforcements have arrived? It must be the princess consort leading the Dothing camp coming to our aid. We are saved, my lord. Hearing the words of the generals behind him, Meng Sangwen's face turned bitter. Others couldn't understand Yelu Chucai's scheme, but he could. Meng Sangwen's deputy, Su Ding, turned back and glared at the generals behind him, scolding, a bunch of fools. How could you think that with reinforcements coming, we are saved? Don't forget, besides Yelf Chucai on the opposite side, there's also the Black Wolf Iron Cavalry that disappeared some days ago. If the queen really brings troops to rescue us, I'm afraid we won't be saved, and the last bit of Lingnan's wealth will be lost here. The generals looked at each other, only then did they remember. Below the city walls were the best cavalry in the world, the Liao people. The soldiers of Deepening could barely hold on using the city walls. If they were to go out for a field battle, it would be no different from walking to their deaths. Meng Sangwen sighed, feeling that Lingnan was doomed. If the queen brings people to rescue us later, instruct the remaining soldiers to fight to the death with the Liao people when we leave the city. Meng Sangwen had fought back and forth with the Liao people for so many years, naturally knowing how the Liao people viewed them. In the eyes of the Liao people, the Han people were not even as good as dogs. Surrendering would probably be worse than death. It was better to fight them honorably and die on the battlefield with dignity. Su Ding couldn't help but punch the city wall, blood flowing down with his fist. I regret that we are willing to serve the country, but the court treats us like enemies. Since the late emperor ascended the throne, the supply of food, grass, and military pay in Lingnan had been completely cut off. It all relied on the royal mansion's hard support. After the current emperor ascended the throne, he had helped Lingnan several times. Unfortunately, in recent years, natural disasters and man-made calamities had been constant, and Deepening was not prosperous. Therefore, the relief aid had become less and less. Moreover, those ministers in the court didn't consider the soldiers of Lingnan as part of Deepening at all. Whatever Lingnan needed, Deepening never provided. There was only one thing to say to the Liao people: they had nothing. This attitude made the soldiers of Lingnan resentful and increasingly dissatisfied with the court. Otherwise, Yuan Dahai wouldn't have defected to the Liao people. Even if Yuan Dahai defected, his soldiers wouldn't have followed the Liao people to attack Deepening. Meng Sanguan remained silent, patting Su Ding's shoulder. "Brother, let's make a final move." Just as Meng Sanguan was preparing to face death, on the distant horizon, 3,000 cavalry lined up in a row and slowly advanced towards the Liao army camp. Yelf Chukai saw these 3,000 cavalry and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Is the Queen of Lingnan coming to offer herself to me? Bringing such a small number of troops, does she look down on me, Yelf Chukai?" The generals beside him also laughed. 3,000 against 90,000, the advantage was on our side. Even a fool would know that 3,000 cavalry couldn't possibly win against a 90,000 strong army. Yet, the people of Deepening still came. Wasn't it obvious that they were coming to their deaths? Meng Sanguan looked at the 3,000 iron riders and couldn't help but have red eyes. "Queen, are you here to die with me?" Su Ding also couldn't help but sigh deeply. "The name of my Lingnan army will be extinguished after today." Meng Sanguan took a deep breath and shouted, "Soldiers, when the reinforcements engage with the Liao people, we will open the city gates and fight to the death with them." The generals, with red eyes, spoke up. "Yes, rather than starving to death in the city, we might as well fight to the death with the Liao people and show them our courage. Kill one to repay, kill two to earn blood." "Ha, I'm fed up with this nonsense long ago. My lord, give the order, and we will follow you to our deaths." Meng Sanguan looked at this group of brothers who were willing to risk their lives, tears welling up in his eyes, and said, "Good, that's a spirited statement. Let's go to our deaths together." "Wait, my lord, something's not right." Su Ding looked at the 3,000 iron riders in the distance and felt something was amiss. He saw that the 3,000 cavalry stopped about a mile away from the Liao army camp, and then 3 people rode out on horses. One of them he recognized, the chief instructor of the Dauphin camp, the queen's personal bodyguard, and also the queen's sworn sister, the Iron Lady, Meng Xian. There was a person dressed in eunuch attire, exuding a hint of feminine aura, most likely someone from the palace. The last person was dressed in flowing white robes, with a handsome face, resembling an exiled immortal. Meng Sanguan was somewhat surprised to see these 3 individuals. The queen didn't come? Meng Xian arrived with the Xuanwu cavalry. Isn't this a joke? What can 3,000 Xuanwu cavalry do by coming over? And who is this man in white? Meng Xian's lover? Everyone looked at each other, unsure of how to proceed. On the edge of the battlefield, Morong Honshue stood on a large tree, watching Meng Xian and her group. She felt her legs trembling and a chill running through her body. Slap! Morong Honshue gave herself a slap. "You should have returned immediately. Running back to Liao country will only lead to death. Instead of running halfway and thinking of coming back to report." Fortunately, she arrived late and didn't return to the main camp. Otherwise, she might not have been so lucky to escape this time. Morong Honshue looked at the plump Yelf Chutsai. Silently, she lit 3 sticks of incense for him. "Safe journey, brother Yelf. I will take care of your wife and children for you." After lighting the incense, she didn't leave. The incident at Luofeng Slope happened suddenly, and Morong Honshue didn't see clearly what had happened. She only saw a golden armor appearing overhead, followed by a devastating sword strike. Then the slaughter began, with people falling like chopped vegetables. Now she hid aside, curious to see where the armored war god came from. Yelf Chutsai sneezed a few times, feeling a chill on his back, as if someone was cursing him. But he didn't care. Over the years, he had accumulated many enemies who wished him ill, yet he was still alive and well. Seeing Meng Xian and her group riding out, he was somewhat surprised and said, "Iron Lady Meng Xian? Hasn't the queen arrived?" He looked disappointed, as he had just gotten excited and now it waned. Meng Xian stopped 500 meters away from the army, gathered her energy, and spoke loudly, "Lingnan Dauphin camp, Meng Xian is here. Where is Yelf Chutsai?" Yelf Chutsai, without any doubt, came out with a few guards. Behind him were 90,000 troops, a high-level expert in the realm of terrestrial immortals, and hundreds of top-notch guards. Even facing Meng Xian, who was only at the Grandmaster level, or the Queen at the terrestrial immortal level, he didn't think she could defeat him under such protection. "Iron Lady Meng Xian, did you bring these 3,000 troops to surrender?" Yelf Chutsai rode forward, unable to resist mocking her. "Surrender is an option, as long as you capture your queen and personally bring her to me. Then your sister will belong to me, and you will take turns serving the generals under me. I will spare your life. How about that?" The Liaojuan generals burst into laughter upon hearing this. They didn't take these 3,000 troops seriously. After all, 3,000 against 90,000, any normal person would think, "What a joke, the advantage is mine." Seeing them swagger out, Meng Xian couldn't help but smile. I came here just to pass a message to Yelf Chutsai. Oh, what message? Yelf Chutsai was curious. Could this Lingnan queen be thinking of surrendering in exchange for the life of the Lingnan king? He had lascivious thoughts, imagining the queen begging for mercy beneath him. Just as he was lost in his fantasies, Wang Zhongxian whispered to Li Chen, "This is the prince of Liao country, Yelf Chutsai." The few behind him are also renowned experts in the martial world. "Brother Li, are you confident?" Li Chen chuckled and took out the divine light rod from his backpack. "When I give the order, you attack. Are you ready?" Although the emperor's armor was invincible, the divine light rod had its time limit. Leaving the god light baton unused, Digata Ultraman enjoys himself without transforming. "I'm sorry, brother Tongzi. Moreover, the emperor's armor is only basic armor, without the emperor's steed." Unable to fly around in the sky, Li Chen's dream of free flight cannot be realized, leaving him somewhat regretful. However, this time the system's reward directly fulfilled his dream. With that said, he took the god light baton and started playing with it, imitating the appearance from the TV series. Meng Sangwan and his group also stood on the city wall, eager to hear what the princess had to say to Yelf Chukai. Meng Xian remained silent, while the man in white behind her took out a strange object and began to manipulate it. "Is this a spell?" Su Ding asked strangely, unsure of the significance of these 3,000 troops coming over. 90,000 enemy troops against your 3,000 for reinforcement. Isn't that sending them to their deaths? Just when Meng Sangwan and the others were feeling desperate, strange sounds echoed on the battlefield as Li Chen made his move. It sounded like someone playing a musical instrument. Everyone heard the music and began searching around. Li Chen took a deep breath, held up the godlight baton, and shouted to the sky, "Digata!" Swish! A white light illuminated the entire world. All they could see was a vast expanse of white. As the white light appeared, the music became more stirring, like sunlight piercing through the darkness. Dawn quietly crossing the horizon. Whose figure shuttles through reincarnation? The path to the future lies beneath your feet. Do not be sad, do not be afraid. Full of confidence, looking forward to tomorrow. With the background music playing, the white light gradually dissipated. Everyone stared in astonishment at the giant in front of them, their minds going blank. Damn! What is this thing? THTH this. Meng Sangwan stared at the Digata Ultraman, almost as tall as the sun, his mouth agape in shock. Su Ding's mind went blank. He found it all absurd. He must not have woken up properly. Dreaming of Meng Xian bringing a giant hundreds of meters tall to rescue Jiayang Pass, with someone singing and the song echoing throughout the world. This must be a dream. How could such a bizarre and absurd thing happen? Heh, it must be a dream. Wang Zhongxian was dumbfounded. Wait, good brother, where is your armor? How did you suddenly grow so big? And what's with the music? Who is singing? Who is playing the instrument? What the hell is going on? Li Chen transformed into the shining Digata, standing at 120 meters tall, equivalent to a 40-story building. Even at 1.7 meters tall, Wang Zhongxian was not as tall as Digata Ultraman's heel. After transforming, Li Chen, not yet accustomed to Ultraman's body, looked down and felt a bit scared of heights. And this background music is all wrong. Why is it so loud? Hearing the song echoing across the battlefield, he couldn't help but make a sarcastic comment. But instead of words, all that came out was cha 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 cha. No, brother Tongzi, there's no need to be so serious. Is it appropriate for me, the shining Digata Ultraman, not to speak human language? Yelf Chukai heard the giant making cha cha sounds and finally reacted with a pale face. It was the man in white behind Meng Xian. Wait, what's going on here? How do you make this work? He looked at the giant in front of him, over 100 meters tall, feeling his courage shatter and cold sweat pouring down. His legs trembled, and he couldn't hold back the urge to urinate. Wang, Your Highness. Yelf Chukai turned to see the only terrestrial immortal among the guards in the army, looking pale and staring at him. Let's run. The guard stuttered out these words before Yelf Chukai could say anything. Li Chen gestured with good posture and emitted the Zai Pali Ao light towards them. Boom! The temperature of the Zai Pali Ao light emitted by the ordinary Ultraman is 720,000 degrees. Shining Ultraman emits a golden Zai Pali Ao light with a temperature of 100 million degrees. The central explosion temperature of a 25,000-ton TNT atomic bomb is 50 million degrees. The Zai Pali Ao light is equivalent to the power of 2 Miss Chios. The width of the Zai Pali Ao light is over 30 meters. When this beam of light hit the ground, the entire Jiayang Pass within a radius of 100 miles trembled. If Yelf Chukai had a chance to choose again, he would never come to the Ming dynasty in his lifetime. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. He died peacefully, directly cremated on the spot, not even leaving ashes behind. If there were souls in this world, he wouldn't leave one either. The power of 2 atomic bombs exploding, and at the center of the explosion, a temperature of 100 million degrees, higher by 45 million degrees than the temperature on the surface of the sun. No soul could withstand such heat. Li Chen was too far from the ground to see clearly. He only saw a large hole being blasted into the ground by the light, not quite understanding its exact power. After all, he was not one of those innocent and cute kids who would watch Ultraman shows. The only one he had seen was Ultraman Tiga. So he began to move the light, determined to render the 90,000 Liao soldiers powerless to resist. As the light moved, the Liao soldiers on the ground turned into a blue smoke, dissipating into the air. He didn't notice that after the light was emitted, the background music between heaven and earth sang faster and faster. Only covering half of the Liao soldiers' position with the light, he felt a wave of exhaustion. Bibo, 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 Bibo. Li Chen knelt on one knee, feeling his body being drained. The indicator light on his chest also turned red. He transformed from shining Ultraman back to the ordinary Ultraman. Hearing the background music nearing its end, he quickly stood up, pushed off with his legs, and flew up with a swoosh. What does it feel like to fly in the sky? Li Chen felt a bit scared of heights. The people on the ground had become as small as ants. A bit higher, and it would be a vast expanse of white, with no ground in sight. The BGM in his ears also approached its end as time passed. Li Chen descended in flight, searching for the Liao army's camp. He aimed at the Liao army's location and, with his last strength, dashed towards the ground. A new storm has appeared. How can we not move forward? Crossing time and space, giving it our all. I will come to your side. Smile in the face of danger. Dreams coming true are not far away. Summon courage and move forward with determination. Miracles will surely happen. As the lyrics finished, with a bang, Li Chen crashed into the Liao camp. Flying at 10 Mach speeds, weighing 44,000 tons, free-falling from 10,000 meters high. He crashed heavily into the Liao army's camp. Soil splattered for kilometers, spraying everywhere. The earth began to shake. The walls of Jiayang Pass collapsed instantly. Wang Zhongxian lay on the ground, pale-faced and motionless. Countless stones fell like raindrops. The soldiers from Lingnan had already swiftly retreated when the light was emitted. They had just been thinking of going to collect heads, but now they only hoped for that white-robed immortal to stop. Please, don't fight anymore. We are on the same side. If this continues, not only will we not see the Liao soldiers, but we might accidentally wipe out our own troops. Half an hour later, the earthquake finally stopped. Wang Zhongxian sat up from the ground, looked up, and was stunned by everything before his eyes. The walls of Jiayan Pass had completely collapsed. The Liao army's camp had turned into a 100-meter-deep crater, extending for dozens of kilometers. I was lucky not to be crushed to death by the stone falling from the sky. Unfortunately, Meng Xian wasn't as fortunate. Buried under the earth, only one leg exposed. The soldiers behind had already run back when Li Chen fired the beam. But he and Meng Xian were close. They hadn't run far before Li's final move caught up to them. Puff! Wang Zhongxian was still in shock when Meng Xian climbed out of the dirt pile, spitting out mud. Lord Wang, how's the situation? Meng Xian took out her water bottle, pouring water on her face to clean the mud from her eyes. When she first opened her eyes, everything was blurry, unable to see clearly. Wang Zhongxian sat on the ground, dazed, and said, Jiayang Pass is finished. What do you mean finished? Meng Xian was anxious. It couldn't be. With such great momentum just now, the Liao troops couldn't have been eliminated so easily. She quickly wiped her eyes with her sleeve and looked up. There was no Jiayang Pass in front of her, only a huge crater. Only a few Liao soldiers were groaning inside the pit. Meng Xian couldn't even close her mouth, pointing at the deep pit in front of her, looking at Wang Zhongxian incoherently. Yes, that's right, Jiayang Pass is finished, and so are the Liao people. Meng Xian's legs went weak, kneeling on the ground, her face pale. My lord! She suddenly burst into tears, feeling like she would never see her brother-in-law again. Is anyone there? A voice came from outside the pit. Meng Xian looked up and saw Meng Sanguan leading generals like Su Ding, searching for survivors outside the pit. My lord, over here. Meng Xian stood in the pit, waving to Meng Sanguan and the others, full of joy. Soon, Wang Zhongxian helped her up and walked to the side of the southern king. She then realized that Jiayang Pass had only collapsed its walls, and half of the inner city was still outside the pit. Her 3,000 troops had also circled around and joined Meng Sanguan and the others from the side. Seeing that the soldiers had suffered minimal losses, she was overwhelmed with joy and couldn't help but cry. The scene today was truly terrifying, breaking through her psychological defenses. Wang Zhongxian slapped his head, suddenly turned to look into the pit. Where's my brother? Where's my brother? I'm here. Li Chen stood on the inner city of Jiayang Pass wearing Imperial armor. He was a bit dazed just now, stunned by the powerful impact. After transforming, fortunately, the Imperial armor automatically protected him. He realized he had gone a bit overboard. He quickly teleported outside Jiayang Pass and used the 5 elements Aurora shield to block the shockwave. Otherwise, Meng Sanguan and the others would have been crushed by the stones falling from the sky. Sitting on the city wall, he looked at the deep pit in front of him, lost in thought. Had he been too reckless? Or had he overestimated this world and underestimated his own abilities? The power of the Imperial armor alone could wreak havoc in this world. Not to mention the Ultraman he summoned today, the power was truly excessive. Just as he was contemplating, the system in his mind beeped again. Hidden mission unlocked. Good brother, I'm here. Host's good friend, Zhang Jiadi, is trapped in Jiayang Pass, life or death unknown. Please go to Jiayang Pass, rescue Zhang Jiadi, and deal with the Liao soldiers there. The mission is extremely difficult and has been upgraded to a main mission. Main mission 1, join the Great Wind Camp, completed. Main mission 2, eliminate the ambush, completed. Main mission 3 unlocked, rescue Jiayang Pass. Jiayang Pass is surrounded by the Liao army, the situation is critical. Please eliminate the large army under Yelf Chukai to save Jiayang Pass. Rewarding 28 big rods, 99 plus, special reward for 1 Supreme Leader. Supreme Leader, Sierra will protect everyone. The famous 5-star General MacArthur once commented. 5-star General MacArthur said, I'm out. I'm out. Detected that Yelf Chutsai's soul has scattered, mission completed, reward distributed. Looking at the 28 big rods in the backpack, and that figure, Li Chen fell into contemplation. He could reluctantly accept the 28 big rods, but this Supreme Leader. Alright, Tongzi, are you serious? Are you sure you want to play like this? If you play like this, no one will be able to play anymore. Sierra will protect everyone? When Sierra comes, everyone will be gone. Li Chen silently deleted the special reward. This thing is too consequential. Can't afford to mess with it. Can't afford to mess with it. Can't afford to mess with it. Li Chen only felt a chill down his spine, and it wasn't until he deleted that figure that the tension in his heart eased. Outside Jiayang Pass, Meng Sanguan knelt with all the soldiers, shouting in unison. Meng Sanguan of Lingnan, leading all the people of the city, pays respects to the immortal. Pays respects to the immortal. Pays respects to the immortal. The shouts pierced the sky. Li Chen stood on the city wall and jumped down. Get up, no need to kneel. Hearing his words, everyone stood up and fell silent. Wang Zhongxian approached cautiously and asked, Li brother, who was that just now? Oh. Li Chen rubbed the back of his head and started making up a story. That was the manifestation of the Dharma realm. My master was worried about my safety, so he specially invited a Luohan statue from the Buddhist sect to protect me. Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder it was shining brightly, turned out to be a Luohan from the Buddhist sect. It looked a bit strange, but still quite powerful. Truly a heavenly Luohan statue. Zhang Yujie, where is Mr. Zhang? Li Chen looked around and didn't see Zhang Jiadi. Mr. Zhang is recuperating inside the city, just woke up yesterday and is still resting in bed. Oh, take me to see Mr. Zhang. Yes, immortal. Meng Sanguan respectfully led Li Chen into Jiayang Pass. There was no trace of arrogance of a king from a different surname. After all, the 100-meter deep pit was still there in front of them. And according to Cheng Hu and the others, the armor on this immortal's body was also a divine weapon. Who would dare to act like a prince? In the distant small grove, Morong Hongxue was in a wet mess under her crotch. This time she couldn't hold it in. This is too damn scary. This is something only a human can do. A giant over 100 meters tall. His arms even emit light. Where the light touches, no grass grows, whoever it touches dies. And then there's the final physical impact. Directly smashing a 100-meter deep pit. This is the power a mortal should have. This is a deity. This must be a deity. Damn it, the Ming dynasty has a deity. Morong Hongxue kept thinking, the great Liao is finished. Run away. Anywhere is fine, just can't go to the Liao country. Thinking like this, he trembled and stood up. After some thought, he walked towards the direction of Lingnan City. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. If I go to the Ming dynasty, I shouldn't encounter this white-robed immortal again, right? Unfortunately, Li Chen didn't turn on his GPS, otherwise, he would have noticed that he was heading towards Qingxi village. Meanwhile, inside Jiayang Pass, Zhang Jiadi had been awakened by the rumbling noise outside. He thought the Liao people were attacking the city. With a tremor, he quickly called for his servants to help him up. After calling for a while, no one came in. With great effort, He climbed down from the bed and struggled to push open the door. There, he saw a golden armored figure standing outside, ready to come in. Li Chen looked at the disheveled figure on the ground and said, "Brother Yujia, I've come to save you." At Meng Sanguine, seeing Zhang Jiadi's appearance, he quickly helped him up. "Mr. Zhang, how did you climb out by yourself? Who are you?" Although Zhang Jiadi was in a sorry state, he still maintained proper etiquette. He bowed to the crowd and looked at his golden armor before speaking. Li Chen, upon hearing this, removed his armor. "What, after all this time, Brother Yujie doesn't recognize my voice?" Zhang Jiadi looked at the man in white before him and suddenly his eyes reddened. "Brother Haoran, why have you come? Quickly, I will arrange for someone to escort you out of the pass. The Liao people have surrounded this place, it might be dangerous for you to be here." Ha ha, the generals couldn't help but laugh at his words. Meng Sanguine's eyes were filled with tears as he patted Zhang Jiadi's shoulder, saying, "Mr. Zhang, the great victory in Lingnan, 9,000 enemies slain, the Liao people outside Jiayang Pass are almost all dead." "Ah, the Liao people are dead, 9,000 enemies slain?" Zhang Jiadi was somewhat surprised, looking at the joyous crowd, feeling like he was dreaming. "Haha, Mr. Zhang, didn't expect this, the gentleman we met here is no ordinary person." Wang Zhongxian also teased, "Mr. Li is a disciple of celestial beings, his magical powers are astounding, moving even ghosts and gods. The great Liao army, in front of the gentleman, are like chickens and dogs, unable to withstand a single blow, all defeated by the gentleman." The generals nodded in agreement. Yes, just now, we were all stunned, the earth shook. Meng Xian looked at Li Chen and couldn't help but speak. Not only the 9,000 Liao soldiers outside Jiayang Pass, even the 50,000 troops ambushed at Lefengpo were routed by the gentleman. The second prince of Liao, Yelf Tuole, his head is among the troops behind. Oh! Meng Sanguine's eyes lit up. 50,000 plus 9,000. A total of 14,000 Liao people defeated, and the head of the second prince Tuole. This is an incredible achievement. Wang Zhongxian also realized, and asked Li Chen, boldly, "Can I send someone to bring back the head of the second prince to the capital, to please the emperor?" "Certainly." Zhang Jiadi also happily agreed. "Defeating 14,000 Liao soldiers is a remarkable achievement. We must report to the emperor immediately, so that the emperor can reward Brother Haoran generously." The generals looked at Zhang Jiadi as if he were a fool. Reward? Who rewards whom is still uncertain. Cheng Hu and the others looked at Li Chen. As long as this celestial being showed dissatisfaction with the court, they would sew the dragon robe overnight. It must be worn by the gentleman. What Ming dynasty, what Liao people, what Manchus, they are all scum. Only this disciple of the gods is destined. The atmosphere became tense, although Wang Zhongxian still had a smile on his face, his eyes were already cold. Li Chen looked at them, closed his eyes for a moment, and smiled, then troubled Minister Wang to report to the capital. "There is no need for rewards. I, Li, do not lack these worldly possessions." Wang Zhongxian breathed a sigh of relief, bowed to Li Chen. "Thank you, Mr. Li. I will go down to write a secret letter, and have someone take the head to the capital to report the good news." With that, he left, his face somewhat cold. A bunch of scoundrels, always plotting rebellion. Li Chen followed Zhang Jiadi into the house, just about to speak, when he heard a beep in his mind. Beep, hidden task unlocked, temptation to return home. Lin Dongdong in the village has been eagerly waiting. Please return to the gathering place as soon as possible, to expand your influence. Reward, 99 plus Hua coins, special reward, 1 excavator. Excavator, dig in the small garden, plant tiny seeds, and watch small flowers bloom. General MacArthur once said, so the question is, which is the best excavation technique? The army escorted the prisoners, arriving late. The leading general, looking at the huge pit in front of him, thought he had taken the wrong path. If it weren't for the flag on the Jiayang Pass still flying, he might have turned back. The group circled around a large pit, discussing it fervently. Could it be the work of that immortal? Definitely. Didn't you see how Phoenix Slope turned into Phoenix Gully? Immortals are truly remarkable. Our Ming dynasty is saved. Indeed, that's my uncle, the most powerful man in the world. Xiong Er, accompanied by his men, looked smug. As his uncle's subordinate, the more powerful his uncle was, the prouder he felt. In recent days, several laborers had come expressing their desire to work under his uncle. He didn't dare to act on his own, and after consulting with Su Xiao, he brought them along, waiting for his uncle to make a decision. The group escorted the prisoners into Jiayang Pass. Under the leadership of various generals, they each found a place to set up camp. Xiong Er, with a group of auxiliary soldiers, and Su Xiao, a young girl, stood out in the camp. A general in charge of receiving reinforcements couldn't help but reprimand them. Whose subordinates are you? Why haven't you set up camp? Su Xiao looked at him and asked, I'm looking for my master. Do you know where my master is? Looking for what? Before the general could finish his sentence, he was kicked to the ground by Changhu, who had rushed over. Shut your filthy mouth. Changhu turned to Su Xiao, putting on a smile. This lady, your master is upstairs. He asked me to bring you over. Please follow me. The general on the ground, looking at General Chang, holding the reins like a coachman, led them towards the city lord's mansion. With a fawning expression, he didn't look like the burly man who could ride horses. A military sergeant walked over and helped him up. Luckily you didn't say anything disrespectful. That little girl is the disciple of that immortal. If you had said that, you probably wouldn't make it through tonight. The general couldn't help but gasp, feeling a chill down his neck. Thankfully, he was saved by the kick from General Chang. Inside the city lord's mansion, a grand feast was laid out, with music and dance. Li Chen, watching the prominent figures from Lingnan constantly praising him, felt a bit overwhelmed. He smiled, welcomed everyone, and drank with each person who toasted him, satisfying the vanity of these flatterers. We have also drunk with the immortal. Zhang Jiadi felt unwell, sitting next to Li Chen. He drank a few cups and started to talk incoherently, tears streaming down his face, holding Li Chen's hand tightly. He kept muttering about serving the court together, about stabilizing the borders, ensuring peace throughout the land, about eradicating all corrupt officials and ensuring every citizen of the Ming dynasty had enough to eat. The generals couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing his words. Wang Zhongxian didn't drink. As the head of the Eastern factory, he was never well liked anywhere. Moreover, he had a cleanliness obsession and didn't like these sweaty generals. Chang Hu led Su Xiaoan, approaching Li Chen. Master. Seeing her master's flushed face, Su Xiao felt a pang of heartache. You've arrived safely. Li Chen looked at her, ruffled his disciple's head. You've been through a lot. Let me take you to rest, master. After apologizing to Meng Sanguan and the others, he left the banquet with Su Xiao. Wang Zhongxian followed behind him, saying, Mr. Li, with your status, why bother with them? Shoo. Li Chen turned back, gesturing for him to be quiet, shaking his head. Lord Wang, I feel like killing someone right now. Looking at the moon in the sky, Li Chen calmly said. Everyone has a devil inside them, if they possess unparalleled abilities. Perhaps at first, they may save the world, but as time goes by, they will only wield their weapons, with a heart set on killing. These days, I have killed many people, but it doesn't feel like enough, never enough. I want to exterminate everyone in this world. So I try to control myself, convincing myself that I am just an ordinary person, lacking unmatched abilities, in order to suppress these thoughts in my heart. Do you understand? Wang Zhongxian heard his words, paused for a moment, and sighed. Sir, forgive me, Zhongxian won't disturb you any longer. Su Xiao watched Wang Zhongxian walk away and followed her master back to their room. She poured a cup of hot tea for her master and brought it over. Master. Su Xiao looked at Li Chen and asked, if you feel uncomfortable, shall we return to the village and never come out again? Li Chen looked at this naive child and couldn't help but smile. Master also thinks about it, but since Master is in this world, something must be done. Su Xiao looked at her master, looking burdened, feeling a pang of heartache. Although in her heart, her master was omnipotent, why does he still have worries? She didn't know, if Li Chen doesn't control the evil thoughts in his heart, then he will be the greatest disaster in this world. The reward system's sovereign lord is also a warning to himself. Is Master going to the capital? Li Chen held her, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. After returning to the village and settling the villagers, I should go to the capital. Su Xiao felt her master's chin on her head, feeling incredibly at peace. Why go to the capital? To do something for the people under heaven. Does Master think the current emperor is not good? Does he want to become emperor himself? It's not that the current emperor is not good, but rather, Master finds fault with all emperors. Master doesn't want to be emperor either. Being an emperor is so tiring, having to worry about rebellions from the people and officials, and prevent corrupt officials from harming the people. Su Xiao looked up at Li Chen, finding her master's words somewhat puzzling. Then what does Master want to do? There are many things that I want to do. Li Chen looked at the candlelight, his eyes reflecting a red flag. The people say long live to him, and he says long live to the people. He muttered to himself. In this lifetime, there is only one person whom I admire the most. In my heart, he is comparable to a deity. He made 1,300 million people stand up, no longer to be bullied. Master wants to learn from him, to make the people of Great Ming also stand up, no longer kneel to others. Although this task is very difficult, but I want to do it, to plan for this throughout my life. Destroying Great Ming, for Master, is easy, ascending the throne is also easy. But to remove the concept of the throne from people's hearts, that's very difficult. So this time, Master's trip to the capital is not to become emperor. The throne is not important in Master's heart, nor is power. In Master's heart, there is no throne in this world. That's important. Li Chen stayed at Jiayan Pass for 3 days before preparing to leave. Meng Sangwen and others stood outside Jiayan Pass. Is the immortal leaving already? We haven't been good hosts. Li Chen, on horseback, arched his hand towards them and smiled. Lingnan Wang, you are too polite. I am just too eager to return due to missing my wife. Zhang Jiadi also dragged his body, tears in his eyes as he watched him. Haoren, we have just met, and now we part ways. I fear we may not meet again for a long time. In ancient times, with inconvenient transportation, once he recovers, he may have to rush back to the capital. The journey from the capital to Lingnan was long and distant. Li Chen gazed at him, feeling a sense of reluctance. Although this top scholar was not very adept at social interactions, it was precisely his pure heart that touched Li Chen. Brother Yujia, he nodded at Zhang Jiadi. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end, but fear not, for life is full of unexpected encounters. The road of Jianghu is long, we will meet again, farewell. Li Chen rode off with his men, leaving freely. Life is full of unexpected encounters. Zhang Jiadi repeated his words, unable to hold back his tears. He felt blessed to have such a friend in this world. Even if he were to die now, he would have no regrets. To save him, one man defeated 14,000 soldiers. Such a friend, such a companion, was hard to come by. Wang Zhongxian stood on the city wall, watching Li Chen disappear into the distance. He was unsure whether this immortal disciple was a blessing or a curse to the Ming dynasty. However, he knew he had no say in the matter. Whether a blessing or a curse, he could not stop it. Neither Li Chen's unparalleled demeanor nor the Ming dynasty's attitude towards him could be decided by a mere director of the Eastern Factory. Despite his high official position and renowned reputation, he knew he was just a dog, a eunuch at that. He chuckled self-deprecatingly, bowing in the direction Li Chen had gone. Regardless, having a brother like an immortal in this lifetime was worth it. At the entrance of Qingxi village, Lin Dongdong propped up her chin, gazing into the distance. She had already learned 100 characters, wondering why her brother-in-law hadn't returned yet. She looked at Qiu Xiang and asked, when will brother-in-law come back? Qiu Xiang, feeling helpless, had been asked this question 60 times today. Yesterday, it was over 240 times. Ever since Lai Fu taught her 100 characters, Miss Dongdong waited at the village entrance every day, looking expectantly for her brother-in-law. Her longing gaze was heart-wrenching. Little Missia was carefree, playing with the chicks every day. But Miss Dongdong couldn't calm her mind, asking hundreds of times a day why her brother-in-law hadn't returned. The young master is busy with important matters outside and will be away for some time. Let's go back, miss, it's getting cold outside, Qiu Xiang said, draping a thick coat over Lin Dongdong, preparing to take her back. In November, Lingnan had turned chilly. Fortunately, the young master had left behind plenty of blankets, preventing the villagers of Chengxi from freezing. The princess had been staying in the village these days, sewing warm clothes for the young master with Lady Yu Chu. The 3 maids were assigned to take care of the 2 young mistresses. Chuanxian, the eldest, stayed with Lady Yu Chu. Xiaxian, more composed, helped Lady Yu with the little Missia. Qiu Xiang herself took care of Miss Dongdong's daily life. It wasn't tiring work. Both Lady Yu and the young miss had experienced hardships and were kind-hearted like bodhisattvas. But with the young master away, there was a sense of emptiness in their hearts. Facing the princess and her entourage, they seemed unsure of themselves. After months of recuperation, Lin Dongdong had regained her health. Her hair was no longer dry and yellow, her face had a hint of baby fat, exuding a girlish charm. She looked into the distance, reluctant to leave, then followed Sister Qiu Xiang back home. The courtyard had been well maintained. Though not a grand house with blue bricks and green tiles, the adobe house was satisfying enough. Yellow clay bricks plastered with white lime, a triangular roof covered with tiles. In the mountains, this is the most beautiful house. There is no shortage of land in the mountains, so the house can be built as big as desired. It's just a matter of not having the time to build it. Usually, it's busy enough just to fill one's stomach. Sometimes a big tile-roofed house is built there. It's only because Li Chen has a lot of grain that he can be so extravagant. Lin Yuchu sat in the hall. She looked at the cotton jacket she had sewn, her eyes soft and affectionate. When the husband returns, wearing this cotton jacket, he won't be afraid of the cold. The husband, too, in the snowy weather, only wears a thin long shirt. He's not afraid of getting cold. Xiaoyao was held by Xiu Xiang, chasing after the chicks in the yard, laughing out loud. When she laughs, her body bounces up and down. Since she started feeding Li Chen's milk powder, this little body has been growing faster every day. She now has 2 little teeth, and she can also utter a few syllables. Unlike before, when she could only cry. Now when she sees the yellow cows and chicks, she points at them and says, "Meat, meat, meat." It's a pity she can only say this one sentence. The villagers all say Xiaoya is a lucky girl. She knows at such a young age that these things are meat and can be eaten. She will definitely be a big girl who can eat meat every day in the future. Lin Dongdong walked into the yard and went to tease Xiaoya. Xiaoya, quick as lightning, grabbed her hair and stuffed it into her mouth. She cried out in pain. "Sister, help me, Xiaoya wants to eat me." Lin Yuchu watched the two sisters playing around, walked over, and separated them. She gave each of them a smack on the butt. "Both of you are little troublemakers, one doesn't know any better, and the other insists on teasing her, you too." She has to deal with this kind of thing several times a day, so she's used to it. Anyway, both sisters deserve to be scolded. Xiaoya, with her butt smacked, looked at her with a grievance and cried out. Oh Yuchu took her from Xiaoshan's arms, pinched her little nose. "What, do you want to go tell your brother-in-law?" Xiaoya tried to pull her hand away, but she didn't have enough strength. She started crying out in frustration. Just as Lin Dongdong was about to say that Xiaoya couldn't speak yet, she felt her nose cool, looked up at the sky, and saw snowflakes falling. "It's snowing." Lin Dongdong looked at the sky and murmured to herself. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves came. Lin Yuchu turned around and saw the figure she had been longing for at the door. It's good. I rushed back just in time before it started snowing." Just as Li Chen rushed back to the village, an urgent memorial of 800 miles was sent to the capital. The messenger, with a yellow flag tied behind him, rushed towards the city gate. The general guarding the city, upon seeing the flag, quickly ordered the removal of the horse block. As the messenger approached the city gate, he shouted loudly, "Great victory in Lingnan, 14,000 Liao soldiers killed, and the second prince of Liao, Yelu Tuole, beheaded." Great victory in Lingnan, 14,000 Liao soldiers killed, and the second prince of Liao, Yelu Tuole, beheaded. Great victory in Lingnan, 14,000 Liao soldiers killed, and the second prince of Liao, Yelu Tuole, beheaded. After shouting 3 times, he rushed through the city gate and galloped away. The people along the way were in an uproar. The city guard was also shocked. How is this possible? Aren't the Liao soldiers invincible if they number over 10,000? And just a few days ago, it was reported that the king of Lingnan and this year's top scholar were besieged at Jiayang Pass. The situation was critical, so how did they suddenly achieve a great victory? Could it be that the gods intervened and saved them? Or did the king of Lingnan and the others falsely claim credit? The messenger rode straight through the capital and ran all the way to the outside of the Imperial Palace. The palace gates were already closed, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. The Imperial guards looked in amazement at the man riding a horse over. Who was this reckless person who dared to act so boldly in front of the emperor? Before they could react, they heard the messenger shout, "Urgent news from 800 miles away. Great victory in Lingnan, 14,000 Liao troops slain, including the second prince of Liao, Yelu Tuole. Open the gates immediately." Upon hearing this, the Imperial guards swiftly opened the city gates and cheered in unison. Great victory in Lingnan, 14,000 Liao troops slain, including the second prince of Liao, Yelu Tuole. The voices echoed all the way to the Qianqing Palace. Emperor Jian Yuan, who was reviewing memorials in the palace, heard the commotion outside and spoke to his eunuch beside him. "Zheng Chun, go and see what the fuss is about outside the palace. It's too noisy and disturbing the peace." "Yes, your majesty, this servant will go and check." Chao Zhengchun, one of the 3 chief directors of the Dongchang, responsible for guarding the palace, walked out with quick steps. At the gate of the Qianqing Palace, he saw a courier dismounting and kneeling on the ground, holding a box. Great victory in Lingnan, 14,000 Liao troops slain, including the second prince of Liao, Yelu Tuole. Here are the heads of the enemy, along with confidential letters from the imperial envoys and officials. Please report to His Majesty. Chao Zhengchun stood frozen in place upon hearing this, momentarily thinking he misheard. What did they mean by a great victory? How could they have slain 14,000 troops just like that? And the head of the second prince of Liao? Was he hearing things? Since the late emperor's time, the Ming dynasty had never won a battle against the Liao troops. Beheading 100 Liao soldiers would have been cause for celebration. How could they suddenly claim to have slain 14,000? His initial reaction was disbelief. He took the box and found several letters inside, sealed with the marks of the imperial envoys and containing orders from Wang Zhongxian and reports from Wang Mengsangwen in Lingnan. Suddenly, he felt that this might be true. After all, Wang Mengsangwen could not lie. But Wang Zhongxian and Zhang Jiadi were both trusted by His Majesty, one being a confidant and the other a well-known honest man in the entire Ming dynasty. They wouldn't deceive people, right? Holding the box, he trembled and turned to run back to the Qianqing Palace. Seeing the emperor looking at him, Chao Zhangchun made a quick gesture, stumbling and shouting with a choked voice, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations! Great victory in Lingnan, great victory!" Emperor Jianyuan, upon hearing this, watched the servant's expression and stood still. What? Great victory in Lingnan? Wasn't the king of Lingnan surrounded by the Liao troops at Jiayan Pass? How did it turn into a great victory? Quickly, bring the memorial and let me see. Emperor Jianyuan hurried over, taking the memorials and confidential letters from Chao Zhengchuan's hands. He first read the report from Wang Mengsangwen and, after a moment of silence, burst into laughter. Good, good, good. 3 consecutive goods expressed his inner excitement. In recent days, disasters had plagued the country, and he had been worried until the arrival of this memorial, which finally brought a smile to his face. After reading Wang Mengsangwen's report, Emperor Jianyuan opened Zhang Jiadi and Wang Zhongxian's confidential letters. The more he read, the more he frowned. He recognized the words written in the letters, but they seemed like gibberish to him. White-robed immortals? Disciples of the Heavenly Supreme? Golden armor like the sun gods? A sword that levels mountains? 100-meter-tall giant? A deity? What nonsense was this? Were they not tales of immortals from storytellers' mouths? Could they really conjure up millions of bushels of rice with a wave of their hands? Emperor Jianyuan fell into contemplation. It wasn't that he didn't believe, but this was just too fantastical. He sat on his chair, waved away the other palace maids and eunuchs, leaving only Chao Zhengchun. "Zhengchun, take a look for me. Is what Wang Zhongxian wrote true?" Chao Zhengchun took the confidential letter, glanced at it, and also looked puzzled. "No, Lord Wang. Are you now writing scripts for plays? What on earth did you write?" The letter from the Jade Steppes, just like him, mentioned meeting an immortal in Lingnan who beheaded 140,000 Liao troops, including the second prince Yelu Tuale. "Do you think it's true or false?" Chao Zhengchun held the box and spoke up. "Your Majesty, the head inside this box should be that of Yelu Tuale. Whether it's real or fake, this humble servant can tell at a glance." "Indeed, then open it and have a look." "Yes." Chao Zhengchun opened the box, revealing a head preserved in lime inside. After careful examination, he knelt down, crying out, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, rejoice, Your Majesty, this is indeed the head of that scoundrel Yelu Tuale. Truly, the Ming dynasty has received divine help, the Ming dynasty is saved, the Ming dynasty is saved." Emperor Jianyuan sat on the dragon throne, eyes closed in silence. His expression calm, only his index finger tapping the throne incessantly, indicating his mind was working furiously. After a while, he opened his eyes and spoke slowly. "Issue an order to Yu Huatian to drop everything and immediately go to Lingnan to investigate that Li Chen, the immortal. Spread the news of the victory in Lingnan. Then instruct the cabinet to draft an edict, reward the king of Lingnan with 10,000 taels of gold, 2 pairs of ceremonial guards. Promote Zhang Jiadi to the 3rd rank, and arrange for his return to the capital on an auspicious day." Chao Zhengchun remained kneeling, awaiting the emperor's final command. Emperor Jianyuan carefully pondered each word of Zhang Jiadi's secret letter. Appoint the immortal Li Chen as the guardian of the nation, reward him with 10,000 taels of gold, 500 maidens, grant him the title of Marquis of Anping, a fief of 2,000 households in Lantian County, and put him in charge of all Buddhist and Taoist sects in the realm. Upon hearing these words, Chao Zhengchun stood still in shock. Since the founding of the country, apart from the initial enfeoffment of nobles who helped the first emperor conquer the land, the Ming dynasty had not granted any titles of nobility. Suddenly bestowing a marquisate and appointing him as the guardian of the nation, overseeing all religious sects, was incredibly generous. Tomorrow's Grand Court Assembly would surely be lively. Without further thought, Chao Zhengchun, as a dog under the emperor's command, only needed to follow his master's orders. Rising to his feet, he left the Qianqing palace, gazing at the sun and the sky. He felt that the Ming dynasty was about to undergo a significant change. On the 5th day after Li Chen returned to the village, the queen of Lingnan reluctantly left the village. The snow was getting deeper. If they didn't leave soon, they might be snowed in. Li Chen looked at the snow-covered landscape, finding the scenery picturesque, with a vast expanse of white between heaven and earth. Morning opens the door to a snowy mountain, snow clears, clouds thin, sunlight cold. Eaves drip not, plum blossoms frozen, a kind of clear solitude not to be taken lightly. What a good poem! What a good poem! Li Chen shook his fan, reciting poetry with enthusiasm in the midst of winter. He seemed like a braggart, boasting to himself. Lin Yuchu saw him standing in the courtyard in the middle of winter, still wearing a long robe and shaking a fan, a hint of resentment on his face. Her husband was truly something, shaking a fan in the dead of winter. She fetched a cotton coat she had sewn and draped it over him. "It's cold, husband, wear more layers." Li Chen turned to see Lin Yuchu and couldn't help but pinch her cheek. After these days of care, Lin Yuchu had finally gained some weight. To describe it poetically, it was like a lotus bud just showing its tip, with a dragonfly perched on top early on. And that annoying dragonfly was naturally Li Chen. Lin Yuchu felt shy, struggling to free herself from his grasp. But her husband pulled her into his arms. Leaning against Li Chen, Lin Yuchu tensed up, not daring to move. Her face turned red, spreading down to her neck. Oh, the little maid stared with wide eyes, tilting her head and drooling. Watching the couple embracing in the snow, she made sounds of curiosity. In her little mind, she was full of wonder. Hearing her sister's voice, Lin Yuchu shyly pushed away from her husband. Turning around, he walked over and picked up Xiaoya, removing her fingers from her mouth. These days, those poor little chicks had already been played with by Xiaoya until they ended up in the pot. The master even added some spices to them. 13 different spices. The aroma was so enticing that it made Dong Dong drool. Li Chen returned to the village, and thankfully, the daily check-in rewards were not repetitive this time. The rewards in the village these days were 13 spices, ice-cold cola, ice cream, and ice cubes. Li Chen looked at the snowflakes in the sky, then at the check-in rewards in his backpack. He felt like cursing. Hopefully, today's reward would be something good. Today's check-in reward, steamed buns. Not bad, at least it wasn't an ice pop. Li Chen was content. As a southerner, he had only seen snow a few times in his childhood. Growing up, he had always lived along the coast and hardly ever saw snow. Busy with work usually, he never had the time to appreciate the snowy scenes and beauty of the north. Today, with a good check-in reward, he was in a good mood. He decided to stroll around the village and enjoy the vast white scenery between heaven and earth. The snow crunched under his feet. The clever and brave Lin Dongdong was practicing calligraphy with Su Xiao. The villagers were waving shovels, clearing the ground. The village's thatched cottages had suffered from the snow these days, with many roofs collapsing. Fortunately, before the snowfall, the master had them build several houses. Even though they were a bit crowded, they could still accommodate everyone. The villagers didn't mind. In previous years, many people would freeze to death when it snowed. If they hadn't met the master this year, half of the villagers probably wouldn't have survived the winter. It was nothing like now. They wore thick cotton clothes, warm cloth shoes, ate rice mixed with lard and had eggs every day. Even in the dead of winter, they could earn some money. In the past, this was beyond their wildest dreams. When they saw the master passing by, the villagers worked even harder. Xiong'er went out and was rewarded by the master with a cow and a raise. He was also appointed as the captain of the village's security team, in charge of a dozen auxiliary soldiers. Although the villagers didn't understand what a security team captain meant, having a dozen subordinates was a significant position. The villagers were now well-fed, warmly dressed, and had some aspirations. If they worked well and caught the master's eye, they might become officials one day. Dressed in the uniform of the Lingnan army, Xiong'er stood straight with a group of auxiliary soldiers. Seeing the villagers working diligently, he felt a bit disdainful. He had been on the battlefield with the master. How could these commoners compare? Being appointed as the security team captain made him proud, even though he didn't know what rank it was. But from now on, he was an official, different from these commoners. Thinking this, he raised his head high and proudly shouted the slogan the master had tailored for them. Security, security, safeguarding peace. The other auxiliary soldiers echoed. Security, security, safeguarding peace. Li Chen saw the spirited appearance of the villagers and Xiong'er, showing a content smile. Very good, very spirited. It seemed like the people in the village had been won over. Walking all the way to the village entrance, Li Chen cleared a large stone by the road and sat down. He took out a cigarette from his backpack and lit it. Usually at home, he was afraid of smoking in front of the little girls, so he always found excuses to come out and smoke away from them. Perhaps he had been psychologically scarred by his mother's scolding. Every time he smoked, he had to hide in a corner to feel safe. He lit the cigarette with a match. Li Chen took a deep drag, feeling the tobacco flavor rush to his brain. He exhaled a puff of smoke towards the sky, feeling relaxed all over. The same old formula. The same old taste. It had to be Huazi, coughing from smoking a different cigarette. Just as Li Chen was puffing away, an unexpected guest arrived at Qingxi village. Morong Honshue felt like she was having a streak of bad luck lately. She was living comfortably in the brothel, but Yelv Tuale brought her to Jiayang Pass. Originally, he didn't want to get involved in the war, killing innocents, but there was no choice, the rewards were too tempting. Morong Honshue reluctantly agreed to be Yelv Tuale's bodyguard, only responsible for holding back the princess of Lingnan, without unnecessary bloodshed. He didn't know if he was a Liao or a Han. born on the border, living with an old swordsman in Liao. Swinging his sword thousands of times a day, he unknowingly became the top swordsman in Liao. However, he usually didn't like to kill, preferring to listen to music, also known in the martial world as the sentimental swordsman. But now this sentimental swordsman was turning into a trembling swordsman. Initially, Morong Hongxue just wanted to escape to Deepening. Never thought he would get lost in the mountains due to a wrong turn. And to make matters worse, heavy snowfall in the past few days. There was nothing to eat in the mountains. Cold and hungry, he was running out of strength. A dignified immortal on land, frozen like a dog. Shivering, he searched for a way out in the mountains. In a daze, he saw a sign standing on the ground. It read Qingxi Village. Morong Hongxue couldn't help but smile with joy. Good. Finally, there's a way out in desperate times. Where there's a village, there are people. He still had some silver on him. He could buy some food from them. Morong Hongxue looked around and saw a man in white sitting on a large rock with his back to him. He approached, ready to greet him. Excuse me. Holy crap. Li Chen sat on the rock, eyes closed, smoking a cigarette, contemplating his future plans. It was impossible to achieve his dreams relying on the people in the village. He had to go to the capital to see what the world was like. Hearing footsteps behind him, he thought it was Yuchu calling him for dinner. Turning around, he saw a wandering swordsman-like man shivering, trying to greet him. Morong Hongshue's sword was cold. Morong Hongxue was cold. Morong Hongshue's heart was cold. When he saw Li Chen, his heart wasn't just cold, it was freezing. No, this immortal, are you interested in me? If you are, just say it. I'll take my pants off right away. I've run hundreds of miles from Jiayang Pass. How could I still meet you? Morong Hongxue looked at the white-robed immortal in front of him, feeling his legs trembling, shivering all over. Li Chen, seeing him standing still, was puzzled. After some thought, he took out a cigarette from his hand and handed it over. Here, brother, have a smoke, warm yourself up. Li Chen thought this wandering swordsman must be frozen in the icy wilderness, so he gave him a cigarette to refresh him. Morong Hongxue looked at Li Chen, feeling puzzled. Judging by this immortal's appearance, he probably didn't remember him. That's right, with so many troops back then, how could this immortal remember a small fry like me? But what was this cigarette? How could an immortal have this thing in his mouth and blow smoke rings? Morong Hongshue's anxious heart eased a bit. He quickly reached out to take the cigarette, imitating the immortal, and chewed on it. Not a great taste. There seemed to be something inside that he couldn't chew. Li Chen looked at him, utterly confused. Wait, why did you eat it? Just as he was about to remind him that it wasn't meant to be eaten, he suddenly realized that this wandering swordsman looked familiar. Li Chen scrutinized his appearance, his gaze becoming sharper and his face darkening. Imperial armor fusion. Without much thought, Li Chen summoned the Imperial armor and looked at the ranger in front of him, speaking up. Oh, isn't this the #1 swordsman of Liao country? What's this? Haven't seen you in a few days, and you're in such a sorry state. Hearing Li Chen reveal his identity, Morong Hongshue's heart suddenly raced. In that moment, he recalled his master's words. The best way to overcome fear is to face it. Come on, Morong Hongxue, you can do it. Thinking of his master's words, Morong Hongshue's eyes hardened. He thumped to the ground, kneeling and shouting, Mercy, immortal. Screw facing fear. I can't face this fear. Whoever wants to face it, let them face it. A sword splits the mountain. 100-meter giant. Even horses can fly. Who can defeat such immortals? Morong Hongxue knelt on the ground, continuously begging for mercy. Immortal, in this lifetime, I have done many good deeds, often comforting the poor women at the fragrant pavilion. I also help widows chop wood and fetch water, saving many virtuous women. Please, immortal, spare my life for the good deeds I have done. Goodness! Hearing Morong Hongshue's words, Li Chen felt he had found a way to end his life. Don't be afraid. How could I kill someone in broad daylight? Is there any justice in doing so, any law? Li Chen helped him up, comforting him. Don't worry, I'm not a good person. Hearing this, Morong Hongxue trembled even more, quickly kneeling again. Immortal, I'd rather kneel and speak, it's more comforting. Seeing his sensible behavior, Li Chen shook his head. You make it hard for me. After days of recuperation, the young ones had calmed the killing intent in his heart. This #1 swordsman of Liao country was too sensible, making it hard for him to find an excuse to kill. Li Chen suggested, how about you stand up, curse me a bit, hit me a few times, so I won't feel guilty, okay? Morong Hongxue felt a chill down his neck. I dare not, how could I provoke an immortal? Li Chen waved his hand. Aren't you afraid? Although I'm not a top expert, I'm invincible in the world. Care to try? What if I can't beat you? Morong Hongxue was close to tears. Immortal, please spare me. Just now, he thought the immortal wouldn't let him go and wanted to resist. Just as he was about to act, everything in the world seemed to stop. Suddenly, a great terror struck his heart. Scenes of hellish demons appeared in his mind. It was as if the heavens were warning him. Don't resist, die. Resisting is even more terrifying than death. His courage wavered, all gone. Li Chen looked at Morong Hongxue, full of fear, lost in thought. Should he kill him? It seemed a pity. Should he spare him? He feared leaving a threat. Forget it. Better to kill him. If the grass is not uprooted, it will grow back in the spring. Keeping him would be a constant threat. Just as Li Chen was about to act, a sound echoed in his mind. Ding, hidden mission unlocked, subdue Morong Hongxue. Surviving in chaotic times requires not only your own power but also capable subordinates to handle unspeakable matters. Please subdue Morong Hongxue, let him use his abilities under your command. After subduing, automatically adjust loyalty to 100%, never betray. Reward, 99 plus coal, special reward, Xiao Bangju's sound system. Xiao Bangju's sound system in my background music, no one can defeat me. General MacArthur once said, I could have been evenly matched with the boss until the moment he turned on the music. That's when I realized what it means to be invincible. Morong Hongxue has been detected to have completely submitted to the host, the task is completed, and the reward has been issued. Li Chen looked at the rewards in his backpack. After some thought, he refrained from killing. After all, he had gained an undeserved benefit. Since coal was such an important commodity, he decided to let Morong Hongxue off the hook. Tonsage had promised to adjust Morong Hongxue's loyalty, ensuring he would never betray. This put Li Chen's mind at ease. After all, a master of the land immortal realm like him would be wasted if killed. Keeping him around would mean having an extra talented individual under his command. Li Chen felt that all the people he could rely on now were like Xiong Air, hidden talents waiting to be discovered. Relying on these people to fulfill his dreams was proving to be quite challenging. Even with cheats, he couldn't get them to follow him. Li Chen sighed, deactivated the integrated armor, and sat down on a rock. He addressed the kneeling Morong Hongxue, alright, get up, I won't kill you. He took out a cigarette and lit it. Tell me, how did you end up here? Morong Hongxue saw Li Chen deactivate his armor. Feeling the terrifying aura dissipate, he breathed a sigh of relief and slowly spoke, after escaping that day, I was afraid of retaliation from the Yelu family if I returned to Liao country, so I fled towards Deepening. But I got lost in the mountains along the way. I had money on me, but couldn't find anyone to exchange it for food. Then a heavy snowfall trapped me in the mountains for nearly 10 days. As he spoke, Morong Hongxue couldn't help but feel bitter. A land immortal like himself had almost died in the mountains. Luckily, his martial arts skills protected him, or he would have starved to death. I don't know how, but I ended up here after wandering all the way. Finally, I saw a village and wanted to exchange some food. That's when I met you, so I came to greet you. There was one thing he dared not say. If I had known it was you, I would have turned around and run away. Why bother greeting you? Seeing his pitiful expression, Li Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It seems like you and I are quite fated. Morong Hongxue. In his heart, he thought, I'd rather not have this kind of fate. Seeing him silent, Li Chen continued, since we are so fated, why don't you follow me from now on? Morong Hongxue looked conflicted. Seeing his expression, Li Chen said softly, it's okay, if you don't want to follow, it's fine. I'm a reasonable person. Emperor's armor, integration. Follow, I'll follow, Lord Immortal, please spare me, I'm scared. Tears in his eyes, Morong Hongxue spoke. That's more like it. Li Chen helped him up. If you don't follow me, how can I rest assured? You're so clueless, making me reason with you. Love, this is how you reason with people. Just as Li Chen was winning people over with virtue, Zhao Hu arrived at the village entrance with a group of emaciated refugees. Seeing Li Chen, he immediately knelt down. Sir, these are the refugees you instructed me to gather. I have brought them all here, please inspect, sir. Li Chen observed the group of refugees. He checked the GPS positioning system and saw no red dots within 100 kilometers to the south. He nodded and stood on a large rock, addressing the refugees. Dear fellow villagers, I am the village chief of this village. Welcome to our Qingxi village. Li Chen paused. There was no applause from the audience. The refugees looked at each other in confusion. Finally, a middle-aged man stepped forward. He knelt down on the ground, speaking humbly. Sir, why did you call us here? Li Chen looked at Zhao Hu and asked, didn't you tell them? Zhao Hu, with a bitter face, said, Sir, I did tell them, but they didn't believe me. They almost started a fight. If I hadn't brought enough people with me, they wouldn't have come. The middle-aged man was also a bit scared. Life in the mountains was already unbearable. Suddenly, a group of soldiers came and asked him to follow them to work. Not only was there food and shelter, but there was also money to be earned. When these words were spoken, the refugees became afraid. It sounded like a scam. How could such a good thing exist? Would they really be so lucky? It must be to force them into labor or take credit for others' work. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man trembled in fear. Li Chen, seeing their fearful expressions, sighed, "Well, let's take them back to the village for a meal first, and then we'll talk." Zhao Hu led his men, escorting the group of refugees into the village. Gathering all the refugees from the mountains was the first thing Li Chen did when he returned to the village. There were no system rewards or tasks. If he needed a system reward to do such things, it would be underestimating Li Chen. The auxiliary troops brought back from Lingnan had been dispatched. Based on GPS location tracking, he arranged dozens of teams to search for refugees. As for other places, Li Chen had no way of reaching them. He couldn't fly, and teleportation had time limits. Searching for all the refugees in the world alone was not feasible. He would do his best to save as many as he could. Thinking of this, Li Chen looked at the snow-covered mountains and no longer found them beautiful. A good snow heralds a prosperous year. Is this snow really a sign of prosperity? Or does it herald prosperity for someone else? Landlords, tycoons, or aristocrats? Definitely not for these refugees. Without land or fields, what prosperity could there be? Li Chen felt a bit heavy-hearted, hoping to enter the capital soon to leverage official power. Saving a few more people would be worth it. If he couldn't get help, he would have to rely on his own strength, even if it meant facing danger alone. Li Chen liked both saving and killing. When he treated Meng Xingyun's illness, he had this idea in mind. Make friends more numerous and enemies fewer. Only then could he leverage their power to save more people. Li Chen knew very well that this rescue mission to Jiayang Pass was a setup. He wasn't stupid. With the GPS location map, he could tell that the route led by Meng Xian's relief troops was suspicious. However, the Lingnan royal family had a decent attitude and had controlled Lingnan for over 100 years. He still needed their influence to accomplish his goals. Otherwise, how could he deal with these complex forces on his own? He couldn't just kill them all. So Li Chen suppressed the urge to expose the setup and instead drank and made merry with the Lingnan royal family's officers to gain their support in searching for refugees in the area. Without them, he would only have the recently recovered villagers from the village to rely on. It seemed unrealistic to save these refugees in this winter. At that moment, Li Chen suddenly understood the saying, "With great power comes great responsibility." Without a system, he would probably struggle in this world with all his might. But with the system, he should do something for these people. What Li Chen didn't know was that as he thought about the chaos in the night of sharpening knives, the stars in the sky were shifting high above. In the secret chamber of the palace, an emaciated old man with a face full of sores sat in the underground palace, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The old man opened his eyes in shock, realizing his fate was intertwined with that of the Ming dynasty, yet he was suddenly spitting blood. He took out a copper coin and started counting. Puff! The old man knelt on the ground, spitting blood uncontrollably. Hearing the commotion outside, a young disciple rushed to help him up. "Master, your eyes!" The disciple exclaimed at the sight of the old man's empty eye sockets. "Quick, quick, go fetch the emperor, hurry!" Ignoring his own injuries, the old man urged the disciple to go get help. The disciple ran out, deeply shaken. His master was one of the 4 legends of the martial world, the most formidable master in this world. How could he suddenly lose his sight? The 4 legends of the Ming dynasty, Zhang, the master of Wudong, Nameless, the sword saint, Wang, the lord of Wudi city, and the old man in the underground palace, the imperial tutor of Ming, Mud Bodhisattva. Little Grass carried her grandfather on her back as they walked into Qingxi village with the crowd. Her grandfather hadn't eaten for days and was too weak to stand. She had to carry him carefully to prevent him from falling. Little Grass was 9 years old. A few months ago, their village was flooded. During the escape, her parents got separated from her and her older sister. Rumor had it that the refugees fleeing in their direction were all killed by a group of soldiers. However, those soldiers were also punished, publicly flogged. Little Grass didn't want them to be punished. She wanted her parents and her sister. Her grandfather told her that when people die, they become stars watching over the world. So, at night, she would sit alone and talk to the stars. She would tell them, "Sister, don't worry, Dad, don't worry, Little Grass will blow on you, and everything will be fine." Now her grandfather was going to become a star too. She was all alone. Little Grass remembered when they fled to the mountains, her grandfather took her to the city to sell firewood. They met a plump old man named Gua. He promised 10 caddies of grain if she barked like a dog on the ground. Despite being obedient and barking like a dog, They didn't give her any grain. Maybe she didn't do it right. So they didn't give her any grain and even got angry, ordering someone to hit her. Plumpqua didn't like to hear children cry. He told her that if she didn't cry out, she would get the grain. Little Grass was proud. She told her grandfather how tough she was. She endured the beating without shedding a tear. Later, in a daze, she heard a young man who sounded like her sister scolding Plumpqua. Little Grass thought that young man was the best person in the world. Not only did he stop them from hitting her, but he also gave her food and silver coins, telling her to hide and go home quickly. Thinking of that young man, Little Grass couldn't help feeling guilty. She didn't listen and didn't hide the things he gave her properly. The bad people from the city god temple took them away. If only she could meet that young man again. She wanted to bow to him and apologize. "I'm sorry, I didn't listen, I didn't hide the things you gave me properly." Lost in her thoughts, the crowd came to a halt. Little Grass stood in the midst of the crowd, looking around bewildered. She didn't know where to go, only that she had to follow the crowd. The soldier had just told them to work. Not only would they get food, but they would also be paid. Little Grass felt she was too young to do much work. She didn't dare ask for pay, she just wanted some food. As long as she had food, she could save her grandfather. She hoped the official wouldn't think she was too small and would let her do some work in exchange for food. After a while, she saw the village chief coming out with many blankets. Each refugee was given a blanket and seated in his shelter. The blankets were warm, and Little Grass helped wrap her grandfather in one. Then she put on one herself. After a while, a shy older sister walked in and handed her 2 bowls of white soup. After feeding her grandfather, Xiao Xiao also took a small sip quietly. So sweet! Her eyes lit up, feeling like it was the best thing she had ever tasted in the world. She had never had such delicious soup before. Sweet, hot, drinking it made her whole body warm. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but take another small sip and then secretly hid it. She wanted to save it for her grandfather to drink at night. After she hid it, the sister, who looked like a bodhisattva, brought her 2 bowls of white porridge. Perhaps because he had just drunk the sweet soup, Grandpa opened his eyes drowsily. Xiao Xiao quickly fed him the white porridge bit by bit. After a few sips, Grandpa closed his mouth and refused to drink more. "You eat, you live, I die." Xiao Xiao didn't want Grandpa to die, so she showed him the 2 bowls of white porridge. "The village chief gave us porridge to work. There are 2 bowls, Grandpa, please drink. After drinking, Xiao Xiao will work. Grandpa, please don't die, okay." Hearing her choked voice, Grandpa looked at the 2 bowls of white porridge, tears shimmering in his eyes. "Okay." And so, Xiao Xiao fed him a bowl of white porridge bit by bit. There was still 1 bowl left, which Xiao Xiao hid behind her back. She had just had 2 sips of sweet soup, which was enough. She saved the white porridge for later. "Fellow villagers." Xiao Xiao heard a voice and looked up. She saw the village chief standing on the table, addressing them. "Rest assured, I am the village chief here, and now I will officially tell you. We are recruiting on a large scale here, needing people to work and build houses. You can come and try. If anyone is unwilling and wants to leave, I will arrange for someone to send you away and provide some food for the journey. For those willing, we will provide food and accommodation, as well as 2 sets of winter work clothes. Accommodation will be arranged in dormitories, with blankets and firewood for heating. Regarding meals, at the beginning, you may not be used to it, so you will drink white porridge and milk for a few days. Otherwise your stomachs won't be able to handle it and you might get sick. In a few days, there will be steamed buns and rice, and for those who work diligently, there will be eggs to eat. Lastly, there is a lot of work, and if anyone wants to leave midway, they can do so at any time. Those who choose to stay can apply to become villagers of our village. In conclusion, this is the basic treatment. Those who work well and have good character will receive extra wages. Well, I've finished speaking. Do you have any questions?" Li Chen stood on the table, looking calmly at the group of refugees. Even if he pitied them in his heart, he couldn't show it on his face. He believed the world was beautiful, but he didn't believe that everything in the world was good. Li Chen had never had any expectations for human nature, whether in the 21st century or in this world. Human nature was the most unreliable thing. A middle-aged man wrapped in a blanket stood up cautiously and asked, "Sir, is there really food, like the white porridge we just had? We don't want steamed buns or rice, we just ask for some bran to eat, and we will help you work." "Ah!" Li Chen sighed. Having said so much, there were still people who didn't believe. "Xiong'er, inform the people in the village, it's time for a meal." "Yes." Xiong'er took a gong and went around the village to strike it. All the villagers knew it was the signal for a meal. Even though they didn't know why, it wasn't mealtime yet today, but the gong was struck. Still, they gathered around, lined up with bowls, and went to the stove to get food to eat. The refugees looked at baskets of steamed buns and eggs placed on the table, their eyes lighting up. Especially when they saw the villagers in new work clothes lining up for food, they were even more excited. This was real. There was really white porridge and dry rice to eat, and fist-sized steamed buns made of white flour. My goodness! Was this a dream? The villagers of Qingxi village lined up one by one, got their food, found a wooden board each to sit on the ground. They had been busy building houses these days and had no time to make dining tables, so they could only sit on wooden boards to eat. Looking at the ragged refugees in front of them, they couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Xiong stood tall, chest out, head held high. Occasionally, he would stomp his foot on the board, making a banging sound. He wanted everyone to know that he was wearing official boots. Suehua, seeing him like this, couldn't help but feel angry. Yesterday, the master gave Xiong a brand new set of Ming Dynasty military uniform, which made him extremely happy. At night, he would even sleep hugging the clothes. When Suehua tried to get into bed, she was warned not to touch his clothes. At 3 in the morning, he would heat water for a bath, wash himself clean, put on his clothes, and wait to work. My goodness, work started at 7 o'clock. There were still 4 hours left. What clothes would you wear? Suehua covered her head and turned away. She really didn't want to see this despicable person anymore. It made her angry. The refugees saw Xiong standing arrogantly on the wooden board eating, each of them showing envy in their eyes. Especially a few barefoot children who curled up their feet. When Li Chen saw Xiong appearance, he said to Zhao Wu, "Huzi, take off Xiong shoes for me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu smiled and shouted loudly, "Yes, sir." Xiong, looking at Li Chen, suddenly lost his cocky expression. "Master, I." Before he could finish, Zhao Wu pushed him to the ground and took off his shoes. "You like stomping your feet, right? Come on, show everyone how you stomp your feet." Li Chen calmly directed Zhao Wu and the others to lift Xiong into the crowd, throwing a wooden board in front of him. "Come on, stomp, make it louder than before. If it's not as loud as before, you won't have dinner tonight. Ha ha." The auxiliary soldiers around, seeing Xiong looking pitiful, burst into laughter. The villagers of Qingxi village dared not make a sound, bowing their heads, not daring to eat, afraid of making a noise and attracting the master's attention. Those auxiliary soldiers didn't understand Li Chen, but they did. Every time the master got angry, he had a calm expression. If the master started yelling and cursing, they weren't afraid. But if the master remained calm, then he was truly angry. Sure enough, hearing the auxiliary soldiers laughing, Li Chen glanced over with a cold look. The auxiliary soldiers couldn't laugh anymore. The village was eerily quiet. Apart from the crackling of the firewood burning, there was no other sound. "Why aren't you laughing anymore?" No one dared to answer, not even Morong Hongxue from the land of immortals. She quietly hid behind Laifu, silently chanting in her heart, "Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me." Li Chen's face grew darker, speaking calmly, "Zhao Wu." "Yes." Zhao Wu smartly raised his head, chest out, and loudly responded. "Now, I will state a few rules that everyone must follow, remember them well. Those who commit adultery, kill. Those who oppress and beat the common people without reason, kill. Those who buy children with food or money, kill. Those who steal and rob, kill. Those who bully the weak, kill. Those who embezzle money and goods, kill. Those who bully others without reason, shall be killed. From now on, it's your responsibility to enforce these rules, understood?" After issuing 7 consecutive orders to kill, Li Chen finally stopped. Zhao Wu looked at him with excitement in his eyes, trembling all over. "Yes. Zhao Wu swears to defend the master to the death, even if it means going through fire and water. I will not hesitate to die." Among the auxiliary soldiers, a few people looked at Zhao Wu strangely upon hearing this. "Lai Fu, register and see which of these refugees are willing to stay in our Qingxi village to work. Arrange accommodation and blankets for them. For those unwilling, give them some food and have someone send them back." Not a single refugee was willing to leave. Initially skeptical, now seeing so much steamed buns and dry rice laid out before them, they all hesitated to leave. What if there really was work to be done? Some refugees with sharp eyes noticed some houses that were halfway built when they arrived. This gave them some reassurance. Perhaps the village chief really needed help to build houses, which is why they were called to assist. Lai Fu went to each person, inquired about their names, and arranged accommodation for them. When it was a little girl's turn, she was nervous and accidentally knocked over a bowl hidden under the blanket, spilling white porridge and milk powder. Seeing the food flowing on the ground, the little girl felt at a loss and squatted down. She used her hands to scoop the food back into the bowl. The surrounding refugees dared not help her, instead keeping their distance. Li Chen saw the little girl's awkwardness and walked over. As he passed by, the refugees all knelt down on the ground. It was evident that he was the most important figure there. They were naturally a bit afraid of such nobility. The little girl, still scooping food, suddenly noticed a pair of large feet on the ground. She looked up and saw the village chief approaching. She quickly knelt down, trembling all over, tears streaming down her face. "Stand up, no need to kneel." Upon hearing these words, the refugees looked at each other. Seeing no one taking the lead, they continued kneeling on the ground, not daring to move. The little girl, tears streaming down her face, choked out, "Sir, please don't send me away, I didn't mean to. I will eat less in the future. I only need one bowl of bran." No, I will eat half a bowl. Please don't send me away, I will work harder." Li Chen lifted her up, wiping her tears with his sleeve. "What's your name? Why didn't you finish your food?" "My name is Xiao Chao, I want to save some for my grandfather to eat at night. He hasn't eaten for a long time, he's dying, I don't want him to die." The more Xiao Chao spoke, the sadder she became, wiping her tears and crying. Li Chen looked at the little girl in his arms, her ribs visible through the grass mat, feeling a pang in his heart. He picked up the fallen blanket from the ground and wrapped her in it. "Don't cry, I won't send you away, but you must finish your food in the future, no skipping meals. I will also save your grandfather, he won't die. You must eat obediently, understood?" Xiao Chao, tears streaming down her face, looked at the handsome man in front of her, sobbing. She felt that he was as kind as the young master who spoke to her like a sister. Both were the kindest people in the world. "Yes, I will eat, I will behave, I will work harder, just don't send me away." "Good, I won't send you away." Li Chen handed Xiao Chao a bowl of white porridge, gently saying, "Xiao Chao, be good, it's time to eat." Lai Fu settled each refugee in a house. Xiao Chao moved into a small compartment with her grandfather. This was specially prepared by Li Chen for pregnant women and families with young children. In these days, the villagers had built many houses. However, for the large number of refugees, it was still not enough. Li Chen had to plan the layout of the houses according to the prison dormitories from his past life. The houses were divided into 3 types, one for men, one for women. There is also a kind of room divided into small compartments. Each person has a wooden plaque with their assigned number on it. Those needing to accommodate children or elderly can stay in these compartment rooms. A large tent is surrounded by wooden boards, with walls inside covered with several quilts. Even though it's just a room, there are no beds. Wooden planks on the ground, a layer of straw, topped with a quilt. That's the bed. The collective dormitory is a large bunk bed. Each person is assigned a bed, marked with a number corresponding to the one on their wooden plaque. They are the first group, so they are quickly arranged. Although some people are reluctant to be separated from their families, seeing the quilts and firewood in the room makes them not mind. People are struggling to survive, so they don't care about these things. A 60-year-old traditional Chinese doctor was also brought to the village by Li Chen. He took out his medicine box and checked on Little Grass's grandfather. "It's nothing serious, just hungry. Give him something to eat, I'll prescribe some medicine. After a couple of days of rest, he'll be able to speak and eat normally." Little Grass felt relieved upon hearing this, but the thought of having to pay the doctor made her anxious. She didn't have money to buy medicine. I don't have money to buy medicine." The military doctor patted the child's head, stroked his beard, and said, "Silly child, the adults have already paid for your medicine." After examining Little Grass's grandfather, he continued to move around among the refugees with his colleagues. He instructed his apprentices to gather the herbs and prepare them for consumption. Seeing the refugees settled, Li Chen let out a sigh of relief. San Yang approached him with a bowl of powdered milk, placed it in front of him, and said, "Master, have a drink to calm your nerves." Li Chen took the powdered milk, stood up, and said, "Thank you, San Yang." San Yang waved her hand. "If anyone should be thanked, it should be us. I know you have a compassionate heart, can't bear to see us suffer, nor can you stand this scene. But this is our fate, every year at this time, many people die. A few months ago during the flood, some people couldn't survive and resorted to eating their own children or swapping them with others. I've seen it too." San Yang looked at Li Chen's furrowed brow with some pity. "You are a noble person, destined to enjoy comfort, shouldn't be enduring hardships in the village with us. Yet you stayed, worked for us, paid us wages. You said we should help you work, but all those houses you live in were built by us. The people in the village are truly grateful to you from the bottom of their hearts." Li Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. He didn't think he deserved the title of having a compassionate heart. "I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me. Let me be alone for a while." San Yang looked at him with a kind gaze upon hearing this, then spoke after a long pause, "I'll go help with cooking. If you feel uncomfortable, spend some time with the girls." She didn't know how to comfort Li Chen, but she knew he cared most for the 3 Chu sisters, especially Arya and Xiaoya. He would only be truly happy when he was with them. After San Yang left, Li Chen sat at the table, took out his writing and drawing tools, and began to write and draw. The arrangement for the 20 to 30 villagers of Chengxi village was going well. However, they would soon have to face the arrival of tens of thousands of refugees. This was a massive undertaking. Feeding, housing, and sanitation for tens of thousands of people needed to be properly arranged. Otherwise, chaos would ensue, leading to trouble. In the end, it would be people like Little Grass and her family who would suffer the most. Without the ability to protect themselves, no matter how much food they received, they wouldn't survive past the next day. Even if he could eliminate the evildoers, what difference would it make? People's hearts are inscrutable, who knows the difference between good and bad? Even if they were saved this time, what would happen in the future? Under the sky, there are so many refugees. I can't possibly let them all come to the village. And how would I arrange for them to come over? Maybe I should just sit in my emperor's armor every day, teleporting all over the place, delivering rice and firewood to them. Wouldn't that make me an emperor takeout service? When I die, the whole world might fall into chaos again. Sigh. Li Chen sighed at the thought. Time and manpower are still insufficient. Although he had borrowed a few thousand soldiers from the princess of Lingnan, those few thousand people were a mixed bag. Their leaders were also a mixed bunch. Even the cleverest Zhao who couldn't do everything as he wished, let alone the others. Relying on them to organize things properly was like hoping Lin Dongdong would become the top scholar. So Li Chen decided to take matters into his own hands. As for accommodation, it could be lowered to prison standards. For meals, those who had just arrived would drink white porridge and milk for 3 days. After 3 days, their performance would be assessed. Those who worked hard would be appointed as team leaders, responsible for 10 villagers. The more clever ones would be appointed as group leaders, responsible for 10 teams. Then, a few old soldiers would be selected from the auxiliary troops. One person would be in charge of 5 group leaders. Lastly, he would have to select some trusted individuals to manage those old soldiers. As for doctors, the old Chinese medicine practitioner would be in charge. 3 Nyang would be responsible for cooking and boiling water. To ensure their safety, his own apprentice would lead the villagers of Chengxi village to protect them. Morong Hongxue still needed to be observed for a while. Xiao Xiang and the others had to take care of Yuchu and the 2 maids, so they were not of much use. Lai Kai and Lai Wan were too honest, good at work but unable to manage others, so they were not very useful. Li Chen couldn't help but sigh as he filled the paper with names. There were just too few usable hands. Hoping to train them, who knew how long it would take? He had to go to the capital where there were many scholars in the court. He wasn't afraid they would be greedy, but he was afraid they would be corrupt. Even if he had to let them be a little greedy for money to save more lives, Li Chen was willing. He alone had limited capabilities. Shaking his head, Li Chen changed the paper and began to plan every aspect of this disaster relief effort. There was no time to lament the passage of time. A large wave of refugees was about to arrive. He had to perfect every rule as quickly as possible, pay attention to every detail, and do his best to save more people. Morong Hongxue looked at the happy refugees and then at the worried Li Chen. Suddenly, she couldn't quite understand this immortal. What is happiness? For the grass, happiness is having work to do, food to eat, and clothes to wear. It had been 3 days since she arrived at Chengxi village. The grass felt like this village was where immortals lived. There was white porridge to drink every day. And you could even have 3 meals a day. 3 meals a day. For refugees, this kind of life was beyond their wildest dreams. They wouldn't dare to dream of it. As soon as it was light outside, the grass crawled out of bed. Putting on thick work clothes and shoes, she grabbed a wooden bucket, ready to go out and fetch hot water. Although it was just dawn, many refugees had already gotten up to fetch water and wash up. There was a soldier standing at the door, holding a gun. He was responsible for protecting them and maintaining order in the house. 3 security guards were assigned to each house, taking turns to maintain order. If there was a conflict in the house, they would intervene. The grass carried the wooden bucket and lined up with the refugees. The place to fetch hot water was near the cooking shed. Hot water was being heated there every day, and the fire in the stove never went out. You could go fetch water anytime. The grass had never imagined that one day she would be able to wash up with hot water whenever she wanted. Several large tubs were heating up, each with a long line in front of it. Fortunately, the team was moving quickly, and it wasn't long before it was Little Grass's turn. 2 ladles of hot water were poured into the wooden bucket, and Little Xiao bowed to San Yang, who was fetching water, before leaving. It was the custom. No matter what you did, if someone helped you, you had to bow. Every villager would conscientiously follow the rules, or else they might end up like those few refugees before, being driven out of the village. Little Grass was unwilling to leave this almost magical place. Every evening, when the old man with the white beard told them about the village rules, she would listen attentively. After fetching the hot water, Little Grass returned to her room. She took out a piece of cloth and began wiping her grandfather. After washing up, they had to fold the blankets, clean up, check each other's rooms, and see if anyone was too dirty. Only after completing these tasks would they prepare to eat. Breakfast today was plentiful, with each person getting a bowl of milk powder and 2 steamed buns. The newcomers, however, could only have plain congee. Because Little Grass was a child and taking care of her grandfather, she could receive 2 eggs, unlike the others. Only children and the elderly could have an extra egg. Little Grass couldn't finish all the food, so she would always put the uneaten steamed buns in the leftovers bucket. The village chief said it was fine to leave uneaten food, but it should be put in the leftovers bucket and not thrown away carelessly. Little Grass thought, who would ever throw away uneaten steamed buns? These were made of white flour. She wouldn't keep them for herself. She would put them in the leftovers bucket so the village chief could use them. After eating, they placed the bowls in the wooden bucket and waited to be assigned tasks. Yes, they didn't have to wash the dishes. After eating, they just had to leave them there. Every day, someone would be assigned to wash them, and they would be collected and lined up for the next meal, waiting to receive their bowls. Little Grass's task today was to inspect cleanliness. She and the old lady next door checked the cleanliness of the rooms where the men stayed. Generally, children and the elderly were responsible for simpler tasks, while the able-bodied men were in charge of building houses. Women were responsible for making clothes and socks. The labor protection shoes weren't very warm, so Li Chen prepared 2 pairs of socks for each person, made from quilted blankets. Fortunately, this group of refugees wasn't picky. They treasured even a pair of crooked cotton socks. After inspecting cleanliness, they would tidy up some areas that weren't too dirty. If it was too dirty, they had to report it to the squad leader, who would then name and criticize the lazy ones in the evening. If someone received too many criticisms, they would be forbidden from working. Those who were severely reprimanded would be driven out of the village. Little Grass loved working, so not being able to work was a severe punishment for her. When the clock struck 12, someone would ring a gong to call them for lunch. For lunch, they had rice and a piece of fried egg. The eggs were cracked open, dropped into a bowl, and fried in lard. Then they were cut into large pieces, each soaked in lard. Those who worked hard in their group would be promoted to second-class refugees. Second-class refugees got to have eggs. The newcomers, however, could only have plain congee. If they couldn't finish the rice, they could put it in the leftover rice bucket, but they had to finish the egg. Some people often felt they shouldn't eat the village chief's eggs anymore and that rice was enough. So, at first, many people didn't eat the eggs, only half a bowl of rice, and put the rest in the leftover rice bucket. This way, the village chief could continue using them, saving a lot of food every day. When the village chief saw this, he was furious. He said those people looked down on him, Li Chen, and the bottle-gourd hero. That night, he established a rule that if they couldn't finish the rice, they didn't have to eat it, but they had to finish the egg, even if it took all day. Anyone who couldn't finish that bit of egg would be forbidden from working. The Little Grass didn't know who the gourd hero was, but he must be a good person just like the village chief, and also a very powerful hero. After eating, he had to sit and listen to the village rules from the old man for an hour. Even though it had been explained several times before, the Little Grass still listened attentively. Work started at 2 in the afternoon. The afternoon task every day was to learn how to sew socks. At first, she wasn't very good at it and couldn't sew many pairs in an afternoon, which made her so frustrated that tears welled up in her eyes. She was afraid of being disliked and not being allowed to work in the village anymore. Fortunately, the village chief didn't dislike her, he even praised her for learning quickly. Every time the Little Grass thought of the village chief's praise, she felt a bit shy. She sewed until 6 in the afternoon when it was time for dinner. After eating, someone would start teaching them, learning to write and do math. Sometimes it was the village chief who taught, sometimes it was the village chief's apprentice. The Little Grass sat on a wooden board, holding a stick to practice writing on the ground. She would occasionally look up to see the little girl on the platform giving a lesson. Even though the girl was younger than her, she knew so many words. How amazing! At 8 in the evening, it was bedtime. Everyone stood up and shouted slogans together with the steward. Unity and friendship. Help each other. Build our home together. The Little Grass understood the meaning of this sentence. Someone would explain it to them every day. After shouting the slogan, everyone took their wooden plaques and returned to their rooms. As they lined up to go back to their rooms, the old lady in the next room wiped her tears secretly. Don't cry, Grandma, don't cry. The Little Grass reached out her hand to help her wipe her tears. The old lady cried, murmuring to herself incessantly. What a sin, to enjoy such blessings. How can one live such a good life in this lifetime? The little grass couldn't help but shed tears as well. Yes, how could she live such a good life? The previous landlord couldn't even eat rice and eggs every day. She could, and there were even people specifically helping her boil water, wash dishes, and do laundry. Grandpa said he had never seen or enjoyed such a life in his whole life. And she, so young, was already enjoying it. She looked at the village chief's house and remembered the rumors in the village. The reason they could enjoy such blessings was that the village chief was enduring hardships for them. Otherwise, the village chief would have been living like an emperor by now. It wouldn't be as hard as it was now. In the room, Li Chen, who had slept all day, was lying on Lin Yuchu's lap, enjoying a leg massage from his own apprentice. Lin Dongdong sat beside them, peeling grapes for him. On the table by the bed, there was a plate of grapes as a sign-in reward, along with cola and ice cream. Just as he felt his life was perfect, he suddenly sneezed a few times. Li Chen covered his nose and sat up, cursing, "Damn, that troublemaker is talking behind my back again." Li Chen had stayed up all night a few days ago and finally arranged the work plan for the refugees. He made sure they wouldn't be too tired at work, making it easier to brainwash them. Now, all he had to do was follow the plan to save people. As long as it didn't exceed the estimated number, there shouldn't be any problems. If there were, then everyone would have to work overtime. Lying in bed, Li Chen closed his eyes and contemplated, mouth open, waiting for Lin Dongdong to feed him. Lilia saw this, reached out her hand, and stuffed it in. Li Chen got up and retched for a while. Damn, almost choked. Lin Yuchu quickly patted his back and scolded the clapping little sister. Seeing her brother-in-law's appearance, Lilia found it amusing. She clapped her hands and giggled. After being spanked twice by Yuchu, she pouted and started crying. But after crying for a while and seeing no one comforting her, she started playing with her feet. With a forceful effort, he tried to see if he could fit his foot into his mouth. Li Chen took a sip of cola to suppress the urge to vomit. Looking at the little maid eating her toes, he felt helpless. The clothes on his body could withstand any harm, except for the attacks from this little maid. Even Tonsage couldn't determine if this counted as malicious harm. Lin Dongdong peeled a grape and brought it to Li Chen's mouth, looking pleased with herself. "Brother-in-law, I want to play with the excavator." Li Chen swallowed the grape in his mouth and replied to her, "Alright, I'll let you play, but starting tomorrow, you have to learn how to ride the 2-8 handlebars with Zhaopingen." As he finished speaking, a flash of gold appeared in Li Chen's hand, and an excavator over half a meter long appeared on the ground. Lin Dongdong happily climbed on it and started rocking back and forth. What does Dad's dad call? Dad's dad is called Dad. What does Dad's mom call? Dad's mom is called Sister. Li Chen quickly pressed the start button, afraid that Lin Dongdong would be taught bad habits. Just use your feet to pedal, don't make that kind of noise. Lin Dongdong held her head in her hands, scratched it, and nodded. Oh. With that, she started pedaling, and the small excavator ran around the room. Although she didn't understand why her brother-in-law didn't let her make noise, Lin Dongdong was a clever and brave child. When her brother-in-law left, she secretly made noise. Sure enough, Li Chen, who had slept all day, was no longer sleepy. He stood up, ready to go out for a walk and stretch his muscles. The temperature had risen significantly today, and the air was somewhat humid. The night sky was particularly beautiful. The stars illuminated the snowy ground. Each security guard on duty had a torch by their side. Shon-er led his men, holding torches, patrolling the village. When he saw his brother-in-law coming out, he saluted him and continued his patrol. Each room had a fireplace, and they were responsible for adding coal to them. They also had to check if the chimney was blocked and if there was a gap in the door. Otherwise, his brother-in-law said, there could be poisoning. Shon-er didn't understand, but he did as his brother-in-law said. Li Chen looked at the starry sky and the peaceful village. He felt particularly content. This was the utopia he had built single-handedly. Although it was not perfect, he was still very happy. The old had support, and the young were cared for. Everyone had food to eat and clothes to wear. Could this be considered a harmonious world? Just as Li Chen was feeling satisfied with himself, the system in his mind made a sound, announcing a long-awaited task. Ding! Hidden task unlocked, gathering of heroes. Detected refugees approaching the territory, encountering obstacles on the way, please host to investigate. Reward, Hammer 99+, Sickle 99+. Special reward, Dragon's Gallant Silver Spear. Dragon's Gallant Silver Spear, a touch of cold light arrives first, followed by a dragon-like spear. 5-star General MacArthur once said, lucky are the infantrymen since ancient times. Li Chen, who was about to relieve some stress, looked at the task issued by the system with some helplessness. He had been exhausted like a dog the past few days. Staying up all night every night, he had lost a handful of hair. Now that he finally had a moment to rest, something had to come up. He cursed under his breath, but he still had to act. After all, this involved refugees, not just a matter of 1 or 2 lives. He opened the GPS, and the map showed that the red dots within 100 miles had been mostly cleared. Apart from the red dot in Qingxi village on the white map, there was also a group of red dots to the north of the village. Li Chen thought for a moment, summoned the emperor's armor, instructed Xiong Er to watch over the village, and then woke up the sleeping Murong Hongxue. The poor top swordsman of the Liao dynasty, who had finally managed to get some sleep, was lifted up by Li Chen. "Immortal, what are you doing?" Whoosh. Li Chen couldn't be bothered to explain, he directly activated teleportation. Just after teleporting once, he saw Murong Hongxue bleeding from 7 orifices, his pale face softening. "Damn!" Li Chen let him down. "Don't die, damn it." Murong Hongxue lay on the snowy ground, barely conscious, feeling dizzy and confused, his mind a mess. "Immortal, if you want to kill me, just say so, don't mess with me, okay?" He felt that ever since he met Li Chen, his luck had taken a turn for the worse. A master of the land immortal realm almost starved to death in the mountains. Finally managed to eat well for 2 days. Late at night, he was severely injured in an instant. Back when he dueled with Nameless, he was struck by his technique, the myriad swords returning to the sect. The injuries he sustained back then were nothing compared to now. Li Chen, seeing Murong Hongxue in this state, felt helpless. He hadn't expected teleportation to cause such serious harm. Fortunately, he hadn't teleported with Yuchu and the others before. Looking around, he found a cave. Li Chen helped him inside. "This place is a bit far from the village, stay here for now. I'll come back for you after I handle things." With that, he lit a fire and left. Following the GPS, Li Chen teleported near a cave. Inside the cave, hundreds of refugees huddled together trembling. Zhang Dainiu and a dozen auxiliary soldiers lay on the ground, bruised and swollen. A fellow villager of theirs was kneeling, begging for mercy. "Heroes, 2 heroes. We really came to save them. Our village chief said to let them work, give them rice to eat, clothes to wear, why don't you believe us?" "Ha ha," a man with curly hair sneered, "do you take me for a fool? How can such good things exist in this world?" "Exactly, don't deceive these common folks, who knows what schemes your village chief has." Another man with long hair chimed in. Zhang San felt like crying but had no tears. These 2 stubborn heroes just wouldn't believe them. "Forget it, since you're not harming these people, you can go." The man with long hair was more lenient and decided to let them go. The cave was deep, Li Chen's footsteps echoed inside. Thud, thud, thud. The 2 men heard the sound and turned around. The sound grew closer, making them alert. After a while, they saw it. A figure in golden armor approached. The armor was extraordinary, tall and imposing, exuding an air of superiority. Li Chen, seeing the 2 familiar men, was stunned in place. "What the heck is going on?" The 2 men heard the armor speak and looked at each other, then asked, "I am the leader of the Tianxia Society, Bu Jingyun, may I know who you are?" The man with long hair also introduced himself. "Tianxia Society, Nya Feng." Li Chen was dumbfounded, he couldn't help but clasp his hands and bow in respect. "Wing Chun, Li Chen. Wait, what kind of world is this? How did they end up here?" "Sir, it's them, they stopped us from saving these refugees." Seeing Li Chen, Zhang San gained some confidence. He ran behind the armor and began accusing Bu Jingyun and the others. It turned out Zhang Dainiu had led them to gather the refugees. Unfortunately, no one believed them. They had to resort to coaxing, deceiving, and threatening to gather these people. Due to the long journey, they had to spend the night in a cave. Unexpectedly, as soon as they lit a fire, 2 unexpected guests arrived. Seeing their military uniforms and the frightened look of the refugees, Bu Jingyun couldn't help but ask why they were gathered there. After listening, he felt that Zhang Dainiu and the others were deceiving people. Without saying a word, he struck with a powerful cloud-dispelling palm, forcing them to kneel and sing conquest. Zhang San, sensing the danger, quickly begged for mercy. Then Li Chen arrived. After hearing Zhang San's explanation, Bu Jingyun was also impulsive. "Since he calls you sir, you must be the leader of the thieves. Perfect timing, let me avenge these innocent people." With that, he gathered his inner strength and roared, cloud-dispelling palm. Bu Jingyun was lightning fast. Before Li Chen could react, his armor was struck by a dozen palms, sparks flying and warning signals sounding intermittently. Beep, armor detected attack, attack too weak, immunity activated. Li Chen stood still, pondered for a moment, then lightly pushed Bu Jingyun. Not having learned martial arts, he didn't know any techniques. In Nie Feng's eyes, this push was just an ordinary one. Bu Jingyun thought the push was painfully slow, he could easily dodge it by moving aside. Suddenly, his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Blood gushed from his mouth. Niafeng hurried to catch him, looking puzzled. Even though his senior brother had dodged and the push hadn't hit him, why was he spitting blood? Could it be that his senior brother's luck had run out? Bu Jingyun lay in Niafeng's arms, gazing at Li Chen in shock. Such profound inner strength. Who are you? May I know your name? Although Li Chen was not skilled in martial arts, the armor's enhancement was formidable. A casual powerful brick strike was not something anyone could withstand. Hearing Bu Jingyun's question, he bowed and replied, I am Bloody Butcher, Li Chen. Niafeng exchanged a glance with his senior brother upon hearing this name. Among the renowned grandmasters in the martial world, they had never heard of Bloody Butcher. The name sounded like it belonged to a member of the demonic sect. Niafeng warily eyed the armor in front of him. Unable to win in a fight, he looked for an opportunity to escape. Seeing their expressions, Li Chen shook his head, walked over, and helped Bu Jingyun up. You both have good intentions, but your minds are not so sharp. No matter what, listen to others first. Even if you don't believe, you shouldn't resort to violence. Luckily, no lives were lost, or else I would have to deal with both of you. Hearing Li Chen's words, Bu Jingyun felt disdainful. If you're inferior in skill, kill or spare me, it's up to you. But remember, the heavens have eyes, and everyone will face consequences. Heaven's justice prevails. Acting unlawfully, oppressing others, you will face retribution one day. Li Chen, seeing Bu Jingyun's defiant look, remained silent. This guy was just like in a TV drama. Stubborn, convinced of his own beliefs, refusing to listen to explanations. If I hadn't known you two since childhood, I would have killed you long ago. Li Chen turned to Niafeng and said, if you want to leave, go ahead, but don't harm my people. I'll go comfort the refugees first. He walked up to the refugees and said, I am the village chief of Qingxi village, responsible for distributing food to you. Rest assured, what they said is true. You will have porridge, rice, and if you work well, even eggs and steamed buns. Your daily task is to help me build houses. If you don't want to, I will send you back and compensate you for your travel expenses. After saying this, Li Chen waved his hand, and a pile of white rice appeared in the cave. Wow! Countless refugees exclaimed in surprise. Bu Jingyun and Niafeng stared at the pile of rice on the ground in disbelief. No way, is this for real? Among the refugees, a big man emerged, holding the white rice and wailing. Mother, rice, sob, it's really rice, we don't have to die, we don't have to die. Li Chen walked over, helped him up, and turned to Zhang San. Hey, you guys, start a fire and cook white porridge for them. Yes, sir. Zhang San, excited, went over to start a fire. Seeing there wasn't much firewood in the cave, Li Chen waved his hand, and some coal and powdered milk appeared on the ground. It had to be said, powdered milk was a good thing. Not only was it nutritious, but the cans could also be used as pots. As for whether cooking powdered milk in cans would destroy the nutrients inside, Li Chen didn't care anymore. These refugees were on the brink of starvation. They were even resorting to eating clay. Who cared about nutrition at this point? Niafeng looked at Li Chen, feeling like the armor in front of him was something out of a fairy tale. Just a wave of his hand could conjure up food. This was beyond his understanding of martial arts. This thing didn't seem like martial arts at all. He exchanged a glance with Bu Jingyun. They both knelt down. Niafeng, pay respects to the immortal. Bu Jingyun, pay respects to the immortal. Countless refugees also woke up, kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down their faces. Pay respects to the immortal. Li Chen looked at the group kneeling on the ground and spoke to them. Get up, no need to kneel. I came here for 3 things only. Fairness. Fairness. It's all about fairness. In the cave, the fire crackled as the firewood burned. Bu Jingyun held a wooden bowl, squinting his eyes. This sweet white soup was delicious. Li Immortal, I was offensive just now, Jingyun apologizes here. Bu Jingyun was about to kneel and kowtow, but Li Chen stopped him. I know you meant well, ignorance is forgivable. Next time you encounter such a situation, please understand the cause and effect before acting. Bu Jingyun blushed at Li Chen's words. Thankfully, the Immortal arrived in time. Sending these refugees back to their original village would have been their doom. But he never expected that there were real immortals in this world who could conjure up endless food. Niafeng also felt a bit embarrassed. Sitting next to Li Chen, he couldn't help but admire his extraordinary armor. Immortal, your benevolence makes us feel ashamed. My brother and I have no place to hide. Li Chen chuckled. It was all thanks to his cheat codes. Without them, he might have done something drastic just to survive. You guys are from the World Alliance, is your leader named Xiongba? Exactly, Xiongba is not only our leader but also our master. Li Chen's eyes lit up. Does he know the 3 points return to origin technique? Niafeng scratched his head. We're not sure about that. Our master rarely shows his skills, and we're not very familiar with his specific techniques. Li Chen thought for a moment and said, no worries, next time I go to the capital, I'll visit your World Alliance and see if your leader Xiongba knows the 3 points return to origin technique. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the World Alliance, Xiongba suddenly felt a chill on his neck, as if a knife was being held against it. Why do I feel like my days are numbered? Xiongba muttered to himself, feeling a sense of unease. The refugees took out their bowls from their bundles, lined up, and received the white porridge. The fear they had towards Zhang San and the others earlier was now replaced with gratitude. These were truly good people, their saviors. Unlike those 2 guys who clearly weren't up to any good and almost drove away these kind-hearted individuals, they conveniently chose to forget. Yun Jing, who thought Zhang San was a bad person, was also surprised. Li Chen watched Zhang San skillfully directing the refugees and thought he was talented. Waving for him to come over, Li Chen spoke up. What's your name, and where are you from? I'm Zhang San, originally an auxiliary soldier of the Lingnan army, now working with General Xiong. Well, one sentence left Li Chen at a loss for words. Since when did Xiong become a general? And your name, why does it sound like that of a bad person? In Zhang San's eyes, Xiong now managed over 100 people and could indeed be called a general. Li Chen looked at him and said, from now on, you don't need to follow Xiong. Let a few trusted men yourself, select some refugees, and be responsible for the village's safety. Zhang San's face lit up, quickly kneeling down and kowtowing. Thank you for the promotion, I will follow you through thick and thin without hesitation. Go on, take a few men to guard the cave entrance. Yes, sir. Zhang San happily selected a few villagers and headed towards the cave entrance. Li Chen shook his head, smiling. Why did his subordinates have such strange names? Chenda, Xiong, Zhang San, Zhao Wu. When he returned to the village, he would rename him Zhao Si and see if he could form a straight. After a while, Zhang San nervously approached Li Chen, his neck shrunk, and said urgently, Sir, it's raining heavily outside. I'm not sure if the refugees' houses can withstand it. What withstands? Li Chen suddenly looked up. The refugees' houses were quite simple, made of wooden boards and quilts. Because they were afraid of drafts between the wooden boards, they were covered with quilts all around and on the roof. He hadn't expected that it would rain heavily during the snow. If the quilts got wet, the houses would definitely not hold up. Thinking of this, Li Chen stood up, his face dark, and instructed, watch over these refugees, I'll go back to the village immediately. Brother Nya, Brother Bu, please watch over here, I have something to attend to back home. With that, he disappeared from the spot with a swish. Inside Qingxi village, countless refugees ran out in a panic, looking for shelter from the rain. Zhao Wu looked grimly at the chaotic scene and shouted to the crowd, don't panic, don't be afraid, the village chief will be back soon, calm down. Unfortunately, not many people listened to him. A group of soldiers from Lingnan City rudely pushed aside women and children and hid inside the houses themselves. The houses of Qingxi village were sturdy, so they did not collapse. The shelters of those refugees were not as good. After all, no one had expected heavy rain during a snowstorm. In the midst of lightning and thunder, the homeless refugees ran around like headless flies. The elderly and children cried in unison. Some soldiers borrowed from Lingnan City completely ignored Li Chen's orders. They only cared about their own safety, driving the refugees hiding in the houses out and taking shelter themselves. Some even laughed at the refugees. Zhao Hu, with a stern face, pointed at them and roared, "Get out, let the refugees in first." Pa! A guerrilla general spat on the ground, looking at him and cursed, "Who do you think you are? Just an auxiliary soldier from the capital, and you dare to command me?" In his eyes, as a 7th-ranked guerrilla general, this auxiliary soldier from the capital had no right to boss him around. Seeing the arrogant and domineering appearance of these officials and soldiers, Zhao Hu felt a burning rage inside. "The immortal lord has ordered me to manage the rules here, and while you're here, you must follow my rules." The guerrilla general sneered. "Don't act like you're holding a chicken feather as an arrow. Even if the immortal lord comes, he must first let us take cover from the rain before saving these lowly people." "Yes, how can the lives of these lowly people compare to ours?" a group of soldiers echoed. They believed that as officials and soldiers, they were noble compared to the refugees, so it was only natural to prioritize their own safety first and then rescue others after the rain stopped. What they did was not wrong. Zhao Hu supported his knife and walked over. "Say that again." The guerrilla general stared at him fiercely, a ferocious look on his face. "You dare to..." Swish! In the dark rainy night, the silver blade flashed. A head fell to the ground. Nearby refugees looked over in panic, forgetting that it was still raining. Zhao Wu slowly sheathed his knife, standing tall in front of the soldiers. At that moment, there was no trace of his usual humility on his face. There was no hint of his usual slickness. He stood there like a flag on the battlefield. The soldiers were shocked to see their general beheaded. After a moment, someone drew their sword and shouted, "Avenge the general!" Facing the soldiers, Zhao Hu took out a token from his pocket and raised it, saying, "Zhao Hu, Imperial secret agent of the Ming dynasty, is here. Anyone who dares to step forward will face death." The soldiers stopped, exchanging glances. Only the trusted aide of the guerrilla general raised his sword and said, "He's alone, what are you afraid of? If we don't avenge the general, his family won't spare us." Thinking of the general's influence, the soldiers gritted their teeth and began to surround Zhao Hu. Unafraid, Zhao Hu calmly shouted, "Where are the Imperial secret agents of the Ming dynasty? Stand forth!" Swish! The sound of swords being drawn filled the air as dozens of auxiliary soldiers stood behind him, glaring at the soldiers. "The Imperial secret agents of the Ming dynasty are here. Who dares to act recklessly?" The soldiers halted their steps and began to retreat. One Imperial secret agent was manageable, but a group made them uneasy. Only the lackey remained, standing in the pouring rain, unsure of what to do. He saw Xiao Chao nearby and rushed towards her, intending to use her as leverage to make the Imperial secret agents wary. When he reached Xiao Chao, ready to grab her, he felt a cold flash before weakness overtook him. Images of his life flashed before his eyes like a slideshow. The last image he saw was Chenda slowly sheathing his knife. The body took a few steps forward due to momentum before collapsing to the ground with a thud. A head rolled to Xiong'er's feet. Zhao Hu looked at Chenda, somewhat surprised. This man was not considered a good person in his eyes. Why did he suddenly intervene? Chenda smiled at him and then turned to his men, shouting, "City gate guards, stand forth." With a clatter, the soldiers guarding the city gates emerged. Xiong'er stood in front of Xiao Chao, eyeing the head on the ground, swallowing nervously. Though fearful, he stood his ground, seeing Zhao Hu and Chenda. "Security team, stand forth." With another clatter, another group of soldiers appeared. Each one stood in the pouring rain, as if a fire burned in their hearts. Zhao Hu walked up to them, holding the token and said, "Now, on behalf of the Immortal Elder, I command. All soldiers, stand forth." This time, no one hesitated, except for the followers of the guerrilla general. Zhao Hu looked at them disdainfully and shouted, "Now, when the village and the elder test us, it's time. Look at these people, who among them has not shown us respect or bowed to us? The Immortal Elder has never withheld our pay, feeding us pork and eggs every day. Now that the Immortal Elder is not here, we must remember his rules and his principles even more." Zhao Hu looked at the group of soldiers standing tall in the rain, feeling an infinite sense of pride swelling in his heart. Train soldiers for 1,000 days, use them for a moment. He roared, "So, remember now, leave the houses to the villagers, we will go to rescue, repair houses, and maintain order. When the villagers didn't have shelter from the rain, we will forever stand in the pouring rain, shielding them from this storm." The village fell into silence, no one spoke. Even the fleeing refugees stood still, forgetting to breathe. The soldiers' expressions grew more resolute, their eyes flickering with determination. "Yes!" 1,300 soldiers roared in unison. Their voices pierced through the heavens and the earth, resonating through the human realm. Xiao Chao stood in the crowd weeping. She didn't know why, she just felt like crying. Zhao Hu's eyes reddened slightly as he raised his right hand forcefully. "Save the people." "Yes." Each group of soldiers conscientiously treated every villager. Xiong'er led the security team to guide the villagers into the houses and maintain order. Chenda was responsible for searching the collapsed houses to see if anyone was trapped underneath. The 60-year-old traditional Chinese doctor kept shuttling among the refugees, checking for injuries. They took off their clothes and covered the children and elderly. A group of bare-chested men stood out in the crowd. San Yang covered her mouth, crying silently. Countless refugees, tears streaming down their faces, begged them to come inside to seek shelter from the rain and warm themselves by the fire. They shook their heads and ran into the heavy rain. Amidst the lightning and thunder, they moved against the flow of people, like a beam of light, illuminating the despairing night. Slowly, one man after another emerged from the refugees and joined their ranks. A spark can start a prairie fire. When Li Chen returned, the refugees were mostly settled. Over 1,000 soldiers, bare-chested, were rescuing people in the ruins. Zhao Hu stood in the middle of the village with a sword, holding a token, like a flag in the pouring rain. Li Chen deactivated his armored state and walked up to him. The two men didn't speak, facing each other in the heavy rain. This was the first time Zhao Hu looked Li Chen directly in the eye, neither servile nor fearful. "How are the villagers?" Li Chen asked calmly, looking at him. Hearing him speak, Zhao Hu put down the token in his hand and replied calmly, "The villagers are mostly settled, but we're not sure if anyone is still trapped under the collapsed houses." Li Chen walked behind him, facing a group of bare-chested men rescuing people, feeling that the current Chengxi village was truly a paradise on earth. Let them seek shelter from the rain. All captains and above, continue the search and maintain order, Li Chen said. Zhao Hu turned to stand beside him, shaking his head. I remember you once said, with broad houses, 1,000 rooms, all the poor scholars under heaven will rejoice. I didn't understand the meaning of this sentence before, but now I understand its significance. Li Chen didn't insist, as there were still many refugees trapped under the collapsed houses. Why did you step forward when you could have continued hiding? Zhao Hu looked at Xiao Chao and the others, his eyes softening. When I was young, my family was poor. I aspired to make a lot of money in the future, become an official, and ensure everyone in the world had enough to eat. As I grew up, it was just about making money, about becoming an official. To enter the service of the nobility, I killed many people, some good, some bad. I didn't know why I had to kill them. I just felt that as long as there was money, it was fine, regardless of the reason. Zhao Hu turned to Li Chen, speaking slowly and deliberately. Now, I want to be a good person, to be the person I wanted to be when I was young, not the person I hated the most. I want to do something for my childhood self. Li Chen smiled, his laughter growing louder, even shedding tears. Zhao Hu. Li Chen suddenly turned his head, looking directly into Zhao Hu's eyes, and spoke, from now on, you are my first student. Here, your rights are equal to mine. Are you willing? Zhao Hu knelt down on one knee, bowing to Li Chen, teacher above, please accept a student's bow. As Zhao Hu's words were spoken, the system in Li Chen's mind indicated the task was completed, and rewards were distributed. Ding, hidden task unlocked, the spark of a star can ignite a fire. Jinyui Zhao Hu suddenly understood the meaning of living. He wanted to be a good person, a respected one, like a deity, a good person who establishes principles for the world and gives meaning to life for the people. Please host, accept him as a named disciple and guide him onto the path of revolution. Reward, Yenling Knife 99+, special reward, Storage Gourd. Storage Gourd can store items in the system's backpack, with only 20 slots. 5-star General MacArthur once said, Grandpa, release the snake demon, let me handle it. When Bu Jingyun arrived at Qingxi village with the refugees, the damaged houses had been rebuilt. The clean and tidy ground, along with the villagers in uniform, left Bu Jingyun and Nia Feng astonished. Every person in the village had a happy smile on their face, working diligently. Soldiers patrolled the area, maintaining order. An old man stumbled and fell while carrying a wooden board. A patrolling soldier rushed over, helped the old man sit down to rest, called a doctor, and administered medicine. Then, the soldier, holding the muddy board, started working for the old man. Bu Jingyun was amazed by this scene. Shouldn't they be whipping the old man instead? He glanced at Nia Feng, who also looked shocked. Oh, you're here. Li Chen rolled up his sleeves, waving a hoe to dig a drainage ditch. Seeing Bu Jingyun and Nia Feng, he put down the hoe and walked over. Who are you? Nia Feng looked at him puzzled. Just a few days ago, you called me Master Immortal, now you don't recognize me without armor. Li Chen walked up to them, smiling. Under the sunlight, he seemed like a divine being. Nia Feng was mesmerized. Such a handsome man existed in this world. Zhao Hu, arrange for these refugees to have a meal first, then let Lai Fu arrange accommodation for them and teach them the rules here. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Zhao Hu took the Dragonlance bright silver spear, bowed, and said, yes, teacher. Although the Dragonlance bright silver spear couldn't display its power in Zhao Hu's hands, Li Chen still gave it to him. After all, a new student should receive a gift. The storage gourd could only be given to Su Shao. Besides Li Chen, only this disciple could use the special rewards from the system. Lin Yuchu was not suitable. Last time, Li Chen even made Yuchu and Dongdong his disciples, giving them AK-47s for self-defense. But when they pulled the trigger, no bullets came out. Perhaps it was related to Su Shao being the destined daughter. Li Chen didn't bother to investigate further, as the system in his mind couldn't be explained scientifically. With the storage gourd, Li Chen also gave Su Shao the AK-47 and Xiao Bangju's sound system to protect Yochu's family. After all, he couldn't be with them all the time, in case of any accidents. It would be too late for regrets. Have you eaten? How about having a meal together? I'm a bit hungry too. Li Chen invited Bu Jingyun and Nia Feng, showing the highest courtesy of the Han people to friends, treating them to a meal. Without waiting for their refusal, Li Chen took Nia Feng by the hand and headed to the kitchen. Seeing this, Bu Jingyun followed suit. San Yang, stir-fried green peppers with preserved meat, serve a few steamed buns on top, remember not to add salt, this time the preserved meat sent by Lingnan Wang is too salty, Li Chen said to San Yang. The green peppers were a reward from yesterday. This stuff is precious in the dead of winter. Throughout the whole winter, Li Chen hadn't eaten any vegetables. The green pepper and preserved meat meal from yesterday almost made him cry. Even in his past life, even when he was down and out, he didn't just have steamed buns, porridge, and preserved meat every day. He couldn't even see a piece of green vegetable. He was almost sick of these few things he had been eating. If there was a bowl of instant noodles in front of Li Chen now, he might be so excited that he couldn't sleep. He really misses takeout from his past life. After taking care of Nia Feng and the others, Li Chen patted his head. How could a meal among men be without alcohol? He rummaged through his backpack and remembered that the alcohol was already in Su Zhao's gourd. Li Chen didn't drink this stuff often, so he stored it in the gourd along with rice and water. Su Zhao could take care of it, and his own disciple could sustain the village's livelihood when he wasn't around. Li Chen stood up, looked around, didn't see Su Zhao, only saw Lin Dongdong playing with mud figures. Dongdong, come here. The clever and brave Lin Dongdong ran over with her short legs. Brother-in-law, why did you call me? Seeing the mud spots all over her, Li Chen shook his head, wiped her face clean, and then asked, "Where's Zhao Ping'an? Help your brother-in-law call Zhao Ping'an over. Also, no playing with mud. If your sister sees it, she'll spank your butt again." Li Chen patted Lin Dongdong's little butt and asked her to find the person. Since he came back, this foolish little girl didn't want to study or write anymore. She hid in various corners of the village every day, playing around. She had become the king of the children in the village, leading a group of kids to cause trouble every day, either bothering the cows or poking cow dung with sticks. What's so fun about cow dung without firecrackers? Indeed, the clever and brave Lin Dongdong was just back home and was already being spanked by Yuchu on a chair. "You went to poke cow dung again, and played with mud, you stink. Take off your clothes quickly." The clever and brave Lin Dongdong pouted, holding a mud figure, and started to resist. "I don't want to. I'll tell brother-in-law that you spanked me." After saying that, she ran off to Su Zhao's room to find someone. Soon, the two little ones came out. It was just that Lin Dongdong was supporting Su Zhao. "Heh, why are you so drunk?" Su Zhao threw herself into Li Chen's arms, her face flushed, speaking unclearly. She smelled of alcohol, making Li Chen pinch his nose. "Why are you secretly drinking again?" Li Chen held Su Zhao, took out a blanket, and wrapped her in his arms. You. He pinched her ear, took out the gourd, and pulled out a few cans of rice wine. "San Yang, heat up the wine." "Okay." San Yang walked over with the steamed buns, took the rice wine to heat up. As she passed by Dongdong, she poked her head with her finger. "Got spanked, serves you right, for poking those dirty things." Lin Dongdong pouted, looking at Li Chen with a grievance. "Brother-in-law, what should I do if someone hits me?" "Someone hit you." Li Chen rubbed his chin and thought. "If someone hits you, I'll go hit her sister, how about that?" The clever and brave Lin Dongdong was stunned for a moment, hugged her head with both hands, feeling that what her brother-in-law said was a bit profound. After a while, she pouted and started crying. "Then it's okay, sob, I'll go poke cow dung." Su Zhao looked at her master's appearance and felt dizzy. "Master." Su Zhao smiled, buried her head in his belly, and kept calling him master. Li Chen also responded to each of her sentences. Bu Jingyun and the two of them sat at the dining table, wearing a somewhat ant-like expression on their faces. They felt that this immortal carried the aura of worldly fireworks. At this moment, inside a certain cave, Morong Hongxue looked at the pack of wild dogs in front of her and couldn't help but cry. "Don't come over. Today, the boss is on a business trip, so the boss's wife asked Xiaoyu to go to her house at night to help her fix the water pipes, so there will only be 2 updates these days. When the boss returns, Xiaoyu will update 3 times a day again. In a few days, Xiaoyu will write about the story between her and the boss's wife. The name will be Sister Bai. The young fish's performance is not ideal." Morong Hongxue leaned on a stick and limped to the entrance of Qingxi village. Quick-witted and brave Lin Dongdong cautiously approached with a stick in hand. Using a stick that had just poked cow dung, he poked his head. Why does this look familiar?" Several children from the village recognized Morong Hongxue. They quickly had him carried back. Li Chen was drinking in the village at this time, getting Nia Feng and his 2 senior brothers drunk. Hey, brother Nya, listen to me. In terms of heroes in the world, each has its own strengths and weaknesses. You are good at leg techniques, Brother Bu is good at palm techniques. I wonder what your master is good at. Nia Feng felt dizzy, his head a mess. My master is powerful, he knows everything, don't say anymore, what are you good at? You say. He pointed at Li Chen, leaning on the table and laughing foolishly. He. Li Chen sneered. I am invincible. Boasting, Brother Bu, he's boasting. Nia Feng tried to turn his head but fell straight to the ground, with a puff, turning into a human fountain. Bu Jingyun was already on the ground barking like a dog, getting angry at a chair. He was talking to the chair while hugging it, but when it ignored him, he got angry and wanted to challenge the chair. Watching the two losers lying on the ground, Li Chen shook his head. "Ah, you two are lucky to have met me, or you would have drowned in the rivers and lakes long ago." The rice wine from the system had a high alcohol content but went down smoothly. After finishing a can, there was no feeling, but they couldn't resist Li Chen fanning them. With over 10 cans of rice wine, weighing over 20 catties, after pouring it into their stomachs, a few fanning motions from Li Chen would surely knock them out. Even the Grandmaster Wang Zhongxian couldn't handle the strength of this rice wine. "You two, thinking of using internal strength to counter the alcohol, are overestimating yourselves." Instructing Zhao Wu to carry them down, Li Chen looked at Su Xiao, who was dreaming in his arms, and shook his head. Carrying his silly disciple, he returned to the room. Yu Chu came over with a bowl of hot water. "Have some water to sober up." "Leave it, I have something to do." Li Chen sat on the chair, took out his writing tools, and started writing. There was a thick stack of paper beside him. Yu Chu held the little maid and looked at her beloved with some heartache. Everyone thought he was smiling all the time, but only she knew. Her beloved would write and draw until dawn every night before stopping to sleep. Yu Chu sighed and walked out of the room. She felt a bit sad, thinking she couldn't help her beloved in any way. She could only do some housework and cook a little. She touched her belly, feeling puzzled. How come she hadn't gotten pregnant after sleeping with her beloved for so long? If only she could help her beloved continue the family line. Yu Chu knew Li Chen liked children. Every time he played with Dong Dong and the little maid, her beloved would let his guard down and smile happily. Yu Chu suddenly smiled, remembering what her beloved had said to Dong Dong. "You are all evil little monsters. One day you will be killed by me, the righteous Ultraman." Although not understanding the meaning, the appearance of the Lord is like that of a child. Such a big man, yet still so childish. As Yu Chu walked out of the room, Li Chen closed his eyes and remembered all the information he had obtained from the conversation at the wine table. From Bu Jingyun's words, Li Chen learned that the prominent forces in the Ming Dynasty's martial arts world were divided into 1 sword, 2 sects, 3 teachings, 4 factions, 5 gangs, and 6 associations. Leading the way was the Hidden Sword Villa, followed by the Buddhist and Taoist sects. The 3 teachings referred to the 3 major demonic sects, Ming Cult, Divine Dragon Cult, and Sun Moon Holy Cult. The Huashan sect, Amei sect, Ancient Tomb sect, and Xiaodiao sect were collectively known as the 4 great sects. The 5 gangs were the Beggars Gang, Salt Gang, Ship Gang, Hong Gang, and East Star Gang. The last 6 associations were some newly emerging sects in recent years that had also gained some recognition in the martial arts world. These included the Heaven and Earth Society, Red Flower Society, White Lotus Cult, Dragon Gate Escort Agency, Union of Success, and Golden Wind and Fine Rain Pavilion. Although these 6 associations were not as deeply rooted as the previous sects, they still held considerable power. Bu Jingyun and Niefeng were both hallmasters in the Heaven and Earth Society. Their martial arts prowess was comparable to Menghe's. Their master, Xiong Ba, was currently in seclusion, preparing to break through to the realm of terrestrial immortals. The most powerful terrestrial immortal in the martial arts world was revered as the myth of the martial arts world. There were only 4 such individuals in the entire Ming dynasty. They were the Nameless Sword Saint of the Hidden Sword Villa, Zhang Jinren of Wudong Mountain, Wang Xianji of the Imperial City, and the Imperial Tutor Nipuzer. Although these individuals had long retired from the martial arts world, their legends still persisted. Every martial artist believed that these 4 were the greatest masters in the world. Each had their own perspective. The disciples of Wudong Mountain believed that their Zhang Jinren was invincible, with profound internal strength even at over 100 years old. He was truly deserving of being the #1 martial artist in the world. The Hidden Sword Villa, however, was somewhat disdainful. The Nameless Sword Saint had never practiced martial arts before the age of 15. Yet, the first time he wielded a sword, 1,000 swords resonated together, and with a single stroke, he cut off hundreds of meters of river. His self-created technique, the return of 1,000 swords, was truly earth-shattering, and no one could withstand it. In terms of martial arts, the Nameless Sword Saint was undoubtedly the best in the world. Upon hearing the words of the Hidden Sword Villa, the Imperial City was displeased. If Nameless was so strong, why didn't he dare to come to my Imperial City and challenge the city lord? It should be noted that the only place in the entire world where the embroidered guards dared not venture was the Imperial City. The Hidden Sword Villa was nothing. Finally, some believed that Nipuzer, who had protected the country for a century, was the best in the world. With his ability to maintain the country's stability, he had already served for a century. This ability far surpassed the other 3. The reason these 3 individuals did not rebel or cause chaos in the court was all because of Nipuzer's suppression. These 4 theories were quite popular in the martial arts world. As for who was the best in the world, after years of debate among martial artists, no consensus had been reached. Each person had their own opinion, and no one would yield to another. Moreover, these 4 individuals had never openly competed. Thinking up to this point, Li Chen couldn't help but sigh. After the snow had stopped and the refugees were settled, and their livelihoods arranged, he would head to the capital, entering this much yearned for martial arts world. He didn't know which factions he could align with or who would become his enemies. As for who was the best in the world, Li Chen didn't care. As long as he was there, the others would only be vying for the second best position. With the Emperor's armor and the invincible attire of the master, Li Chen, the blood-handed butcher, declared, "That year, with my hands in my pockets, I didn't know what it meant to have a worthy opponent." Morong Hongshua leaned on her cane, sitting on a wooden pole, watching Li Chen teach Lin Dongdong and the others how to ride a bamboo pole. He didn't know what this thing was, but seeing the immortal riding it, it should be something like a horse. He estimated that it was a tool used by celestial beings to travel. So he thought this thing should be called Iron Horse. Li Chen accepted his suggestion. The people in the village all knew that the village chief had a treasure called Iron Horse. It didn't need to eat grass or be taken care of. It only required 2 steamed buns for 100 miles. This thing was great. In the future, he wouldn't need to gather firewood to sell. He could just ride the Iron Horse, fast and convenient. Zhao Hu led a group of soldiers learning to ride the Iron Horse at the village entrance. Bu Jingyun and Niefeng were also quite curious. The 2 of them started learning as well. They were indeed talented individuals. In just 2 hours, they learned how to ride the Iron Horse. Li Chen watched Bu Jingyun and Niefeng riding bicycles around the village. It felt somewhat out of place. Ding, ding, ding. Littleia was in her brother-in-law's arms, watching him ring the bell on the bicycle, giggling. When Littleia stopped laughing, Li Chen rang it again. Then the little girl started dancing with joy. Li Chen couldn't help but feel proud. See, children are easy to take care of. The village's development was almost complete. Houses were being reinforced, and the villagers were loyal and obedient. The next step was to find them work. Just farming wouldn't be enough. There wasn't enough land here for that. The only abundant resource in the mountains was wood. Li Chen held Littleia, sat on the bicycle, and began to plan. He couldn't make soap himself, nor did he know how to refine salt. Now he had only 2 options: build a kiln or a toilet factory. Li Chen decided to do both. Chengxi village was quite far from Lingnan city, but the bicycle rewarded by the system solved this problem. Building a kiln to burn wood into charcoal and make bricks, and setting up a factory to make toilets. The buyers would be the Lingnan royal palace. After all, the 30,000-strong army would need a considerable amount of charcoal, bricks, and toilets. It should be enough to sustain the lives of these 20,000 refugees, because there was no way to store rice here. So Li Chen had to entrust the rice and gold to the royal palace. Then let the refugees clear the land and make some toilets to sell to the Lingnan army. Slowly using the anchoring effect, instilling the idea of using toilets in the minds of the Lingnan soldiers. This way, the toilet market could be opened. When everyone was accustomed to using toilets, Li Chen wouldn't have to be the buyer and seller himself. Pricing the toilets was also a problem. Too expensive and no one would buy, too cheap and it wouldn't be profitable. These things needed careful planning. Li Chen sighed. They were still in the communal phase. To industrialize, they needed to take it slow. But with the system, he should be able to shorten this process. The path after industrialization was something the system couldn't help with. Changing one person's mindset was achievable, but breaking the mental chains of tens of millions of people was quite difficult. A feudal dynasty of over 2,000 years couldn't be shaken by one person. Either submit to others by force or ascend the throne oneself. In the end, it would turn into a story of the dragon slayer becoming the evil dragon. Li Chen didn't like this kind of story happening to him. Just as he said, there was only one idea coming to this world. That was to make people of the world stand up and not kneel. He just wanted to teach the people of this world what true fairness was. Oh, meat. Littleia hugged Li Chen's neck, pointing at Su Zhao's dog, Wang Kai, calling out. Seeing her brother-in-law ignoring her, she started patting his face with her little hands. Li Chen's thoughts were interrupted as he looked at the little girl in his arms. He felt a mix of anger and helplessness. All right, you're the boss. Li Chen carried the little girl and walked up to Su Zhao. Dare to sneak a drink next time? He placed the little girl on the back of a cow and looked at his apprentice, asking. Su Zhao, who was walking the cow for a stroll, looked at him with a hint of grievance. Master, you can drink. Why can't I? That's because the master is an adult. But why do adults like to drink? Su Zhao was puzzled. She had secretly tasted a few sips that day, clearly not liking it, so why did the master still drink? Li Chen looked at her and suddenly felt a bullet flying towards him from 20 years ago. hitting him between the eyebrows. He looked at Su Xiao as if he sought his younger self. When you grow up, you'll understand. Emulating his father's manner from years ago, he patted his apprentice's head with a touch of melancholy in his tone. So, unknowingly, I have also become like him. The clever and brave child Lin Dongdong, with the help of Qiu Xiang, rode recklessly through the village on a bicycle. Morong Hongxue sat on a log, extending her injured foot. Then Lin Dongdong rode the bike over her, causing her to kneel on the ground crying in pain. My leg, my leg. Lin Dongdong rode away triumphantly, while Qiu Xiang, who was supporting the bike, smiled apologetically at Morong Hongxue. Brother-in-law, why did you stop? Li Chen watched Lin Dongdong misbehaving and shook his head. He pushed the handlebars to stop the bike. The clever and brave Lin Dongdong excitedly jumped off, hugging Li Chen's thigh. I can ride, I'm so amazing, I'm a clever and brave kid. You're a foolish kid, you still need a maid to help you ride. No, I'm not. Lin Dongdong looked at her brother-in-law, feeling angry. So she decided not to talk to her brother-in-law before dinner. Thinking about food, Lin Dongdong held her head in her hands, pondering. How much rice should she eat for lunch? I, the clever and brave Lin Dongdong, will eat 3 bowls of rice for lunch. Li Chen looked at this foolish child, who appeared proud, and held up 5 fingers, saying she should eat 3 bowls of rice. For a moment, he didn't know whether to praise her or scold her. He took out 2 steamed buns from his backpack and handed them to the clever and brave Lin Dongdong. Let's have some steamed buns to whet our appetite first, or you won't be able to eat 3 bowls of rice for lunch. Okay. The clever and brave child thought her brother-in-law's words made sense. Without eating some steamed buns, she wouldn't have the energy to eat rice. Lin Dongdong took the steamed buns and started nibbling on them. Su Xiao wanted to tell her that the master was deceiving her. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she didn't say them. She didn't understand why the master enjoyed teasing Dongdong so much. The little girl noticed the steamed buns in her sister's hand and reached out to grab them to play. Lin Dongdong saw this, crumbled the steamed buns into pieces, and fed them to her sister bit by bit. As she fed her, she taught her, this is a steamed bun. The little girl looked at her sister and responded, oh, steamed bun. Oh. Li Chen heard their conversation and suddenly froze. He turned his head abruptly and saw a teacher standing at the podium, writing the word dream on the blackboard. Students, what are your dreams for the future? I want to be a scientist and develop a cure for any disease. I want to be an astronaut and explore space. I want to be a painter and paint the best of our country. I want to become Ultraman and fight monsters. A group of children burst into laughter upon hearing this. Then the teacher looked at the most arrogant student in the class. Humph. A young Li Chen stood up, proudly declaring, I want to be the best writer, writing the most fun stories in the world. Master, why are you crying? Su Xiao tugged at Li Chen's sleeve, feeling sad as she watched her master shed tears. Master is fine. Li Chen took a deep breath and wiped away the tears with his sleeve. As he looked towards Lin Dongdong, a poem suddenly came to mind, desiring to buy osmanthus flowers and share wine, yet not like the carefree youth of mine. Time passes so quickly. I almost forgot about you, Duanzigu. The heavy snowfall continued to intensify. It had become impossible to work in these days. The kitchen and dining hall were boarded up and charcoal fires were lit. Fortunately, Li Chen had an endless supply of coal to keep tens of thousands warm. The freezing weather made it unbearable for anyone to stay outside. All the villagers were busy making toilet stools inside their houses, cutting wooden boards into small pieces with sickles, smoothing them on stones, soaking them in water, and drying them to make the stools. This was their work, as the village chief had stated that 100 toilet stools could be exchanged for a kilogram of rice. This price was quite favorable. Each villager now had food and shelter, and some thoughts began to form in their minds. To stabilize them, Li Chen introduced division of labor. After the snowfall, communal dining was replaced by building factories, making brick kilns, and cultivating new land. All these tasks required manpower. People were recruited among the refugees according to their skills. Those who couldn't find work could make toilet stools to sell to the village for 10 coins per 100 or exchange for a kilogram of rice. This was the price set by Li Chen. Lai Fu was responsible for transporting these goods to Lingnan City and exchanging them for money or rice at the royal palace. The money was provided by Li Chen and kept at the Lingnan royal palace. By making the refugees work for their food, Li Chen aimed to prevent them from becoming idle and dependent. The villagers had no objections, having work and food was sufficient for them. Moreover, the toilet stools and the reclaimed land would be for their own use in the future. A new rule was established in the village: toilet use required the use of toilet stools. After use, the stools were to be thrown into a wooden bucket and burned as fuel. This way, cleanliness was maintained without waste. Any surplus stools were sold to the Lingnan army for the soldiers to use. While all the villagers were busy working, Lin Dongdong squatted beside the old doctor, watching him prepare medicine. "Can I drink this?" Lin Dongdong pointed at the bubbling pot of medicine and asked. The old doctor, looking at the chubby child, felt somewhat helpless. Everyone knew that Master Xian, apart from his own disciples, favored these two little nieces the most. Seeing Lin Dongdong drooling with anticipation, the old doctor spoke up. "This is medicine, very bitter and not pleasant to drink." Oh, Lin Dongdong nodded. "Then I can drink it." The old doctor fell silent. He didn't feel like talking much. Who in their right mind would want to drink medicine when they were full? The clever and brave Lin Dongdong was excited and held up 5 fingers, saying, "I want 3 big bowls." After a moment's thought, the old doctor decided not to argue further. This stuff made no sense, it only listened to what it wanted to hear. He scooped a bowl and handed it to her. Since the medicine was for dispelling cold and nourishing the stomach, a little extra wouldn't hurt. Lin Dongdong carefully took the wooden bowl, blew on it to cool it down, and took a sip. As soon as the medicine touched her lips, her face twisted into a grimace, contorting with discomfort. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?" Lin Dongdong stared at the medicine before her, beginning to question her small existence. Why did someone make something so unpleasant to eat and drink? It smelled so good. After a while, Lin Dongdong took another sip. Her features continued to contort. And so, she slowly finished the medicine, bit by bit. Then Lin Dongdong turned to the old doctor and said, "Another bowl, please." The old doctor stared at her in astonishment. She was truly born to study medicine. She could still drink another bowl of such a terrible thing. He couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to learn how to cook medicine?" When Lin Dongdong heard this, her eyes lit up. "Can I learn to cook this fragrant thing?" The old Chinese doctor stroked his beard and chuckled, "Sure, come over in the future, and I'll teach you." I want to learn to cook this, and I want to make it sweeter in the future." The clever and brave Lin Dongdong embarked on a path of no return. Li Chen was not in the village. When he opened the GPS map today, he suddenly saw several red dots appearing around him. He guessed they were refugees who had escaped from somewhere, so he and Chen Da's group were ready to go and rescue them. Following the navigation, they walked all the way to the entrance of a cave. Li Chen stood at the entrance and suddenly felt something was off because a smell of meat wafted out from inside the cave. His face darkened, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Inside the cave, Bear Tiger was roasting meat. Behind him, Yi Ziping was wriggling on top of a figure. "Brother Yi, hurry up. We should eat after finishing this." Tian Buguang sat on a rock, leering at the scene in front of him. Yi Ziping trembled a few times, then slowly exhaled. "Brother Tian, do you want to join in too, have some fun together?" No, I prefer delicate and tender young ladies, your way of playing is not for me." Tian Buguang waved his hand, indicating that his preferences were quite normal. Bear Tiger squatted aside, watching his former subordinates being defiled like this, feeling extremely fearful. Since occupying the city god temple, the people of Xiong family village had been living a good life. They started to commit all sorts of crimes, bullying and oppressing others every day, even more excessively than Shen Laowu before. At least Shen Laowu knew not to push the refugees too hard, to leave them a way out, or they would rebel. The people of Xiong family village didn't understand this and wanted to push people to their limits. Recently, it started snowing, and for some reason, the group of refugees stopped coming to the market. This troubled Bear Tiger. They had no food reserves before, and they were spending recklessly every day. Now with no source of income, the people of Xiong family village were at a loss. Helpless, Bear Tiger had to take his men out to find the refugees. They encountered Tian Buguang and Yi Ziping. The people of Xiong family village were no longer as arrogant as before. In the face of more wicked individuals, they could only beg for mercy. Bear Tiger reacted quickly and joined them when he realized he couldn't win. He betrayed the villagers in the village. These days, with heavy snowfall, they were trapped inside the cave. Tian Buguang and Yi Ziping, with nothing to do, began to torture the villagers of Xiong family village. Tian Buguang liked the women in the village, not only their bodies but also their screams. Every night, Bear Tiger had to cover his ears to sleep. He felt the screams in the cave were like hell on earth. But he never thought that when he bullied the refugees before, he found their screams so pleasant and melodious. Yi Ziping became even more twisted. He liked men, especially strong men. On the first day he became Bear Tiger's subordinate, he insulted him repeatedly. These days, they had nothing to do in the cave, so they tortured the people of Xiong family village in various ways every day. Last night, Bear Tiger's son cried out of fear. He was tortured to death and thrown into a pot to become food. His wife went crazy and started to resist. She was now tied up and became a plaything for others. Anyone who dared to resist was tied up and left at the cave entrance to freeze to death. The once evil Xiong family village had now become a lamb to be slaughtered by anyone. After roasting the bear in Tiger's hands, they handed them to the two men, Tianbuguan and Yi Jiping. The bear and Tiger knelt on the ground, not daring to make a sound. "Ah, what a good dog." Yi Jiping took the hands and started eating. Probably finding the bear and Tiger bothersome, he kicked him to the ground with one foot. "Get lost, you're ruining my appetite." Tianbuguan couldn't help but burst into laughter at the scene. "Gentlemen, what a delightful gathering." Li Chen smiled as he looked at the scene in the cave. He felt like he was in an empty hell, with demons roaming the earth. In times of famine, people resort to cannibalism. These 6 words couldn't fully describe the suffering in the world, especially when he saw a group of young girls in the corner, lying naked on the ground. He felt a rising sense of anger that he couldn't suppress. "Who are you?" Tianbuguan held a weapon, watching Li Chen warily. Suddenly encountering a man in white in this snowy landscape made him feel uneasy. The man's floating steps and subtle flaws didn't seem like those of a martial arts expert, but years of fighting made him instinctively feel that something was off. Too clean. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere, without a speck of dust on him, and he faintly emitted a white light all over. Emperor's armor, combine. Li Chen no longer needed a belt. With a shout, he could summon the Emperor's armor. With more practice, he would be able to unleash all the armor's abilities, like the Zen Seal and the Wings of Light. Yi Jiping saw a flash of golden light, and the man in white turned into a golden armor before him. He exchanged a glance with Tianbuguan, nodded, and quietly reached for the hidden weapon on his back. Just as they were about to speak to divert attention, a flash of gold appeared, and the armor materialized in front of them. Li Chen didn't want to waste words. His mind was set on one thing now. Killing everyone. They shouldn't exist in this world. Everyone must die. Swish. Li Chen teleported behind Tianbuguan and kicked his leg, breaking it. Ah. Tianbuguan clutched his severed leg, writhing in pain on the ground, his lower leg already gone. A section of white bone, white fat, and red flesh were exposed, instantly dyed red with blood. Before Yi Jiping could react, the armor appeared in front of him. Face to face, he was only 2 centimeters away from the armor. He could even feel the cold light emanating from the armor. With a light kick, Yi Jiping's lower leg also disappeared. He lay beside Tianbuguan, and both men began to wail. Footsteps echoed in the cave. Chen De and his men entered. They saw 2 men wailing, having lost their lower legs. In the middle of the cave, a large water tank was placed over a fire. Inside the tank, a small body floated up and down in the boiling water. Chen Da's men leaned against the rocks and started vomiting. Only Chen De remained calm, his face even slightly flushed. Li Chen glanced at him and ordered, "Cut the tendons of these 2 men." "Yes, sir." Chen De obeyed and walked over. Upon hearing this, Tianbuguan gritted his teeth, preparing to reach for his knife. Bang! A foot in armor stomped on his hand, twisting it back and forth, crushing it into a pulp. "Ah, my hand! My hand!" Tianbuguan completely broke down, clutching his wound and wailing, his cries echoing loudly in the cave. A young girl sat on the ground, her eyes numbly staring ahead. Upon hearing the wails, she turned her head to look. When she saw the armor, her eyes remained unchanged until she witnessed Tianbuguan's cries. Only then did her eyes slowly light up. Tianbuguan, who had lost his limbs, had no ability to resist and had his tendons cut. Yi Jiping also looked pale, pinned to the ground by Li Chen, watching helplessly as Chen De disabled his limbs. "Are you from Xiong village?" Li Chen looked at the short, fat man beside him, feeling a sense of familiarity. Yes, it's me. I'm Xiongmir's cousin. I'm Xiong-san. Please spare me, sir." Xiong Laohu knelt on the ground, kowtowing incessantly, his heart in his throat. "What's going on here? Who are these 2? Why are they cannibals?" Hearing Li Chen's cold tone, Xiong Laohu began to explain. "We were living peacefully in the city god temple when suddenly these 2 villains appeared and brought us to this cave. Not only did they rape and kill my wife, but they also wanted to eat our children. Please spare us, please spare us." "He's lying." The numb-eyed little girl stood up and said, "He's lying," which frightened Xiong Laohu, who was begging for mercy, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. "Shut your mouth, damn it." Xiong Laohu's face twisted in anger as he shouted at the little girl, causing the group of children to tremble uncontrollably. "Chen De, hold him down for me." "Yes." Who was Chen De? When he killed his cousin Chen Laohu, he didn't even blink. It was clear now that this man called Xiong Laohu definitely had ulterior motives. Without a word, Chen De pressed him to the ground, using his knee to hold down his head firmly. Li Chen walked up to the little girl, crouched down, and asked, "Tell me, what exactly happened here? How did you end up here, and who is being cooked in the pot?" The little girl trembled all over, watching the struggling Xiong Laohu and others, slowly recalling. We are all from Xiong village. Xiong-san brought us here to serve him. When winter came, there was nothing to eat at the city god temple. Xiong-san said he would take us out to find food. We didn't find any, my sister was cooked by them. Mother refused, and then Xiong-san and his men pinned her down. I saw many people taking turns to press on Mother, and then Mother died too. Thinking of this, the little girl started to cry. They made me eat my sister. I didn't want to eat my sister. They beat me. It hurt so much. Then these two people came. The little girl pointed to Tian Buguang and Yi Jiping and said, they beat Xiong-san and killed the other bad people. Then they started to bully me and my aunties. In the pot, it's Xiao Hua, she's only 8 years old. Because she bit someone while being pressed, she was cooked. Thinking of this, the little girl, still with Li Chen, walked to the wall. This is Xiao Hua's sister, who was lit up to save Xiao Hua. Li Chen followed the little girl's hand and looked over, trembling all over. He saw a 15 or 16-year-old girl, naked, lying on the ground with a torch inserted into her mouth, piercing through her throat, staining her body with blood. Judging by her expression, she must have struggled for a long time before dying. Li Chen stood in front of the body, silent for a long time. The atmosphere in the cave was eerie and terrifying. Under the torchlight, the shadows appeared twisted like demons. After a long silence, Li Chen finally squatted down and looked at the little girl, saying, tell me, how do you think these bad people should die? The little girl lowered her head, started sobbing, her shoulders shaking as tears fell. I don't care how they die, I miss my mother, I miss my sister. Hearing this, Li Chen paused, then said apologetically, I'm sorry I came too late. It's okay, you're a good person. The little girl reached out her hand and touched the red crystal on the armor, perhaps wanting to help wipe away tears. Shen Da, here. Li Chen stood up, kicked over the water basin with a foot, hot water spilled all over the floor, scalding Xiong Laohu and the others, making their skin turn red. Have your men dig a pit and bury these bodies properly? Also, cook something to feed these children. With a wave of his hand, Li Chen conjured blankets, rice, and other items on the ground, instructing Chinde and the others to cover the group of children with the blankets. Yes. Chinde bowed and said, then turned to organize his men to start working. Li Chen took out a hammer, nails, sickle, hoe, and other tools from his backpack, searching for any suitable tools inside. Tools that could be used on Xiong Laohu and the others. How should he make them experience the most extreme pain in this world? The soldiers began digging pits and moving bodies. Chen Di assigned tasks to them and then saw Li Chen nailing nails into Xiong-san's hand with a hammer, unable to resist walking over. Sir, I have spent time in the Jinyui's prison before and learned a few torture methods. Why not let me handle this? Li Chen, having nailed Xiong-san's hand full of iron nails, couldn't help but smile upon hearing Chen Da's words. Alright, I was just thinking about how to make them not die so easily. Since you have this skill, show me what you can do. Handing the tools to Chen Da, he instructed further. Remember, don't let them die too quickly. If you torture them well, I will reward you generously. Thank you, sir, I swear to serve you faithfully. Chen Da took the tools, his face beaming with joy, knelt down and kowtowed to Li Chen before starting his work. The Jinyui's torture methods were varied. With a steel knife, a nail, along with a sickle and hammer, Chen Da displayed a variety of techniques. Skinning, boning, playing the pipa, nails in the eyes, boiling water poured on wounds. Li Chen watched these methods being used on Xiong Laohu and the others, feeling extremely satisfied. Seeing Chen Da using a red-hot steel knife on Tian Buguang's wound, Li Chen felt that his screams were the most beautiful music in the world. Sir, to prevent them from bleeding too much and dying, let me help stop the bleeding first. Well done, rewarded. Li Chen threw 10 ingots of gold over, allowing him to continue. Turning to see the group of children watching, he couldn't help but instruct Chen Da's men. Take them away, don't let them see such things. The group of children didn't want to leave, as they drank porridge and watched Chen Da torture Xiong-san and the others, their eyes beginning to shine, no longer as numb as before. The little girl, drinking white porridge, said with a hint of fear in her voice, can we watch, please? I can skip meals? I want to see them die, is that okay? Li Chen remained silent, pondered for a moment, then nodded. Thank you, sir. About 10 children knelt down with the little girl, not understanding right from wrong. They only knew that their parents had been killed by bad people, and they were going to be turned into food by bad people. Now someone was helping them kill the bad people, torture the bad people. So he was the best person in the world. This torture lasted for 8 hours. Xiong-san and the others were no longer recognizable. Their skin was all torn, ribs exposed, limbs already severed. Starting from the fingers, cutting bit by bit, like cutting pork. After cutting hundreds of times, Li Chen felt pleased and rewarded Chen Da with 100 taels of gold. Chen Da's men had long taken the group of children away. They couldn't bear to witness this hell on earth. Only Li Chen found joy in it. He even followed Chinde to learn how to play the pipa. It's like holding a steel knife and moving it back and forth on the exposed ribs. It looks like playing a pipa. For punishments like this, it's just right for people like Tian Boguang. Li Chen felt that all rapists and those who trafficked women and children should receive such punishment. Otherwise, how could they make amends to those innocent souls? Li Chen sat on a rock, closing his eyes and listening to Xiong San and the others screaming, unable to help but tap along. I'm watching the mountain scenery from the city tower, hearing the chaos outside the city walls. The flags are waving, casting empty shadows, but it turns out to be the troops sent by Sima. Singing the empty city stratagem, listening to the increasingly faint screams. Li Chen finally suppressed the killing intent in his heart. Just as Xiong San and the others were taking their last breaths, a sound rang in his mind. Ding, hidden mission unlocked, lamp of hell. Where there is light, darkness will appear. Please help this world, host, to clear some shadows in the darkness, and make sure they get there just deserts, never to be reincarnated. Reward, torture devices 99+, special reward, lamp of hell. Lamp of hell can collect souls, place them inside the lamp as fuel, to suffer eternal torment by the raging fire, never dying or perishing. 5-star General MacArthur once said, all the people of the island nation should have their souls extracted and burned in the lamp of hell to eliminate the sins on them. Li Chen looked at the candle lamp in his backpack and couldn't help but smile. At this moment, he finally found the evil side in his heart. This was truly a torturous pleasure. Taking out the lamp of hell, he pulled the souls of Xiong, Lao Hu, and the others into it, watching their faces wail in the light. Li Chen revealed an excited smile. Chen De looked at him, kneeling on the ground trembling. He couldn't bear it halfway through. Yet the village chief kept rewarding him, urging him to continue the torture. After finally killing these few people, he turned around to find that the village chief had an extra lamp, where the souls of those people were wailing inside. Seeing his appearance, Chinda was truly afraid, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground trembling. Don't be afraid, I know you're not actually a good person. Li Chen admired the lamp of hell in his hand, speaking to Chinda. After all, the first dead person he saw in this world was killed by Chinda. Li Chen didn't think that someone who dared to kill at will was a good person. But it doesn't matter, I don't care if you're a good person or not. As long as you don't bully others, I won't do anything to you. And under my command, we happen to need someone ruthless. You will follow me in the future and help deal with things that can't see the light of day. However, Li Chen raised his head. Under the light of the lamp, he was completely different from usual, like a demon emerging from hell. As long as you dare to do things that bully others, Xiong, Lao Hu, and the others will be your fate. A great fire burned away the bloody smell in the cave. Li Chen stood with Chende and the others 100 meters away. He slashed with the Aurora sword towards the mountain, then turned and led everyone away. The mountain split in half and began to collapse slowly, burying all the darkness that had occurred there. The sky was gradually darkening, the moonlight hanging in the night sky, illuminating the world below. When Li Chen returned to the village with Chende and the others, it was already bedtime in the village. Lai Fu came over, instructing San Yang and the others to cook for the young master. Arrange a room for these children, remember to keep an eye on them at all times, and don't let anyone in the village bully them. Li Chen didn't want to listen to Lai Fu, so he deactivated the integrated armor, waved his hand, and asked him to arrange for these children. Yes, young master. Lai Fu instructed San Yang and the others to prepare hot water and white porridge to bathe the children, change their clothes, and feed them. The little girl looked at Li Chen's handsome face and walked over. Thank you, big brother. She hugged Li Chen, whispered in his ear, then followed Lai Fu downstairs. As they entered the room, she glanced back. Her eyes seemed somewhat sickly and crazed. In the future, I will become the person of the big brother and help him kill all the bad people in the world. Kill them all. Li Chen had no mind-reading ability and was unaware of others' thoughts. He walked alone into an empty room, laid out a blanket, and sat down. Whenever his emotions fluctuated greatly, he would spend some time alone. The longest time, he stayed in the room for half a year. Apart from eating and drinking, he did not step outside, nor did he communicate with others. He locked himself in the room, pondering slowly. If he couldn't figure it out, he would read books of all kinds. He would vent hysterically in the room. Once he resolved his inner turmoil, he would put on a smile and reappear in front of others. After a while, the door opened, and Lin Yuchu entered carrying a basin of hot water. Husband, wash your feet and come to bed with me. Li Chen looked coldly out the window, heard her voice, lowered his head, and rubbed his face. When he turned to look at her, a sunny smile appeared on his face. What's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping so late? Have the little ones gone to bed? Did Dong Dong eat 3 bowls of rice? Did Su Xiao not secretly drink today? Seeing her husband smile, Lin Yuchu did not speak, placed the hot water on the floor, rolled up her sleeves, and washed his feet. It's okay, I can do it myself. Li Chen reached out to take off his shoes but found he couldn't pry Yuchu's hand away. The room became somewhat quiet, moonlight shining through the window, casting a veil over the two figures. Li Chen watched Yuchu's determined eyes, did not stop her actions, and let her tend to his feet. The man and woman under the moonlight in the room were in a tranquil atmosphere. As she washed, Li Chen felt something cold fall off his foot. When he looked down, he discovered Yuchu's shoulders were trembling slightly. He couldn't help but touch her head. Why are you crying, silly girl? Husband, am I useless? I can't help you with things and end up burdening you by being with us. Everyone says you're the most powerful person in the world, but I can feel that you're not happy. Actually, you've never been happy. From the first day I met you, you've always been on guard against others. No matter who it is, you talk to them as if wearing a mask, chatting with them. I can feel that you're hiding a lot in your heart. I don't understand why you're like this, but I can feel that you're tired. Lin Yuchu raised her head and looked at her husband. This time, she wasn't shy or blushing. She was like a wife, questioning her husband. Li Chen, seeing her gaze, suddenly evaded it. At that moment, he felt a bit guilty, as if standing naked in front of someone. In the quiet room, neither of them spoke. One sat, the other crouched. Lin Yuchu didn't continue questioning, she quietly washed her husband's feet. Li Chen didn't answer her, he had no intention of explaining. Some things are better kept hidden in the heart than spoken out loud. Suddenly, Lin Yuchu looked up at him, smiled with her peach blossom eyes half closed. Husband, I just feel that I'm useless. I hope that when you're tired, I can do something, like now, helping you wash your feet, giving you a back rub. Being able to do something for you makes me very happy. I hope that when you are unhappy, my lord, you can tell me what I can do to help, instead of just watching you suffer like before. If you're unhappy in the future, can you hit me? Hit me, and you'll feel better. Li Chen lowered his head, looking at this gentle girl with eyes like peach blossoms, feeling something strange in his heart. He couldn't describe it, it was like suddenly, there was a girl named Lin Yuchu in his heart. How about you apologize to me? Why? Lin Yuchu was puzzled. Why did my lord suddenly want her to apologize? Because I'm in a bad mood today, someone offended me, so can you apologize to me? The room fell silent. After a while, Lin Yuchu cautiously spoke. I apologize, will you feel better now? Yes, when you apologize to me, I feel better. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Although Lin Yuchu didn't understand why she had to apologize when someone made my lord angry, she apologized since it could make him feel better. What did you do wrong? Li Chen continued to tease this gentle and lovely girl with peach blossom eyes, feeling extremely comfortable. I don't know. Lin Yuchu lowered her head, not knowing how to respond, looking pitiful, which made Li Chen burst into laughter. Next time, you should say you were wrong about everything and then ask for my forgiveness, got it? Yes, I got it. I'll remember for next time. Seeing Li Chen laughing, Lin Yuchu also looked at my lord admiringly. Under the moonlight, she seemed to be glowing. Li Chen couldn't help but embrace her and kissed her deeply. Lin Yuchu tensed up, letting Li Chen play with her, looking nervous and scared. She didn't know what would happen next. She just felt dizzy. She hugged Li Chen tightly and whispered in his ear, my lord, I want to marry you, can I? I want to be your wife, can I? She hoped to enter Li Chen's heart and become his true wife, not wanting there to be an invisible barrier between them like before. Li Chen didn't say anything, he kissed her passionately. His eyes were domineering and resolute. At that moment, he didn't care about the consequences, even if it meant facing the death penalty. He only had one thought in his mind. 3 years of joy in prison, laughing on the way to the death penalty. Damn, it was worth it. Brother-in-law, open the door, I know you're inside. The clever and brave little Lin Dongdong, holding a doll in one hand, knocked on the door with the other. In the past few months, her sister and brother-in-law always sneaked into the small room to play. She didn't know what they were doing, but they always stayed until noon. This made her very unhappy. She felt like she wasn't as liked as before. Brother-in-law, open the door. Unable to bear Lin Dongdong's pestering, Li Chen leaned against the wall and walked out, opening the door. Don't make noise, help me out, my back hurts. Lin Dongdong was obedient, put the doll aside, and helped her brother-in-law sit down. She wanted to go in to see her sister but was stopped by Li Chen. Your sister is tired, let her rest for a while. Thinking about the absurdity of these days, a happy smile appeared on Li Chen's face. Lin Yuchu, this silly girl, was like a little white rabbit, clueless about everything. As long as he spoke, Yuchu didn't know how to refuse and let him have his way. This unintentional act lasted from 9 at night until dawn. Ah, what imperial armor, the will of heaven. In matters between men and women, it's all about coming out on top. Frustrated, trembling, and cold. When will middle-aged men be able to regain their dignity on the battlefield? When will I truly be able to stand up? Li Chen supported his waist, feeling weak all over, as if his body had been emptied. After a while, Yuchu blushed and walked out of the room, holding the little maid and hiding in the back kitchen, too shy to make a sound. Seeing her shy and timid appearance, Li Chen felt excited. No, I can't get too excited. If I do a few more math problems, I might be close to death. Li Chen looked at his younger brother and calmed him down. A few days ago, the senior brothers Bu Jingyun had already left, each riding a bicycle, leaving Qingxi village. They were ready to continue their adventures in the martial world. While others entered the martial world on horseback, they sang songs while riding bicycles, plunging headlong into the martial world. Who knows how much martial world water they need to drink to become true heroes of the martial world? The news from the capital had already arrived. The Imperial decree announced by Rain Gonggang had not yet reached Lingnan City, but the contents of the decree had already reached Li Chen's ears. Anping Marquis, the guardian heavenly master, with a fief of 2,000 households, commanding both the Buddhist and Taoist sects. This imperial decree issued by Emperor Jianyuan was indeed well thought out. The rewards given were neither stingy nor worrying about running out of titles to bestow, especially commanding the two major sects of Buddhism and Taoism. Li Chen could hear the calculations being made in Qingxi village. From ancient times to the present, the martial world had always been a major concern for the court. The chaos caused by martial arts practitioners was a problem that could not be ignored. Even if the Buddhist and Taoist sects did not have martial arts skills, they were still powerful forces to be reckoned with. Not to mention the Buddhist and Taoist sects in this martial world. It was obvious that they wanted to give a nominal position to deal with the two major forces of Buddhism and Taoism. Thinking of this, Li Chen looked at the snow at the door, a smile of unknown meaning on his face. If you want me to be a blade, let's see if you have the ability. He remembered a movie he had seen in his past life. The puppeteer manipulated the puppet to kill, only to realize in the end that he was being manipulated. Smart and brave Lin Dongdong sat next to her brother-in-law, looking at the snow outside and couldn't help but speak. Brother-in-law, shall we go play in the snow? Li Chen heard her words and thought the suggestion was not bad. After all, the snow had stopped for a few days, and it would soon melt. It was rare to have some free time, so he decided to play with this silly little kid. He stood up and walked out, but Lin Dongdong didn't want to walk. She clung tightly to Li Chen's thigh, like a pendant. Ha, I am a smart and brave little kid, I can fly. Lin Dongdong felt very clever, holding onto her brother-in-law's leg as if she were flying. And swaying back and forth, it was so much fun. Li Chen was already sore and tired, and being tossed around by her made him feel even more that she was a silly little kid. Lin Dongdong, I'm going to catch fish in the river for lunch. How about we eat fish? Why do you want to catch fish in the river? Fish is not tasty. San Yang always puts a lot of thorns in the fish. I told her not to put thorns, but she still kicked me out. Lin Dongdong tilted her head, full of question marks. Why would someone put so many thorns in the fish and then feed it to others? Wouldn't fish without thorns taste good? And the master is also strange. Clearly, those medicines smell fragrant, so why boil them to taste so bitter? Lin Dongdong felt that the adult world was too profound for her to understand. Li Chen paused, feeling that he couldn't continue talking to this silly little kid. Continuing the conversation might give him a brain hemorrhage. He squatted down and started building a snowman. The smart and brave little kid had no intention of letting him off the hook. Brother-in-law, why is snow white? Brother-in-law, why is medicine so bitter? And why do people still drink it? Brother-in-law, why has my master been ignoring me these days? Brother-in-law, why? Lin Dongdong, how about we play a game? Li Chen felt that if Lin Dongdong kept asking, she might lose her brother-in-law. Lin Dongdong's eyes lit up at the mention of playing a game, shining brightly in broad daylight. Okay, what game shall we play? From now on, let's have a competition. We'll build snowmen with our mouths shut. Whoever speaks or builds the smallest snowman will be the loser. Lin Dongdong held her head, deep in thought. After a while, she asked, what if I win? Li Chen stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, if you win, I'll have San Yang make your favorite green pepper stir-fried cured meat. I want 3 bowls of rice. Quick-witted and brave Lin Dongdong extended 5 fingers towards him and exclaimed loudly, all right, let the game begin. As Li Chen's words fell, the foolish children began laboring in the snow. Li Chen squatted down, watching her play in the snow, silently giving himself a thumbs up. Indeed, foolish children were meant to be teased by clever and brave brothers-in-law. Who made her so foolish? Su Xiao finished writing and stood aside, watching Lin Dongdong build snowmen. After a while, Lin Yuchu also walked over with the little maid. With more spectators, the clever and brave children worked even harder. In no time, she and her brother-in-law had built 5 snowmen of various sizes. Li Chen had only built 2 snowmen, but they were large. Lin Dongdong had built 3 crooked little snowmen. Looking at the 5 snowmen, Li Chen arranged them together. 2 large snowmen on the sides, 3 small ones in the middle. It looked like the 2 big snowmen were protecting the 3 small ones. "This is me," Li Chen pointed at the largest snowman and said to Lin Dongdong. "This is your sister." This was the second largest snowman. "This is Ping'an and the little maid." Li Chen named these snowmen in order. "And this one with only half a head is you." Lin Dongdong looked at the ugliest snowman with her name on it, pursed her lips, and burst into tears. Spring was approaching. The weather was warming up. The Wang mansion was filled with a hint of spring. For example, in the Crown Prince's room, the Crown Princess's screams could be heard. The screams echoed throughout the Wang mansion. She screamed for 2 hours straight, as Li Chen had said, without stopping. The queen sat on the bed, drinking tea, listening to the Crown Princess's screams. She looked at Meng Sangwan lying on the bed like a dead pig and couldn't help but slap him. "Enough is enough. If you can't handle it, just say so. What do you mean by taking a break?" Meng Sangwan endured the pain from the slap, pretending to be asleep, not daring to move. Others envied him for marrying a woman as beautiful as a fairy from the land, but who knew the hardships he endured? They often say, at 30, one is a wolf, at 40, a tiger. The queen was 35, more like a wolf and a tiger. Moreover, she was skilled in martial arts, strong and robust. Poor Meng Sangwan, nearing 50, had to toil every night. Every time he saw Cheng Hu infatuated with Meng Xian, he felt some sympathy for this fierce warrior under his command. Only married men could understand this kind of pain. Only useless individuals like Cheng Hu, who had never married, would think of such disgusting things. The queen watched Meng Sangwan continue to play dead, growing even more furious. "People say I won't let you take a concubine, that I'll end the Meng family line. Look at yourself, can you still take a concubine, can you still have descendants? I haven't even taken off my pants, and you're already asking for a break, you useless man." Meng Sangwan couldn't bear to hear this. It's one thing to scold, but how could she describe it like that? "Am I, the king of Lingnan, so shameless?" "Madam, it's not that I don't want that kind of thing. It's just that there are internal and external troubles in the Ming dynasty now, and I don't have the mood for it." "Bah!" The princess consort looked at her husband and couldn't help but spit. "You, back then when I was young and inexperienced, who was the one suggesting in broad daylight, 'It's getting dark, let's go back to our room to rest.' Now that you've grown wings, are you looking down on me? Every day I ask you to come back to the room, and you always say you have things to do, hiding in the study room sleeping every day. Are you still a man, Meng Sangwan?" Upon hearing this, the Lingnan king was instantly furious, grabbing the princess consort and pressing her down on the bed. "Today I'll show you what it means to be a man." He pounced, covering them both with the blanket. After a while, he stopped. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat awkward. Meanwhile, the crown princess was still wailing. "Woo woo!" The dignified Lingnan king, with a prince commanding 300,000 troops, covered his face and cried under the blanket. The princess consort sighed, patting his back to comfort him. "It's okay, it's not your fault, after all, you did your best. It's enough, I don't blame you, you've made a breakthrough today." Meng Sangwan buried his head deeper upon hearing this, feeling even more ashamed. "If it really doesn't work, take some things and go to Li Xianren's place to see if you can get a pair of fertility pills." Seeing her husband's desolate appearance, the princess consort suggested an idea. Meng Sangwan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Right, he had forgotten about the fertility pills. His only son, Meng Xingyun, had not even made it past 3 times. Since taking these pills, he needed 2 hours every day. Every night, the crown princess could be heard wailing. The sound was so heart-wrenching that listeners would shed tears, making one wonder how unbearable the situation must be to scream so loudly. It must be unbearable. Thinking of this, he immediately put on his clothes, preparing to go to Qingxi village with people to seek medicine overnight. Just as Meng Sangwan was about to head to Qingxi village, Cheng Hu was sitting shirtless in the room applying medicine. The commotion caused by Li Chen when saving someone earlier had been too loud. Cheng Hu hadn't hidden well and ended up with a piece of gravel on his arm. After the Lingnan king left, he was responsible for guarding Jian Pass and tending to his injury. "Knock knock knock. Come in." The knocking sounded, and Cheng Hu didn't look up, inviting the person in. He thought it was the military doctor coming to change his bandages, but when he raised his head, he realized it was Meng Xian. He quickly got up, grabbing his clothes to cover himself. "Meng Jiao, why are you here?" Cheng Hu looked at Meng Xian covering himself with clothes, feeling shy like a woman, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Come here for a bandage change and check if your wound is healing." "Hee, it's almost healed." General Chang scratched his head, smiling straightforwardly, looking like a fool. "Sit on the bed, I'll apply the medicine." Hearing this, Chung, who was startled and quickly waved his hand. "I can do it myself, I don't want to trouble Meng Jiao, and changing the bandages while sitting on a chair is fine, no need to go to the bed." Seeing this stubborn man, Meng Xian was furious. "Whether you like it or not." With a bang, she threw the medicine tray on the table, scaring General Chang into silence. He rubbed the back of his head, wondering why his commander was angry again. Seeing his reaction, Meng Xian took a deep breath before smiling through gritted teeth. "I said, lie down on the bed, I'll change the bandages for you, got it?" Yes. Chung, who nodded obediently, sitting on the bed, taking off his shirt halfway to expose the wound. Seeing him half-dressed, with his shoulder exposed, Meng Xian found it irritating. "Lie down." "Oh." Chung, who didn't dare to resist, quickly lying down on the bed, waiting for Meng Xian to change his bandages. Although he didn't know why he ended up lying in bed to change the medicine, it was clear that the master of the house was angry. It was better to be obedient, or he would end up getting beaten again. Meng Xian rubbed the ointment in her hands and applied it little by little to Chung Hu's wound. The soldier standing guard outside the door had long been dismissed by her. Now, there were only the two of them in the room. General Chang felt something was amiss. How did the medicine end up on his pants while she was applying it? "Meng Jiao, I'm not injured here." Meng Xian pursed her lips, her face turning red as she looked at the silly man in front of her. Seeing her expression, General Chang suddenly understood something, his eyes widening, and he gasped for breath. "Shut up, don't speak." Seeing Chung Hu's expression, Meng Xian told him to be quiet, afraid that her hard-earned determination would be ruined by his foul mouth. Before long, as the medicine was being changed, General Chung found himself stripped naked, lying on the bed, unable to move. Blushing, Meng Xian blew out the candle. In the darkness, there was a rustling sound. By the moonlight, Chung Hu saw the woman he loved standing by the bed, naked, and couldn't help but speak. "Xianer, be gentle. Shut your mouth." Seeing him scolded, still grinning foolishly, Meng Xian couldn't help but feel shy. In an instant, the garden was filled with spring colors. Meanwhile, the crown princess was still screaming. The earth gradually awakened. A ray of dawn broke the silence of the night. A group of soldiers arrived at the entrance of Qingxi village, led by Wang Zhongxian and a pale-faced, effeminate man. "You Gonggang, when you see Master Xian later, I hope you will be polite." Wang Zhongxian couldn't help but advise his colleague. "I know that your martial arts are superior to mine, and you are the chief commander of the Eastern Factory, but martial arts and status are really useless in front of a certain gentleman. In the realm of the Lingnan princess, even the king of Lingnan has to speak humbly in front of my brotherly." After hearing this, Yu Huatian sneered disdainfully, his tone somewhat contemptuous. "Old Wang, you are getting more and more presumptuous as you age, still acting like you're 9,000 years old. Let me tell you, the person you, Wang Zhongxian, dare not investigate, I will. Just a sorcerer, daring to play tricks, humph." Yu Huatian never believed in those supernatural things, having traveled the rivers and lakes for so many years. He had seen all kinds of storms and heard all kinds of rumors about ghosts and monsters. He simply didn't believe in gods and immortals in this world. Giants of 100 meters, or slicing mountains with a single sword. Such deceitful words could never fool Yu Huatian. Some time ago, a spy named Xiao Haizi reported to him. He said someone had seen their family's chicken turn into a spirit. Jumping up in the middle of the night, it turned into a person, swaying back and forth. Later, Yu Huatian was ordered to investigate. When he arrived at Saijia village, he found out that it was a man named Su Kuan in the village who had some mental issues. He thought that the chicken was too beautiful and couldn't help but go to cuddle with the chicken in the middle of the night. This went on for 2.5 years before he was discovered. There were no demons or monsters. It was all rumors. This great victory was definitely a conspiracy. There is only one truth. That is, the Lingnan princess secretly killed Yelf Tuole, then falsely reported military achievements, claiming to have slain 14,000 Liao soldiers, deceiving the world and tricking the emperor into granting military funds to Lingnan. Every few years, Lingnan would have a few victorious battles. Each time, it was the princess who secretly went to kill a few Liao generals, then presented their heads to the court, falsely claiming victory. And now, they even fabricated some mythical stories. They were treating his genie Wei and him, the inspector of the realm, like fools. So he simply didn't believe in such things. Rain Huatian felt that this was a scam. Previously, out of respect for the princess's fairyland, he didn't want to expose it. But now, since he had also advanced to the fairyland realm, what was a mere princess worth? Feeling his profound inner strength, Rain Huatian couldn't help but swell with pride. Now he felt that even if he wasn't the best in the world, he was still unrivaled. Wang Zhongxian sought his appearance and didn't bother to advise him. As long as they fought later, he could just stay away to avoid getting splattered with blood. The group rode into Qingxi village. Along the way, they saw rows of neatly arranged houses with slogans written on them. To be rich, first build roads. The villagers were full of spirit, happily building houses one by one. The village chief said that once these houses were built, they would be for them to live in. This sentence made them ecstatic. It was like using the village chief's money to build their own houses. And they even got food and accommodation included. Who wouldn't want such a good deal? So, taking advantage of the village chief's inattention, they built a shrine for him. If it weren't for Li Chen stopping them, they would have even wanted to sacrifice a pair of children each year. Zhang San saw Wang Zhongxian and his group and hurried to report to the village chief's house. Village chief, someone is coming, wearing official clothes. Li Chen was sitting at the gate eating instant noodles, with a row of people beside him. They were the Wang family from Lingnan, as well as Lin Dongdong, a child, and Morong Hongxue. Each of them held Li Chen's reward for the day, Kong Shuifu's braised beef noodles. For this group of inexperienced people, this was a heavenly delicacy, incredibly delicious. Meng Sangwan had come a few days ago to ask for medicine. Li Chen didn't want to give it to him, but Lingnan Wang had given him too much, especially that box of tiger spears, which made it impossible for him to refuse the deal. Meng Sangwan went back that same day, and then that night. The mansion was filled with the screams of the crown prince and the princess consort. Each scream was louder than the last. It was like a competition. Today, the princess consort brought her whole family to express their gratitude. After all, she hadn't felt this way in almost 10 years. The feeling was very fulfilling and reassuring. It was great. Seeing Zhang San coming to report, Li Chen nodded, indicating that he knew. Last night, the princess consort had specifically come to his room to tell him that the imperial decree would arrive today. So Li Chen was already prepared to go to the capital in a few days. When he finished his noodles, Rain Huatian also happened to walk in with his people. Li Chen prepared to get up to receive them when he heard a dripping sound in his ear. Drip, hidden mission unlocked. Dream of relaxing under the grain. In times of chaos, the people are displaced, resorting to drastic measures. Please save the people from fire and water, leading them towards a better life. Reward, Flying Fish Robe 99+, Special Reward, Excellent Rice Seeds 99+, Special Reward, A Deed for 10,000 Acres of Fertile Land. Excellent rice seeds developed by the Sage of Heaven and Earth and his disciples, yielding 8,000 caddies per moo. The rice seeds are shaped like small trees, providing shade for people to relax under. Deed for 10,000 acres of fertile land. Consuming this item allows for mountains to be leveled and seas to be filled, generating 10,000 acres of fertile land anywhere, protected by the sage, existing permanently, enduring the collapse of the heavens and the extinction of all things. 5-star General MacArthur once knelt and praised, the Sage of Heaven and Earth. I am not worthy to comment on him. If I could meet him, it would be the blessing of 10,000 years of my cultivation. If I could be his mount, it would be the glory of my lifetime. Host has saved 39,872 refugees, mission completed, rewards distributed. The Wang family and others stood up, ready to receive the imperial decree. But they turned around to see Li Chen suddenly kneel down with a thud. Rain Huatian, seeing his appearance, was even more convinced that he was a fraud. When they first met, Li Chen's handsome and elegant appearance, charming and talented demeanor, and outstanding talent stunned Su Xiao. She couldn't help but wonder if he was truly a celestial being descended from the heavens. However, when she saw him kneeling on the ground, she couldn't help but think that he must be a fraud. Before she could even present the imperial decree, he was already kneeling. If he were truly a celestial being, how could he bow down so humbly? Su Xiao reached out to help her master up, but Li Chen spoke first. It's fine, let the master rest for a while. It feels more comfortable to hold this thing while kneeling. Seeing Li Chen kneeling, the Wang family of Lingnan also knelt down. Although she didn't understand why, if celestial beings were kneeling, it would be disrespectful not to. Only the people brought by Yu Huatian remained standing in the courtyard. Li Chen's hand shimmered with gold, holding a handful of grain seeds. Yu Huatian couldn't help but frown at this sight. He hadn't seen where these grain seeds came from. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Li Chen stand up. Notify all villagers to gather at the village entrance. After saying this, he walked out. Li Chen no longer had time to worry about going to the capital or Yu Huatian. These grain seeds could save countless Han people. With these grain seeds, as long as there were no wars, there would be no more famine or cannibalism. Zhang San and Zhao Hu bowed and drummed to summon the villagers. Yu Huatian, seeing his group being ignored, gritted his teeth with anger. But when he saw the queen, he calmed down a bit. And when he saw Morong Hongxue following behind Li Chen, his heart sank even more. How could the top swordsman of the Liao kingdom, Morong Hongxue, be here? Although Yu Huatian was arrogant, he didn't think he could defeat two experts in the divine realm. Especially Morong Hongxue, who had been ranked 5th on the sword list for years. The reason why the Nameless became a legend in the martial arts world and reached the top of the swordsmanship was due to a duel with Morong Hongxue. Although Morong Hongxue lost, Yu Huatian dared not underestimate him. "Chief, what should we do?" Yu Huatian's subordinate, Ding Zhen with one eye, asked. "The person receiving the Imperial decree has left. Should we wait here? Follow them and see what they're up to." Yu Huatian waved his hand, leading his men to follow. Li Chen, with his men and the Wang family of Lingnan, stood at the village entrance waiting for the villagers to gather. Wang Zhongxian stood beside him and couldn't help but remind him. Brotherly, the person just now was Yu Huatian, the chief of the Eastern Factory, a master in the divine realm. If there's anything that offended you, I hope you'll spare him for my sake and let him leave in one piece. Li Chen felt happy and waved his hand. It's fine, I'll try to make his departure less painful. After a while, the villagers began to arrive one after another, looking at the village chief somewhat puzzled. They had just started working, why were they gathering now? It couldn't be mealtime already, could it? Yu Huatian walked up to Li Chen, took out the Imperial decree, and coldly announced, "The Imperial decree has arrived." Li Chen of Lingnan received the decree. When he spoke, he used his inner strength, and his loud voice echoed throughout the Chengxi village. The villagers all knelt down, but Li Chen spoke up. "Stand up, no need to kneel." Upon hearing this, the villagers glanced at each other and stood up. They didn't recognize the emperor's decree. After months of brainwashing, they only recognized the village chief. Whatever the village chief said, that was the way it was. If the village chief said not to kneel, they wouldn't kneel. Yu Huatian's face darkened even more at this scene. If it weren't for Morong Hongxue and the queen being present, he would probably have taken action to subdue these unruly people. "Li Chen, do you know what crime it is to not kneel when receiving an imperial decree?" Li Chen looked at him calmly, without speaking, and turned to address the villagers behind him. "From now on, every 4 people will share an acre of good farmland. You can eat the crops grown in the fields yourselves, without paying taxes. Whoever comes, no taxes will be collected. Remember, whoever makes you pay taxes is your enemy, do you understand?" "Yes, village chief." The villagers responded in unison, their voices echoing through the sky. The genie Wei behind Yu Huatian nervously gripped their swords, feeling somewhat afraid at the sight of these villagers. "But young master, where do we get so much good farmland from?" Lai Fu was puzzled. With over 30,000 people, sharing an acre of good farmland among 4 individuals would amount to nearly 10,000 acres. This area is all mountains. Even if they were to cultivate the land, it would not be enough to accommodate so many fields. Moreover, the newly cultivated land would need several years to yield crops. Where would so much good farmland come from? Li Chen smiled faintly and took out a yellow talisman from his pocket. As he took it out, his face froze for a moment. 10,000 acres of good farmland talisman, using the incantation Ancient Lala, Dark God of Macabre. 10,000 acres of good farmland, transform. Damn it, Tonsage, are you playing me? Li Chen gritted his teeth, feeling the urge to curse. After pondering for a while with the talisman in hand, he saw Lin Dongdong nibbling on a steamed bun. This thing could be given to Lin Dongdong. This naive child would surely be willing to do such tasks. If all else failed, just treat her to 3 bowls of rice. Perhaps sensing Li Chen's thoughts, the system made a sound. This talisman can only be used by the host. Damn it! Useless system. Damn it! Give me a refund. Looking at the yellow-skinned and skinny villagers in front of him, he gritted his teeth. Forget it, let's consider it an act of kindness and virtue. He might as well recite the incantation, after all, they wouldn't understand its meaning anyway. Li Chen held the talisman and shouted towards the sky, Ancient Lala, Dark God of Macabre, 10,000 acres of good farmland, transform. The clever and brave Lin Dongdong looked up at her brother-in-law. Although she didn't know what he was doing or what he was saying, it sounded very powerful. Just when Li Chen thought he had mispronounced the incantation, the ground began to shake, and the mountains started to collapse. Yu Huatian supported his attendants and saw the talisman in Li Chen's hand slowly rise into the air, emitting bursts of golden light. Finally, it rose to over 100 meters high, bursting into a dazzling light. "Ah, my eyes, my eyes." Yu Huatian covered his eyes and screamed in agony, feeling as if the world had turned white. Everyone was in tears, covering their eyes, except for Su Xiao and Li Chen, who were unaffected. As the light faded, Yu Huatian took a moment to see clearly. He turned around, about to say something, but found everyone staring in astonishment behind him, all kneeling down one after another. Uncle you, look. One-eyed Dingjin patted Yu Huatian's shoulder, speaking in a stuttering voice as if he had seen something terrifying. Yu Huatian turned around and saw that the mountain behind him had disappeared. An endless expanse of paddy fields appeared on the ground. Rice was growing in the fields, the seedlings as tall as small trees, the heavy grains bending the rice stalks. In the middle of the paddy fields, an old man lay on a recliner, eyes closed, enjoying the shade under the rice plants. After a while, the old man turned into a golden light, dissipating into the heavens and earth. Children, eat your fill, eat well. The kind voice of the old man reached everyone's ears. Li Chen bowed and said, Disciple Li Chen, thank you, Saint. All the villagers knelt down, and the king of Lingnan also knelt with his family. People of the great Ming, pay respects to the immortal. Li Chen lowered his head, waiting for the old man to completely disappear before looking up at Yu Huatian. Sir, what did you say just now? It was windy, and I didn't hear it. The rain fell with a thud. Kneeling on the ground, Rain Huatian shouted at the top of his lungs. Little Rain Huatian, I have seen the immortal master. I was possessed by demons before, and now I have just awakened. Immortal master, here is the decree from the Dog Emperor for you to review. Rain Huatian knelt on the ground, a flattering smile on his face. In his heart, he thought, damn the Ming dynasty. Damn the leader of the Tiandi society. This undercover work, I'm done with it. I, Rain Huatian, will follow the immortal master from now on. This is the real deal. Whoever stands in my way, I'll trample them to death. Every story has an end. Before dawn, Li Chen packed his bags with Yu Chu. Today they were leaving for the capital. As they left, Li Chen suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. Having been here for over half a year, he had already considered the small courtyard his home. The capital was not far from home. With a fast horse, it would only take a day or two. But this journey of 1 or 2 days often felt like a year in all seasons. Lin Dongdong bid farewell to everything familiar in the courtyard. The stone that tripped her, the bowl she ate from, the small vegetable garden in the corner of the yard. They were all memories she couldn't bear to leave behind. Lin Dongdong took a stick and wrote her name in every place, hoping they wouldn't forget her when she returned. Su Xiao went to her grandfather's grave to tell him that she was going to the capital with her master. Littleia slept on the bed with her but sticking up. She was carefree, eating and sleeping when she pleased. Yu Chu packed his clothes, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Although he had only been here for half a year since fleeing, it felt like a dream to him. From a young girl about to be married, she had become a homeless refugee. And now, she was a lady of the immortals. This time, Li Chen only planned to bring Qin De and Zhao Hu to the capital. Zhang San and Xiong Er would stay in Chengxi village. Li Chen was not going to abandon the tens of thousands of refugees. He had to be firm and resolute. If they couldn't succeed using official power in the capital this time, they would have to learn from Senior Ning. But he was better than Senior Ning. He could combine armor. And while others used muskets, he could bring out a Gatling gun. When the time came, it wouldn't be Li Chen who needed to escape but probably the officials in the capital. After packing their bags, Li Chen carried Littleia, Yu Chu, and left with them. Upon opening the door, they found the courtyard filled with villagers. A dense crowd surrounded the yard. Zhao Hu approached and said, Teacher, the villagers heard Miss Dongdong say we were leaving and came to see us off. As Li Chen walked out, the crowd made way for him. They knew the village chief didn't like people kneeling, so they stood straight on either side. Li Chen led Yu Chu, carrying Littleia, through the crowd. Each villager's eyes were filled with tears as they watched him leave. This winter had been the most comfortable of their lives. Not only did they not feel the cold, but they also had houses, fields, and jobs. Everyone could support themselves with their own abilities. They ate dry rice, wore cotton clothes, and slept under cotton quilts. Were there happier people in the world? And in each household, there were several bushels of rice stored. This rice came from the rice paddies at the village entrance, shaped like small trees. After a few days of harvesting, they had finally harvested all the grains. Calculating, 4 people per acre. Each person received 2,000 caddies of grain. This meant that this type of grain could yield 8,000 caddies per acre. The village chief said they could plant 3 seasons a year. Upon hearing this, all the villagers erupted. Some even knelt on the ground, wailing loudly. Even the king of Lingnan, Meng Sanguan, knelt on the ground with red eyes, asking for grain seeds. The yield of 8,000 caddies per mu represents something. It means that in the future, as long as there is a harvest in one season throughout the year, there will be no more worries about people starving. It means that the people of Lingnan will no longer go hungry. They won't have to rely on the court's relief grain to get by anymore. With these grain seeds, who cares about Emperor Jian Yuan? He dares to be presumptuous in front of Meng Sanguan. That night, the villagers built a temple overnight to worship the saint who was resting under the crops. After it was built, Meng Sangwon always felt that there was a lack of tribute. So these days, he took his soldiers to the mountains every day to hunt. They walked back and forth in the vicinity several times. For a while, the nearby wild animals were all killed by them. They walked to the village entrance, and Li Chen asked Yuchu and the others to get on the carriage first. Then he turned around and looked at the group of villagers, waving his hand at them. "Go back, village head, I'm just going to the capital for a while, and I will come back later. Listen to Lai Fu and San Yang. If you encounter any problems, you can first find the station soldiers nearby, work hard, and farm well. Take care of yourselves. I may be back in a few days. By then, I hope you can follow me to the capital." When Zhang San heard his words, he waved his arm and said loudly, "Village head, wherever you ask us to go, we will go." Yes. The villagers echoed one after another, their shouts echoing in the sky. As long as they follow the immortal, they are not afraid of going anywhere. Li Chen looked at them, smiled silently, and said nothing. If he really came back in a few days, it would probably be time to rebel. Unless necessary, he would not lead this group of refugees to rebellion. Waving his hand, Li Chen said nothing, got on the carriage, and prepared to leave. When the carriage started to move, the villagers knelt down one after another, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Farewell, village head! Farewell, village head! Farewell, village head!" Yuchu opened the curtain, looked at the villagers, looked at Xiong and San Yang, and couldn't help but cry while covering her mouth. In her eyes, Lingnan was more than 4,000 miles away from the capital. Once she left, she might never see it again in her lifetime. Zhao Hu led the Jinui ahead, followed by 3 maids in Guadajiao, who were in charge of the luggage. The group of people walked mightily to Lingnan City. Meng Sangwon, Yueishan, and others, with the court ceremonial team, waited for Li Chen at the city gate. They were ready to accompany him to the capital. When boarding the carriage, Meng Sangwon took out a box. "Immortal, rest assured, I will make sure to arrange the things you entrusted to me properly. The weather has turned cold recently. This is a garment sewn overnight by the royal mansion. I hope the immortal will accept it." Li Chen looked at the box and without much thought, accepted it. Seeing Li Chen holding the box, Meng Sangwon nodded at Yueishan. Yueishan made a strange gesture with his hand, saluted Meng Sangwon, and then led the ceremonial team, guiding Li Chen's carriage towards the capital. Not far from the departure, Yueishan came to the front of the carriage and said to Zhao Hu with a bow, "Yueishan from the Eastern Depot requests an audience with the immortal, and hopes to report." Before Zhao Hu could speak, he heard Li Chen shout from inside, "Come in." Upon hearing this, Yueishan pushed aside the curtain and walked in. As soon as he entered the carriage, he knelt down. King Mutang, the leader of the Tiandi Hui, Yuxi Obo, pays respects to the immortal. At this moment, Li Chen, wearing the dragon robe from the box, was looking at the secret letter given to him by Meng Sangwon. He raised his head, looked at Yueishan, and said, "You guys have made things difficult for us. My unmarried cousin Meng Xian, who is 30 years old, also got married in my story. The next volume of the story takes place in the capital city. I will post it tomorrow night. The story is called Me, Li Someone, Reading Luanyu or Winning People Over with Virtue." Li Chen never expected that the princess of Lingnan turned out to be the daughter of Chen Jinnan, the leader of the Heaven and Earth Society. Meng Sangwon turned out to be Chen Jinnan's son-in-law. It is worth noting that the Heaven and Earth Society and the White Lotus sect are the 2 biggest rebel leaders against the Ming dynasty. No wonder when they had a secret discussion that day and heard that they might rebel, the princess looked at him strangely. It turns out her family is a professional rebel. The founding emperor of the Ming dynasty was just a leader of the Heaven and Earth Society. The purpose of the Heaven and Earth Society is to achieve great unity in the world, following the legalist philosophy, believing that everyone should act according to the law and govern the world by law. They led a group of righteous men from the martial world to overthrow the rule of the Liao dynasty. But then they found out that Emperor Zhou had colluded with Confucianists and taken the throne. Not only did they begin to honor Confucianism alone, but they also slandered the legalist philosophy. They used the reputation of Confucius to suppress legalism. In the name of the court, they repeatedly besieged the Heaven and Earth Society. Only a few people escaped to Lingnan, barely surviving. Later, Emperor Zhou died of illness during the war with the Liao dynasty, and Emperor Zhou too suffered defeats, leaving the court struggling to deal with the Liao people. Slowly, they stopped relentlessly pursuing the Heaven and Earth Society, allowing them to grow. In the past 20 years, the inaction of the court has given the Heaven and Earth Society an opportunity for revenge. Especially after Emperor Jianyuan ascended the throne and had some disagreements with Confucianists, the Heaven and Earth Society became more restless. And Yu Huatian is a pawn of the Heaven and Earth Society. Originally named Yu Xiaobao, he is the disciple of Chen Jinnan, the leader of the Heaven and Earth Society. He was sent to the palace from a young age and became an undercover agent in the palace. As a result, year after year, he gradually became the chief of the Eastern Depot. If it weren't for Chen Jinnan's secret letter, the princess of Lingnan would not have known that Yu Huatian, the renowned figure in the martial world, was actually a member of the Heaven and Earth Society. Li Chen, dressed in dragon robes, looked at Yu Huatian kneeling on the ground and felt that the martial world was becoming more and more interesting. He put away the letter, stared at Yu Huatian for a while, and then let him stand up. "Should I call you Yu Huatian or Yu Xiaobao? Just call me Yu Gonggang. Whether Yu Huatian or Yu Xiaobao, I am still a eunuch. You are quite open-minded to willingly become a eunuch for the Heaven and Earth Society." Upon hearing this, Yu Huatian couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Immortal Lord, I had no choice." Li Chen was curious about his experience. "What do you mean?" "I learned martial arts by my master's side since I was young. When I was only 13, my master said he would send me to the palace as a spy and castrate me. I thought it wouldn't matter to me, so I agreed to it." At this point, Yu Huatian couldn't help but raise his head, his face contorted. "I only realized when I grew up that living is all about this. But it's done, it can't be undone. Every time I think about it, I regret it so much." Seeing him like this, Li Chen bit his lip, trying hard not to burst out laughing. Yu Huatian continued, "Do you know how I've spent these 5 years? For 5 years, I kept telling myself that I did it out of gratitude, for the ideal of great unity in the world. But I can't deceive myself. I was just ignorant, that's why I got castrated. If I hadn't been so foolish back then, I wouldn't have eagerly volunteered to be an undercover agent." As Yu Huatian spoke, tears streamed down his face. Without his younger brother, he felt truly lonely. Li Chen patted his shoulder, unsure of how to comfort him. After all, he couldn't truly understand his pain. "What do you want to tell me this time you came over?" Yu Huatian wiped away a tear and spoke. "Immortal Master, I have 2 letters here, not sure which one you'd like to hear." Li Chen looked at him, his face wearing a strange smile. "Then, which letter do you think I should read first?" "Let me read His Majesty's letter to you." Yu Huatian cleared his throat and imitated Emperor Jian Yuan's voice, saying, "Chang'an Immortal, I am unable to meet you in person, please forgive me. However, I invite the Immortal to visit the capital. I promise you, I will first appoint you as the Celestial Master to prevent any complaints from the officials. If you are willing to assist me, I will surely elevate you to a king in the future, honoring you as the great teacher of the Great Ming. Please help the people of Great Ming in times of crisis. Emperor Jian Yuan of Great Ming, Zhou Chao." Upon hearing this, Li Chen closed his eyes and pondered before speaking. "It seems that Emperor Jian Yuan trusts you quite a lot, to convey such matters to me through your letter." Yu Huatian touched his head and smiled. "Immortal Master, His Majesty has one more thing to say." Li Chen opened his eyes. "Go on." "Immortal Master, please be cautious of the Princess of Lingnan. She is the daughter of the rebel leader Chen Jinnan. Her words will surely defame our Zhou family. Do not easily believe the words of a woman." Li Chen's expression remained unchanged, a faint smile still on his lips. "Is there another letter?" Yu Huatian looked at him, lowering his head. "Chen Jinnan, the leader of the Heaven and Earth Society, requests the Immortal Master to meet in Mindy. As long as the Zhou family is overthrown, the Heaven and Earth Society is willing to do everything to help the Immortal Master ascend to the throne." Li Chen adjusted his dragon robe. "This dragon robe, is it the gift sent by Chief Chen of the Heaven and Earth Society?" "Yes, Immortal Master, this dragon robe was just delivered to Lingnan City yesterday. The princess's letter should mention Chief Chen's plan." Li Chen nodded without a word, closing his eyes to contemplate. After a while, he asked Yu Huatian, "Do you think I should trust Emperor Jian Yuan or your master?" "I think, Immortal Master's thoughts are beyond my understanding, but I am willing to follow you, only hoping that you can use your divine powers to help me regain my manhood." Yu Huatian knelt on the ground, hoping to cling to Li Chen's leg. Everyone knew that the Crown Prince of Lingnan was a eunuch, but Li Chen had cured him with a pair of pills. Now the Crown Princess had been pregnant for 3 months. This made him more determined to switch sides and follow Li Chen in the future. If one day the Immortal Master was pleased and rewarded him with a pair of pills, then there would be no need to be an undercover agent anymore. He could just leave and wander the world freely. Only those who have lost something can understand how important it is. All the talk about a unified world, serving the country and the people, none of it was as important as his brother. "If there is anything in the future, find a way to pass the message to me, your brother, and I will help you retrieve it." After saying this, Li Chen waved his hand, dismissing him. Yu Huatian's face lit up with joy, and he bowed before leaving. After he left, Li Chen took out a letter from Meng Sanguan. The letter contained 5 strange sentences. When read horizontally, they formed a message. "Beware, Chen Jinan. Today, the capital was bustling, the once chaotic marketplaces were cleaned up, the streets were sprinkled with water and scrubbed clean. The usually dirty commoners and smelly beggars were all driven away to unseen places. Along the way, constables patrolled, forbidding the commoners from walking on the streets, fearing they would dirty the eyes of the nobles. On both sides of the street, the magistrate specially arranged some officials' family members to pretend to be commoners. They were dressed neatly in a row, forming orderly queues. As soon as the emperor's procession came out, they shouted loudly as rehearsed before, "Long live the Ming dynasty, long live the emperor." Only in this way could it show that the county magistrate governed well. In the shadow where the sunlight couldn't reach on the street, a group of young beggars surrounded an old beggar. One young beggar sneakily glanced at the street and then spoke up. "Why aren't we allowed to beg for food today? I'm so hungry." The old beggar scratched his lice-ridden body and weakly replied, "Because those important people have kind hearts and can't bear to see us suffer. If they can't bear to see us suffer, shouldn't they let us beg for food? Having food to eat would alleviate our suffering." The young beggar scratched his head, finding the thoughts of important people strange. It's not that those kind-hearted important people can't bear to see us suffer, but they can't bear to see us, who are already suffering. Understand? The old beggar's tone was somewhat mocking as he curled up on the ground. Only when he fell asleep would his stomach not feel hungry. The young beggar rubbed his head, still unable to understand those words. Maybe he would understand when he grew up. He comforted himself this way, but the rumbling sound of his stomach made him feel like he might not grow up. Just as he worried about his hungry stomach, a thin little girl carrying a few steamed buns in her arms and a bowl of food in her hands walked over. "Come quickly, I found lots of food." The group of beggars saw the food and gathered around. They didn't fight over it but divided the steamed buns and leftovers into portions, ensuring everyone had something to eat. Because it was food brought by the little girl, she gave an extra portion. This was their rule, the only way they could survive a little longer. The old beggar slowly ate the small piece of steamed bun in his hand. He squinted, savoring the taste of the food, taking a long time with each bite. A small piece of steamed bun made him feel the taste of earthly delights. "Little fish, where did you get these steamed buns? Did you sneak into someone's backyard again to steal their slops?" Yes, little fish, you can't go stealing slops from someone's inn again. If you get caught by the innkeeper or those big beggars, you're done for. Last time, Big Black went to steal slops and got beaten to death. The beggars remembered Big Black's tragic fate and couldn't help but feel scared. Little Fish quickly waved her hands and said to them, "I didn't do that. It was the shopkeeper Tong from Seven Heroes Town who saw me picking fruits behind their inn. He specially gave Uncle Big Mouth some steamed buns and even said I could work at the inn in the future. I can take the leftovers that guests don't want." While the group of beggars let out envious sounds, feeling happy inside. Even though they couldn't live a good life themselves, seeing Little Fish living well made them happy too. The old beggar couldn't help but pat her head. "Did you thank shopkeeper Tong?" Little Fish nodded. "I gave Uncle Big Mouth and shopkeeper Tong kowtows. They are good people." Thinking about this, Little Fish said to the old beggar, "By the way, can we go to Seven Heroes Town in the future? I can work at the inn, no need for wages, just the slops will do." The old beggar thought for a moment and said sternly to Little Fish, "You can go to Seven Heroes Town, but don't go around telling everyone. Otherwise, if so many beggars bother shopkeeper Tong, he won't be able to do business." Hearing this, all the young beggars nodded, covering their mouths to show they wouldn't blabber. So they decided to pack up quietly and head to Seven Heroes Town in Lantian County. In the eyes of these beggars, being able to eat slops was the happiest thing in the world. Today, the civil and military officials did not attend the court session. A few days ago, they received orders to go 30 miles away to meet the immortal disciple at Jianfeng Pavilion. The Prime Minister Yen Song was having his meal under the service of maidservants. The table was filled with various dishes of chicken, duck, fish, and other delicacies. There were over 20 dishes, a table full of them. Yen Song took a bite of the fish that the maidservant had carefully prepared, but couldn't help but spit it out on the floor. "Give the cook who prepared today's meal 30 lashes. I specifically said not to make the authentic Westlake vinegar fish, but they still got it wrong. Can this authentic Westlake vinegar fish be eaten? Feed it to the dogs, even they won't eat it. Next time they bring such a dish, break the hands of the one who cooked it." Hearing Yen Song's anger, all the maidservants knelt on the ground trembling. Seeing their frightened expressions, Yen Song lost his appetite and ordered the untouched dishes to be removed from the table. He stood up, and a few sturdy women helped him onto the carriage. The carriage then slowly moved towards the direction of the Forbidden City. Halfway through the journey, Yen Song spat, and a maidservant accompanying him hurriedly caught it in her mouth, fearing she would be punished if it fell on the ground. Yensong looked through the curtains and saw the clean and orderly streets, along with well-dressed commoners, prompting him to exclaim, "This is the prosperous era that I, Yensong, have governed with diligence." In his eyes, the Ming dynasty thrived because of his frugality, daily governance, providing the people with an abundance of clothing and food. However, these people did not appreciate it and cursed him as a corrupt official behind his back. Thinking of this, Yensong gritted his teeth. Ungrateful and treacherous commoners. Upon arriving at the Forbidden City, he changed out of his splendid attire under the maidservant's assistance and put on a patched official robe. Bending over, he stepped out of the carriage, and officials along the way rushed to assist, afraid of not being able to get ahead and show their faces in front of Yen, who was above all. Finally, an official named Qin Hui seized the opportunity to assist. "Master Qin, you are kind." "I thank you," Yensong said, bending over with a content expression on his face. He thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being respected by others. "Not at all," Qin Hui replied, "Minister Yen, for the country and the people, you are still wearing old official robes. I am deeply moved. What I assist is not Minister Yen, but the pillar of the Ming dynasty, the hope of the people," Qin Hui continued. "Exactly, what Master Qin said makes sense. Master Qin's words are the heartfelt thoughts of us colleagues. Minister Yen, take care of your health. If you fall, the Ming dynasty falls." A group of civil and military officials flattered Yensong. The illiterate military generals could only echo, "I feel the same way." Zhang Jiadi stood alone in court attire, standing straight at the palace gate, not mingling with the flatterers. Qin Hui shook his head upon seeing Zhang Jiadi's posture, feeling that his figure resembled that of a dog. 30 miles north of the capital, the area near the Dragon Pavilion was particularly lively. Countless martial artists gathered here. The biggest news in the martial world in recent months was that a divine disciple emerged from Lingnan, single-handedly killing 14,000 Liao soldiers with a sword. He even beheaded the second prince, Yelu Tuale. When this news spread, people in the martial world instinctively thought it was a rumor. After all, even the most skilled martial artists could not face thousands of troops alone. And not only did he win, but he also beheaded 14,000 soldiers. How was that possible? Later, the Tianxia club's Bu Jingyun and Niafeng emphatically confirmed that indeed a divine disciple had appeared in Lingnan. He wore golden armor and could conjure up countless provisions with a wave of his hand. The martial world began to believe, albeit with some skepticism lingering in their hearts. In the end, the most well-informed Jianghu establishment, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, spread a few rumors. It was said that the news confirming the beheading of 140,000 Liao troops at Jiayang Pass was true. Furthermore, the Fallen Phoenix Slope in Lingnan had turned into Fallen Phoenix Gully, as if it had been sliced off by a sword. Additionally, a giant pit over 10 miles wide and hundreds of meters deep had appeared at Jiayang Pass. These rumors all seemed to prove that the rumors in Jianghu were likely true. A true immortal disciple had indeed appeared in Lingnan City. This drove the Jianghu people crazy, as they heard that this immortal disciple was coming to the capital, so they all gathered nearby, hoping to witness the legendary immortal disciple. Although the people of Jianghu had no strict rules, they still followed the hierarchy. Some wandering warriors could only stand on the outskirts, peering at the Dragon Pavilion from the trees. On the other hand, disciples of various sects occupied the front positions, following behind their elders with a proud demeanor as they looked down on the third-rate warriors. Some elders of sects and renowned figures in Jianghu took the foremost positions, sitting on chairs or using likeness skills to perch on tree branches, exuding an air of immortality and righteousness. Near the Dragon Pavilion, there was a tea stall where merchants and tourists usually rested. However, today, the people sitting at the tea stall were not ordinary. Only the renowned figures in Jianghu had the privilege to sit at the tea stall and chat. Some wandering warriors gazed fervently at the people in the tea stall, whispering and discussing. "Sir, who are these people, and why are they so grand?" A veteran wandering warrior standing on a rock, peering at a female disciple of a Mei sect, was startled by the voice. He turned around to see a young man in white, holding a chubby little girl in his arms. Seeing the young man in white, the veteran warrior couldn't help but be amazed. What a handsome man! That was the veteran warrior's first thought. Looking at the chubby little girl in his arms, he couldn't help but sigh. What a cute little girl! Li Chen saw the veteran warrior turn around and took out a jug of wine from his arms, offering it to him. "Sir, I've just left Jianghu. Could you please introduce me to the important figures present here, so I don't offend them in the future?" Seeing the jug of wine, the veteran warrior couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had been standing at the Dragon Pavilion for a while and was feeling a bit thirsty. He carefully took the jug, thinking that this young man looked friendly and splendidly dressed, so he probably wouldn't harm a poor wandering warrior like him. He took a sip, and the taste of rice wine entered his mouth through his cracked lips, leaving a lingering taste of wine. Smacking his lips, the veteran warrior exclaimed, "Good wine, good wine." He tucked the rice wine into his arms, looked around to make sure no one was nearby, and asked softly, "I wonder if this young hero would like to know the stories of those important figures. I am Niu Laosan, nicknamed Pandolin, quite well versed in Jianghu matters. I can tell you a thing or two." Li Chen, holding Lin Dongdong, walked over to him and pointed at the people at the tea stall, asking, "Who are those people, sir? Could you please introduce them to me?" "Oh my." Pandolin quickly pressed down Li Chen's hand and whispered, "You shouldn't point at them. If their disciples see it, they might cause trouble for you." Seeing his cautious demeanor, Li Chen couldn't help but smile. "Trouble? Whose trouble?" Pandolin looked at Li Chen's attire and couldn't help but ask, "Judging by your appearance, you must be a scholar." "Yes, I just returned from out of town and couldn't resist joining in the excitement with so many martial arts heroes gathered here." Li Chen casually made up a story and continued, "Are those people very powerful? Why are you so afraid of them?" "I'm not afraid, I just respect them as renowned experts in the martial world, and that's all there is to it. Do you understand?" The Pandolin stood tall, earnestly stating, "Just now, the one you pointed out, that's Master Yongsheng from the Amei sect, Zhang Yechen, Master Zhang." He then introduced the others at the tea stall. Beside Master Yongsheng is Gentleman Sword Yu Buchuan from the Huashan sect, the head of the Yu sect. And there's Chen Haonan, the leader of the Hong gang, and Zhang Yaoyang, the leader of the Dongxing gang. Once the Pandolin started talking, he couldn't stop, pointing at each person at the tea stall and introducing them one by one. "This is Chief Chao from the Beggar Gang, Master Wu from the Wulong Temple of the Buddhist sect, and Taoist Master Chiu from the Chuanjin sect. These are all well-known figures in the martial world, young man. If you can become their disciple, you won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life." Niu Laosan took a sip of wine, his face slightly flushed, speaking about those prominent figures as if he cherished them. "Are there no members of the evil sect?" Li Chen asked, puzzled. Just as he finished speaking, he saw a woman in white flying over the treetops and landing in front of the tea stall. "Innkeeper, bring me some wine." The white-clad woman shouted boldly, tossing a handful of silver ingots in front of the shopkeeper. Seeing the white-clad woman, the people in the martial world present were in an uproar. The shopkeeper, holding the silver ingots, hesitated and said, "Miss, we only have tea here, no wine." The white-clad woman scratched her head awkwardly. "Tea will do." With that, she sat down at the tea stall, paying no attention to the gazes of others, and wiped the table with her handkerchief. What a spirited woman! Li Chen couldn't help but admire the white-clad woman's appearance. The Pandolin took a deep breath, his hands and feet trembling slightly, and said, "You asked about members of the evil sect. This white-clad woman is one of the 3 leaders of the Mingjiao sect, Mistress Bai Luoyang." Before the Pandolin could finish speaking, another group of people flew over the tree branches and landed near the tea stall. With a glance, Li Chen knew that this group of people was clearly up to no good. Good people don't dress in flashy colors and dye their hair in various shades. They were obviously members of the evil sect. Seeing them, the Pandolin trembled and pulled Li Chen back. "Let's move back a bit, so we don't get caught up in a fight and harm the innocent." With the arrival of these members of the evil sect, the situation suddenly became tense. The wanderers retreated, while the disciples of the martial sect surrounded them. Zhang Yaoyang, the leader of the Dongxing gang, looked at Luoyang coldly and sneered, "TSK, mistress of the Mingjiao sect, Bai Luoyang, you've got quite the nerve to come here and cause trouble alone. If the evil sect doesn't show up at such a grand event, wouldn't it be dull? If it's not lively, it won't be good." Bai Luoyang calmly wiped the table, completely ignoring the martial sect disciples surrounding her. Zhang Yaoyang stood up, arrogantly saying, "If it won't be good, then let's not make it good." With that, he flipped the table, spilling the tea and snacks all over the floor. The others were already used to this behavior. Everyone knew that the leader of the Dongxing gang loved to flip tables during meals. If you didn't see the gang members of the Dongxing gang, they would be starving. Ha ha ha! Just as Zhang Yaoyang was about to act, laughter echoed from above. The people in the martial world looked up to see 4 young women carrying a red sedan chair descending from the sky. The colorful members of the evil sect knelt down one by one, shouting, "The sun rises in the east. Only I am invincible. The Sun Moon Holy Cult. Unifying the martial world." The young women landed the sedan chair near the tea stall, where a delicate man sat inside, elegantly holding an embroidered needle and sewing a handkerchief with his slender fingers. Zhang Yaoyang saw the person in the red sedan chair and couldn't help but take a few steps back, gritting his teeth as he said, "Sun Moon Holy Cult, Dongfang Unbeaten." Upon the arrival of Dongfang Unbeaten, the faces of everyone at the tea stall turned somewhat serious. Although Luoyang was among the top experts, there was only one person. There were 7 or 8 grandmasters present, and the leader of the beggars' sect was even a master of the earthly immortal realm, so they were not afraid at all. However, with Dongfang unbeaten added to the mix, they were not confident they could handle these 2 big villains. Moreover, Dongfang unbeaten was known for his grandeur, so if he was here, it was likely that the major protectors of the Sun Moon Holy Cult were nearby as well. Sure enough, as the red sedan chair descended, several eccentrically dressed experts with colorful hair appeared nearby, each showing off their likeness skills by standing on tree branches. Armadillo shivered, pulling Li Chen behind a rock, muttering, "They shouldn't have come, they shouldn't have come. Is it really that terrifying?" Li Chen looked at the group of punk-looking individuals on the branches and Armadillo's trembling appearance, unable to resist asking, "You're still young, you don't understand how deep the waters of the martial world are, you can't handle it." Armadillo took a sip of rice wine, mustered his courage, and said, "Bai Luoyang is fine, she doesn't like to kill innocents indiscriminately, but the people of the Sun Moon Holy Cult are all ruthless killers." During the Huashan sword competition, Dongfang unbeaten single-handedly killed his way from the foot of the mountain to the top without blinking an eye. Then why doesn't he blink? Lin Dongdong, in her brother-in-law's arms, finally finished eating the steamed bun, only to realize she was not in the carriage and was being held by her brother-in-law, with a fierce-looking old man in front of her. Hearing the silly little girl start asking countless questions again, Li Chen couldn't help but tap her head. "You're being impudent, he's so powerful, and you're asking if his eyes blink. Apologize to Grandpa Nyo." Silly Lin Dongdong hugged her head, looking pitifully at Armadillo. "Grandpa Nyo, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked if your eyes blink." Seeing this chubby girl calling him Grandpa Nyo, Armadillo couldn't help but feel touched, his eyes reddening as he wanted to reach out and pinch her cheek but then pulled back. He wiped his hand on his body, suddenly slapped his head, and carefully took out a cloth doll from his arms. "Little one, it's okay, Grandpa Nyo doesn't blame you. It's our first meeting, so I'll give you this cloth doll to play with." Lin Dongdong looked at the cloth doll, then up at her brother-in-law. Only after seeing Li Chen nod did she put the cloth doll in her arms and said, "Thank you, Grandpa Nyo. Ah, so well behaved." Armadillo heard this and smiled, sipping his rice wine, his wrinkles smoothing out. He looked at the tense scene ahead and couldn't help but sigh. 2 of the 3 major evil cults have arrived, only the Divine Dragon sect is missing. Otherwise, it would have been truly lively. "Who said we're not here?" A voice came from behind, startling Armadillo. Li Chen and he turned to look, only to see a bald monk standing behind them. The monk wore pants but no shirt, with a dragon tattoo on his chest. The monk clasped his hands together in a gesture of respect. When he looked up, Li Chen noticed a black cloth covering his eyes. "I am from the Divine Dragon sect, blind monk Li Qing, nice to meet you. Why the hell do you keep standing in front of me, acting like you're the boss here?" Before Li Qing could finish speaking, he was kicked and sent flying. Li Chen then noticed that behind the blind monk stood a child. The child was about 4 feet tall, wearing a mask on his face, and staring straight at a big tree, saying, "What a handsome and charming, elegant and talented, universally loved and admired, and charmingly beautiful man. I am the vice leader of the Divine Dragon sect, Little Nameless King. Nice to meet you both." After speaking, he bowed towards the big tree. Hello, kid, we are here." Li Chen looked at the little rascal and couldn't help but remind him. Little Nameless King turned his head upon hearing the voice, looked at Li Chen, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "How did you know I was a kid?" "I thought I hid it well. Li Chen, with your height of only 1.2 meters, it's hard for me to believe you're an adult. And your childish voice is almost as clever and brave as Lin Dongdong's." Li Qing stood up and couldn't help but remind, "Leader, with your height, you really don't look like an adult." "Oh, you have a point." Little Nameless King suddenly realized where he had slipped up, but then he became furious and cursed. "Blind man, I've said it, when we're out, call me vice leader." "All right, leader." Little Nameless King coldly snorted, "Next time you call me leader, I'll kill you, got it?" Li Qing, "Got it, leader." Little Nameless King nodded, "That's more like it." Although he looked towards the field and found his view blocked by rocks, he tiptoed quietly, but still not tall enough, so he asked, "Blind man, what's the situation on the field?" "Blind monk Li Qing." Li Chen looked at these 2 funny characters and felt that the titles in the evil sect seemed a bit unfair on them. He couldn't help but remind, the situation is still at a standstill on the field, but it looks like it's about to escalate soon. Little Nameless King nodded, and when he looked at Li Chen, he thought this handsome man had good insight. "You're so handsome, would you be interested in joining our Divine Dragon sect? I, as the vice leader, will appoint you as a venerable." After saying that, he lowered his head and thought, "Li Qing is the venerable of the Divine Dragon, so you will be the venerable of the Divine Tiger, with 10 taels of silver a month, including meals and accommodation." There will also be additional bonuses every year, rewards for going out, how about it? Before Li Chen could answer, the clever and brave little friend in his arms raised his hand and said loudly, I want to join too. Who's speaking? Little nameless king was shocked and turned around to find the source of the voice, finally looking at Li Chen's arms and couldn't help but ask, how come the big bun in your arms can talk too? This is my sister. Li Chen picked up Lin Dongdong in his arms and explained to the visually impaired little nameless king. Oh, your sister. Upon hearing this, Li Chen felt like this little thing was insulting someone. Little nameless king squinted and, after seeing Lin Dongdong's appearance, thought for a moment, you're so cute, you will be the holy maiden of the divine dragon sect, with 10 taels of silver a month, including meals and accommodation. Lin Dongdong clapped happily, I am the clever and brave holy maiden Dongdong, oh, and Grandpa Bull too. She pointed to the pangolin hiding in the corner, after all, she had just taken his cloth doll. Little nameless king didn't refuse upon hearing this. Alright, he will be the venerable of the divine bull, with the same treatment. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a bit happy. On his first trip off the island, he recruited 3 new followers, doubling the divine dragon sect's ranks. Indeed, they couldn't stay on the island, they had to go out more and recruit more followers. Then, they would make the divine dragon sect bigger and stronger, and achieve glory once again. Blind man, these 3 are our new disciples. When the fight starts later, you are responsible for protecting them. Little nameless king adjusted his clothes, touched his mask on his face, preparing to make a grand entrance. As he flew out with lightness skill, he turned to the people behind him and instructed, remember, follow my lead later. Blind monk, Li Chen, pangolin, quick-witted and brave Lin Dongdong, okay. After saying that, little Wuxiang Wang stepped on a stone, then flew up, under the gaze of many martial artists. He plunged into the scalding tea barrel. Little Wuxiang Wang flew out of the tea barrel with a bang, his skin bright red from the burn. He gritted his teeth, pretending nothing happened, standing on the table in front of Luo Yang, vice leader of the divine dragon sect. Little Wuxiang Wang greets you all. White-clothed Luo Yang, get your ass down here. Oh, sorry, Aunt Luo Yang, didn't see you there. After speaking, little Wuxiang Wang climbed down and helped Luo Yang clean the tea leaves off her face. Where's your dad? My dad said he was going to take a dump 2.5 years ago, and he still hasn't come back. Little Wuxiang Wang stood in front of Luo Yang, looking as obedient as a child. Then he patted his head and shouted towards where Li Chen was hiding. Li Qing, bring out our newly recruited little brother to show Aunt Luo Yang. When Luo Yang heard the word aunt, she couldn't help clenching her fists tightly. If he wasn't her junior martial brother, she really wanted to beat this brat to death. Li Qing led Pangolin and Li Chen out from behind the stone, with the martial artists along the way making way for them. Pangolin shivered at the back, nodding and bowing to the people around, looking timid and fearful, earning disdainful glances from the onlookers. Li Chen, on the other hand, fearless, carried Lin Dongdong and strode out confidently, reaching the front in no time. He walked to Luo Yang's side, used Lin Dongdong's clothes to wipe the chair, then sat down. Li Cheng and little Wuxiang Wang, seeing no seats available, stood behind Li Chen, one on each side, like guardians. This is my newly recruited divine tiger master, handsome, isn't he? Little Wuxiang Wang stood behind Li Chen, introducing to Luo Yang, with a proud look on his face. Luo Yang couldn't help but cover her head, feeling a headache coming on. What's your name? Where are you from? My junior brother had a mishap in his cultivation as a child, got possessed accidentally, and fried his brain. Please don't mind him. White-clothed Luo Yang bowed to Li Chen. She found this man handsome, elegant, charming, and talented, with fair skin, clearly not an ordinary person. And he sat there, not caring about the prestigious martial artists around him, showing indifference, obviously a master. Li Chen handed Lin Dongdong a piece of preserved fruit, took a sip of tea, and spoke to Luo Yang. I am Li Chen, the blood-handed butcher, greeting the chief of the Ming cult. Quick-witted and brave Lin Dongdong started eating the preserved fruit, isolating himself from everything around him. Luo Yang frowned upon hearing the title blood-handed butcher. It sounded more like a member of the demonic sect than even herself. She pulled little Wuxiang Wang behind her, looking wary at Li Chen, about to speak when a distant sound of drums was heard. His Majesty is here. Please leave the Dragon Protection Manor immediately. His Majesty is here. The Ming Dragon Clan requests you to leave immediately. His Majesty is here. Please leave at once. Strong and forceful voices echoed, causing some wandering warriors and third-rate fighters to kneel in pain, covering their ears. Some elders from various sects also looked pale, gazing towards the direction of the sound. Hundreds of officials in official attire flew over, surrounding everyone present. Finally, a man in a python robe flew down from the woods, standing in front of the tea stall, bowing to everyone. Source text. Translated text. I am Zhou Wusher from the Hulong Mountain Villa. I kindly ask all of you to leave this place immediately. Hiss! All the experts present took a sharp breath, raising the tension in the air. Iron-hearted God Marquis Zhou Wusher. The pangolin couldn't help but exclaim, his legs going weak, almost kneeling down. The clever and brave Lin Dongdong was still enjoying her candied fruit, showing no interest in her surroundings. Li Chen was unaffected by the voice, instead looking at the man in python robes with a playful expression. Perhaps due to Zhou Wusher's overly arrogant entrance, a bald lackey from the Hong Gang stepped forward, pointing at him and speaking up. You say we leave, we'll leave, we don't care about face. Zhang Yaoyang also chimed in, standing on a chair. You're just a land immortal realm, why should we leave because of you? Crow, can you give me some face? Isn't it better to avoid unnecessary bloodshed? A hand landed on Zhang's shoulder, making him shiver all over. Everyone turned to see a carefree undercover agent embracing Zhang Yaoyang, looking like he had just woken up. Seeing this person, everyone present, except for Chief Chao and Li Chen, stood up, on guard. Bai Luoyang's face turned serious as he revealed the man's identity word by word. Protector of the Dragon Clan, second on the sword ranking, Lin Linfa. Li Chen stared with his mouth agape at Lin Linfa's appearance, feeling his mind turn to mush. Oh my, it's Stephen Chow. Lin Linfa patted Zhang Yaoyang's shoulder, his eyes lighting up when he saw Li Chen. He walked over, poured a pot of tea, and addressed everyone. Give me face, everyone disperse, go back to your homes, mind your own business, alright? After this statement, the atmosphere on the scene became tense. Near the Jianlong Pavilion, there were three major forces. The Orthodox sect had the most people, but only Chief Chiao was a land immortal realm expert. The demonic sect had the fewest numbers, but all three sect leaders were present, with Bai Luoyang and Dongfang Bubi being the top land immortal experts. Xiaowu Shangwan was a bit lacking, only at the Grandmaster level, and with some mental issues, barely considered a whole person. The court was the strongest force present, with few in number but all elite individuals. Just Lin Linfa alone had everyone present in awe. His title as second on the sword ranking meant that besides the nameless sword saint, hardly anyone could match him in swordsmanship. Among the top 10 martial artists in the Jianghu, he ranked 7th, with Chief Chiao ranking 9th. After finishing his tea, Xiao Feng stood up and bowed to Lin Linfa. Brother Lin, I came here this time just to broaden my horizons, to witness the legendary disciple who can break through 10,000 armors with one sword. But since it's inconvenient, I'm not one to cause trouble. We'll retreat 10 miles back and observe from afar, how about that? Lin Linfa thought for a moment and did not refuse. After all, if a fight broke out, it would likely not be resolved quickly. Besides, the month's salary hadn't been paid yet, so why risk their lives? As long as it doesn't disturb the sacred grounds, it's fine. Xiao Feng bowed, thank you, Brother Lin. With that, he leaped away, one foot stepping on the other. Li Chen watched him leave, feeling like something was missing. After a moment's thought, he realized it was the lack of sound effects. Without background music, Chief Chiao felt somewhat lacking in significance. After Xiao Feng left, the orthodox martial artists also bid their farewells. As for the group of adventurers, they had already fled when the genie way appeared. With most people gone, Lin Linfa looked at the remaining demonic sect members and asked with a tilt of his head, aren't the two sect leaders planning to leave? He. Dongfang Bubi chuckled, second on the sword list, Lin Linfa, I've heard of your extraordinary skills, elusive and earth-shattering. I, as the leader, would like to learn from you, to see if you have what it takes to make me leave. TSK, the Sun Moon Holy Cult, how terrifying. Lin Linfa shook his head, his figure flashed, and the long sword in his hand unsheathed with a clang. Dongfang Bubi's face showed surprise as he quickly used an embroidered needle to block the oncoming sword. With a bang, the red sedan chair shattered into pieces. Two figures started fighting in the air, the clashing of weapons echoed, occasionally accompanied by splashes of fire. Li Chen took out a cola and sunflower seeds from his backpack, watching the scene as if it were a movie. He couldn't help but applaud, well done, well fought. Lin Dongdong also grabbed a cola and started drinking. Seeing her brother-in-law clapping, she joined in. Luoyang, watching him calmly, couldn't help but wonder why this man didn't seem afraid. But observing his floating steps, clearly showing signs of kidney deficiency, he couldn't detect any martial arts prowess. Yet, he felt a strange aura around him, sensing that this man was no ordinary person. With a bang, Dongfang Bubi was sent flying by a sword, a red mark appearing on his face. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked solemnly at Lin Linfa. Second on the sword list, the Grand Internal Spy, your reputation is well deserved. With gritted teeth, he stood up and ordered his men, let's go. With that, he led his men away from Jianlong Pavilion. Seeing him leave, everyone turned to Li Chen and the others at the tea stall. Xiao Shangwang wanted to say something harsh but was silenced by Luo Yang's hand. What, Luo Yang, do you want to spar too? Iron-hearted God Marquis Zhou Wushi stretched his body and said, if you want to spar, I'll accompany you, this leader of the Ming cult. Luo Yang in white sneered, then turned to Li Chen and the others, be careful, the wind is rising. With that, she prepared to leave. Just as she took a few steps, she noticed that the man who called himself the blood-handed butcher was not following. He was holding a cute little girl and munching on sunflower seeds, sitting in his seat. Xiao Shangwang saw this, gritted his teeth, and stood behind Li Chen. He's my new recruit, I must protect him. If he doesn't leave, I won't either. Shalong Zun Li Qing, upon hearing the vice leader's words, also stopped. After all, there were only the two of them left in the Shenlong cult. If this vice leader was gone, returning alone to Shenlong Island wouldn't be fun. The pangolin stood in the middle, unsure of what to do, looking at Luo Yang and Li Chen alternately, struggling internally. Luo Yang in white, about to scold her brainless junior, heard Lin Linfa speak up, this young man is handsome and talented, compared to me, but for the sake of the court's affairs, I hope for some convenience, what do you say? Li Chen finished his sunflower seeds, clapped his hands, after watching you fight for a while, I'm itching to join in. I've been in society for half a year, and I haven't had a real fight with all the martial arts experts present. Today, with so many masters here, I also want to spar with everyone. Iron-hearted God Marquis sneered, feeling that the man in front of him was ignorant of the world. Clearly lacking in martial arts, he dared to provoke them at the Hulong Mountain Villa. Li Chen heard the sneer but didn't mind. After all, he would have to reform the martial world in the future, so it's better to establish his reputation today, so as not to be underestimated later. After all, with the Emperor's armor in hand, he didn't need to eat beef. You two might not be enough to warm up. Why not all the people around hide and attack together? Li Chen pointed at the iron-hearted God Marquis and spoke loudly to those around. The little king of no phase looked at this newly recruited little brother and felt excited and thrilled. The words sounded arrogant. He truly lives up to being the little brother I favor, truly impressive. I like it. Upon hearing Li Chen's words, the iron-hearted God Marquis couldn't help but feel burning anger and shouted, arrogant. The martial artists from the righteous sects hiding around couldn't bear it and stepped forward, wanting to teach this ignorant young man a lesson. Lin Lin blocked Zhou Wushi and looked at Bai Luoyang and Li Chen, saying, what do you mean by this? Are you looking down on the great Ming dynasty or looking down on me, Lin Linfa? Bai Luoyang shrugged and stepped back. This has nothing to do with me. I just met this person today, not familiar with him. If you have any issues, go find him. Li Chen placed Lin Dongdong on a chair, stretched his limbs, and addressed everyone. I don't look down on you all. What I mean is, all the experts present here are just amateurs. Today, I just want to be defeated by you all, or defeat you all. Upon hearing this, Bai Luoyang also felt that the man in front of him was too arrogant. Zhou Wushi couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, young man, don't be too arrogant. If I'm not arrogant, am I still a young man? Li Chen took out a belt from his backpack and put it on, his eyes calm. When the carriage was about 10 miles away, Rainhua Tian's men came to report that there was a group of martial arts experts from the front waiting at Longting. What are they waiting for? Li Chen didn't believe they were just here to see him. After all, he had heard along the way that some forces in the capital didn't really believe he was a god. This group gathered here probably didn't have good intentions, so he came early to check the situation. However, the foolish Lin Dongdong insisted on coming out to play with him, saying it was too boring inside the carriage. Li Chen had no choice but to bring this foolish kid along. When he came, he originally wanted to inquire first. Unexpectedly, he met the little king of no phase from the Divine Dragon sect, so he showed his strength in advance. Just now, when he was sitting and drinking tea, Li Chen had decided to establish his authority first and show them a bit of his skills. Otherwise, in the future in the capital, who knows how many martial artists with grievances would come looking for trouble. It's better to reason with them while there are many people present. After all, Li was a man who believed in using virtue to influence others. In the future, this emperor's armor would be his virtue. He looked at the martial arts experts hiding around, surveyed them, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly, Emperor's armor, combine. People do get used to things. Li Chen, who initially had to summon the armor secretly, could now shout this sentence in front of thousands of people without feeling embarrassed. He was used to it. As the words fell, a beam of light descended from the sky. The surrounding martial arts experts all felt as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. The higher their martial arts skills, the greater the pressure they felt. Xiao Feng in the distance and Lin Linfa in front were already kneeling on one leg. The pangolin felt like he couldn't lift his head. After the pressure dissipated, everyone looked up. They saw a golden armor appearing in front of the tea stall. This. Everyone present was in an uproar. Even if they were foolish, they could understand that the man in white just now was indeed the disciple of the legendary immortal. Zhou Wushi quickly bowed his head and saluted, feeling like he had spoken too loudly just now. I am Zhou Wushi, representing all the members of the Dragon Mountain Villa, paying respects to the immortal. Respects to the immortal. Respects to the immortal. Li Chen tilted his head and looked at the people bowing on the field. Just now, did you want to witness what it means to be a disciple of immortals? He twisted the wheel on his right side and summoned the Aurora Sword. Now, I will show you what it means to be a disciple of immortals. He touched the Tai Chi 5 Elements disc on his belt to the Aurora Sword, activated the GPS navigation system, and found a direction with no one around. Li Chen held the Aurora Sword, selected the skill, 5 Elements Aurora Slash, and slashed horizontally towards a distant target. Boom! The people in the martial world watched in amazement as a golden dragon spiraled in the sky, roared, and flew towards the direction of the sword swing. After the golden dragon dissipated, the large mountain 100 meters away slowly tilted. Then they saw the upper half of the mountain slide down and collapse on the ground. Boom! As the mountain collapsed, the ground began to shake, and dust started to fill the air. The pangolin opened its mouth, looking at the collapsed mountain and the golden armor, feeling confused. What kind of skill was this? This didn't seem like martial arts. Lin Lin's mouth was agape. All he could think of now was, we practice martial arts. Why are you cultivating like a damn immortal? Are you bullying honest folks? How are we supposed to fight this? Splitting a mountain with one sword. Who can compete with that, damn it? After the smoke cleared, the upper half of the mountain had completely disappeared, leaving only the lower half on the ground. Li Chen turned around, looking at the group of martial arts experts in front of him, and said, who else dares to challenge me? You wanted to witness disciples of immortals, so come forward, and I, Li, will let you witness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yaoyang, who was hiding in the distance, felt a bit scared. His Dongxing gang's influence was near Lantian County. Hearing about a disciple of immortals responsible for managing various sects and factions, he began to spread the word and gathered a group of martial arts righteous sects to come and show their strength to that disciple. Now, it turned out that the guy was truly like an immortal descending to earth. With the power of just one sword, it was estimated that everyone present combined couldn't withstand it. Now, instead of showing their strength, they ended up losing face. The field fell silent, and no one dared to speak. They were all frightened by the power of that one sword. Just then, a group of people on horseback approached. Chao Zhengchun, the leader, saw Lin Linfei and Iron Gallant God Ho kneeling on the ground and was a bit puzzled. He had just witnessed a mountain collapse and the earth shake. Emperor Jianyuan had sent him to see what was happening. As soon as he arrived, he saw the group of genie Wei bowing to a suit of armor. He reacted quickly and walked up, asking the armor, are you Lord Onping, Li Chen, the immortal? Yes, who are you? Li Chen, wearing the armor, shielded Lin Dongdong behind him. I am Chao Zhengchun from the Eastern Factory, paying respects to Lord Onping. The Emperor's carriage is arriving soon. Please wait, my lord, let's go back first and inform the Emperor. Li Chen nodded, alright, I will go inform my wife first so they can come over. With that, he disappeared in an instant, while the clever and brave Lin Dongdong was still busy cracking melon seeds on the table. Chao Jingchun was about to speak when he saw a flash of golden light before Li Chen reappeared in his original position. After so much practice, he was becoming more familiar with the skills of the Emperor's armor. Bai Luoyang held Zaya Wuxiang Wang and Li Qing, slowly moving backward, afraid of being caught trying to escape. Sit down and have some tea. I still have some questions for you later, Li Chen said, looking at the three members of the demonic sect. You just said you wanted to recruit me as a little brother. Why are you now planning to leave without a word? He. Luoyang forced a few laughs, pulling a smile on his face uglier than crying. No, just need to take care of something urgent. Oh, Li Chen chuckled, not saying a word. Luoyang's face instantly turned bitter, sitting obediently on the chair, looking helpless. This time, he was really made a fool of by his junior martial brother. He had originally planned to come out and have some fun, but now he had become the center of attention himself. Xiao Wuxiang Wang wasn't afraid at all. She stood on the chair, took off her mask, revealing a delicate face. Boss, take me under your wing. You can be my boss, and I'll be your little brother, how about that? Luo Yang stared at her, dumbfounded. Damn, you're a woman. Li Chen sat inside the pavilion with Lin Dongdong in his arms, facing Luo Yang in white and Xiao Wuxiang Wang. The others stood by, with Li Qing accompanying Pangolin squatting outside the pavilion, ears perked to eavesdrop on the conversation inside. He never expected that the vice leader of the Divine Dragon sect would be a woman. My father favored sons over daughters, raised me as a boy since childhood. When I grew up, he made me wear a mask, not allowing me to show my face in front of others, afraid of people knowing he had a daughter, feeling ashamed. Miao Qingqing sat on the chair, munching on sunflower seeds given by Li Chen, squinting as she took a sip of iced cola, looking thoroughly pleased. "Ah, this is really good. From now on, I'll hang out with you, and you can treat me to this every day, okay?" Luo Yang watched her enjoy the drink so much that he couldn't help but take a sip himself. He felt a rush of gas straight to his head, furrowing his brows. After the gas dissipated, a sweet taste lingered in his mouth, the cold cola smoothly sliding down his throat. His eyes lit up instantly, finding this drink much better than alcohol. Li Chen looked at the two senior martial sisters and couldn't help but ask, "So, both of you are from the Divine Dragon sect?" Pointing at Miao Qingqing, he continued, "You are the daughter of the Divine Dragon sect's leader, and she is the only disciple of the Divine Dragon sect's leader. Then how did she become the leader of the Ming sect?" Luo Yang scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "In fact, both the Divine Dragon sect and the Ming sect were founded by my master. The Divine Dragon sect is actually the Divine Dragon Island, my master's home. Later, when he went around killing and setting fires, he used the name of the Divine Dragon sect. When saving people at Bright Peak, he used the name of the Ming sect. However, after killing too many people, his identity was accidentally exposed, and the Ming sect turned into a demonic sect. Later, as there were too many people in the Ming sect, my master didn't want to manage it and found it troublesome, so he passed on the position of the Ming sect leader to me." Li Chen rubbed his head, finally understanding the relationship between the two. "So why did you come here today?" Miao Qingqing hugged her cola and started drinking. With each sip, a look of happiness appeared on her face. Her legs under the table began to swing up and down, clearly in a good mood. "My father hasn't come back for a long time, my mother passed away last month, and there's no one to take care of me, so I left the island to find my father. Halfway there, I met a blind man, felt sorry for him, and let him follow me. But you're more impressive. From now on, you're my boss, and I'll follow you, okay?" Miao Qingqing didn't like being alone. After her mother passed away, she couldn't cook or do laundry on the island. She was left alone, gazing at the stars. Later, she left Divine Dragon Island with a mask, ready to find her father. Along the way, she encountered many bad people trying to deceive her, but luckily, her martial arts skills prevented her from being bullied. Midway, she met the blind man and, feeling like the vice leader of the Divine Dragon sect, decided she needed a follower. So, she made Li Qing follow her through a show of strength. Only upon hearing that a deity would visit the capital did she eagerly come to see if her father was there. Little did she expect to run into Aunt Luo Yang and meet a man who looked just like her father. She inexplicably developed a liking for Li Chen. Meanwhile, Luo Yang sighed. "After my master passed away, his subordinates started acting against his will, waving the banner of Mingjiu and causing trouble everywhere. I couldn't be bothered, so I came out for a walk. I didn't expect to hear about some excitement, so I came over. I didn't expect to meet the junior sister I haven't seen in years here. Oh, no, junior sister." Li Chen looked at the two of them, remained silent, and began to ponder. Before he could figure things out, he heard Chao Zhengchen shout, "The emperor is here! Hail to our emperor! Long live the emperor!" Everyone knelt down, except for Li Chen, who sat still in his chair, turning to look at the approaching procession with a calm gaze. The procession stopped in front of the Jianlong pavilion, and a middle-aged man in dragon robes stepped down. He looked around and locked eyes with Li Chen, who was sitting in the pavilion holding a little girl. This was the first meeting between Emperor Jian Yuan and Li Chen. One stood by the carriage, the other sat in the pavilion. The two stared at each other, and the air grew quiet. Even Miao Qingqing held her breath, afraid to disturb the atmosphere. Li Chen looked at the man in dragon robes in front of him, resembling Super Brother, and a phrase popped into his mind. "For Ava Mulei. No, Super Brother, are you on the wrong set? Instead of running with your brothers, why are you here in the Ming dynasty being an emperor?" Emperor Jianyuan Zhou Chao looked at Li Chen and suddenly ran over. "My dear, it's getting cold, you should wear another layer of clothing." Zhou Chao looked at him reproachfully and draped his dragon robe over Li Chen, saying, "It's windy in the mountains, my dear, don't catch a cold." Chao Jingchun looked bewildered at Li Chen in the dragon robe, feeling utterly blank. The civil and military officials behind him were even more astonished. Li Chen looked at the dragon robe on him, then at the familiar face in front of him, feeling his head wasn't enough. "How can I rebel like this? You are the emperor, you draped me in a dragon robe, now I'm in a fix." Zhou Chao held his hand, eyes filled with tears. "My dear, we've been waiting for you so hard. Come, let me introduce you to the civil and military officials." With that, he led the bewildered Li Chen out of the Jianlong pavilion. "This is our prime minister of the Ming dynasty, Yensong." Emperor Jianyuan pointed to Yensong and introduced. Upon hearing this name, Li Chen instantly sobered up, calmly assessing Yensong. good name. The moment he heard this name, Li Chen felt a connection with the lamp of hell. As far as he knew, last year, when Lingnan suffered a major flood, the court allocated 200,000 dan of grain and 100,000 taels of silver for disaster relief. Then all of it was withheld for verification. After this verification, there was no news. Just based on this, he could secure a VIP seat at the lamp of hell. Not to mention that over the years, this scoundrel had been increasing taxes, from the initial 10 to 2, to the current 10 to 6. It was all thanks to this scoundrel. Yen Song bowed to Li Chen, smiling warmly and with a friendly gaze. After all, as Chao Zhangchen said, the mountain next to him was split by him. This made it impossible for him not to be friendly. Emperor Jianyuan then introduced the next official. This is the chief of the Imperial Academy, Qin Hui, Qin Darren. Upon hearing this name, Li Chen's eyes lit up even more. Lamp of Hell, VIP seat, 2 people. Just based on this name, he could enter the Lamp of Hell. Not to mention that this person was the same as in the previous life, a loyal surrenderist. Every time the Liao people attacked, this chief of the Imperial Academy was the first to advocate surrender. Most of the previous group of civil and military officials who advocated war were basically killed by him. Moreover, he was the top general under Yen Song, the number 1 in corruption, bribery, and agricultural tax evasion. Qin Hui and Yen Song, both with smiles on their faces, caught Li Chen's icy gaze. Without saying anything else, if these two make it to the end of the month, it would be considered lucky. If they survive until the end of the year, then it would mean Li Chen has failed as a person. Draped in a dragon robe, Li Chen sat on the dragon throne, watching Emperor Jianyuan brewing tea beside him, feeling completely thrown off track by his plans. He had been thinking that if Emperor Jianyuan acted recklessly and ignored advice, he would directly rebel, summon armor to pierce the capital, then return to Shitsuan village and join forces with the king of Lingnan to start a revolution. If Emperor Jianyuan was a good emperor, Li Chen would have used him as a shield and slowly planned the revolution to overthrow the feudal society and dynasty. However, Li Chen never expected that the emperor would immediately show a humble and respectful attitude. He even helped him onto the dragon throne and draped him in a dragon robe, leaving Li Chen feeling a bit lost and anxious. Emperor Jianyuan handed him a cup of tea, saying, "My dear minister, this is Da Hong Pao from Min, please enjoy." Li Chen took a sip of the red tea. It was too hot and not as good as the iced tea from his past life. "By the way, my dear minister," Emperor Jianyuan took out a pair of pills. "These are pills presented by loyal subjects, claiming you rewarded them, capable of regeneration and ensuring offspring. Are they your treasures?" Looking at the pills, Li Chen finally understood why Wang Zhongxian remained a eunuch. He had thought Wang was afraid to take them, fearing exposure as not being a eunuch. It turned out that Wang had presented them to the emperor. What a loyal man Wang Zhongxian was. This is called the childbearing pill, a treasure of our sect. When a man and a woman each take one, they can conceive offspring. The crown prince of Lingnan took it some time ago, and now the crown princess is already 5 to 6 months pregnant. After Li Chen finished speaking, he suddenly realized, damn, the king of Lingnan took it too. The queen must be pregnant now. I've gone from being a grandfather to a father. At this moment, Meng Xingyan looked at the crown princess's belly, then at the old lady who was experiencing morning sickness, lost in thought. Emperor Jianyuan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. His greatest worry was not having his son to inherit his throne. At 25 this year, he had no children. If the empress alone couldn't conceive, it could be attributed to her. But with 3,000 beauties in the harem, none had conceived. It must be a problem with the seed. Emperor Jianyuan carefully placed the pills in his embrace. After entering the palace, "Please teach me how to use these pills, my dear minister." Li Chen, "Teach you? How can I teach you? Should I demonstrate with the empress first? You watch from the side? That's too embarrassing. If you want that, then I, Li, will be loyal to the Ming dynasty." Thinking of this, Li Chen felt a bit excited. When a man and a woman each take one, it will take effect immediately. Oh, and after taking it, there will be 2 hours of release time every day. I hope your majesty will prepare in advance. Li Chen had no intention of taking this thing, as it would shorten his time for doing math problems at night. Originally, he could do it once a day, but with this, it would be only 2 hours once. Who would want to take this thing? After hearing this, Emperor Jianyuan's eyes lit up. 2 hours, my goodness. Normally it would take 3 or 2 times, now it could be 2 hours. What a good thing. Then, when we return to the palace later, I will immediately have the empress try it. Zhou Chao looked at Li Chen, "My dear minister, gifting such a treasure, I don't know how to reward you." Li Chen heard this and paused in his tea-drinking motion, looking at Emperor Jianyuan. "Your majesty, are there places in the great Ming dynasty where ships are built? I hope your majesty can help me build a few ships." "Ships? Zhou Chao looked puzzled at this immortal disciple. There are shipyards in the Changdal area of Min, and there are also several shipyards in Shanyang, Huaiyan Prefecture. I don't know how many ships you need and what size. Li Chen's eyes lit up. Good, good, good. As long as ships can be built. I want to build a few larger ships, preferably ones that can sail on the open sea. I want to take a trip to the Woku side. Li Chen looked at the instruments in his backpack, then at the hell lamp where someone was wailing. He couldn't help but smile somewhat cruelly. The more people the ships can carry, the better. Otherwise, when we get there, I might not be able to handle it alone. Emperor Genuan saw him smile in a somewhat frightening manner and couldn't help but shudder. After all, the great Ming Imperial teacher, Mud Bodhisattva, had given this immortal disciple a divination. Then, in a hurry, he met him for the last time. Mud Bodhisattva only said 8 words, above immortals, the master of heaven and earth. After saying these 8 words, this expert who had suppressed the fate of the country for a century, faced 99 thunderbolts in front of him. He died a miserable death, leaving no ashes behind. So, when Emperor Jianyuan met him, he straightforwardly handed over the dragon robe and dragon throne. Without the protection of Mud Bodhisattva, he actually had no confidence, not knowing if he could save the great Ming dynasty, which was prophesied to last less than 100 years. Thinking of this, Emperor Jianyuan readily agreed. You can rest assured, as long as I have it, you can ask for it, even if it's the throne, I can give it to you. Just a few ships, I will immediately decree for them to be built. Li Chen looked at the emperor in front of him, suppressing his rebellious thoughts. All right, I will provide you with the money for building the ships. There's no need, the great Ming still has some money. With a flash of gold in his hand, a pile of gold appeared on the carriage. No, this is the rule, a fair trade. Zhou Chao originally wanted to refuse, but seeing the thousands of taels of gold, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The great Ming was indeed very poor, even the imperial treasury had no money left. After some thought, he spoke, I won't decline, I just don't know what you intend to do in the Woku country. Those Woku are not good people, often burning, killing, and looting in coastal areas. Li Chen looked at him, gritting his teeth, revenge. Before he could say more, he heard a beep in his mind from the system. Beep, hidden mission unlocked, revenge. Revenge. It's revenge. Under Mount Fuji, the Han flag flutters. Under the cherry blossom tree, the drunken who beauty, wait until the red flags fill the sky, ride to Tokyo to enjoy the cherry blossoms. As a qualified host, not seeking revenge in the island nation will incur divine retribution. It is advised that the host prepare well and let those Woku on the island nation experience the most painful punishment in the world. The task is too arduous, with division as the main task. Main task 1, lead 300,000 people to the island nation. Reward, Electric Fan 99+, special reward, Miss Cho 99+. Miss Cho, I hope that one day, I can go to the island nation of my dreams, shining like fireworks, blooming the most beautiful flower of revenge. The renowned 5-star General MacArthur once said, one bullet is not enough, every person in the island nation must be hit. Li Chen looked at the number of 300,000 people in the task, then at the system reward Miss Cho. He smiled happily. Is this the right way to travel through time? After finally returning to ancient times, with unparalleled abilities, not seeking revenge would be like riding a mud horse with a mud horse system. The carriage continued on to the palace. Emperor Jianyuan helped Li Chen down. Behind him, the civil and military officials were gestured to disperse by him with a wave of his hand. Only Lin Yuchu holding the little maid followed along with Luo Yang and others. Su Xiao looked at Luo Yang and the others with a pout. Clearly, there was his master's wife and her, so why did 2 other women suddenly appear? Su Xiao didn't know why she was angry, but she always felt a sourness in her heart. Especially when the master's wife and master went to play in the small room, she always felt uncomfortable. She wanted to play too. Luo Yang didn't care about the little brat's gaze, she was busy admiring the palace, like a country bumpkin entering the city, occasionally making clicking sounds with her mouth. Niu Qingqing held Lin Dongdong's hand and said to Li Qing beside her, wow, blind, look, the palace. Li Qing. Just now on the carriage, Lin Dongdong and this big sister competed to see who could eat the most steamed buns. Then Niu Qingqing, with her capacity for 20 steamed buns, successfully conquered the witty and brave Lin Dongdong. In the end, these 2 silly kids became good friends. After all, birds of a feather flock together. The little maid stuck out her tongue, her head turning from side to side, occasionally pointing at these unfamiliar things and making an O sound to her sister, as if asking what these strange things were. This is a flower, this is a stone-carved dragon, this is a eunuch in the palace. The one pointed at Chao Zhangchun. Yuchu earnestly explained to the little maid, her eyes full of tenderness. Walking all the way to the Wuying Palace, Emperor Jianyuan let Lin Linfa and others who were accompanying them step back. Chao Zhengchun was a little worried, standing at the door, ready to rush in to protect the emperor at any time. Seeing him like this, Lin Linfa persuaded, "Don't worry, that immortal disciple shouldn't do anything to His Majesty. His Majesty has shown such respect, what else are you worried about? And if anyone really wants to do something, can you stop them?" Even the mud bodhisattva was struck by lightning because of him, let alone the Confucian sages dare not appear in front of this immortal disciple. As a grandmaster, what can you do? Hearing this, Chao Zhengchun relaxed his body and sighed. Indeed, just that one sword earlier, even 1,000 troops couldn't stop it. Inside the Wuying Palace, a group of young eunuchs were setting up the banquet. Emperor Jianyuan invited Li Chen to take a seat. "Minister, this is your first time in the capital. I have arranged some home-cooked food and wine." A palace-dressed noblewoman came out, holding a pot of wine in her hand. Zhou Chao held the noblewoman's hand and introduced to Li Chen, "This is my empress, surnamed Gongsun, namely, with the style name Jinhuan." Li Chen fell silent. "Hello, Sister Li." He stood up and bowed to the couple. Gongsun Li couldn't help but smile when she heard the address Sister Li. She looked at this handsome and talented immortal disciple, feeling a hint of spring breeze in her heart, making her feel a little itchy. This palace has seen the immortal. After the ceremony, she was ready to take Lin Yuchu and others to the back hall for dinner. Su Xiao looked at her master, not moving, and Yuchu also stood still in place. Li Chen nodded at them, indicating for them to follow. After they left, Emperor Jianyuan waved for the group of eunuchs to withdraw. Zhou Chao poured a cup of wine, relaxed all over, and his smiling face turned into a helpless expression. "Immortal above, Emperor of the Great Ming Zhou Chao, toasts you a cup." After speaking, he drank it all in one go and placed the cup heavily on the table. Li Chen picked up his chopsticks, picked up a bite of food and tasted it, looking at Emperor Jianyuan's appearance, calmly asked, "Is there something on your Majesty's mind?" "It's just the two of us here. If there's something, just say it, Your Majesty." Zhou Chao looked at him. "Immortal Li, are you planning to replace my great Ming dynasty?" Li Chen calmly replied, "Why would Your Majesty say such a thing? The immortal Li must also know that in our great Ming, there was an imperial teacher named Mud Bodhisattva, with an iron mouth and divine foresight of the past and future. When the Emperor Taizu raised his army, it was this imperial teacher who assisted him. After Taizu's death, my grandfather led an expedition and was captured by the Liao people. Mud Bodhisattva foresaw that the fortune of the great Ming was declining, so he sacrificed himself to prolong the country's fate. A few days ago, he sensed the presence of the immortal elder. He then calculated a fate for the immortal elder. At this point, Emperor Jianyuan felt a bit melancholic. After the calculation, Mud Bodhisattva's eyes went blind. He urgently summoned me. He only said 8 words before being struck dead by heavenly thunder in the underground palace. Thunderbolts struck into the dozens of meters deep underground palace, directly collapsing the Imperial palace. Emperor Jianyuan lifted a wine jug and poured a drink for Li Chen, saying, "The last 8 words he said were above immortals, ruling heaven and earth. So, I wonder, does the immortal intend to replace the great Ming and establish a dynasty of their own? If so, I am willing to abdicate the throne to immortal Li, only hoping that the immortal elder will be kinder to the people of the great Ming and save my Han people from calamities." Li Chen looked at the most esteemed man under the heavens with calm eyes, showing no ripples. "Your Majesty jests. If I wanted to overthrow the great Ming dynasty, why would I come to the capital?" Emperor Jianyuan exhaled slowly, slumping in his chair. "That's true, I was overthinking. You are unaware, immortal. Although I am the emperor of the great Ming, there are many things where my intentions exceed my capabilities. This great Ming dynasty is not solely mine. When the Emperor Taizu founded the country, he allied with the Confucian sages, promising to govern the world together with the scholars. This led to the increasing influence of Confucianism, making me, as the emperor, a mere figurehead. Especially my father, who favored Confucianism, allowing them to wield power. Many affairs of the great Ming are now controlled by the Confucians. I, the emperor of the great Ming, am nothing more than a puppet. I make decisions, but how many can be implemented?" As he spoke, Zhou Chao's eyes reddened. Even marrying a wife, they interfere. Not having children, they interfere. Apart from the common people, they want to control everything. I, as the emperor, am worse than a dog. He slammed the cup to the ground, looking at Li Chen with red eyes. "Immortal elder, I have heard from loyal subjects that you are a saint who cares for the country and the people, a noble person with the people's welfare at heart. I hope you can assist me in completely removing these corrupt officials, allowing the Han people to rise up." Seeing Emperor Jianyuan deeply engaged, Li Chen began to sneer inwardly. "Playing the wine table culture with me, quite interesting. In the previous life, how did I make money? Wasn't it by using this mouth? Not only can I drink, but I can also give gifts. Your Majesty, you have worked hard. I wonder, what forces are there in the court? After a few drinks, Li Chen started to probe. It might not be entirely true, but at least it could be somewhat useful. Emperor Jianyuan thought for a moment and said, in the court, the meritocratic nobles led by my uncle are no longer influential. They either hide in their fiefs indulging in pleasures or focus solely on making money. As for the upright civil officials, most of them are disciples of Confucianism, valuing their principles above all else. Whenever the authority of Confucianism is challenged, they start to propagate and slander others together. Lastly, there are villains like Prime Minister Yan who only seek wealth and power, but they are not a significant threat. While speaking, Zhou Chao's gaze never left Li Chen's face. I hope to glean some insights from this immortal's thoughts. Unfortunately, no matter what he said, Li Chen remained calm. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, however, Prime Minister Yan is not entirely clean behind the scenes. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics, but these are the three major factions in the court. Although they are referred to as three major factions, the situation is intricate, and it's hard to distinguish who is who. Sometimes someone may appear virtuous on the surface but have a dark heart. Moreover, some forces from the martial world have colluded with certain individuals in the court. In the current Ming dynasty, although it's said to be under the Zhou family's control, it's actually a power struggle among various factions. Externally, we face threats from the Liao and Manchu nations, constantly eyeing our territory. Internally, the Heaven and Earth Society occupies the Fujian region, the White Lotus sect controls the Jiangnan area, and various sects disregard the court's policies and act independently. Within the court, there is further division, with major factions at odds with each other, vying for power and profit, neglecting the welfare of the common people of the Ming dynasty. Li Chen, expressionless as he ate, was analyzing Emperor Jianyuan's words in his mind. After a while, he asked, are there any experts behind these court and martial forces? Zhou Chao paused for a moment, then quickly poured Li Chen a cup of wine, sat down, and slowly said, it is said that behind Prime Minister Yan, there is a revered immortal, who also controls the Heaven and Earth Society and the Dongxing Gang. The influence of the noble families has always been within the military, with few experts but a formidable army. No martial arts sect in the martial world can defeat an army of over 10,000 soldiers in a confrontation. As for the last faction, the Confucianists, there is said to be a sage named Zhang who has lived for over 400 years, whether it's true or not, remains uncertain. Li Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this. 400 years, a Confucian sage? Where does he live? I will pay him a visit. Zhou Chao, observing Li Chen's eager demeanor, was somewhat surprised. The Confucian sage resides in Taiping Alley. He is quite formidable, knowledgeable in astronomy and geography. Li Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, I'll just go and see if he really has lived for 400 years. He wanted to find this Confucian sage to see if he knew how he arrived in this world. For Li Chen, there were only two things of interest in this world at present: reforming the Ming dynasty and studying this world. With the Imperial armor protecting him, he was not overly concerned about safety issues, because anyone posing a threat certainly wasn't him. Alright, but I still advise caution. Scholars like those from the Confucian school tend to look down on others, enjoy stirring up trouble, so it's best to avoid unnecessary interactions. Zhou Chao expressed his concerns, fearing that if this immortal mingled with the Confucianists, his plans would be ruined. Without the trump card of the mud bodhisattva, he felt insecure. Despite painstakingly building his influence for 12 years, he didn't have much power. It was because his father had distributed the authority. Li Chen casually waved his hand, indicating that he was merely paying a visit to this legendary figure. Little did they know that at that moment, the Confucian sage was preparing to flee the capital with a small package on his back. The immortal who had lived for 400 years looked back at the capital, wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and muttered, "Damn it, scared the hell out of me. Which deity has descended with such mischief?" The mud bodhisattva calculated his fate, and he was struck by 99 thunderbolts. "I stayed at home, afraid to go out, dreaming of my grandmother beckoning me. I can't stay in this capital any longer, it's time to flee." Zhang Xiancheng wiped the sweat off his forehead with a cloth, wrote a brief note, and left it on the desk. The note contained only one sentence: Zhang Jiadi, in charge of the Confucianists. After finishing writing, he fastened the waist token hanging from his belt over the note, grabbed the small package, and fled. Anyway, he dared not stay in this capital city any longer. Having lived for over 400 years, he had seen it all. But dreaming in broad daylight, dreaming of scenes where his great-grandmother beckoned with a cow's head and a horse's face, that was something new to him. Li Chen, fueled by alcohol, engaged Emperor Jianyuan in endless small talk, drinking until midday turned into dusk before finally taking his leave. Emperor Genuan saw them off all the way to the carriage, watching as they slowly departed, his expression gradually turning serious. Fenghua, spread the word to remove all the skilled protectors around Minister Yen. Also, recall all the pawns buried around Minister Yen, find a way to detach them from his side. From the shadows emerged a eunuch with a pale face and a slender figure. Yes, Your Majesty, but do we really have to abandon Minister Yen? If we abandon Minister Yen, we won't have many resources left to deal with the Confucian scholars and other nobles. Emperor Jianyuan sighed, running his hand over his head. If we don't abandon him, what else can we do? Minister Yen has been acting too recklessly lately. If we protect him, that immortal might just stand directly against us. After speaking, he turned to the eunuch behind him and asked, "Do you have confidence in defeating that immortal?" The eunuch pondered, shaking his head. "I have some confidence in defeating Wang Xianji from the city of martial emperors and Master Zhang from Wudong Mountain, but with this immortal, I just had a fleeting thought and already felt like I was halfway into the gates of hell." Emperor Jianyuan fell silent for a long time, watching Li Chen's carriage move further and further away until it disappeared from sight, then spoke, "Let it go. I hope that immortal will, in light of my courtesy, lend a hand to the great Ming." "Yes, Your Majesty." The eunuch nodded and withdrew. The reason why Emperor Jianyuan could annul those indemnity treaties and sit securely on the throne for 12 years was not only due to the mud bodhisattva guarding the great Ming's fortune but also because of this eunuch, Qin Fenghua, who quietly rivaled Wang Xianji in the martial world. Eunuch Qin Fenghua, styled Zhuho, was the chief steward of the Imperial Palace. The carriage traveled through the capital city and arrived at Lantian County. Inside the carriage, Li Chen looked at the GPS showing Emperor Jianyuan and Qin Fenghua, his face calm. After a while, the carriage stopped. Li Chen lifted the curtain and stepped out, followed by Yuchu and the others. Before them stood a magnificent mansion. 2 long halberds were inserted in front of the gate, with 2 majestic stone lions on either side. Hundreds of servants and maids knelt on the ground, calling out, "Greetings, Lord! Greetings, Madam!" The leading eunuch stood beside Li Chen, bent at the waist, and introduced them. "These are servants trained by the Imperial Music Bureau, specially sent by His Majesty to serve you, Lord." Li Chen looked at the kneeling servants and took out several gold ingots from his pocket, handing them to the young eunuch. "Thank you for guiding us. This is a token of appreciation. If there's anything in the future, I hope you can come and deliver a message." The young eunuch nervously accepted the gold ingots, his face full of joy. "Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Let me introduce this mansion to you." "Good. Thank you for your trouble." Li Chen then instructed Zhao, "You are in charge of these servants, and the backyard will be guarded by our own brothers. Xiaoxiang, Yu, Xiaoshan, and Xuanshan will be responsible for teaching these maids. Gua Auntie, you will take care of the kitchen and our luggage." Everyone was assigned their tasks, except for Chinde, who remained in place. Li Chen walked over and whispered, "Everyone, conduct a search." "Yes." Chinde grinned wickedly, bowed, and began selecting individuals from the crowd, always picking a few timid ones to the side for questioning. The mansion was huge, and the clever and brave Lin Dongdong was very excited. This would be their future home, a home even bigger than the village. Miao Qingqing was also happy. Although her eyesight was not good, she could rely on Lin Dongdong. She no longer wanted to return to Shindong Island, where there were only trees and crabs. It was not fun at all. Here, there was good food, good drinks, and a like-minded companion. What was there to go back for? She decided to hold on to the coattails of that immortal. Pangolin walked at the back, feeling numb in the head. He had come to watch the excitement, but ended up seeing the Dragon Pavilion in the morning. By noon, he was in the palace, having a meal. He and the blind monk were not qualified to eat in the Wuying Hall, so they had to follow Zhao and others to eat in a side hall. But it felt like a dream to him. The emperor, the highest official he had ever seen in his life, was in the palace having a meal, so close to the emperor. Just 100 steps away. Pangolin felt like his ancestors' graves must be smoking by now. No, not just smoking, probably on fire. Only then could they have such good luck. They walked from the main gate to the backyard, a distance of 2 miles. Along the way, they passed several pavilions and a small bridge before reaching the backyard. This used to be a duke's mansion, but the duke was implicated in a rebellion, so the house became vacant. His Majesty specially had it cleaned and renovated for a whole winter. Everything inside was replaced with new items. "Please rest assured, Lord, and settle in. I will return to the palace to report." "Thank you, sir." Li Chen took out several ingots of gold and handed them to the young eunuch. "Thank you for your hard work. Take this as a token of appreciation." The young eunuch hesitated. The previous gold ingots were already generous, and now more ingots. He was unsure whether to accept. "Lord, the previous amount was already sufficient. I dare not accept more." "I told you to take it, so take it." If you don't, it means you don't respect me. Are you looking down on me? The young eunuch quickly knelt down. I dare not, I won't dare to disrespect you. Then take it. Li Chen placed the gold ingots in his hand. The young eunuch looked at the gold ingots in his hand and couldn't help but say, Lord, Bluefield County is the territory of the Eastern Star Gang and also under the influence of Prime Minister Yen. Please be extra careful. Upon hearing this, Li Chen's eyes lit up. Alright, I will make sure to be extra careful. The young eunuch took the gold ingots and left. Lin Yuchu sat on a chair, holding the drowsy little maid, while Su Xiao helped cover the teacher with a blanket. The clever and brave Lin Dongdong and the visually impaired Miao Qingqing were competing to see who could hold their breath longer. Luo Yang stood in the hall, surveying the surroundings. Pangolin and the blind man stood at the door, unsure of what to do. What are you all planning to do? If you want to leave, you can go now. If you don't want to leave, you can stay and help me with tasks. I'll help you, I'm very capable, I can eat 10 steamed buns. Miao Qingqing raised her hand and spoke towards the door. Here. Li Chen looked at the child with poor eyesight and a slow mind, feeling a bit of a headache. Alright, you will be responsible for teaching Dongdong in the future, and my disciple will learn martial arts. The blind man will also stay, he is my little brother. Good, everyone stays. Li Chen didn't mind having more hands to help, and Li Qing was at least a grandmaster, so he could help with running errands. Watching his junior sister playing happily with the not-so-bright kid, Luo Yang also had the idea of staying. Is there a salary? If there's a salary, I'll stay. Li Chen looked at her and smiled, saying, all expenses covered, 100 taels of gold per month, plus appearance fees, action fees, and an extra month's salary each year. Upon hearing this, Luo Yang's eyes lit up. 100 taels of gold, which is equivalent to 1,000 taels of silver per month. Oh my goodness. Even after being the leader of the Ming cult for 5 or 6 years, I haven't saved up 1,000 taels of silver. Luo Yang immediately agreed and started selecting her room in the backyard. Only Pandolin was left, standing lonely at the door not knowing what to do. Well, you seem older, so I'll just call you Uncle Nyo. Upon hearing this, Pangolin immediately knelt down, nervously saying, I dare not, with this old bones, am unworthy of being called a celestial being. Li Chen helped him up. It's our rule here not to kneel, and you are not allowed to kneel in the future. I see you are knowledgeable, and we happen to need a steward here. Would you like to stay and work? Initially, 1 tael of gold per month, which is 10 taels of silver, and as your abilities improve, 5 taels of gold per month in the future, how about that? Pandolin was overjoyed to hear this. What the Wanderer said sounds good, but they are just a bunch of rogues. After wandering aimlessly in the martial world for 20 years, he hasn't achieved much. A lifetime of loneliness, not knowing when he might become a beggar and die by the roadside. Unexpectedly, by just watching the excitement, he encountered such a good opportunity. Thinking that he would have a backer in the future and a stable job, tears welled up uncontrollably. Thank you, celestial being, I entrust my old life to you from now on. With everyone settled, Li Chen looked at this new home, feeling great. So he decided that since they had come this far, they should have a meal first. Although they had just eaten not long ago, moving to a new home called for a celebration. Li Chen instructed the servants to go to the nearby market to buy vegetables and meat, preparing for a grand feast for everyone in the mansion. Pandolin, dressed in new clothes, watched the busy crowd and felt especially happy. He never expected to encounter a benefactor in his old age. He watched as Guo Dajiao finished cooking the chicken soup and quickly served it on the table. Hey, here comes the chicken soup. While Li Chen's family was having their meal, Chen Haonan, the leader of the Hong Gang, along with a few of his men, quietly hid in a corner, watching the Anping Marquis mansion with trepidation. The midday sword strike had already spread like wildfire in the martial world. It wouldn't be long before everyone in the martial world knew that a divine disciple had truly arrived in the capital. Nangu, do we have to do this? The second in command of the Hong Gang, Chen Haonan's right-hand man, Shanji, asked. He was a bit scared and would rather fight to the death with the people from the Dongxing Gang than provoke that divine disciple. Offending the Dongxing Gang would at most result in being killed by a random knife then reincarnating in the next life. Offending the divine disciple might mean no next life. Chen Haonan looked at his men behind him and said sternly, I have no choice. I must avenge leader Zhang's death. 6 months ago, leader Jiang of the Hong Gang, along with Chen Haonan's master Wu Danbi, were ambushed and killed by the Dongxing Gang. And now the Hong Gang's power had been dismantled, leaving only Chen Haonan holding onto the copper drum alley, barely hanging on. He only had the strength of a grandmaster, making revenge unlikely. And others were unwilling to offend the Dongxing Gang for him. Seeing that divine disciple today made Chen Haonan's heart beat faster. We also want revenge. Another trusted follower of Chen Haonan, Dadian, spoke up. But the Dongxing gang has the Yan family backing them, and no one dares to offend them. Those who used to call us brothers and swore brotherhood with us, as soon as they hear we want to seek revenge from Yan Song, immediately pretend not to know us. Chen Haonan sighed when he heard this. That's why we came here, to seek refuge with this immortal, so we can have a chance for revenge. The reason he became the gang leader was that besides him, there were no other hall masters left in the Hong gang. They had all turned to join the Dongxing gang. So, he had to step up and take on the role of the gang leader. After becoming the leader, he realized how difficult it was to maintain a gang. Without anyone backing him up, everything became challenging. With nothing to do, there was no income, and without income, he couldn't support his men. These days, his subordinates had been leaving one after another. If this continued, he might end up being the only one left. Thinking about this, Chen Haonan gritted his teeth and walked out. If you're afraid, stay here and guard. If I don't come back, Mountain Chicken will be the leader, he said firmly before heading towards the Anping Marquis' residence. Mountain Chicken watched his back and couldn't help muttering to himself, the wind is cold, and the waters are icy. Dadian, observing Chen Haonan's demeanor, couldn't help but ask, Brother Chicken, what should we do if the leader doesn't return? What to do? Celebrate lavishly, of course. Makes sense, count me in with 200 coins. Me too. Should we prepare a feast then? Upon hearing this, Mountain Chicken waved his hand decisively. We must prepare 20 tables. Unaware that his men were already discussing sending funeral wreaths, Chen Haonan, trembling, reached the entrance, swallowed hard, and spat. In the martial world, only the story of Li Chen single-handedly defeating 14,000 Liao soldiers was known. There was no mention of his charitable deeds. Moreover, the disciple of this immortal was known as Bloodhand Butcher, a name that didn't suggest a benevolent character. Therefore, Li Chen's reputation in the martial world portrayed him as someone who killed without hesitation. Chen Haonan felt that this image suited this disciple of the immortal. After all, a good person wouldn't immediately join forces with the two leaders of the demonic cult upon arrival. Always ready to draw his sword, he was quite intimidating. As he hesitated, a man with a long spear approached him and asked, Who are you, and why are you loitering at the gate? Chen Haonan gritted his teeth, bowed, and said, I am Chen Haonan, the leader of the Hong gang. I seek an audience with the immortal, please inform him. Zhao Hu looked him over and said, All right, wait here. I will inform the Marquis. Li Chen sat in a chair, holding a little girl in his arms, playing with a piece of braised pig liver as if fishing. Oh, meat, meat, meat. The little girl tried to grab the pig liver from her brother-in-law's hand but couldn't. She got a little angry, her small body bouncing around, her mouth pouting as if she wanted to bite someone. Teacher, there's a man claiming to be the leader of the Hong gang at the gate, saying he wants to see you, Zhao Hu said as he entered, seeing Li Chen teasing the child, a smile on his face. This immortal teacher was good at everything but loved playing with children. Whether there was something to do or not, he would make Miss Dong Dong and Lilia cry, then slowly comfort them. Oh, Li Chen paused at the news, the movement of his hand stopping momentarily as the little girl managed to grab the pig liver and stuffed it into her mouth, tearing it with her two tiny teeth. Let him in. Yes, teacher, Zhao Hu bowed and left. Li Chen handed the little girl to Yuchu, asking her to take a few little girls back to rest. Bai Luoyan was about to leave but was stopped. You stay, I want to ask about this Hong gang situation. Luoyang sat down, stroked his chin, and said, I've had dealings with the Hong gang before. The leader was Jiang Tiancheng, one of the two major gangs in the capital. It's said that he values loyalty, loves making friends, and has 3,000 disciples, all brave men. Recently, I heard that he died. It seems he refused to cooperate with Yan Song, offended the Yan family, and then many experts from the Hong gang were killed in the prison. Who is the current gang leader? I don't know, I just arrived in the capital city. I heard his surname is Chen, but he doesn't have much power. I usually don't bother with such small characters. Luo Yan couldn't stop talking, even though she had just finished eating, she couldn't resist peeling the oranges on the table. Miao Qingqing sat slumped beside her, her belly swollen. Seeing Luoyang eating oranges, saliva started to pool at the corners of her mouth. Aunt Luoyang, smack! Luoyang's hand landed on her little junior sister's head. I've tolerated you for a long time, do you know, calling me aunt every day, not caring if others are uncomfortable. I'm only 18, and you make me sound so old. Miao Qingqing held her head, feeling a bit wronged, and said to Li Chen, Boss, did you see that? She hit me, come help me get revenge. Li Chen remained silent, just staring at Luoyang. He couldn't help but notice the two big watermelons in Luoyang's arms and couldn't figure out how someone so young could have them. Luoyang blushed under his gaze, crossed her arms, and gave Li Chen a resentful look. Teacher, he's here. Zhao Hu entered the hall with a man. Seeing Li Chen, Chen Haonan immediately knelt down. Chen Haonan of the Hong Gang pays respects to the esteemed immortal. Li Chen looked at him calmly and asked, Chen leader, it's late, what business brings you to me? Chen Haonan lowered his head and replied, Haonan is presumptuous to come, seeking the esteemed immortal's help to avenge over 1,000 brothers and sisters of the Hong Gang who died tragically. On what grounds? Li Chen's tone turned slightly unfriendly upon hearing Chen Haonan's words. It seemed he came to make a wish upon hearing he was associated with an immortal disciple. Chen Haonan paused upon hearing this, feeling his visit was somewhat abrupt. If the esteemed immortal is willing to avenge the brothers and sisters of the Hong Gang, I, Chen Haonan, am willing to be the immortal's lackey and do his bidding. Well, I have no shortage of followers, as long as I'm willing, I can recruit as many as I want. Upon Li Chen's refusal, Chen Haonan fell silent. Besides a few hundred underlings, the Hong Gang seemed to have nothing else to offer for help. With a heavy heart, he slumped down, feeling bitter. Master, I can't avenge you, may you rest in peace. Li Chen picked up a teacup from the table, took a sip, and said slowly, however, I heard you offended Yen Song, that does pique my interest. Chen Haonan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Li Chen gestured for Zhao Hu to bring a chair for him. Sit down, let's talk about why you offended Yen Song. There are two major gangs in the capital, East Star and Hong Gang. East Star is backed by that scoundrel Yen Song, while our Hong Gang is supported by Su Jie. Chen Haonan sat on the chair and slowly recounted the Hong Gang's story. 6 months ago, Su Jie was falsely accused and his whole family was executed. That scoundrel Yen Song sent people to make our leader join his ranks as his lackey. Leader Jian refused to follow East Star's ways, engaging in human trafficking and forcing women into prostitution, so he declined. As a result, he offended Yen Song, who found a pretext to arrest our leader, and he died tragically in prison. Without leader Jiang, Hong Gang couldn't compete with East Star. My master and a few hall masters were ambushed and killed outside the city by Zhang Yaoyang. Now, Hong Gang only has me and a few hundred men left. We alone can't seek revenge, so I've come to seek your help. Li Chen listened to his words, closed his eyes, and began to ponder. Yen Song must die. But he couldn't just rush in and kill him for no reason. He needed a reason. He not only wanted to kill but also to uproot the source. While Li Chen was contemplating, he saw Chinda leading a group of ruffians walking in. What's going on with these people? Li Chen looked at Shan Ji and the others, asking. These people were hiding outside the mansion, whispering about banquets and sending flower wreaths. When I came back and saw them, I brought them in. Chinda scratched his head. But they claim to be from the Hong Gang, so I brought them in to see how you would handle it. Chen Haonan looked at Shan Ji and the others, quickly explaining, these are my brothers. I asked them to wait at the door for me. Li Chen looked at the bruised ruffians and ignored them, turning to Chinda, you came at the right time. Help me think of a way to find an excuse to deal with Yen Song. Hearing Li Chen's words, Chen Haonan asked, why don't we sneak in under the cover of night and kill him? Li Chen glanced at him, I want to kill him, but I want to do it openly, find an excuse to uproot him and his men. Killing him alone won't solve anything. If he dies, someone else will take his place. I want to use him to show everyone that some things cannot be done, whoever does them will die. Chen Haonan pondered upon hearing this. Luo Yang suggested, why don't we invite Yen Song for a meal, see which foot of his steps into the Marquis's mansion, and then use that as a reason to kill him. Li Chen nodded upon hearing this, truly a member of the demon cult, this idea is excellent. Let's not think of anything else in the future. Chen De, with a knife on his belt, suggested after some thought, my lord, since Yen has committed many wrongdoings, why don't we find some people he has bullied, use their names to cause trouble for the Yen family. Li Chen looked at Chen De speaking and couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart. Truly the one I chose, I will entrust him with those shady matters in the future. This method works. Now, where do we find these people? Shan Ji, who was hiding behind Chen Haonan, timidly raised his hand, I have a candidate. Li Chen looked over and asked, you have a candidate, who? Shan Ji, feeling nervous with everyone's eyes on him, stuttered, in the territory I used to oversee, there was a Yihong courtyard. Some time ago, Yen Song's son, Yen Shifan, went there to play. He despised the courtesans as unclean, took a liking to a young maid, forcibly deflowered her, then blamed the maid for scratching him, and had his men take turns abusing her. The madam of Yihong courtyard couldn't bear it and went to plead, but Yen Shifan beat her up and had her courtyard demolished. While Yen Shifan's men were smashing things, the madam and the maid jumped from the building and escaped to our territory. They hide in a dry well every day, only daring to come out at night to scavenge for food. I felt sorry for them and often brought them leftovers. Do you think they are suitable? Li Chen's eyes calmed upon hearing this. The lamp of hell, plus one more guest. They are suitable. Where are they? Bring them here. After a moment of thought, he said to Luo Yang, you go with them and bring the people to me. Luo Yang, upon hearing this, felt some anger. Between men and women, it's a matter of mutual consent, not coercion. She followed Shanji outside and arrived near a dry well. A disheveled woman emerged from the dry well, looking somewhat eerie under the moonlight. The mountain chicken approached and spoke, "Sisterly, sisterly, is that you?" Startled by the voice, the disheveled woman shuddered and looked around. Seeing the mountain chicken, she patted her chest. "You scared me, I thought I was discovered." Sisterly glanced at Luo Yang behind the mountain chicken, becoming wary and positioning the dry well behind her. "Mountain chicken, who is she? Why did you bring someone here?" "Hee, Sisterly, don't be afraid. This person is here to rescue you. Our Hong gang has found a new backer and is preparing to deal with Yen Song, so please come with Dongxiang. He is ready to uphold justice for you." Not long after, Mountain Chicken returned with Sisterly and Dongxiang. "Master Xian, this is the old madam of the Yihong courtyard, the once stunning Sisterly. Li Chen." Well, what is Sisterly? He felt that no character in the Jianghu would surprise him anymore. Sisterly gazed at the magnificent Anping Marquis mansion and then at the man in white before her, unable to speak, and knelt down. Dongxiang followed suit with a numb expression, kneeling beside her. "Stand up, no need to kneel." Li Chen walked up to them and helped them up. "Do you want revenge?" Sisterly thought for a moment and shook her head. "Sir, we lowly people just want to live. If Yen Song and Yen Shifan are not eliminated, can you still live?" Hearing this, Sisterly couldn't help but shed tears. "It's useless, sir. Although I don't know who you are, the power behind the Yen family is too strong. No one can bring down the Yen family." Chen Haonan stood beside her and comforted. "Don't worry, this sir is like a deity. If he says he can bring down the Yen family, he will. The sir just wants a reason to openly confront the Yen family. As long as you are willing to stand up, it will be possible." Sisterly looked at him, tears streaming down her face as she shook her head. "Leader Chen, I know you are the leader of the Hong gang, but it's futile. I run a brothel and know more news than you do. Yen Song has even greater forces behind him protecting the Yen family. Besides, the Yen family has 2 experts in the land immortal realm protecting them, while this sir is just a land immortal. It's useless." Sisterly thought that when Chen Haonan mentioned a deity, he meant experts in the land immortal realm, so she advised, "We should accept our fate. When the storm passes, I will take Dongxiang away from the capital, change our identities, and flee far away. We can't afford to provoke the Yen family, but we can hide from them." Li Chen stood up, looking at her. "Many people think they can escape when they encounter trouble, but can they really escape? Are you willing? You were ruined and impoverished, while he enjoys wealth and power, persecuting people like you one after another. One day, when his power discovers you and treats you like a dog, will you be willing?" Li Chen gazed calmly at her. "I don't know if you are willing, but I am not. Tomorrow, you go to the Yamen to report, and if you are willing, I will stand in front for you." Upon hearing this, Sisterly was moved. Her previous background was not significant enough, so she dared not offend the Yen family and fled. Those looking for her were not only from the Yen family but also from her previous connections. If she could find an expert in the land immortal realm now to protect her, she might really be able to escape this disaster. "If the sir is willing to stand in front of me, I am willing to follow you. But sir, you must be careful. The Yen family has 2 experts in the land immortal realm as their protectors. A man named Ouyang Feng, skilled in likeness technique, moves effortlessly like walking on flat ground, while another man named Ouyang Jian, with tough bones and copper skin, has mastered the art of the golden bell ironcloth to perfection. We must be cautious of these 2, the protectors of the Yen household." Li Chen heard this and looked towards Luo Yang. Indeed, there are these 2 individuals, both experts in the realm of martial arts, but they didn't have much reputation in the Jianghu before. Later in the martial arts world, some people, displeased with Yen Sung the scoundrel, attempted to assassinate him, only to discover that he was protected by these 2 experts. Luo Yang peeled an orange and tossed the segments one by one to Miao Qingqing. Meanwhile, the deputy leader of the Divine Dragon sect sat in a chair with his mouth wide open, catching the thrown orange segments. "Like walking a dog." Li Chen heard this and closed his eyes, sitting back in his chair, instructing them to leave so he could contemplate how to maximize the benefits of the situation. Chen Da, along with Mountain Chicken and Sister Pomegranate, left to arrange a resting place for them. Luo Yang held Miao Qingqing's hand, and as they reached the door, he turned back and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry to deal with Yen Song?" "Because I want to change this world, make it a bit more reasonable." Upon hearing Li Chen's words, Luo Yang chuckled. "My master once said, this world won't change because of anything. You get rid of one corrupt official, and another one takes their place. Good and bad, who can really tell them apart? I used to think that by eliminating the bad people, everything would be fine, but killing one bad person only leads to more good people turning bad. Even the founding emperor or the emperor of the Tang dynasty, as wise and martial as they were, still had corrupt officials under them, committing all sorts of atrocities. This world has both darkness and light, opposing forces of yin and yang. The issue of human nature in this world is something you can't solve. Li Chen also smiled. It's different. If I can't solve the problems of this world, I can change this world. Luo Yang paused for a moment upon hearing this, then smiled. You seem more like a member of the demonic sect than I do. Thank you for the compliment. Luo Yang said nothing more and left with Miao Qingqing. After they left, Morong Hongxue jumped down from the rafters. Earlier, when they were outside the city, Li Chen had instructed Morong Hongxue to act alone, fearing that his identity as the top swordsman of Liao country would be discovered by others. It would be hard to explain then. Sir, there are many spies around here, should I take care of them? Morong Hongxue sat in the chair Luo Yang had occupied, picked up an orange from the table, and started eating. Li Chen thought for a moment and shook his head. Forget it. Outstanding individuals always attract attention. After I send Yen Song away in a few days, I'll send them off then. These days, I still need them to help me spread some news about Yen Song. Morong Hongxue ate the orange and pondered. Just now they mentioned the Yen family's protectors, and it rings a bell. If their description is correct, the Yen family's protectors are not Ouyang Feng and Ouyang Jian, they are the Yi Lu brothers from Liao country. Yi Lu brothers? Li Chen was puzzled. Who are these Yi Lu brothers? Morong Hongxue spoke up. The Yi Lu family has two talented disciples, one skilled in likeness technique and the other unparalleled in toughness, but they have been missing for the past few years. I thought they had left the Jianghu, but it turns out they have come to the Ming dynasty. Li Chen's expression turned cold, not expecting Yen Song to be colluding with the enemy. What are their names? The one skilled in likeness technique is called Yelv Shuk. The one with unparalleled toughness is called Yelv Beta. Li Chen. Chapter 107. The curtain rises. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and the guards of Lantian County opened the city gates. Outside the city, the refugees were in a commotion, but they dared not breach the gates. One by one, they scrambled to line up, carrying firewood and wild vegetables to prepare for the city. Some strong hunters even carried some wild animals, ready to sell them for a good price at the market. They all heard that a marquis had recently arrived in Lantian County, but they didn't know if this marquis would impose additional taxes. The previous duke had raised the tax from 10 to 8, making life difficult for these honest and hard-working farmers. He often let his soldiers plunder food, openly abducted women, and committed all sorts of atrocities. Fortunately, the current emperor is wise and had the despicable duke's entire family executed. The tax was restored to 10, although life became harder, there was a glimmer of hope. The city guards opened the gates and set up barriers, allowing the refugees to enter the city. It was just as the sun rose over the mountain. At the city gate, a plainly dressed woman arrived, holding a little girl in her arms, and knelt down. The city guards thought she was begging and prepared to drive her away for blocking the gate. But before they could, someone stopped them with a goose-feathered sword. Chen De, dressed in coarse cloth, followed by dozens of disguised Jiniwei guards, stopped the city guards with their swords. He took out a golden token and said to the guard captain, "This is the Marquis's business. Don't interfere. Whoever moves, dies." The guard captain stood still, wanting to kneel but was stopped by Chinda. "Pretend you didn't see anything and just do your job honestly." "Yes, sir, I won't see anything today, won't hear anything either." The guard captain turned away, not looking at the kneeling woman. Sister Pomegranate knelt at the city gate, her body trembling. But seeing the group of guards around her, she gained some confidence. Thinking of the words of the immortal disciple and the important figures she was receiving for this matter, she gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and shouted, "I, Yuan Dan, accuse the current Prime Minister Yen Song of abducting women, killing, looting, corruption, colluding with the Liao people, causing my family's ruin, attempting to kill to cover it up." After shouting this, she stood up, took a step, and knelt down again. "I, Yuan Dan, accuse the current Prime Minister Yen Song of abducting women, killing, looting, corruption, colluding with the Liao people, causing my family's ruin, attempting to kill to cover it up." At first, Sister Pomegranate was nervous, but after a few shouts, she relaxed. Since she had already offended Yen Song, she might as well do it thoroughly. As she shouted, she became bolder, her voice getting louder. She even found time to tug at Miao Qingqing in her arms. "Miss Miao, speak up too. Don't forget the task your boss gave you." Miao Qingqing found it amusing to watch Sister Pomegranate shout. But when reminded, her face turned bitter. "And Pomegranate, can I not cry? I'll protect you, that's enough." "No, don't forget, the immortal said if you don't cooperate, you won't have instant noodles tonight." Upon hearing this, Miao Qingqing began to hesitate. Sister Pomegranate shouted, stood up, and whispered, and the immortal also said if you can't cry, he'll hang you up and beat you for 3 days and nights. Hearing this, Miao Qingqing couldn't help but start crying. Yesterday afternoon, Lin Yuchu asked Dong Dong to watch the little girl. She watched Lin Dong Dong with the child and thought it was fun, so she came up with a bad idea. The two foolish kids tied a rope around the little girl's waist and played with her like walking a dog. In these few months, the little girl had also learned to crawl. Walking the dogs with the two of them, I didn't feel wronged at all, and actually had quite a good time. We roamed around the Marquis's residence, climbing everywhere. There was even a moment when I almost ate the dog poop I picked up from the ground. Thankfully, Li Chen noticed in time and swiftly lifted the little maid, getting rid of the dog poop in her hand. This action angered the little maid, who then slapped him on the face with the hand that had touched the poop. After the slapping, Li Chen's face turned green. He handed the little maid over to Lin Yuchu, who chased after her along with Lin Dongdong. They really gave her a beating, using a small willow branch to whip them on their bottoms relentlessly. Lin Dongdong is still being punished with copying characters. Thinking of this, Miao Qingqing couldn't help but cry out loud. At the gate of Lantian County, Pomegranate's sister led Miao Qingqing, walking and kneeling along the way. One was responsible for crying, the other for shouting. Their coordinated performance attracted numerous onlookers who came to watch the commotion. Seeing the crowd, Miao Qingqing couldn't resist shouting, "Yenson, you scoundrel, you hit my bottom, punished me to write characters, and didn't even give me food to eat, worse than animals." Watching from the side, Li Chen couldn't help but grit his teeth at the little maid. "Why do I feel like she's cursing at you?" Luo Yang suppressed a laugh and said to Li Chen. Some of the commoners along the way were ready to join the fun, but upon hearing someone accusing the current prime minister, they quickly turned away, fearing being implicated. However, seeing these two women crying and shouting all the way without any officials coming to stop them, some couldn't help but follow them from a distance. Before long, a group of commoners was following behind Pomegranate's sister. Some disciples of the Hong Gang even mingled among them, telling the bystanders along the way, come quickly, someone is going to accuse the current prime minister, and no one dares to stop them, come and see." Hearing this, some commoners hesitated. But then a few scholars stepped forward, saying, "Accusing the current prime minister is a serious matter, let's go and see, with so many of us, who dares to harm us?" Upon hearing this, and seeing many others following, the commoners couldn't help but stand up and blend into the crowd. As the crowd grew larger, elsewhere, disciples of the Hong Gang and Confucian scholars began to gather friends and spread the news in inns, brothels, and various other places. "Have you heard? Someone is kneeling all the way at the city gate, preparing to accuse the current prime minister, Yensong." Yes, I was just about to go and see. I heard that no one dared to stop them along the way, and many commoners who have been bullied by the Yen family are preparing to accuse him. There are tens of thousands of commoners. Let's go together, or we'll miss out. With their propaganda, the entire Lantian County knew that someone was kneeling all the way from the city gate, preparing to accuse the current prime minister, Yensong. Some even spread rumors that the county magistrate's wife in Lantian County had been taken advantage of by Yensong, and thus, she was kneeling all the way back to the county office to file a complaint. Others claimed that it was the county magistrate who had taken advantage of Yensong's wife, and now Yensong's mother was kneeling all the way to seek justice. The rumors became more and more exaggerated. Eventually, there were even stories of the county magistrate being taken advantage of by Yensong, and the county magistrate's wife, outraged, was preparing to seek justice.